The story begins in the heart of a desolate desert, where a small settlement lies hidden within a valley surrounded by high hills. The natural formation acts as a protective barrier, concealing the village from the outside world. Overhead, a flock of birds suddenly takes flight, their hurried movement a sign that something ominous may be approaching. This is where our story unfolds, and the protagonist's voice introduces the tale. He begins with a somber revelation. He was a man whose talent thrived in the chaos of battle, a gift that led him down a blood-soaked path. As the scene shifts, a brutal battlefield comes into view. The clash between two armies is merciless, with hundreds of knights and soldiers locked in a deadly struggle. The air is thick with the cries of war, the clanging of steel, and the thunder of cannonballs. Every weapon imaginable is unleashed, turning the landscape into a hellish inferno. Amid this chaos stands our hero, Argrick, reflecting on his deepest wish, to one day leave this life of bloodshed behind, to create a family and build a home. But even as he clings to this dream, he realizes with heartbreaking clarity that this battle will be his last. The tides of war have turned against his army. As the dust settles and the battlefield grows quiet, the once mighty force lies vanquished. Argrick, the sole survivor, kneels amidst the carnage, battered and broken. His arm has been severed, his body covered in wounds, and his strength nearly gone. Before him stands the leader of the enemy forces, a towering figure clad in pristine armor, untouched by the battle. This man is none other than Duke Balthermion, one of the legendary Hexaclass knights of the Althian Empire. The Duke approaches, his voice calm yet commanding, as he acknowledges Argrick's skill and tenacity. He admits it's been a long time since anyone forced him to draw his sword more than 10 times in a single duel. Argrick, even in his weakened state, feels a faint sense of pride at this recognition. He lifts his head, his voice steady despite his pain, and identifies his opponent. It is an honor, he declares, to be acknowledged by Duke Balthermion. The Duke is momentarily surprised but intrigued that Argrick knows him so well. Argrick recounts how even a single day on the battlefield was enough to feel the overwhelming presence of a Hexaclass knight like Balthermion. The Duke listens, impressed by the young knight's courage, but his expression darkens with regret. He admires Argrick's potential, lamenting that such talent will be snuffed out too soon. Hoping to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, the Duke offers Argrick a chance to surrender. The battlefield falls silent as Argrick considers the proposition, the weight of his pride and honor pressing heavily upon him. Slowly, he forces himself to his feet, gripping his sword with trembling hands. With fierce determination, he declares that he was born on the battlefield and will die on it. Surrender is not an option. Despite his injuries, Argrick prepares to fight one last time. The Duke watches him with a mix of admiration and pity. He remarks that, though Argrick refuses to yield, he can see the glimmer of regret in his eyes, a longing for a life that now seems forever out of reach. The Duke admits that Argrick might have been a worthy rival if fate had allowed him to grow stronger. But there is no turning back. With a heavy heart, Duke Balthermion raises his blade, ready to deliver the final blow, ending the life of the knight, known as the talent that blossomed on the battlefield. Duke Thermion's blade glows with an ominous energy, a testament to the overwhelming power of a Hexaclass knight. As the battlefield stills for their final confrontation, Argrick, battered but resolute, advances with his broken weapon in hand. For him, this is not a moment of fear, but of acceptance. If death is to come, it will be here, with his pride intact. Thermion, with a heavy heart, prepares for one last strike. He hopes aloud that in the next life, Argrick can let go of the regrets that cling to him now. As Argrick charges, his life begins to flash before his eyes. He sees the scars of his past, the war between the Draenic and Althian empires that shaped his world from the moment he was born. His mother, a war refugee, raised him alone until the crushing weight of her circumstances drove her to end her life. Left to fend for himself, Argrick became one of the countless children of war, scavenging for food and doing whatever it took to survive. From an early age, Argrick found familiarity in the sword. At just 14, he stepped onto his first battlefield, fueled by hunger and desperation. His ferocity caught the attention of seasoned warriors, men who had been fighting long before he was born. That day, his mana core awakened, unleashing a latent talent that set him apart. His movements became sharper, his senses heightened, and his reputation as a deadly force on the battlefield began to grow. Years of relentless training and combat saw him rise through the ranks, eventually earning the title of commander. His skill and determination earned him a recommendation for the prestigious Special Knight appointment. Ardric had surpassed 3 mana cores, becoming a quad-core knight, and his potential to join the elite Hexaclass Knights was undeniable. For the first time, he dared to dream of a life beyond the battlefield, a chance to find peace and build a family. That dream drove him into his final battle. Ardric fought like a man possessed, cutting through hundreds of enemies and pushing himself to the brink. Victory was within reach, and so was the future he longed for. But fate had other plans. In a moment of devastation, a powerful wave of energy ripped through the battlefield, sending knights flying. At its epicenter stood Duke Balth Thermion, the Hexaclass Knight of the Althean Empire. The encounter was nothing short of catastrophic. Thermion's devastating energy shattered Ardric's defenses, slicing through his left arm and breaking his sword. For the first time, Ardric felt true helplessness. His strength, his pride, and his dreams, all of it was torn from him in an instant. Even as he struggled to rise, his body battered and broken, the realization settled in. This was the end. Thermion moved with unmatched precision, his blades surging with raw power. In a final, decisive strike, his sword pierced through Ardric's heart. The force of the blow unleashed a wave of energy, so intense that it sent Ardric hurtling through the air. He crashed to the ground, his body crumpling into a pool of his own blood. As his life ebbed away, Ardric stared at the crimson-stained ground beneath him, his vision fading. He thought of the life he had yearned for, but would never have. And yet, in those final moments, he felt a strange sense of peace. The battlefield had always been his home, and now it would be his resting place. His story, filled with tragedy and unfulfilled dreams, reached its somber conclusion as the light in his eyes dimmed. This was the end of Ardric, the talent that blossomed on the battlefield, cut down before he could reach the heights he so desperately sought. Just when Ardric thought his story had ended, another chapter began in the most unexpected way. The scene shifts dramatically, and before he even opens his eyes, he hears unfamiliar voices around him. The voices are warm and filled with joy, speaking of their little Dane finally waking up. Confusion grips the former knight. These words don't belong to a battlefield, but rather to something far more intimate. The father's voice carries pride as he marvels at how their baby boy doesn't even cry. The mother's voice is soft and loving as she gushes about the clarity of the child's stunning eyes, declaring that he must be a gift from God. The father laughs in agreement, echoing her sentiment. When Ardric finally manages to open his eyes, he is met with a shocking sight. He's a baby. Panic surges through him as he takes into realization. He's no longer the orphan knight born amidst the horrors of war. Instead, he is now a white-haired infant in the arms of a noble woman. He wants to believe this is some bizarre dream, but the warm, genuine love emanating from the couple holding him feels too real. The father, an imposing but cheerful man, lifts Dane with delight, already imagining a future for his son. He proudly declares that Dane will one day become a master spearman, just like himself. Hearing this, Dane freezes. He has a father, something he had never known in his previous life. The man introduces himself as Count Arkensogers, a skilled Hexaclass spearman. But before he can get too carried away, the mother, Lily Sogers, swiftly snatches Dane from him. Her eyes gleam as she insists that their son will follow in her footsteps and become a world-class assassin instead. A heated debate ignites between the two. Arken argues passionately that spearmanship is the ultimate martial art, a perfect blend of power and grace. To him, a spear symbolizes honor and beauty. Lily counters just as fiercely, claiming the life of an assassin is far superior. She describes the elegance of moving unseen, striking silently, and vanishing without a trace. To her, nothing could be cooler. Dane, now caught in the middle of this absurd tug-of-war, can only stare in disbelief. His parents' argument intensifies as they passionately argue over his future career, one wielding a spear in battle, the other operating in the shadows. After much back and forth, Arken finally suggests a compromise. They will both teach Dane their respective skills and let him choose for himself. Lily reluctantly agrees, although she's convinced her assassin training will win him over. Dane quickly concludes that their obsession must stem from his being born in their later years. They clearly see him as the culmination of their lives' work. The family eventually arrives at a massive castle, their estate, and Dane marvels at its grandeur. Lily teases Arkin about holding her hand as they approach the castle gates. Initially flustered, she relents, and the couple giggles like newlyweds. To Dane, this is a bizarrely sweet sight for sore eyes, far removed from the blood-soaked memories of his past life. Inside, the luxurious halls and the warmth of his parents' banter slowly chip away at Dane's disbelief. He smiles instinctively, causing Lily to gush over how happy their son looks. Dane takes it all in. The family, the estate, the love, and a flicker of hope ignites within him. Perhaps this second chance in the Althean Empire, of all places, could truly be the start of something different. As they carry him deeper into the castle, Dane silently acknowledges that this life holds possibilities he could never have imagined before. In this new world, where talent can flourish, maybe, just maybe, he can finally find the peace he once dreamed of. 2 months into his new life, Dane, formerly the fearsome Knight Argrick, has fully embraced his role as a baby. Well, as much as he can. He babbles endlessly, filling the mansion with cheerful, incoherent sounds that delight his mother, Lily. Her excitement knows no bounds as she carries him from his cradle, marveling at her little genius who seems to be growing and developing so quickly. For Dane, this is a strange yet endearing experience. In his previous life, he had little to no contact with children, save for the war orphans he encountered, emaciated, wrapped in bandages, and crying for lost parents. Comparing that to the luxury and warmth of House Ogres, Dane can't help but think how fortunate he is now. As Lily continues doting on him, the door bursts open, and in strides Count Arkin Sogers, brimming with enthusiasm. In his hands, he carries a beautifully crafted spear, gleaming with intricate designs. The Count eagerly waves it around, hoping to catch Dane's attention, and it works. Dane's gaze locks onto the weapon, his infant mind momentarily captivated. While he recognizes it for what it is, his focus shifts to the man holding it. This is his father, Count Arkin Sogers, the strongest hexaclass spearman in the entire Althean Empire. Known as the Blue Whirlwind during his prime, Arkin's reputation as a war hero precedes him. Yet here he is, grinning like a child while showing off to his baby son. Before Dane can process this surreal reality, Lily erupts in anger. Her fiery aura fills the room as she berates her husband for bringing something so dangerous into a baby's nursery. Arkin stammers, defending himself by saying he only wanted to show Dane the spear. But Lily is relentless. She's already warned him against introducing their son to weapons at such a young age and threatens to start teaching Dane stealth techniques herself if Arkin insists on early training. Her loud outbursts seem hilariously out of place for someone who was once the Empire's greatest assassin. Dane observes this bickering with mild amusement. Despite their strong personalities, it's clear his parents care deeply for him. Their argument reveals an underlying desperation to pass on their skills, an urgency fueled by the career choices of Dane's elder sisters, Claire and Arabella, who have both diverged from their parents' paths. Soon, these sisters join the scene, and Dane gets his first proper introduction to them. Claire and Arabella are ecstatic to have a baby brother, and their affection quickly turns mischievous. They take turns pinching and puffing his cheeks, giggling at how adorably squishy he looks. Dane, meanwhile, feels like his head might explode. Arabella, the elder sister, is a prodigious mage. At just 12 years old, she's already achieved the rank of a 3-chain mage, a rare accomplishment for someone so young. With the highest class being 9 chains, Arabella's genius is undeniable. She's determined to teach Dane magic, already imagining how much fun it will be to practice together. Claire, the younger sister, is equally talented but in a completely different field, summoning. She succeeded in her first summon at the age of 7 and can now control 2 summons simultaneously, an impressive feat for her age. Arabella eagerly encourages Claire to feel the baby's softness. Claire initially resists, her jealousy of the new sibling still lingering, but eventually gives in, tentatively poking Dane's nose. The softness wins her over, and soon she's gently caressing his face. As Claire starts warming up to him, she excitedly mentions how cool it would be to teach him summoning. Dane's internal sigh of resignation is almost audible. Everyone in this family has big plans for him, and he knows his life is about to get very chaotic. His father, Count Arkin Sogers, is a hexaclass spearman and a former war hero, the Blue Whirlwind. His mother, Lily, is a legendary assassin who once targeted the Emperor. His eldest sister, Arabella, is a three-chain mage prodigy, and his other sister, Claire, is a summoning genius who can command two summons at once. If there was ever a family destined for greatness, it's the Sogur's household. While Dane reflects on this absurd situation, his family members continue their heated arguments about his future. Despite the chaos, he feels a sense of gratitude. The warmth and love in this household are a far cry from his bleak, war-torn past life. Even their endless bickering brings him a strange kind of joy. He mentally laughs at the thought of anyone calling the Sogur's family harmonious. It's anything but. Soon, the household prepares for a major event, Dane's choosing ceremony. In the Sogur's family, when a child turns 1, they are placed before a table of objects, each representing a possible path. The object the child picks is seen as a sign of their future. Word spreads quickly, and the streets buzz with excitement. Guests from all over gather to witness the ceremony, eager to see what the youngest member of House Sogurs will choose. The grand hall is filled with people as Lily carries Dane to the table. 4 objects have been laid out, each carefully chosen by a family member to represent their hopes for Dane's future. Arken's contribution is the dragon tail, a spear forged from a rare, or that amplifies its sharpness and weight according to the mana poured into it. Lily presents the Night Horn, a dagger made from an ore capable of storing multiple poisons and channeling elemental energy. Arabella offers her subspace pouch, a mage's tool only usable by those proficient in magic. Claire adds her summoning sign, a symbol allowing summoners to unlock their talents and form contracts. Dane is placed on the table, and as he glances at the objects, he can feel the expectations of his family weighing on him. Arken grins confidently, convinced his son will choose the spear. Lily insists Dane will pick her dagger, while Arabella and Claire each try to sway him toward their specialties. The tension is palpable, and Dane feels overwhelmed by the shouting. Internally, he chuckles at how over-the-top his family is. As Dane crawls toward the objects, he devises a clever plan. He'll let the reactions of the crowd help him decide. But just as he inches closer to the items, something extraordinary happens. The table begins to glow, and the 4 objects radiate with a brilliant light. Gasps fill the room as everyone watches in awe. All 4 items have reacted to Dane's presence. The hall erupts with whispers. The guests are amazed, calling him a generational genius. Never in the history of the Sogur's family, or the Empire for that matter, has such a thing occurred. Dane is equally shocked, but exhilarated. In his previous life, his talents were forged in the fires of war. But this new life is revealing abilities beyond anything he imagined. As the family stares in stunned silence, Arabella breaks the tension by asking what they should do now. Arken, scratching his head, admits he has no idea. This is uncharted territory. After a moment of thought, he declares that they have no choice but to teach Dane all 4 specialties. The girls protest, calling the idea crazy, but Dane is thrilled. The path to becoming a prodigy has never looked brighter. With his new life filled with infinite possibilities, Dane embraces the chaos of the Sogur's family. It's clear he's destined for greatness, and this time, he plans to make the most of it. The scene shifts to a bustling training ground filled with the sounds of grunts, clanging weapons, and the unmistakable energy of a sparring session. In the midst of the action stands Dane, now a 7-year-old prodigy, locked in an intense bout with his father, Count Arken Sogurs. The dust settles around them as Dane, gripping a practice spear, gasps for breath, his small frame drenched in sweat. In stark contrast, Arken stands composed, a proud smile lighting up his face. It had been 7 years since Arberic's soul found its way into this new life, reborn as Dane Sogurs. Though his days on the battlefield had ended, he had not strayed far from the path of a warrior. This time, however, the circumstances were vastly different. No harsh solitude, no relentless survival. Instead, he had a loving father who not only trained him, but also encouraged him every step of the way. Arken claps his son on the shoulder, beaming with pride. He praises Dane for his hard work and acknowledges how well the boy has polished the spear techniques taught to him earlier. The praise makes Dane's chest swell with pride, and he thanks his father with a bright smile. It's a stark contrast to his previous life, where approval was rare and fleeting. Just as their training session winds down, Dane notices movement at the edge of the training grounds. He spots Herman, one of the household's trusted servants, approaching with a spear carefully placed on a cushioned tray. Intrigued, Dane watches as Herman presents the spear to Arken, who grins with satisfaction. Arken turns to Dane, his voice brimming with excitement as he reveals that this is a birthday present for his son. He admits he was planning to unveil it during Dane's upcoming birthday banquet, but decided he couldn't wait, wanting to be the first to give his son a gift, especially before Lily could outdo him. Dane's eyes widen in awe as Arkin takes the spear and holds it out for him. The boy hesitates for a moment, his breath catching at the sight of the finely crafted weapon. Arkin explains with pride that he had been planning this gift for 2 years, commissioning it from one of the finest craftsmen in the capital. Dane finally takes the spear in his small hands, marveling at its design. The spear is a masterpiece, a sleek black handle paired with a gleaming silver spearhead, perfectly balanced and light enough for a young boy to wield. Dane turns it over, inspecting every detail. The craftsmanship is flawless, and he can feel the thought and care that went into its creation. For a moment, he's speechless. Seeing his son's astonished expression, Arkin gently nudges him, wishing him an early happy 7th birthday. Dane finally snaps out of his daze, a broad grin spreading across his face as he promises to treasure the weapon. Testing its weight, he swings it a few times, delighted by how smoothly it moves. His giggles of excitement fill the air, making Arkin's heart swell with pride. Noticing Dane's enthusiasm, Arkin decides to turn the moment into a teaching opportunity. He asks if Dane remembers the fundamental difference between a sword and a spear. Dane pauses, thinking hard before responding. He explains that a spear's length makes it ideal for keeping opponents at a distance, and its narrow contact area enhances its efficiency in delivering powerful strikes. Arkin nods, pleased with the answer, but adds a note of caution. He explains that while the spear's length is an advantage, it also comes with a drawback. It requires a minimum distance to attack effectively. This limitation can make it more challenging to use at higher levels of training. Arkin's tone turns reassuring as he reminds Dane that every weapon has its strengths and weaknesses. Even swords, considered by many to be the perfect weapon, have vulnerabilities in certain situations. The training ground buzzes with energy as Count Arkin Sogers, brimming with enthusiasm, takes Dane's newly gifted spear to demonstrate a special technique. With an easy confidence, Arkin spins the spear in one hand, creating a small whirlwind that kicks up dust and leaves Dane wide-eyed in amazement. The sheer magical power radiating from Arkin is overwhelming, leaving Dane awestruck at the strength of a hexaclass spearman. Arkin's demeanor shifts to focus as he shuts his eyes, channeling magical energy through his body. The intensity of the power building within him is palpable, and after a moment, he transfers it into the spear. With a single powerful thrust, he unleashes a brilliant wave of energy that distorts the air itself. Dane freezes, captivated. Even in his past life, as an accomplished quad-core knight, he had never seen anything like this. The sheer simplicity of the movement belied its devastating power. Arkin looks at Dane with a grin, explaining the intricacies of the technique. The distortion, he reveals, is caused by precisely timed magic emission at the moment of the spear's thrust. He explains how this technique utilizes the unique trait of a mana core to focus energy in one place. Dane listens intently, his mind racing as he recalls similar principles mentioned by his sisters, Arabella and Claire. They had explained how mana cores enhance physical abilities as they increase in number. But the memory triggers a pang of disappointment. In his past life, Dane had reached the rare level of a quad-core knight, and now he fears he has far fewer mana cores in this life. Arkin notices his son's thoughtful expression and praises him for understanding such advanced concepts at his young age, then casually drops the bombshell. Arkin himself has 6 mana cores. The revelation stuns Dane. 6 cores, an almost mythical achievement. His mind drifts to what could have been had his previous life, not ended prematurely. He realizes he might have eventually reached that pinnacle, but shakes off the thought. Before he can dwell too much, Arkin draws him back, encouraging him to try the technique for himself. Nervous but eager, Dane agrees. His father assures him it's okay to take his time and reminds him to clear his mind of distractions. Dane takes a deep breath, gripping the spear firmly, and adjusts his stance. Despite having used spears only as a secondary weapon in his past life, his experience with disciplined combat comes rushing back. Closing his eyes, Dane centers himself and begins channeling magical energy. Arkin watches closely, impressed by how naturally Dane handles the weapon. As the boy thrusts the spear forward, Arkin expects a modest attempt at best, but what happens next leaves him speechless. A massive surge of magical energy explodes from the spear, sending out a wave that distorts the air far more intensely than Arkin's demonstration moments earlier. The ground trembles, and for a moment, silence blankets the training ground. When the dust settles, Arkin stares at his son in utter disbelief. Walking up to the boy with a stunned expression, Arkin asks how Dane managed to pull off such a feat. Dane, ever composed, explains matter-of-factly that he gathered all his magical energy, imbued it into the spearhead, and then cut the flow at the precise moment of release. His straightforward delivery, oblivious to how extraordinary the feat truly is, leaves Arkin gobsmacked. Arkin presses further, asking if Dane has formed a mana core. Dane admits that he has and claims it was sheer luck. He managed it while reading a book on mana core formation. In truth, it had been during one of his mana-breathing exercises, but Dane keeps that detail to himself. Hearing this, Arkin is floored. His 7-year-old son has already formed a mana core, an accomplishment most adults struggle to achieve even after years of training. Arkin can't help but marvel at the sheer talent before him, concluding once and for all that Dane is a generational genius. He pats Dane on the head with pride, declaring that his son is destined for greatness. As Arkin wonders aloud whether Dane will become a mage, spearman, assassin, or summoner, or perhaps all four, the scene shifts to Dane's grand 7th birthday celebration, where the Sogur's family spares no expense in throwing a lavish party befitting their only son. The castle hall is a spectacle of wealth and grandeur, filled with esteemed guests from across the empire. The air buzzes with laughter and chatter as noblemen and women mingle, enjoying the festivities. But amidst the joyful atmosphere, an unexpected twist is about to turn things awkward, especially for Dane. Count Arkin Sogurs, ever the charming host, moves through the crowd, greeting his high-profile guests with ease. As he exchanges pleasantries, a familiar voice calls out to him, and his face lights up with genuine excitement. Turning, he sees none other than Duke Balthermion, head of the greatest noble house in the Althean Empire. The two men greet each other warmly, like old friends reunited after a long time. The revelation is jarring. Duke Balthermion, the very man who ended Dane's life in his previous incarnation, is a close friend of Arkin Sogur's. The two men laugh and catch up, their camaraderie drawing attention from the other guests. Thermion brushes off Arkin's formalities, urging him to relax, but Arkin insists on keeping appearances since they're being watched. With a chuckle, Thermion relents, joking that as the host, Arkin should do as he pleases. As they converse, Arkin suddenly realizes he hasn't seen Dane in a while. Wanting to show off his son, he calls out for Dane to come over. Hearing his father's summons, Dane freezes. The name Duke Thermion echoes in his mind, dredging up memories of his past life. He recalls vividly the battlefield, the blinding light of Thermion's final strike, and the pain of his own death. For a moment, he's overwhelmed by the memories and the bitter irony of fate. But Dane knows he cannot avoid this encounter. Steeling himself, he puts on his best behavior and walks over to greet the Duke. Thermion's presence is imposing, but his demeanor is relaxed and friendly. With a broad smile, the Duke expresses his delight at finally meeting the young Dane Sogurs, whom everyone has been talking about. His words of praise make Dane bristle internally, but he maintains a polite facade, bowing and thanking the Duke for his kind words. Thermion turns to Arkin, commending him for raising such a dependable son. The Duke is curious and asks if Dane is training with the spear like his father. Beaming with pride, Arkin confirms it, sharing how dedicated Dane has been in his lessons. The Duke nods approvingly, clearly impressed. Their exchange is interrupted by another voice, a sweet and cheerful greeting. Turning toward the source, Arkin sees a red-haired girl approaching with a bright smile. She greets the Count politely, expressing her honor to meet him. It's Layla Thermion, Duke Thermion's youngest daughter. She's close to Dane's age and carries herself with a friendly confidence that immediately draws attention. As the lively music fills the grand hall, guests take to the dance floor, spinning and swaying to the instrumentalist's beautiful melodies. With the crowd entertained, Count Arkin Sogurs and Duke Balthermion finally find a moment to converse without the eyes of the nobility upon them. Arkin, now more relaxed, inquires about Thermion's wife, the Baroness. Thermion's expression softens, revealing a deeper pain as he shares that her condition remains dire. Despite trying countless remedies, no progress has been made in her recovery. Arkin feels a pang of sympathy for his old friend and offers his faith that the Baroness will pull through. Thermion, though grateful for the sentiment, admits that if he suddenly disappears from the party, it will mean he's used a magical scroll to return to the capital to be by her side. Determined not to dampen the celebratory mood, the Duke steels himself and redirects the conversation back to the occasion. Thermion looks around, wondering aloud where Dane has gone. He mentions wanting to speak with the boy again, impressed by his sharp and witty nature. Arkin glances around, noting that not only is Dane missing, but so is Layla, the Duke's daughter. The two men walk toward the window and spot the pair strolling through the castle gardens, the moonlight casting a gentle glow over them. Thermion chuckles, concluding that the lively party must have been too dull for the children. Arkin nods with a smile, watching as his son and the red-haired girl wander through the peaceful garden. Outside, Layla admits to Dane that she doesn't particularly enjoy accompanying her father to every event, but she's glad she came to this one. She finds herself watching Dane in the moonlight, thinking to herself how handsome he looks. Dane, picking up on her cheerful demeanor, assures her that the Sogur's family's territory is indeed as calm and peaceful as it seems. Layla agrees, but contrasts it with her own life in Thermion territory, where the constant influx of nobles and even members of the imperial family keep things bustling. She shares her distaste for being made to dress formally to greet every guest when she would rather be out practicing her swordsmanship. Dane's curiosity peaks at the mention of swordsmanship. Layla notices his interest and explains that she prefers the simplicity of a sword over the pomp of noble life. Dane nods, admitting that while life in his family's estate is much quieter than in the capital, his favorite part of the day is spear training. This surprises Layla, who recalls that Dane's father is none other than the Blue Whirlwind, a legendary spearman her own father often praises. She excitedly asks if Dane is aiming for admission to the Imperial Academy, where elite warriors and mages are trained. Dane replies thoughtfully, explaining that his training isn't specifically for that purpose. Layla presses him further, questioning why he wouldn't want to join the academy when it's the obvious path for someone honing their spear skills. Dane smiles and clarifies that he does intend to enroll, but views it as part of his journey, not the sole focus of his training. If he fails to get in, he tells her he'll simply try again. His calm confidence surprises Layla, who bluntly expresses her disbelief, thinking he should fear disappointing his family. Dane assures her he's not afraid of that. Layla's shoulders slump slightly as she admits she envies his mindset. In her house, failure is unacceptable, and the pressure weighs heavily on her. Realizing how vulnerable she's been, she tries to brush it off, nervously asking him to forget what she just said. Dane, however, takes her words seriously. He expresses surprise that nobles feel such pressure and wonders aloud why someone as skilled as her would fear failure. His compliment brings a sparkle to her eyes, clearly boosting her confidence. Emboldened, Layla asks Dane to watch her swordsmanship and give his honest opinion. Taken aback by her sudden request, Dane hesitates. But seeing the eagerness on her face, he agrees to take a look, deciding it's the least he can do for a new friend. Under the moonlit sky, Layla excitedly asks Dane to take her to the training ground, eager to demonstrate her swordsmanship. Reluctantly, Dane agrees, hoping it won't take too long. At the training ground, Layla picks up a sword and begins her display. Her movements are graceful and fluid, seamlessly transitioning between attack and defense. Dane, a former knight with a keen eye for combat, finds himself genuinely impressed by her precision and timing. However, as he observes her closely, he notices a small flaw. Around her third form, her movements start to lose their rhythm, with an almost imperceptible half-step throwing her slightly offbeat. When she finishes, Layla turns to Dane, her face filled with anticipation, and asks for his thoughts. Dane, hesitant at first, praises her skill, calling it fantastic and a delight to watch. Her face lights up with joy, her wholesome smile making Dane almost reconsider pointing out her flaw. But knowing it's better to be honest, he gently mentions the issue with her third form, explaining what he observed. Layla's expression falters for a moment, and Dane worries he's been too blunt, quickly apologizing if he upset her. To his surprise, Layla's determination shines through. Without hesitation, she picks up her sword again and begins working on correcting the flaw. Dane watches in awe as she refines her technique, and within minutes, she finds the missing piece and perfects her form. Overjoyed, she rushes over and hugs Dane tightly, thanking him for his help. Caught off guard, Dane stiffens, unsure how to react, but Layla ignores his shyness and promises never to forget how he helped her improve something that had troubled her for so long. When Dane finally protests that her embrace is suffocating him, she laughs and apologizes, putting her sword away. Dane adjusts his clothes, a little flustered but secretly pleased by the unexpected hug. Just as they share a laugh, their names echo through the garden as servants call out, searching for them. Realizing they've been gone too long, Dane and Layla decide to head back to the party. Back in the Grand Hall, the formalities resume as Dane takes the stage to receive his birthday gifts and well wishes. Arkin congratulates him, and Lily follows, proudly presenting him with a box. Inside is a brooch bearing the family crest, similar to the ones his sisters wear. Lily explains that the brooch symbolizes his status and honor as a member of House Ogres. The guests applaud warmly, their cheers filling the hall as they celebrate Dane's 7th birthday. For Dane, this is a surreal moment. He looks out at the joyful crowd and realizes this is the first time he's experienced such genuine applause. His heart swells with a mix of gratitude and disbelief, cherishing the warmth and acceptance he never had in his previous life. But just as the celebration reaches its peak, the castle shakes violently. An earthquake sends a cloud of dust through the hall, and panic spreads among the guests. Many speculate an invasion, their fear palpable. Arkin steps forward, calming everyone and assuring them it's likely nothing serious. However, the tremors intensify, proving the situation is far from trivial. Before Arkin can act, a figure crashes through the ceiling, landing dramatically in the center of the hall. The dust clears, revealing long blonde hair and an imposing presence. As everyone watches in stunned silence, overwhelmed, Dane stares at the powerful figure, unable to believe what he's seeing. When the intruder finally raises her head, the hall erupts into murmurs. It's Arabella, Dane's eldest sister, making a grand entrance. With an air of smugness, Arabella declares she's not too late for the party. Her flashy use of teleportation magic has everyone buzzing, as it requires at least 5 chains of magical power to open even a small gate. Her display of skill solidifies her status as a magical genius, though Dane can only scoff at her theatrics. Before the commotion dies down, another spectacle unfolds outside. The hall doors creak open, and a massive wyvern lands just outside, sending waves of fear through the guests. Riding the creature is Claire, Dane's other sister, who arrives with her signature flair. Peeking into the hall, Claire realizes Arabella beat her to the party and grumbles about being late. Still, she dismounts gracefully and strides into the hall, prompting whispers about her being a genius summoner at just 16 years old. Now that both sisters have arrived, they approach the stage to officially wish their baby brother a happy birthday. Arabella steps forward with a radiant smile and sincerely wishes Dane a happy birthday, presenting him with a neatly wrapped gift box. Not to be outdone, Claire follows suit, producing her own gift. Their enthusiasm and thoughtfulness overwhelm Dane, but he's genuinely touched by their efforts. He thanks his elder sisters for traveling all this way to celebrate his special day. Arabella waves off his gratitude with a teasing smile, claiming their attendance was never in question. She urges Dane to open their gifts, eager to see his reaction. Watching this scene unfold, Arkin crosses his arms and sighs, feeling a pang of jealousy. The doting attention his daughters are giving their little brother reminds him of the stark difference in their treatment of him. On his birthday, all he got was a letter. He mutters something about how men aren't supposed to cry, but looks suspiciously misty-eyed nonetheless. Dane opens Arabella's box first, and his eyes widen when he sees what's inside, a beautifully crafted dimensional pouch. Arabella beams with pride, explaining that she designed it herself using subspace magic of the highest chain. She admits, though, that her professor helped create the artifact. Dane marvels at the intricacy of the pouch and expresses his heartfelt thanks, fully aware of how rare and difficult it is to imbue subspace magic into an item. Arabella isn't finished yet. She pulls out a ring and asks Dane for his hand. Hesitant at first, he complies, and she slips the ring onto his finger. Arabella explains that the artifact is coded to his genetic signature, making it uniquely his. No one else will ever be able to use it. As Lily observes the item, she notes the faint wave of mana emanating from it and suspects that it contains high-grade magic stones. Arabella confirms this, explaining that if Dane channels even a small amount of mana into the ring, it will automatically open a subspace, eliminating the need for traditional pouches. Dane is awestruck by the gift's value, realizing it's the kind of artifact reserved for elite commanders or high-ranking mages on the battlefield. Never in his wildest dreams did he think he'd own such a treasure, let alone at the age of 7. Just as he finishes thanking Arabella, the ring's power begins to manifest. To everyone's shock, the subspace opens seamlessly. The hall falls silent as the sheer magnitude of Dane's ability sinks in. Arkan stares in disbelief, horrified and amazed that his son managed to open a subspace at such a young age. Arabella, equally stunned, praises Dane exuberantly, calling him incredible. She jokes that he might already have both a mana core and a magic circle, a level of magical capability unheard of in someone his age. With Arabella's gift unwrapped and thoroughly admired, it's Claire's turn. Dane receives her gift with a smile, thanking her before carefully unwrapping the box. Inside, he finds a peculiar spotted egg. Curious, he picks it up carelessly, holding it as if it's just a common object. Claire's face instantly turns pale, and she yells at him to be more careful. Flustered, Dane asks what's so special about the egg. Claire sighs, trying to calm herself before whispering in his ear. She reveals that the egg is a familiar, an extremely rare and precious item in the summoning world. She explains that while attempting to summon Dean, her wyvern, the egg unexpectedly came through the portal. Though she doesn't know what creature will hatch from it, she's certain it will be extraordinary. Familiar eggs like this are known throughout the world for their immense value. Dane carefully examines the spotted egg Claire gave him, recalling what he's heard about familiars. Unlike summons, which are temporary and can be dismissed, familiars are permanent entities that remain in this world once summoned. Claire leans in and whispers more details, revealing that no one else knows about the egg yet. She asks Dane to keep it a secret between them until it hatches. Dane agrees, intrigued by the mystery of what might emerge from the egg. Their conversation is interrupted when Arabella, ever the nosy elder sister, chimes in, demanding to know what they're whispering about. Claire brushes her off, continuing to advise Dane on how to care for the egg. She tells him to pour mana into it daily to help the familiar recognize him as its master. Dane takes her advice seriously, promising to do exactly as she says. Their mother, Lily, interrupts with a warm observation about how wonderful it is for Dane to have his sisters back home. Dane smiles, confirming her sentiment. He expresses how genuinely happy he is to have Arabella and Claire around, even if their presence often brings chaos. As the siblings share this moment, Arkan clears his throat, feigning indignation. He points out that neither of his daughters has even greeted him since their arrival. Arabella and Claire freeze, realizing their oversight, and Arabella immediately apologizes, explaining they were too focused on celebrating Dane's birthday. Arkan, of course, isn't truly upset. He's just teasing them. With a chuckle, he suggests that they get some rest after their long journey. As the family reunion carries on, Dane looks around the hall and notices Layla leaving. Her expression is lonely, and her departure tugs at his heart. Outside, Duke Thermion walks through the courtyard, deep in thought. He reflects on Arabella's spectacular entrance, admitting that she's even more impressive than he expected. Her exceptional talent as a magician, combined with her status as the top mage in the academy, makes her an undeniable asset. The Duke begins to consider the possibility of an alliance through marriage. With his son already the academy's top swordsman, the union of House Thermion and House Ogres would create a faction powerful enough to rival even the imperial family. It's an opportunity too significant to ignore, and he resolves to bring up the idea with Arkan Ogres later. As he walks, a familiar sound catches his attention, the rhythmic clanging of training. Curious, he heads toward the training ground and is astonished to find Dane mid-session, executing precise and high-level spear techniques. For a moment, Thermion is frozen in disbelief. The boy's movements, even his basic stabs, are refined to a degree that seasoned warriors struggle to achieve. Thermion, who had previously dismissed rumors of Dane's genius as exaggerations, now sees the truth with his own eyes. As he watches, something about Dane's footwork and stance strikes him as oddly familiar. The seamless combination of grace and power reminds him of techniques he's seen before, techniques from the battlefield. Dane suddenly halts his training, his sharp instincts warning him that someone is watching. Without turning, he firmly calls out, offering to spare the observer if they reveal themselves immediately. Thermion, realizing he's been caught, steps out of the shadows and offers an apology, explaining that he didn't mean to intrude. When Dane turns and sees the Hexaclass Knight, he feels a jolt of recognition. Standing before him is the very man who ended his life in his previous incarnation. Yet this is not the battlefield, and Dane is no longer Argrick, the ferocious knight. Now, he is Dane Sogers, the genius prodigy of a noble house, and he must conduct himself as such. Duke Thermine stands before Dane, offering a sincere apology for watching his training without permission. He admits he was mesmerized by the sight of Sogers' new rising star and couldn't help himself. His words are genuine, and he hopes the young boy will forgive him for the intrusion. Dane, embodying the poise and manners drilled into him as the son of House Sogers, boldly tells the Hexaclass Knight that he is forgiven. The Duke blinks, momentarily taken aback by the boy's confidence. A 7-year-old forgiving a veteran knight with such self-assured grace is almost surreal. Where does this child's composure come from? He wonders. As the Duke studies Dane more closely, his curiosity deepens. Despite the long and intense training session Dane just finished, the boy stands perfectly still, his breathing calm and his body free of any trembling or exhaustion. It's an unnatural level of stamina and control for someone his age. Furthermore, Thermine recalls that he didn't even awaken a mana core until much later in life. Yet this boy already wields such remarkable talent. Unable to voice all of his thoughts, the Duke instead compliments Dane's impressive spear technique, praising the skill and precision behind his strikes. Dane humbly thanks him, adding that his father painstakingly prepared the spear for him. His response is measured and polite, but also heartfelt, exactly the kind of reply that impresses the Duke the most. Thermine smiles, deeply pleased with Dane's demeanor. He recalls how his own son showed promise in both skill and manners at a young age, but he can't help but admit that Dane's polish surpasses even that. Quietly, Thermine begins to consider another possibility. If he's already planning for his son to marry Arabella, why not consider a match between Dane and Layla? The idea of strengthening the ties between House Sogers and House Thermine becomes all the more enticing. Testing the waters, the Duke casually mentions that Layla has been diligently training in swordsmanship and points out that she and Dane are close in age. He suggests that they could become good friends, especially when they both eventually join the academy. Dane smiles earnestly, agreeing that he would be happy to get along with Layla when they meet in the academy. The Duke is delighted, praising Dane's forthrightness and finding him even more likable. Feeling satisfied, Thermine decides it's time to leave the young man to his training. However, a lingering curiosity nags at him. Earlier, he noticed that Dane's stance and footwork resembled those of a seasoned swordsman. Before leaving, he asks Dane directly if he's ever trained in swordsmanship. Dane freezes for a moment, realizing his old habits must have shown during his spear practice. He's not surprised that a seasoned knight like Thermine picked up on it with a single glance. To deflect the Duke's suspicion, Dane calmly claims that he's only read some basic textbooks on swordsmanship but has never formally trained. Thermine narrows his eyes slightly, unconvinced. There's something raw and battle-hardened in the boy's movements, something that feels too authentic to come from a mere textbook. For a split second, the Duke's instincts flare, sensing the faint echo of a warrior who belongs to the battlefield. But just as quickly, Thermine dismisses the thought. He reminds himself that Dane is just a child, not some hidden knight or veteran soldier. Relaxing, the Duke smiles again, brushing off his earlier suspicions. He changes the subject, commenting on how much time they've spent talking and deciding it's time to depart. As he bids Dane goodbye, the Duke warmly invites him to visit the capital in the future, promising to repay the hospitality he's received at the Count's castle. He admits that he's grown personally interested in the boy, finding him remarkable for his age. Dane watches as the Duke departs, his mind swirling. The encounter has made it clear that his story remains deeply intertwined with Duke Thermine, even in this new life. With a composed smile, Dane promises to visit the Duke if he ever travels to the capital, already contemplating the next steps in this ever-evolving relationship. Dane feels a rush of excitement as he contemplates Duke Thermine's growing interest in him. The thought of facing the man who ended his previous life ignites a fire within him. He's certain that with steady preparation, step by step, he'll eventually have the strength to defeat the Hexaclass Knight. A confident smile spreads across his face as he silently vows to rewrite their fates in this life. As his thoughts race, Herman appears from the shadows, surprising Dane with how long he's been waiting. The loyal servant reminds him that his duty is to serve discreetly, handing Dane a towel to wipe off his sweat. Herman casually informs him that the household is busy preparing for the second banquet, as more noble families are arriving. It's impossible to host over 30 families at once, so the arrivals are staggered. Dane nods, recalling hearing about the second banquet earlier, and asks about his sisters. Herman explains that Arabella and Claire opened a teleportation gate to return to the academy for their midterm exams. Though it's a shame they couldn't stay longer, Dane understands their responsibilities and decides to head back to the castle to rejoin the festivities. Later, Dane takes a solitary stroll in the castle courtyard, relishing a rare moment of peace. Exhausted, he admits to himself that the life of a noble can be tiring, especially with a packed schedule like his birthday celebrations. But as he walks among the vibrant flowers and lush greenery, he finds solace in the serene beauty of the garden. The blooms are vibrant, and butterflies flit from flower to flower, enhancing the tranquil atmosphere. Dane silently appreciates the gardener's meticulous work, thinking how the garden feels almost magical. The sight of the flowers reminds him of something Arabella once mentioned, how flowers contain the highest concentration of mana in nature. Curious and with some free time on his hands, Dane decides to analyze the flower's mana. As he begins the process, he reflects on his training, feeling a twinge of frustration. Despite his efforts, he hasn't made significant progress in either magic or summoning. His many talents, while a blessing, sometimes feel like a burden as he struggles to determine what to focus on. As he studies the flowers, something unexpected happens. He senses a powerful rush of mana flowing within them, far more intense than he anticipated. The vibrant energy stuns him, and he marvels at how such small flowers can contain such vast mana reserves. Dane realizes that if he can channel this mana and make it his own, he could stabilize it within his body to create a magic circle. He touches the flowers carefully, his extraordinary mana affinity allowing him to see what others could only sense with their sixth sense. The clarity of the mana flow excites him. It's as if a new door to his magical potential has opened. Just as he begins to immerse himself in this breakthrough, his serene moment is shattered. A commotion nearby pulls his attention. Elsewhere in the garden, two brothers, bored and feeling neglected, wander aimlessly. Frustrated that their father is too busy mingling with other nobles to pay them any mind, they stomp through the garden, trampling flowers in their path. One suggests they leave, but as they turn a corner, they spot Dane standing alone. Unaware of who he is, they mistake him for a servant. With arrogant sneers, they demand that he lead them out of the garden. Dane's anger flares as he notices the crushed flowers beneath their feet. His fury overrides his usual composure as he storms toward them, telling them to leave the garden immediately. The brothers, offended by what they perceive as insolence, laugh at him. They mock his small size and warn him not to speak to them that way, boasting about their status. Feeling emboldened, the larger of the two grabs Dane by the arm and threatens to teach him a lesson. They proudly declare themselves as the sons of Count Tyron. Memories from Dane's past life flashed across his mind upon hearing the name Tyron, a noble he once captured in battle. Back then, the man was as insufferable as his son seemed now. The confrontation began when Digron arrogantly assumed Dane should know of House Tyron's reputation in the capital. But Dane, unbothered, warned him to watch his words, adding that he had the means to make people disappear without a trace. Digron, unimpressed, continued running his mouth, and Dane decided that words wouldn't work on him. Without hesitation, Dane headbutted him square in the face, breaking his nose. Blood gushed out as the younger Tyron brother, Dinar, gasped in shock. Digron, enraged and humiliated, vowed to kill Dane, calling him a bastard. But Dane simply laughed, telling him to go ahead and try. Digron, clutching his shattered nose, cursed Dane and called him insane. Ignoring his brother's pleas to seek treatment, he charged at Dane, blinded by rage. His movements were wild and uncoordinated, but Dane observed them carefully, noting that the boy's lack of weapon skills suggested he was either a mage or a summoner. While Digron swung at him furiously, Dane easily dodged each attack with speed and precision, leaving the bully even more frustrated. Despite knowing he couldn't land a hit, Digron refused to give up. He hurled reckless punches, each one missing its mark. As Dane continued to dodge, he observed the faint flow of magic around him and had an idea. What if he could compress that magic into a physical force? Intrigued, Dane decided to test this newfound theory. Concentrating on the magic flow, he managed to unleash a blinding beam of power. The blast struck Digron with devastating force, sending him flying through the air before crashing into the ground. The impact left him screaming in pain, his back scraped and bruised. Dinar, on the verge of tears, rushed to his brother's side, but it was clear neither of them could stand against Dane's incredible strength. Unfortunately, Digron's landing destroyed a beautiful flower bed in the garden. Dane felt a pang of guilt. He hadn't meant for the plants to get hurt. But before he could dwell on it, Digron, battered but unrelenting, staggered to his feet. He hurled more insults, clearly shocked that Dane, a seemingly frail boy, could wield such powerful magic. Dinar begged his brother to stop, sensing the danger they were in. But Digron ignored him, determined to find out who this mysterious prodigy truly was. The red-haired bully, Digron Tyron, stubbornly ignored his younger brother's pleas to back down. His pride wouldn't let him retreat, convinced that doing so would make him look like a coward. Fueled by rage and humiliation, Digron vowed to kill Dane for embarrassing him so thoroughly. He decided to unveil his ultimate trump card, his summoning powers. With a scream, Digron activated his magic, calling forth a ferocious creature to aid him. Dane immediately recognized the telltale signs of summoning and grew uneasy. Summoners were formidable opponents, and while he'd never faced one directly, his sister Claire was a summoner prodigy capable of calling forth mighty wyverns. If Digron's abilities were even half as strong as Claire's, this fight could turn into a serious challenge. The air grew heavy as an ominous portal formed before Digron. A chilling howl echoed, and out stepped a massive, fearsome spirit wolf. Its sharp fangs glinted menacingly, and its glowing eyes promised devastation. Digron smirked with newfound confidence and introduced the wolf as his summon, Jinpu. He gloated, promising Dane that this was the end for him. With a dramatic flair, he ordered Jinpu to attack, commanding the wolf to tear Dane to pieces. Dane braced himself, his initial anxiety giving way to focus. However, as he took a closer look at the wolf, his fear diminished. Compared to Claire's wyverns, this spirit wolf seemed rather underwhelming. Dane muttered this observation to himself, but Digron overheard, and the insult made him livid. Furious, Digron shouted for Jinpu to go for Dane's throat. The wolf charged forward, its growls echoing in the tense garden. But as it drew closer to Dane, something unexpected happened. Instead of attacking, Jinpu suddenly froze, its fearsome demeanor replaced by unease. The creature glanced at Dane, wagged its tail hesitantly. Both Tyrant brothers stared in disbelief. Dinar, the younger sibling, noticed the wolf's wagging tail and nervously pointed it out. Digron, however, was too stunned to respond. He shouted at Jinpu, demanding it obey him, but the wolf refused to move. Instead, it cautiously approached Dane and stood before him, waiting expectantly. Dane, equally surprised, hesitated before realizing the wolf wanted him to pet it. Though nervous, he reached out and gently patted the spirit wolf's head. To his astonishment, Jinpu wagged its tail happily, behaving more like a domesticated pet than a summon. Dane began to wonder why this was happening. Could it be related to his unusual affinity for summons? He recalled how Claire's wyverns had always been friendly toward him, but he'd assumed that was because of their shared bloodline. Yet here was Jinpu, completely submissive to him despite having no connection. Dane began to suspect it had something to do with favorability. Perhaps he naturally possessed a high level of affinity, while Digron's abrasive personality resulted in a low bond with his summon. Whatever the reason, it was clear that Jinpu had chosen Dane over its master. Meanwhile, Digron was losing his composure. His face flushed with anger and disbelief as he realized his summon had effectively betrayed him. This final humiliation pushed him over the edge, and he exploded in a fit of rage, screaming that Dane had been mocking him from the start. With Digron's so-called trump card, Jinpu the summon, no longer under his control, Dane seized the moment. With a smirk that could drive anyone crazy, he mockingly asked if Digron still wanted to continue the fight. The question struck a nerve, and the red-haired bully screamed in frustration, unable to hide his defeat. Dinar, his younger brother, begged him to let it go, pointing out that they had clearly lost. But Digron's pride wouldn't let him back down. Instead of accepting the obvious, Digron yelled at Dinar to stop crying, announcing he would cancel the summon. Dinar, overwhelmed by fear and humiliation, started sobbing uncontrollably. His terror escalated to the point that he wet himself. When Digron noticed, his embarrassment boiled over into anger, and he harshly scolded his little brother, ignoring the poor boy's trembling. Watching this chaotic scene, Dane couldn't help but feel a pang of pity for the younger sibling. Trying to be helpful, he casually informed them that the bathhouse was located on the first basement level of the castle. This unanticipated kindness brought the fight to an awkward end. Digron, still fuming, dragged his brother away to get him cleaned up. Before leaving, he spat out a final warning to Dane, telling him to wait because he'd be back. Dane silently watched them leave, amused and exasperated. As the dust settled, Dane noticed that Jinpu, the spirit wolf, was still standing beside him. Unsure what to do, he called out to Digron, hoping he'd return to reclaim his summon. But Digron was long gone. Shrugging, Dane decided to continue practicing his magic in the garden. While experimenting, Dane had a breakthrough. He realized that his earlier use of magic to override the link between Digron and Jinpu wasn't a true summoning. It had all happened naturally because of his exceptional favorability, a trait he hadn't fully understood until now. The faint connection he observed between Jinpu and Digron had been fragile, and when Dane's mana flowed into the equation, the wolf had instinctively chosen to align with him instead. It reminded him of his childhood moments with Claire's wyverns, who had always been inexplicably friendly toward him. Just as he was piecing together this discovery, a deep, gruff voice broke his concentration. Someone was approaching, demanding to know who had bullied his sons. Dane turned around and wasn't surprised to see Digron had returned, this time with reinforcements. Beside Digron stood a large, rotund man who radiated authority despite his unflattering physique. Dane instantly recognized him. Count Mogard Tyron, head of the Tyron family. Memories of his past life flashed again. This was the same man he had captured during a battle years ago, now fatter and seemingly enjoying the peace he once fought against. Dane couldn't help but reflect on how much the world had changed since then. Digron, clearly emboldened by his father's presence, launched into a tirade. He accused Dane of bullying him and Denar, breaking his nose, and forcefully stealing his summon. Mogard listened intently before stepping forward to introduce himself as one of the capital's most esteemed nobles. He admitted that he'd prefer to let the matter go, especially since they were guests of the castle, but he claimed Dane's actions were too grave to ignore. Mogard's tone grew sharp as he questioned Dane. Why was a boy like him wandering alone in such a secluded part of the castle? He demanded to know Dane's identity, his suspicion clear. Dane hesitated for a moment, weighing his options. Then, with calm confidence, he answered, I am Dane Sogers, the youngest son of Arkan Sogers, Lord of the South and head of the Sogers Count family. The reaction was instantaneous. Both Mogard and Digron froze, their faces paling in shock. This wasn't some ordinary brat. They had been provoking the genius prodigy of one of the most powerful noble families in the Empire. Realizing that Dane is the youngest child of the powerful House Sogers, Mogard Tyron begins to feel the weight of the situation. Memories of his humiliating capture by Argrick during the war resurface, sparking a sense of bitterness. However, being the crafty noble he is, Mogard quickly begins scheming. He decides to twist the situation to his advantage, intending to hold Count Sogers accountable for Dane's actions and using the conflict as leverage to demand lucrative mining rights. If successful, this would elevate his status among the nobles who had once looked down on him. Mogard feigns composure, carefully masking his irritation at having to deal with what he perceives as a bratty 7-year-old. Politely, he asks Dane what he plans to do about the situation, pointing out that injuring a guest and stealing his summon is a serious crime. With a thinly veiled threat, he declares that today will be the last time Dane gets away with such behavior, and he announces his intention to report everything to Count Arkan Sogers. As Mogard prepares to leave with Digron, he inwardly congratulates himself on his clever plan. But Dane, who has seen through the scheme from the start, decides to play along. Calmly and confidently, he stops them in their tracks, demanding an apology from both Mogard and Digron before they take the matter to his father. The demand stuns the Tyron duo. Digron explodes in anger, calling Dane a bastard again, and Mogard glares at him, utterly incredulous. The sheer audacity of a child demanding an apology from them is almost too much to bear. But Dane stands firm, explaining that while he admits to injuring Digron, he only did so in self-defense after being threatened. As for the summon, Dane clarifies that he didn't steal Jinpu. The spirit wolf had chosen to follow him of its own accord. Digron, unwilling to accept the truth, denies everything, claiming that there's no way Jinpu would betray him. His father, Mogard, strokes his chin in thought, suddenly recalling that Claire Sogers, Dane's elder sister, is a renowned summoner prodigy. He begins to suspect that Claire might have taught Dane some advanced summoning techniques, including forcibly severing a summoner's link to their summon. With this suspicion in mind, Mogard claims that losing a summon, even in such circumstances, is a serious grievance. However, what truly bothers him isn't the alleged theft of Jinpu. It's the fact that Dane has the gall to demand an apology. His annoyance bubbles over as Dane reiterates his demand. Who does this boy think he is, daring to speak to him like that? Mogard's irritation morphs into outright rage, and his voice rises as he declares that he'll waste no more time with Dane and will instead report directly to Count Sogers. Before Mogard can storm off, the tension in the air thickens as Count Arkin Sogers himself appears, accompanied by none other than Duke Balthermion. Both men carry an air of authority that instantly silences the chaos. Their stern expressions make the Tyran men visibly nervous. Arkin, unaware of the details, but clearly ready to address whatever matter has summoned him, scans the scene. Dane is shocked to see his father arrive so suddenly, and even Mogard is taken aback by the Count's timely appearance. Digron and his father grow visibly pale as they take in the Hexaclass Knight, and the Duke standing before them, their presence radiating power and judgment. As the trial began, Digron eagerly launched into his fabricated story, weaving a tale designed to cast himself and his brother as helpless victims. He claimed they had simply gotten lost in the garden and asked Dane for help finding their way back to the castle. According to him, Dane inexplicably attacked him without provocation, headbutting him and mocking him afterward with strange techniques. Digron also alleged that he summoned Jinpu only to scare Dane off, but Dane stole the summon and attacked him once more. The falsehoods flowed smoothly from Digron, and his straight-faced delivery would have impressed even the most seasoned liars. Dane, however, tuned out most of the drivel, finding it both absurd and mildly amusing. He knew his father, Count Arkin Sogers, well enough to trust that the truth would come to light. Arkin was a man of principle, known for his fairness and impartiality, even when his own family was involved. When Digron finished his story, Mogard Tyran picked up where his son left off, appealing to Count Sogers in a self-righteous tone. He claimed he had merely intended to warn Dane for his actions, but emphasized how serious the theft of a summon was, declaring that it was something he could not overlook. He finished his speech with an air of indignation, as if he were the wrong party. Count Sogers listened patiently before explaining that it was far too early to make a judgment. He declared that it was essential to hear both sides of the story before drawing a conclusion. To ensure fairness, he invited Duke Thermion to assist in judging the matter. This decision made Mogard and Digron visibly uneasy. They both knew Duke Thermion's reputation for integrity and strength, and having him involved would make it impossible to manipulate the outcome. Duke Thermion smiled with quiet confidence, agreeing to act as an impartial judge. Mogard fumed internally, but couldn't voice any objections. When it was Dane's turn to speak, he took a moment to calm his nerves. Despite his trust in his father, the weight of the situation was daunting. Summoning his composure, he began by acknowledging that parts of Digron's story were technically true, though distorted to favor the bully. Dane clarified that the conflict started because Digron had carelessly trampled the flowers in their garden, flowers that had been cultivated with great care. He explained how he had merely told Digron to leave the area, but the bully became enraged, grabbing him by the collar. Dane began to detail what happened next, but before he could finish, Mogard and Digron interrupted, loudly accusing him of lying. Their outburst was calculated, aimed at derailing Dane's testimony and maintaining their narrative of victimhood. As Digron tries to speak again, Count Arkin Sogers sharply cuts him off, his patience clearly wearing thin. The vein bulging on Arkin's temple betrays his growing anger, likely fueled by the revelation that the troublemaker had the audacity to trample his cherished flowers. Arkin's steely gaze shifts to Dane, signaling him to continue his account. Dane resumes, recounting how Digron explicitly commanded Jinpu to kill him when the wolf-like summon first appeared. He firmly reiterates that he did not steal the summon. Rather, Jinpu approached him of its own accord after sensing his goodwill. Even Duke Thermion is intrigued, impressed not only by the boy's composure, but also by his articulate explanation for someone so young. Mogard, however, dismisses Dane's testimony as absurd. He argues that no summon would ever submit to a non-summoner, claiming that Dane must have used some underhanded technique to sever Digron's bond. But Dane counters this accusation by explaining his natural affinity with summons, a trait that, he believes, allows creatures with weak bonds to their masters to instinctively seek him out. This explanation unsettles Mogard, who tries to ridicule the idea, calling it an impossible theory. Before he can finish his argument, however, Count Sogers interrupts again, this time with genuine curiosity. He asks Dane if such a phenomenon is truly possible. Dane confidently assures his father that it is. Mogard bursts into mocking laughter, doubting that anyone would believe such a claim without proof. At this point, Duke Thermion interjects, suggesting a simple solution to uncover the truth. Attempt another summoning. Both Mogard and Digron freeze, panic flickering across their faces. They know the proposed test will expose their lies for what they are. Arkin agrees with the Duke's suggestion, seeing it as a straightforward way to resolve the matter. Turning to Dane, he asks if he's confident about proving his claim. Dane nods boldly, his confidence unwavering. Mogard and Digron, on the other hand, are visibly flustered. As tension mounts, Digron finally blurts out the truth. He can no longer summon Genpu. The admission shocks his father, who grows furious, demanding to know how this is possible. After all, Digron used to summon Genpu with ease multiple times a day. The bully stammers, unable to provide a satisfying explanation. Dane, watching the chaos, smiles knowingly. He's fully aware that Digron's bond with Genpu was severed earlier, making it impossible for him to summon the creature again. Taking advantage of the moment, Dane steps forward and confidently announces that he is ready to summon Genpu himself. Arkin smiles warmly at his son, clearly proud of his composure and resourcefulness. Dane then reveals that he'll need Digron's sign, a unique artifact used by summoners to channel their magic, to complete the summoning. Digron's face turns crimson with anger, convinced that Dane is just mocking him. He insists that it's impossible for anyone else to summon a creature using another summoner's unique sign, dismissing the idea as ridiculous. Count Sogers, noticing Digron's resistance, calmly suggests that there's no harm in trying. If Dane fails, it will prove that Digron was telling the truth all along. Faced with no other option, Count Mogard Tyron begrudgingly agreed to the test. He was clearly nervous, understanding that refusal would only confirm their guilt. For the sake of appearances, he urged his son Digron to hand over the summon sign. The red-haired bully hesitated, his face pale and his hands trembling. He knew this would backfire spectacularly, but his father's pride left him no choice. With reluctance and near tears, he handed the sign to Dane. Dane accepted it calmly and prepared to summon Genpu. Summon signs, engraved with a unique magical code, are designed to respond only to their original summoner. But Dane, confident in his theory, knew this case was different. Genpu's bond with Digron had already been severed, and the wolf-like summon had previously connected with Dane's mana. This meant the sign was now little more than a ceremonial object, incapable of stopping the inevitable. With focus and precision, Dane initiated the ritual. To everyone's astonishment, Genpu materialized in a swirling haze of mana, emerging from the summoning as if it had been Dane's companion all along. The massive wolf immediately bounded over to the boy, licking his face and playfully nudging him like an overexcited pup. Dane laughed softly, scratching behind Genpu's ears, while the gathered nobles stared in stunned silence. Even Count Arkin and Duke Thermion, who had full confidence in Dane's story, were taken aback by the sheer familiarity between the boy and the summon. To outsiders, it would appear Genpu had been bonded to Dane for years. The wolf completely ignored Digron, who could only watch, dumbfounded, as his former summon showered Dane with affection once again. The scene was a disaster for House Tyrant. Mogard's jaw hung open as he witnessed what he had believed to be impossible. Duke Thermion, deeply impressed, remarked on the incredible feat. He pointed out that Dane wasn't even supposed to be a summoner, as his training had focused on spearmanship. Turning to Count Sogers for clarification, the Duke asked if this summoning ability was something new. Arkin, equally puzzled, admitted that he had no idea how this talent had emerged but found it remarkable nonetheless. Meanwhile, Dane, unbothered by the growing tension, quietly apologized to Genpu for summoning it merely to prove a point. He petted the wolf's head and thanked it for responding so willingly. The massive creature wagged its tail and let out a happy huff, clearly unbothered by the situation. The gravity of the situation finally hit Mogard Tyron like a ton of bricks. His carefully laid scheme had unraveled, leaving his family's reputation in tatters. He let out a frustrated groan, fully aware that the nobles present would now view House Tyron as deceitful and dishonorable. He looked to his son, who was visibly panicking and still trying to process Jinpu's outright betrayal. As the air grew heavier with expectation, Count Arkin stepped forward to deliver judgment. His tone remained polite and composed, a testament to his noble demeanor, but his words were sharp. Addressing Mogart and Digron, he asked if they now acknowledged what they had just witnessed, that Dane's account was the truth. Mogart, realizing there was no escaping this, reluctantly admitted they were mistaken in accusing Dane of stealing the summon. He attempted to save face, framing the debacle as a misunderstanding. But while Mogart accepted defeat, he carefully avoided acknowledging Digron's far more serious actions, like ordering Jinpu to kill Dane. Trying to cover for his son, Mogart urged Digron to explain that he had merely intended to scare Dane. But Dane wasn't buying it. His sharp glare sent an unmistakable message. He saw through their lies. As Digron wrapped up his half-hearted excuse, Count Mogart Tyron tried to laugh off the entire situation, attempting to downplay the severity of his son's actions. He wore a strained grin as he claimed no harm was ever intended. Unfortunately for him, neither Count Arkin Sogers nor Duke Thermine appeared convinced. Both men shared a skeptical glance, silently questioning how summoning a wolf-like creature as dangerous as Jinpu could be part of an innocent scare tactic. Dane, on the other hand, struggled to contain his growing frustration. Watching Mogart Tyron spin his web of lies while Digron stood smugly at his side was testing his limits. Just as it seemed Dane might lose his cool, a sharp, clear voice rang out, cutting through the tension like a blade. That's not true. All heads turned toward the source of the familiar voice, and everyone was stunned to see Layla Thermine, the Duke's purple-haired daughter, striding confidently into the scene. Even Duke Thermine appeared surprised by his daughter's sudden appearance and asked her why she was there. With poise and determination, Layla explained that she had overheard voices while walking in the garden and decided to investigate. She greeted the two counts with a respectful bow, her gaze sharp and observant. Count Mogart greeted her with a forced smile, hiding his growing unease. He was stunned. He had never encountered the Duke's daughter before, but her presence alone was enough to rattle him. Trying to deflect attention, he attempted to focus the conversation on Layla herself, but Count Sogers wasn't letting him off the hook. Arkin, his sharp eyes narrowing, reminded Layla of her initial comment about Mogart's dishonesty and pressed her to explain further. The Tyron men shifted uncomfortably under the scrutiny, realizing they were back under fire. Layla stepped forward confidently, recounting everything she had overheard earlier. She explained that she had been nearby during Dane and Digron's altercation and had witnessed the entire exchange. Her account was precise and damning. She detailed how Digron had trampled the garden's flowers, grabbed Dane by the collar, and summoned Jinpu with the explicit command to kill Dane. She made it clear that Dane had only acted in self-defense and that Jinpu had chosen to stay with Dane of its own volition. As Layla finished speaking, Dane couldn't help but smile. He hadn't expected anyone to come to his aid, but her testimony was exactly what he needed. With her boldness and clarity, she had single-handedly dismantled the Tyron family's lies. Count Arkin listened carefully, and once Layla finished, the truth was plain for everyone to see. Digron was at fault, and his father's attempts to spin the story had only worsened the situation. Realizing they had no leg to stand on, Mogart Tyron reluctantly turned to his son, ordering him to apologize to Count Sogers. Digron, humiliated and angry, mumbled an apology to Arkin. The Count, however, simply shook his head and said calmly, "I'm not the one you owe an apology to. That would be my son, Dane." Mogart, visibly flustered, quickly backed his son into a corner. "I was just about to tell him to do that," he exclaimed, pushing Digron toward Dane. The red-haired bully dragged his feet, his face twisted with defiance. He looked more like a sulking child being forced to admit wrongdoing than someone genuinely remorseful. When Digron finally reached Dane, he delivered the most lackluster apology imaginable. His words were mumbled and insincere, his tone full of resentment. Dane stared at him coldly, his sharp, white-haired gaze making it clear he didn't believe a word of it. Despite his anger, Dane took a deep breath and reminded himself of the lessons he had learned from his past life. Showing generosity in moments like these, even when it wasn't deserved, could often yield better results than holding onto grudges. With this in mind, Dane forced a smile and accepted Digron's apology, though it was clear to everyone present that his forgiveness was purely symbolic. After much consideration, Dane finally opened his mouth to accept Digron's half-hearted apology. It wasn't out of forgiveness, but rather a desire to bring the drama to an end. He knew that showing grace, even in situations like this, could yield greater benefits in the long run. As soon as the words left his mouth, Digron exhaled in relief, his demeanor shifting to one of unearned excitement. Count Tyron, too, let out a heavy sigh, relieved that the incident seemed resolved. He muttered about how close the situation had come to disaster, oblivious to the skeptical glances cast his way by both Arkin and Duke Thermine. The Duke, still observing the young prodigy with keen interest, noted Dane's decision to prioritize peace. For someone so young, Dane's restraint and maturity were remarkable, a stark contrast to Digron's brash and petulant behavior. As the scene began to settle, Count Arkansogers placed a firm hand on Dane's shoulder, signaling that it was time to leave. He declared that the argument was over now that Dane had accepted the apology. However, as they turned to go, Arkin's voice grew sharp. Without looking back, he stated that he had no intention of letting the incident slide entirely. After all, Digron had attempted to use his summon to kill Dane. Count Tyron's relief evaporated instantly. Panic washed over his face, and he scrambled to speak. Before he could spin another excuse, Arkin cut him off with a piercing glare and ordered the Tyron family to leave the castle immediately. Maugre Tyron's mask of civility cracked as his true emotions bubbled to the surface. Furious and desperate, he nearly shouted in protest. He hadn't traveled all this way and endured such humiliation just to be dismissed with nothing to show for it. However, recognizing the precariousness of his position, he shifted tactics. Swallowing his pride, the fat man grabbed Arkin's arm, begging him to reconsider. Maugre promised to do anything, offering feeble assurances that they would behave if allowed to stay. Arkin, unimpressed, slapped the man's hand away. His voice was icy as he told Maugre he had no use for people who disrespected his family and home. He added that he would send soldiers to escort the Tyron family to their quarters and ensure their swift departure. With that, Arkin turned on his heel and walked away, his son and Duke Thermine following behind. Maugre stood frozen, his schemes unraveling entirely as his defeat sank in. As they left the garden, Dane glanced back at the Tyron family, his expression a mixture of satisfaction and pity. He thought to himself that the situation was a fitting outcome. After all, the Tyron family had started the conflict, and now they were reaping what they had sown. Yet what stuck in Dane's mind the most was his father's fierce demeanor. Arkin, who had always been protective and gentle with his children, revealed a strict, almost terrifying side that Dane hadn't seen before. He realized his father's reputation as a stern and capable leader wasn't just hearsay. On their way back, Arkin turned to Dane and asked if he had truly defeated Digron with mana bullets. When Dane confirmed, both Arkin and Duke Thermine were visibly surprised. As far as they knew, Dane had no formal training in magic. The Duke, intrigued, remarked on how remarkable it was for someone so young to excel in spearmanship, magic, and now summoning. As they walked, Duke Thermine couldn't contain his admiration for Dane's level-headedness during the trial. Most children would have been agitated and insistent, but Dane had remained calm and composed throughout. The Duke declared his belief that Dane would grow into an exceptional man, capable of achieving great things. Arkin, ever the humble parent, dismissed the praise lightly, stating that only time would tell. Shifting his attention to Layla, Arkin commended her for her timely testimony. He admitted that her intervention had turned the tide and prevented the situation from escalating further. Hearing this, Duke Thermine's eyes gleamed with mischief. He thanked Arkin for his kind words about Layla and, with a sly grin, seized the opportunity to broach the topic of marriage between their children. Caught entirely off guard, Arkin stammered, trying to find a way to deflect the conversation. He wasn't opposed to the idea, but the timing felt far too premature. Sensing an escape route, Arkin quickly noticed the setting sun and exclaimed that the banquet was about to begin. Using it as an excuse, he hurried off, leaving Duke Thermine chuckling and Dane shaking his head in amused disbelief. After Duke Thermine planted the seeds of his matchmaking plan, he left Layla and Dane alone, telling his daughter to take her time with him before heading off to corner Count Sogers for a serious discussion. Both children watched their fathers leave, baffled at how two grown men could act so scheming and childish at the same time. Layla was especially embarrassed, knowing how relentless her father could be when he wanted something. To ease the awkwardness, Layla quickly changed the subject. She asked Dane if it was true that Genpu, the wolf summon, had ignored its master and chosen him instead. Layla admitted she'd seen many summoners duel in the capital, but she had never witnessed such a thing before. Dane shrugged, telling her he wasn't sure himself. It had just happened unexpectedly. Layla, however, wasn't convinced. She squinted at him, feeling like he was hiding something. Upset, she reminded Dane how she had helped him earlier by testifying against Igron. Dane countered with a smirk, reminding her of the time he helped her with her swordsmanship training at the castle's practice grounds. Realizing he had a point, Layla sighed and let it go. Dane then admitted that her help earlier had been invaluable, and he suggested they settle their debts by agreeing to help each other out one more time. Layla immediately jumped at the opportunity to make a request. Dane, raising an eyebrow, found her impatience amusing and wondered what was so urgent. She boldly asked him to teach her how to use mana bullets. Dane, surprised, asked why she was so eager to learn. Layla's face softened as she explained her reason. Her mother, the Countess, was bedridden. Layla wanted to grow stronger quickly and reach 2 mana cores before entering the Imperial Academy. She was certain her rapid progress would bring joy to her ailing mother, whose health was deteriorating. Hearing this, Dane remembered overhearing their fathers discussing the Countess's condition. Layla's motivation resonated with him, and he agreed to help her. Her excitement was palpable as she suggested they start training that very night. Dane chuckled, telling her that mana bullets weren't too difficult once she understood the flow of magic. Layla grinned ear to ear and declared that she was ready to help him in return. She asked Dane what his request would be. Dane thought carefully, but didn't reveal his answer just yet, leaving Layla curious. Meanwhile, in the castle halls, the news of Count Tyron's expulsion began to circulate among the other guests. While few knew the full details, whispers spread that the Count had been humiliated after crossing young Master Dane. Most nobles expressed disappointment, criticizing Maghrad Tyron for traveling such a distance only to disgrace himself and his family. At the same time, word of Dane's feats was also spreading. Rumors about the white-haired prodigy's talent in summoning, magic, and spearmanship stirred fascination among the guests. Many found it hard to believe, as mastering even one of these disciplines at his age was remarkable. Yet here was a 7-year-old seemingly excelling in all three. During the banquet, a purple-haired man approached Dane and introduced himself as Baron Opent from the Eastern Opent territory. The Baron was cheerful and friendly, complimenting Dane's reputation. Dane, who had heard of the region's famous grilled trout and sapphires, politely mentioned it. The Baron, flattered, enthusiastically bragged about his territory, claiming it had the best trout and sapphires on the continent. Baron Opent wasn't alone, however. He had brought his blue-haired daughter, Sylvia, to meet the young prodigy. Sylvia was excited to greet Dane and wasted no time approaching him. Though Dane greeted her politely, he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Sylvia seemed sharp and confident, quickly asking him if he would inherit the Sogur's family fortune. Dane responded honestly, saying he didn't know. Sylvia, however, wasn't buying his modesty. She smirked and told him not to play coy, insisting that someone as talented as him was surely destined to inherit the family's legacy. Without hesitation, she grabbed his hand and told him to take care of her properly because they might be family in the future. Dane blinked, stunned by her straightforwardness. Not knowing how to respond, he awkwardly told her to take care of him as well. Internally, he wondered why kids these days were so bold, especially when he was just trying to enjoy the banquet. As if to add another twist, Layla spotted Dane from across the room and approached. She was surprised to see her new friend chatting with someone else, especially Baron Opent's daughter, and couldn't hide her curiosity about what was going on. As Layla approached, Dane's nerves shot up, especially since he was mid-handshake with Sylvia. The new girl, Sylvia, wasn't pleased to see the Duke's daughter either. She recognized Layla immediately and realized with a scowl that she also knew Dane, the genius prodigy of House Sogurs. Sylvia's irritation was clear, and Layla didn't look thrilled either when she noticed their clasped hands. Layla, her tone sharp but polite, asked Dane who the other girl was. Dane stammered, trying to find the right words, but Sylvia cut in confidently. With a poised smile masking her irritation, she introduced herself as Sylvia, eldest daughter of Baron Opent. Her expression made it clear she wasn't just introducing herself, she was laying down a challenge. Layla's eyes narrowed, and though she replied with a strained, "Nice to meet you," it was obvious the pleasantry was insincere. The tension between the two girls was palpable, their smiles concealing the mutual hostility bubbling beneath the surface. Dane, well-versed in such dynamics thanks to his feisty elder sisters, immediately recognized the familiar, killing intent radiating from both girls. He decided it was best to stay quiet, hoping the situation wouldn't escalate. Inside, he couldn't help but marvel at how terrifying girls could be when they didn't like each other. Layla, however, wasn't about to leave things to chance. She suddenly gripped Dane's hand and, with a sinister edge to her voice, told Sylvia that she'd be borrowing him for a while. She reminded Dane of their earlier appointment, giving him a pointed look. Catching on quickly, Dane eagerly agreed, seizing the opportunity to escape the brewing storm. He excused himself from Sylvia, assuring her they'd talk later, and followed Layla. Sylvia managed to keep her composure, though the forced smile on her face couldn't hide the fire in her eyes. She gritted her teeth and pretended not to care, but as the pair walked away, she silently fumed. In her mind, Layla's actions were nothing less than a declaration of war, staking a claim on Dane, the genius prodigy of House Sogers. As they walked away, Dane couldn't help but notice the intense glare in Layla's eyes. She looked ready to choose Sylvia out if given the chance. Dane was overwhelmed by the realization that the daughter of Duke Thermion, the second most powerful man in the capital, was vying against the young lady of a minor baron. The stakes seemed absurdly lopsided, and he worried about Sylvia's chances in a battle of wills with the formidable Layla. Later that evening, Dane and Layla strolled outside, eventually finding themselves in a quiet area. During their walk, Layla began interrogating Dane about Sylvia, wanting to know how they'd met and whether the girl was someone he might be engaged to. Dane quickly denied any engagement, explaining they were just exchanging pleasantries. At this, Layla's face lit up, her visible relief unmistakable. Noticing her reaction, Dane reaffirmed his explanation, confirming that Sylvia was just another noble girl and nothing more. Eventually, the duo arrived at an abandoned area covered in vines and dirt, a place that hadn't been touched in years. Dane informed Layla that this was the secret spot he'd mentioned earlier. Impressed, Layla admitted she had no idea a place like this existed on the Sogers estate. She marveled at its secluded charm and grew excited at the prospect of training there. Dane assured her that they wouldn't be disturbed, which only heightened her enthusiasm. As they stepped into the hidden area, Layla suddenly made a suspicious remark, saying, "Nobody will know if we do it here." Dane froze for a moment, his mind racing to interpret her words. Flustered, he quickly clarified his intentions: training. Layla, catching his awkwardness, smirked mischievously but agreed, nodding that it was indeed the perfect spot for training. Dane, regaining his composure, asked her if she'd ever felt mana before. Layla admitted that she had only felt mana faintly and struggled to harness it. She revealed she hadn't yet formed a mana core, despite trying techniques like breathing in mana. Her candid confession worried Dane. Realizing she was still at a novice stage, he felt uncertain about how to proceed. In his past life, he had learned to control mana naturally in the chaos of the battlefield, a stark contrast to Layla's sheltered upbringing in a ducal house. Despite his initial disappointment, Dane resolved to help her. He decided to start with the basics. He explained that she needed to feel the mana flowing inside her body before attempting anything more advanced. Layla was surprised but listened intently as Dane emphasized the importance of internalizing mana before trying to expel it. He then instructed her to close her eyes and imagine mana swirling through her body, comparing it to blood circulating in her veins. Layla, determined to learn, shut her eyes and concentrated. However, her strained expression made it clear she wasn't quite grasping the concept. Seeing this, Dane gently encouraged her, explaining that mastering this fundamental step was crucial. It formed the foundation of all future mana usage. His calm reassurance and belief in her abilities had an immediate effect. Layla visibly relaxed, her concentration improving as she refocused her efforts. After a few moments, Layla opened her eyes, looking disheartened. She lamented her failure, but Dane quickly consoled her. He assured her it was normal to struggle at first, even with the basics. He urged her not to give up and encouraged her to try again. Layla nodded, her determination reignited, and closed her eyes to start over. Unbeknownst to them, Count Arkin Sogers was watching from behind the vines. The secret spot Dane had chosen wasn't as unknown as he thought. Arkin stood silently, his expression filled with pride. Seeing his young son confidently teaching someone else at such a young age moved him deeply. He marveled at Dane's growth, thinking back to the boy who had once clung to him in the halls of their manor. Arkin wanted to step out and tell his son how proud he was but held himself back, unwilling to interrupt the lesson. He remained hidden, content to observe quietly. As he continued to watch, a voice suddenly spoke from behind him, startling him so much that he nearly jumped out of his skin. "What are you doing skulking around here, old friend?" Duke Thermion's amused tone cut through the stillness. Arkin spun around, his face flushed with embarrassment as he tried to recover from the shock. He clutched his chest dramatically, muttering that the Duke nearly gave him a heart attack. Thermion, unfazed, chuckled and assured Arkin that there was nothing to be embarrassed about. However, he couldn't resist teasing him further. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he leaned in and whispered, "So, what's this?" A late-night rendezvous between the young couple. Count Arkin was visibly taken aback by Duke Thermion's casual reference to the kids as a couple. He clearly wasn't on the same page regarding engagements and decided to sidestep the topic entirely. Instead, he asked the Duke how he'd even managed to find the so-called secret spot. Thermion, noting his friend's annoyance, smirked and asked if he had intruded. He couldn't help but poke fun, pointing out Arkin's sloppy stealth. The Duke was genuinely disappointed, remarking that Arkin's wife, the Empire's legendary assassin, would be ashamed of such amateurish sneaking skills. Arkin, now thoroughly embarrassed, defended himself, claiming he'd done his best. Thermion chuckled, shaking his head and warning Arkin that if word got out about the castle's lord snooping around, it would tarnish his reputation. Arkin, flustered, quickly clarified that he wasn't snooping. He was simply following his son. Thermion burst out laughing, revealing that he had been doing the same thing with Layla. Arkin, not appreciating being laughed at, accused Thermion of being a hopeless parent. The Duke returned the jab, pointing out Arkin's hypocrisy, and the two old friends fell into lighthearted banter. After a moment of trading quips, they decided to work together to see what Dane and Layla were up to. Hiding behind vines and rocks, they peeked at the scene. Both were surprised and impressed when Dane conjured a magical seal seemingly out of thin air. Layla was equally astonished. She noticed Dane's dimensional pouch and asked about it, to which he casually explained that it was a birthday gift from his eldest sister, Arabella, who had crafted it herself. Layla couldn't hide her jealousy. While Dane's sister showered him with thoughtful, magical gifts, her own brothers had stopped paying her much attention after leaving for the academy. As Layla pondered her own situation, Dane brought out a mirror and turned it toward her. Confused, she asked why he'd brought it. Dane explained that it might help her visualize mana flow more effectively by providing a physical reflection to focus on, rather than relying on imagination alone. Intrigued but skeptical, Layla decided to give it a try. She stood in front of the mirror, taking in her reflection, and then closed her eyes, imagining mana moving through her body. This time, she seemed more confident and calm. Dane watched with pride, happy to see her take the lesson seriously. Meanwhile, hidden in the background, the two fathers continued their conversation. Thermion, ever the strategist, renewed his efforts to convince Arkin of the benefits of a marriage alliance. He pointed out that Layla seemed genuinely interested in Dane, a rarity given her reserved nature. Arkin, however, dismissed the notion, suggesting the Duke was only seeing what he wanted to see. Thermion's tone grew more serious as he explained that his daughter didn't open up to others easily. If she was making an effort with Dane, it was significant. Arkin, taken aback, asked why Layla struggled to connect with people. He had only seen her as a bright and cheerful young girl and couldn't understand what might be holding her back. After a moment of silence, Thermion shared the truth. He revealed that while Layla appeared bright on the outside, she had become increasingly withdrawn over the years. Her brother's departure to the academy had left a void in her life, and her mother's illness had further isolated her. Once close to her brothers and her mother, Layla now struggled to confide in anyone, leaving her emotionally adrift. Hearing this, Arkin felt a pang of guilt for misunderstanding her situation. He couldn't help but wonder why Thermion, despite understanding his daughter's struggles, seemed so emotionally distant. He voiced his concern, asking why the Duke didn't show more warmth toward Layla. Thermion sighed, his usual confidence momentarily replaced by vulnerability. "It's not that I don't want to," he admitted, "but I'm not sure how to. I've been so focused on preparing for the future, securing stability for her, for our family, that I've failed to be the father she needs right now." Arkin frowned, realizing that while the Duke's methods were well-intentioned, they left his daughter without the emotional support she desperately needed. Duke Thermion grew uncharacteristically nervous as Count Arkin's words struck a chord. Even Arkin, his longtime friend, could see the cracks in his relationship with Layla. With a heavy sigh, Thermion shut his eyes for a moment, as if preparing for a confession. When he opened them, he admitted that his coldness toward Layla was deliberate. He explained that when raising his sons, he'd showered them with attention, which had led them to become entitled and arrogant. Thermion feared repeating the same mistake with Layla, so he kept his distance, believing it would help her grow stronger and more independent. Arkin, however, wasn't convinced. He warned his friend not to assume Layla would turn out the same way as her brothers. "She's not them," Arkin said firmly. "If you keep treating her like this, she'll only be hurt." Arkin's words made sense, and Thermion couldn't help but feel the sting of guilt. Watching Layla turn to Dane for guidance instead of her own father, a veteran swordsman, was evidence of the growing rift between them. Arkin, visibly frustrated, looked like he was ready to tear into his friend. Thermion, sensing this, tried to deflect with a smirk. "You still nag like the old days," he quipped, hoping to lighten the mood. The comment hit a nerve, and Arkin quickly fired back, insisting he didn't nag. Thermion, unwilling to argue, shifted the topic to something lighter. "What about Dane? Will you send him to the academy in the capital?" The question made Arkin pause. He wasn't sure. Unlike his daughters, he found himself reluctant to let Dane go. Part of him wanted his son to stay close, to grow under his watchful eye. But another part of him knew it wasn't his choice to make. After some thought, Arkin replied, "I'll do whatever Dane wishes, just as I did with Arabella and Claire. But if he chooses to go, I'll honor your request." Thermion smiled, pleased by the answer. "It'll be good to have you around if Dane chooses the academy. You can keep me company at the ducal castle." Arkin raised an eyebrow, smirking. "What? So we can spar all day? You must think you've gotten sharper." Thermion grinned back. "Maybe. I wouldn't mind seeing if you've gone soft." The two old friends laughed, their earlier tension easing. However, their light-hearted banter was interrupted when a shadowy figure emerged from behind the vines. It was none other than Lily Sogers, Arkin's wife and the Empire's legendary assassin. With her unparalleled stealth, Lily had been watching the men without them realizing. Her piercing gaze swept over them as she leaned against the vines with a smirk. "So this is where you've all wandered off to," she said quietly to herself, amused by their antics. Lily found their behavior shameful yet endearing. Despite their posturing as powerful men, the love they had for their children clearly held sway over them. Shaking her head, she decided to let them continue their covert mission without revealing herself. Meanwhile, back in the clearing, Layla suddenly let out an excited cheer. She finally felt like she had achieved what Dane was trying to teach her. Dane confirmed her progress with a proud nod, which made her beam with happiness. Overcome with excitement, Layla impulsively wrapped her arms around Dane in a warm hug. Arkin, watching from his hiding spot, couldn't help but smile at his son's calm demeanor. Thermion, on the other hand, shot him a knowing look. "See? She's already attached to him." Arkin rolled his eyes, but didn't respond, unwilling to start that conversation again. Later, as Dane and Layla walked back to the manor, Layla thanked him profusely for helping her. She admitted that she'd often been called a genius, but didn't feel like one compared to him. Dane, ever humble, reminded her that this was just the beginning. "You'll grow," he assured her confidently. As they talked, Dane realized their fathers had quietly disappeared. He smirked, realizing they must have been spying on them all along. Layla interrupted his thoughts, asking if he would attend the Imperial Academy. Her enthusiasm was clear, as she described it as the gathering place for the Empire's geniuses. Dane hesitated, unsure. "I don't know," he admitted. "Do I even have to go there?" Dane wasn't particularly enthusiastic about attending the Imperial Academy. As far as he was concerned, his current training regimen was enough for him to grow stronger. Hearing this, Layla grew visibly frustrated. She stomped her foot, firmly reminding him that the academy wasn't just about studying. She explained that it was where nobles built their factions and formed connections from a young age, essential for success in their world. Dane couldn't help but find her insight impressive for someone her age. He chuckled inwardly, thinking that Layla was surprisingly knowledgeable about politics and noble affairs for a 7-year-old. Still, he wasn't swayed. He admitted she was right, but explained that he wasn't interested in going to the academy just yet. He told her there was still much for him to learn at home. His family library was brimming with unread books, and he could learn countless things from his parents. Layla listened, but remained determined to convince him. She asked if he didn't feel the need to play with other kids sometimes. Unbeknownst to her, Dane wasn't just a 7-year-old boy. He was a reincarnated knight who had lived a life far removed from childish games. Playing with others was the last thing on his mind. Undeterred, she pointed out that his older sisters were already attending the academy, so why wouldn't he want to join them? Her persistence amused Dane, but he was growing weary of the conversation. To appease her, he told her he might consider attending the academy in the future, should he ever feel the need. Satisfied, Layla told him to inform her when he decided, and Dane agreed. She also extended an invitation for him to visit her house in the capital, excitedly explaining that she'd show him the progress she'd made in her training. Dane promised to do so, even offering to send her a letter if he ever planned to visit. At this, Layla suddenly remembered that Dane hadn't told her his request. When she pressed him, he smiled mischievously and promised to reveal it when he visited the capital. Layla wasn't thrilled with his answer, expressing her surprise, but ultimately let it go. Later, the scene shifted to the noble guests preparing to depart. Carriages lined up as they exchanged farewells with the Sogur's family. Dane stood by, watching as the carriages disappeared into the distance. His gaze then dropped to the small, ornate box in his hands. Turning to Duke Thermion, he asked what it was. The old man grinned and told him it was his birthday present, adding that he hoped Dane liked it. Dane opened the box, his eyes widening as he took in the intricate and valuable insignia inside. The Duke noticed Dane's overwhelmed expression and explained the significance of the gift. He told Dane about the rich history of House Thermion, whose symbols, revenge, the sword, and the blacksmith, represented their legacy. The house's progenitor had been a blacksmith, and their forge, the greatest on the continent, had produced countless mystical weapons and artifacts. Even the Empire's most legendary weapons had been crafted in the Thermion forge. The insignia, Duke Thermion revealed, was essentially a voucher of unparalleled value. If Dane showed the insignia at the forge, they would create a weapon of his choice, anything he could imagine. The Duke smiled warmly and assured him the blacksmiths would give their best effort for someone as exceptional as him. Hearing this, Dane's cheeky grin returned. He was familiar with the legendary Thermion forge, and the idea of being able to request a custom weapon from it filled him with excitement. Arkin, on the other hand, was taken aback by the gift. The insignia was something even the imperial family deeply coveted, making it an overwhelmingly generous gesture. Concerned, he remarked that such a gift might be too much for a boy, even one as talented as Dane. The Duke brushed off Arkin's concerns with a laugh, patting Dane on the head. "Nonsense. It's a fitting gift for a prodigy like him," he said. "Grow well, Dane, and help your father." Dane sincerely thanked Duke Thermion for his generous gift and the trust it symbolized. A while later, it was time for the Duke and Layla to leave. As their carriages were being prepared, Dane stood beside his mother, Lily, watching the preparations with a downcast expression. Noticing his mood, Lily asked if he was sad to see Layla go. Dane didn't hesitate to admit it. Layla was practically his first real friend. Hearing this, Lily comforted him with a warm smile, assuring him that he would see her again when he eventually visited the capital. She encouraged him to grow even more handsome in the meantime, so he could leave a strong impression on her when they reunited. Dane went quiet at her words, realizing for the first time that he couldn't remain in the safety of his home forever. He resolved that when the time came to visit the capital, he would meet Layla again and hope she stayed well in the meantime. With these thoughts, Dane waved goodbye to the Thermions as their carriages rolled away. Inside the carriage, Duke Thermion leaned back in his seat, deep in thought. His mind lingered on Dane. There was something familiar about the boy that he couldn't shake. The Duke found himself reminded of Argrick, the talented warrior he had killed years ago. Argrick had been a triple-class warrior with the potential to become a hexaclass knight of the Draenic Empire. Thermion sighed, wondering how someone as promising as Argrick might have shaped the world had things turned out differently. Shaking off the thought, the Duke focused on his journey home, curious about the future of Dane Sogers. A few days later, Dane sat cross-legged on the floor of his room, cradling the summon egg his sister Claire had given him for his birthday. Each morning and evening, he patiently imbued the egg with mana, as Claire had instructed. Although it was still too early for the egg to hatch, Dane's curiosity was unrelenting. He couldn't help but wonder what sort of mysterious familiar was hidden within it. Dane pondered the mechanics of imprinting on a familiar. Even non-summoners could control a summon if they managed to instill enough mana into the egg and imprint themselves as its master before it hatched. However, the process wasn't simple. The quality of the summoner's mana needed to match the familiar's, and there were countless hidden conditions that had to be met. Some eggs never hatched because these conditions remained unfulfilled. Dane hoped fervently that his egg wouldn't suffer the same fate. As he held the egg, he poured his mana into it, his magic flowing steadily. The egg glowed faintly in response, but no other changes occurred. He experimented with adjusting the strength and flow of his mana, but the egg remained inert. After completing his daily ritual, he placed the egg back on the top shelf, inside the box it had come in, where it could stay safe and under his watchful eye. Though he knew it was far too soon for the egg to hatch, Dane couldn't hide his disappointment. He realized he had been too greedy to expect results so quickly. With a sigh, he turned away from the egg just as Herman, his ever-reliable butler, called out to him from the hall, asking if he was ready. Recognizing the voice, Dane remembered his appointment. Grabbing his spear, he assured Herman that he was coming and prepared to head out. But just as he turned toward the door, he noticed something unusual. The egg was glowing again. Dane froze, his senses sharp as he thought he heard a faint cracking sound. He rushed back to the shelf, eyes locked on the egg as he examined it closely. Herman, noticing the delay, stepped into the room to check on Dane. He saw the boy intently focused on the egg and asked what was going on. Dane motioned for him to wait a moment, whispering that he might have just heard the egg crack. However, after several tense moments of observation, Dane realized there was no further sound or movement. Feeling foolish, he let out a nervous laugh, brushing off his excitement as a false alarm. Hearing Herman's question about the egg, Dane quickly brushed it off, saying it was just his imagination. With that settled, he followed Herman to attend to the day's plans. The next scene shifted to one of Dane's intense training sessions, but there was a surprising twist. This time, he wasn't using his spear but a sword. The boy moved with precision and grace, executing flawless techniques as if he had been training with the weapon for years. Herman, watching from the sidelines, clapped in admiration at the boy's skill. He commended Dane's performance, but couldn't help asking when the young master had started practicing with the sword. Dane, the ever-calm Prodigy, replied nonchalantly that he just wanted to swing it around a little. Herman wasn't surprised to see the boy excelling even with a new weapon. After all, it was what one would expect from a genius. Dane smiled as he looked at the sword, finding it exhilarating to use something different for a change. It felt fresh and exciting, though he also knew he had to keep this hidden from his father. Arkin Sobers was strict about Dane training with the spear. As a master spearman himself, Arkin had likely set his hopes on passing down his legacy to his only son. Dane was well aware that being caught using a sword would likely upset his father. Still, the brief escape from the constraints of expectation felt liberating. After finishing his session, Herman brought out a tray of snacks, suggesting Dane take a break before resuming. Dane thanked his loyal butler, smiling brightly as he grabbed one of the treats. He tossed it into his mouth, joking to himself that it might be good to train in eating snacks too. Meanwhile, Count Arkin Sobers was deep in thought in his study. He was grappling with a decision about the next year's plans. Every year, the same routine of hosting banquets and managing noble relations felt stale. On one hand, he wanted to do something new. On the other, the banquet had been highly successful the previous year. It had confirmed that many nobles were paying close attention to the South, not just for its resources but also for potential alliances with House Sobers. More than anything, Arkin reflected on the attention Dane had garnered during his birthday. The boy's conflict with Digron Tyron had been unexpected, but Dane's calm and logical handling of the situation had impressed even the most skeptical nobles. His ability to confidently prove his talents had solidified his reputation as a prodigy. While Arkin was immensely proud of his son's maturity, part of him couldn't help but wish Dane would act more like other children his age. Sometimes, he yearned to see Dane being carefree and mischievous, like the boy he truly was beneath the brilliance. Lost in his musings, Arkin glanced at the clock and realized it was time for his own training session. His gaze fell on Dragon Tail, his beloved spear, which had been gathering dust. Feeling nostalgic, he decided to take it out for a spin at the training grounds. As Arkin stepped into the training ground, he froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. There in the middle of the field was Dane, intensely practicing with a sword. The sight struck Arkin like a thunderbolt. His son, the one he had trained so diligently with the spear, was wielding a sword instead. Arkin stood rooted to the spot, his heart sinking as he tried to process the scene. He watched the boy move with elegance and precision, each swing of the blade a testament to Dane's incredible talent. But instead of feeling pride, Arkin felt heartbroken. Why was his son, his heir to the spear, practicing swordsmanship? The veteran spearman's mind raced as he tried to rationalize what he was seeing. His thoughts drifted to Duke Thermion, who had taken a particular interest in Dane during his visit. Could the Duke have said something to influence the boy? Arkin remembered Thermion patting Dane on the head and offering words of encouragement. His mind latched onto this, convinced that the Duke was the reason Dane had turned to swords. Arkin remained at the entrance of the training ground, patiently watching Dane swing the sword with a level of grace and precision that left him both astonished and pained. As much as it troubled him to see his son wielding a sword instead of the spear he had hoped to pass down, he couldn't deny the brilliance of Dane's movements. The boy moved with an ease that belied his young age, performing techniques so advanced that even seasoned swordsmen would struggle to replicate them. Arkin's confusion deepened. When had Dane ever picked up a sword, let alone trained to this degree? His son displayed strength, balance, and mastery that seemed impossible for someone so young and inexperienced, at least inexperienced as far as Arkin knew. After watching long enough, Arkin finally stepped forward, his stern voice cutting through the quiet. He revealed that he had been watching Dane the entire time and demanded to know when his son had learned swordsmanship. Standing before the boy, Arkin's expression was a mixture of anger, disappointment, and disbelief. It was clear he felt deceived. Dane, caught red-handed, froze. He hadn't expected his father to appear in the training ground and now found himself completely exposed. The stern look on Arkin's face left no doubt that this would be a difficult conversation. Dane realized he couldn't keep secrets any longer. This was the moment to tell his father the truth. Taking a deep breath, Dane began by confessing that he hadn't truly learned swordsmanship in the conventional sense. His words stunned Arkin, who began to consider whether his son was simply born with an extraordinary talent for it. However, the more Arkin thought about it, the less sense it made. Spearmanship, magic, summoning, and now swordsmanship? How could one child excel so effortlessly in so many fields? As his confusion grew, Arkin admitted that if he were anyone else, he wouldn't believe such a thing was possible. He expressed his disbelief openly, his voice filled with both pride and concern. Dane felt a pang of nervousness as his father's words hit home. Even he realized how improbable his abilities seemed when laid out like this. Arkin's tone shifted, his frustration giving way to a sense of curiosity. He suddenly asked Dane if he was curious about the world beyond their home. Dane, unsure of what his father meant, hesitated before seeking clarification. Arkin confirmed his question, asking his son if he wanted to see the world outside the walls of their estate. The Count's question caught Dane off guard. For years, he had lived within the confines of the Sogre's territory, focused on training and learning. He hadn't seriously considered leaving. Yet, Arkin's words carried weight. It was becoming clear that the Count believed his son's talents might be too great to confine to their small corner of the empire. Dane, still processing his father's sudden proposition, admitted after a moment of thought that he was curious about the outside world. Hearing this, Arkin smiled, a bittersweet expression that conveyed both pride and sadness. Arkin told Dane that it was a good thing he was curious and decided that they would begin preparations for him to explore the wider world. The speed of the decision left Dane reeling. He hadn't expected his father, who had always seemed so protective, to let him go so easily. Sensing his son's surprise, Arkin reassured him. "I mean every word, Dane," he said. "It's regretful, yes, but I can't hold on to you forever. It's only right to respect your desires and your potential." Then, as if to mark the occasion, Arkin revealed something special he had brought for Dane. In his hands was Dragon Tail, the legendary spear that had been the pride of the Sogre's family for generations. The intricate craftsmanship and gleaming material made it unmistakable. Dane's eyes lit up with recognition. He vividly remembered the spear from his first birthday, the day it had reacted to him. He confirmed this aloud, and Arkin nodded knowingly, proud of the connection his son had forged with the weapon even as a baby. As Count Arkin handed Dragon Tail to Dane, he encouraged his son to hold it. The moment Dane grasped the spear, something extraordinary happened. The weapon began vibrating violently, radiating a powerful energy. Startled, Dane struggled to steady it as the vibrations grew stronger, until at last the spear calmed in his grip. A soft glow emanated from it, and Dane could feel the immense power surging within the weapon. Amazed, Dane examined the spear, marveling at its energy. Meanwhile, Arkin stood nearby, a wide smile spreading across his face. He was elated to see that Dragon Tail was reacting even more strongly now than it had when Dane was just a baby. To him, this was a sign, a confirmation that his son was destined for greatness. Filled with pride, Arkin placed a firm hand on Dane's shoulder. He declared that his goal was to make Dane a master of the spear before he left for the outside world. "One day, this spear will belong to you," Arkin said. But before then, you must grow strong enough to wield it with pride. Dane nodded earnestly, but added something that brought even more joy to his father. I want to work hard, not just to wield the spear with pride, but to live up to your teachings. Arkin's eyes softened, his smile broadening. That's exactly what I'd expect from my son, he said proudly. With that, he suggested they begin training immediately, and Dane, ever ready, agreed without hesitation. Later that evening, Dane returned to his room after a long day of training. He flopped onto his bed, exhausted yet filled with thoughts. His father's question about the outside world lingered in his mind. What was it like beyond the safety of their territory? As Argrick, in his previous life, all he had known was war. His days were spent in the grim monotony of tidying camps, cleaning weapons, and surviving on bland rations. Battle had been the only respite, though it was also the cause of his suffering. For Argrick, the only escape from war was either the end of the conflict or death on the battlefield. He had never imagined a life beyond the harsh reality of combat. But now, as Dane, things were different. He had a chance to explore the world, to choose his path, and to use his talents in ways he hadn't before. Though he cherished the warmth and safety of home, his father's words had stirred something in him, a readiness to step out and see what lay beyond. As Dane was lost in thought, the door to his room quietly opened. Startled, he sat up abruptly, his heart racing. Standing in the doorway was his mother, Lily, her calm presence easing his surprise. "When did you come in?" Dane asked, still catching his breath. Lily gave him a warm smile. "You didn't hear me knock because you were so deep in thought," she said softly. She stepped into the room, her tone gentle as she assured him she wasn't upset. Lily explained that Arkin had told her about their earlier conversation and that she had come to check on Dane. "So," she asked, "are you really curious about the world outside the counties?" Dane hesitated for only a moment before nodding. "Yes," he admitted. "Father said it would be a waste of my talent to stay here, and after thinking about it, I think he's right. I am curious about the world." Lily's smile remained, though there was a trace of sadness in her eyes. She knew this day would come, but hearing it from her youngest child still tugged at her heart. Dane, sensing her emotions, quickly apologized. "I know it'll be hard for you to let me go," he said. "I'm the last one here, and once I leave, you'll be all alone." But Lily shook her head, pulling him into a hug. "Don't apologize," she said softly. "This is the path you're meant to take. As much as I would love for you to stay longer, I know the world will call for you, whether now or later. Your talent is too great to remain hidden here." Her voice carried both pride and bittersweet acceptance as she encouraged him to follow his dreams. "Go, Dane. Explore the world and do what you want to do. Just promise me one thing." Dane pulled back slightly, looking up at her with wide eyes. "What is it?" he asked. "Promise me you'll return often and tell me all about the outside world," she said with a smile. Dane smiled back, nodding firmly. "I promise," he said. Lily hugged him tighter, her heart swelling with pride and affection. "Thank you," she whispered, grateful for his reassurance. After hearing Dane's promise to return and share his experiences, Lily nodded resolutely. She concluded that she would need to prepare her son for the outside world, just as his father had planned. Dane tilted his head in confusion, wondering what kind of preparation she had in mind. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Lily began listing the skills she intended to teach him, starting with tracking. However, she quickly added that it wouldn't stop there. She planned to train him in stealth, avoiding traps, and other essential survival skills. Dane, already feeling overwhelmed, realized that his mother's special lessons were going to be intense. His suspicions were confirmed when she casually mentioned teaching him how to dispose of corpses and understand the intricacies of the human body. Dane let out a small sigh. While he appreciated his mother's excitement to impart her knowledge as a legendary assassin, he couldn't help but feel exhausted just imagining the rigorous training ahead. Still, he promised to do his best to learn, knowing that every lesson would be essential for his journey into the world. Lily, thrilled at the opportunity to mentor her son, assured him that these skills would serve him well in the future. Despite the daunting prospect, Dane took solace in the fact that the lessons would be taught with love and care from both his parents. If he was to face the challenges of the outside world, he would need every bit of preparation they could offer. The story shifted to the picturesque Sogers County, located in the southern region of the Althean Empire. Known for its warm climate and abundant resources, the county had become a cornerstone of the empire's prosperity, particularly during the war. Under Count Arkin Sogers' wise and magnanimous leadership, the region flourished as a beacon of peace and warmth. The war's end had brought with it the apprehension of the last remaining rebel forces, ushering in an era of tranquility. The people of Sogur's County thrived in this newfound peace, their lives unburdened by conflict. The streets were lively, and the air was filled with chatter. Among the topics of discussion was a rare piece of news. The young Master Dane Sogers had visited a shop in the county. This was a shocking revelation for the townsfolk. It wasn't often that the white-haired prodigy left the Sogers manor, let alone visited a public space. The story spread like wildfire. People whispered excitedly about how he had even purchased something during his visit. For some, the event was so extraordinary that it seemed unreal. Rumors swirled, including a tale that the shopkeeper's eldest daughter had fainted upon seeing Dane. The boy's rare appearance became the talk of the town, and the rumors only grew wilder with each retelling. Amidst the gossip, two young girls in the crowd discussed the rumors they'd heard about Dane. One girl was particularly infatuated, sighing dreamily as she expressed her desire to see him in person. She mentioned that people said Dane was becoming more handsome with each passing day. The thought of catching a glimpse of his silver hair and striking green eyes made her heart race. The girl's friend, however, was more cautious. She reminded her starry-eyed companion that Dane was still only 14 years old. Her friend scoffed, insisting that Dane didn't look like an ordinary 14-year-old. According to what she'd heard, the boy was already as tall as his father, Count Arkin, who was known for his impressive stature. Hearing this, the cautious friend was shocked. As tall as his father? At 14, she asked incredulously. The infatuated girl nodded, her crush growing even stronger. They say he looks like he could be 20, she gushed, blushing at the thought. To her, it was clear that Dane's extraordinary height and features must be the result of his impeccable genes. She imagined the day she might finally meet him, fantasizing about how her heart would surely stop upon seeing him up close. The infatuated girl, more determined than ever to meet Dane, decided she had to see him the next time he visited the county. Her friend, though skeptical, revealed that she had heard Dane had been coming into town more frequently. The news reignited her hope. If Dane truly visited the shops often, her chances of seeing him were better than ever. This reminded her of something the forest keeper had mentioned. With renewed determination, she announced her plan to visit the forest keeper first, hoping for information about Dane's whereabouts. Her friend, now realizing the seriousness of her intent, couldn't help but sigh. It seemed nothing would dissuade her from her ambitious goal of capturing the attention of the white-haired prodigy. The scene shifted to the outskirts of the county, where the dense and mysterious forest of the last days stretched endlessly. This forest, infused with ancient magic, was notorious for its dangers and secrets. Dane was deep within its boundaries, currently undertaking an escape mission assigned by his mother, Lily Sogers. Over the past 7 years, Dane had been rigorously trained by both his parents, his father honing his spearmanship and his mother teaching him the deadly arts of an assassin. Now 14, he was nothing short of a prodigy, blending skills from both disciplines seamlessly. Dressed in a hooded cloak to remain inconspicuous, Dane moved through the forest with his spear in hand. He used a slip of paper to track the wind's direction, noting that it was blowing south. Carefully folding the paper, he sprang into action. His memory of encountering Cheryl spiders in this part of the forest led him to head west, knowing it was the safer route. Despite his calm demeanor, Dane's urgency was evident. He had just 3 hours left to complete his mission before the sun set. The stakes were high. Failure was not an option. With a sense of urgency driving him, Dane leapt into action, using the trees as his pathway. He moved like a phantom, bounding from branch to branch with incredible speed and precision. His movements were fluid, silent, and calculated, showcasing the stealth and agility his mother had drilled into him over the years. His goal was not just to complete the mission, but to do so without being seen or caught. For an assassin, the ability to avoid detection was paramount. With this in mind, Dane evaded traps and obstacles set by his mother, maintaining a blistering pace through the forest. Eventually, Dane reached a quieter part of the forest where he could catch his breath. Realizing the need for a more cautious approach, he slowed down and began to carefully observe his surroundings. Hiding behind a rock, he paused to take deep, controlled breaths, using a technique he had recently learned to absorb mana from the environment. By inhaling mana-rich air and exhaling deliberately, he heightened his awareness and connected more deeply with his surroundings. Now fully attuned to the forest, Dane began to notice the traps his mother had set for him. What initially appeared to be an ordinary section of trees suddenly revealed a labyrinth of nearly invisible webs tangled throughout the area. These delicate strings were so fine that they blended seamlessly with the forest. If Dane hadn't assimilated with his surroundings using his mana-enhanced awareness, he would have walked straight into them. Seeing the sheer number of traps, Dane couldn't help but feel impressed. The meticulous webbing was a basic, but incredibly effective mechanism for ensnaring prey. At the same time, he was relieved. He knew how to disarm such traps with relative ease. Dane rolled up his sleeves, ready to disarm the delicate web of traps ahead. However, just as he was about to begin, his sharp eyes caught movement in the shadows of the forest. Emerging from the darkness came a pack of monstrous rodents with spiked bodies and glowing red eyes. These were Rizzled, fearsome creatures notorious for their speed and aggression. Dane froze for a moment, his mind racing as he realized the situation was far worse than he'd anticipated. The Rizzled didn't hesitate. They charged toward him like a wave of fury. Dane gripped his spear tightly, recognizing the immediate danger. These creatures were not supposed to be here, and their appearance was completely unexpected. His mission to escape the forest before sunset now seemed far more daunting with these uninvited threats. As the Rizzle closed in, Dane quickly assessed his surroundings. He was trapped between the deadly strings of his mother's traps and the vicious creatures lunging at him. Fighting them head-on could trigger the traps, but standing still wasn't an option either. He made a snap decision to retreat, hoping to lure the creatures away while avoiding the strings. Dane sprinted through the forest, weaving expertly between the traps. Despite his speed and precision, the Rizzled were relentless. Their number seemed to grow with each passing moment, and Dane couldn't shake the feeling that they were multiplying. With each glance back, he became more anxious. The creatures were not only fast but terrifyingly persistent. Yet, even as he fled, Dane maintained his composure. He had a plan forming in his mind, and he needed to execute it perfectly to survive. As the Rizzled gave chase, one of the rodents ran straight into the web of traps. The moment its body touched the nearly invisible strings, the mechanism activated with brutal precision. Hundreds of spikes erupted from hidden compartments in the forest, skewering the unfortunate Rizzled that had followed too closely. The red-eyed monsters shrieked in agony as they were impaled, their lifeless bodies crumpling to the ground. Dane, hearing the chaos behind him, skidded to a stop and turned around with a victorious grin. His plan had worked. He had led the mindless creatures straight into the traps, and they had met their demise without him lifting a finger. For a moment, Dane allowed himself a small celebration. Outwitting such dangerous creatures without direct combat was a testament to his training and quick thinking. However, his triumph was short-lived. Just as Dane started to catch his breath, he heard the rustling of leaves and the pounding of paws behind him. Turning back, his heart sank. A second wave of Rizzled emerged from the forest, even larger and more menacing than the first. Their glowing red eyes locked onto him, and their snarls echoed through the trees. Dane stood frozen in shock. He had believed the battle was over, only to realize this new horde was far more numerous than the first. For a brief moment, he felt the weight of exhaustion and dread. There were too many of them, and he couldn't lead them all into the traps this time. As the pack charged at him, the boy's sharp mind kicked into overdrive. He needed a new plan, and fast. There was no time to hesitate. This was a test of his ability to adapt and survive. Dane tightened his grip on his spear, his green eyes scanning the environment for anything that could give him an edge. He whispered to himself, "Think, Dane. There's always a way out." One of the Rizzled lunged at Dane with terrifying speed, nearly landing on top of him. At the last second, Dane managed to evade the attack, twisting his body to the side as the creature slid past. He marveled at its agility, realizing just how dangerous these monsters were. The rodent turned to face him again, but this time it didn't charge. Instead, it stood still, its mouth opening wide as it unleashed a stream of some unknown, viscous substance. Dane's instinct screamed at him that this chemical was dangerous. Without hesitation, he spun his spear rapidly, creating a vortex of air that deflected the substance. Though his quick thinking kept him safe for the moment, Dane's frustration grew. His mission was still unfinished, and he couldn't afford to waste more time battling these monsters. Every second he spent here was a second closer to failing his task. Enough of this, he thought. Realizing that running wasn't getting him anywhere, Dane decided it was time to fight back and end this once and for all. Charging his spear with magical energy, Dane leaped into action. His movements were swift and precise as he drove his spear into the nearest result. Each strike was decisive, slicing through the monsters with ease. The magical energy coursing through his weapon caused the creatures to vanish the moment they were hit. Dane moved like a force of nature, tearing through the horde as though they were nothing more than an obstacle in his path. With every swing of his spear, another monster fell, and soon the battlefield was clear. Finally, the path was open, and Dane seized the opportunity to make his way to safety. Later that evening, Dane lay sprawled on the ground at the forest's edge. The sun was setting, casting long shadows over the landscape, and darkness began to creep in. His spear rested beside him as he gasped for air, utterly spent from the grueling ordeal. Every muscle in his body ached, and nausea threatened to overtake him from sheer exhaustion. He was grateful to have escaped the forest alive, but relief was short-lived. Just as he started to relax, a strange aura filled the air, setting him on edge once again. Groaning, Dane cursed his luck. All he wanted was a moment to catch his breath, but it seemed another challenge was heading his way. Grabbing his spear, Dane forced himself to his feet, scanning the area for the source of the disturbance. "What now?" he muttered in frustration. He prepared to face whoever, or whatever, was approaching. To Dane's surprise, the figure emerging from the shadows wasn't an enemy. It was his mother, Lily. Her sudden appearance startled him, but as she stepped closer, he realized she had been watching him the entire time. Lily's expression was one of pride as she commended her son on a job well done. "You were faster than I was in the forest at your age," she said with a smile, revealing that she had been timing him. Dane's total mission time had been 3 hours and 30 minutes, a remarkable achievement. Still catching his breath, Dane couldn't hide his shock at her revelation. He hadn't even known she was there. When Dane asked if Lily had been watching him the whole time, she confirmed it with a warm smile. "Of course I was," she said, explaining that as his mother, she couldn't leave him alone in the dangerous forest. It was her responsibility to guide him through his assassin training, ensuring his safety while pushing him to his limits. Lily admitted that while she trusted Dane's extraordinary talent, it was different teaching her own child compared to training others. Dane nodded in understanding, appreciating the balance she maintained between being his mentor and his mother. Lily, beaming with pride, praised him for completing the mission flawlessly, noting that she couldn't find a single fault in his performance. "Are you hurt?" she asked, her sharp eyes scanning him for any injuries. "I'm fine," Dane replied, confirming that he had escaped unscathed. Relieved, Lily pinched his cheeks playfully, teasing him. "At this rate, you're going to get scouted as an assassin soon," she said, laughing as she grabbed his face affectionately. Dane joined her laughter, feeling the warmth of her approval. Suddenly, Lily's demeanor shifted as she reached in her sleeve and pulled out a blade. Holding it out to Dane, she said, "Take this. I think it'll suit you better now." Dane froze, recognizing the weapon immediately. It was Nighthorn, the legendary dagger his mother was renowned for. Shocked, he hesitated to accept such an iconic weapon. "But this is your dagger," he protested. Lily reassured him with a gentle smile. "I won't be using it anymore. It's time I found a new master." Finally, Dane accepted the gift. As he unsheathed the blade, he marveled at its craftsmanship, feeling its weight and power in his hands. Lily took the moment to explain its significance. "Nighthorn was forged from Mysterious Isle, or," she said. "It's not just a blade, it can store poisons, absorb them, and even mix them into deadly combinations. Use it wisely." Dane stared at his reflection in the polished blade, overwhelmed by its potential. He promised his mother he would treat the dagger with the utmost care and respect. Lily, proud of her son, suggested they head home. Dane sheathed the knife and agreed. As they prepared to leave, a loud, eerie noise erupted from deep within the forest. Birds scattered in fear, filling the air with the sound of flapping wings. Both mother and son froze, their senses on high alert. "Did you hear that?" Dane asked, gripping his spear tightly. "I did," Lily replied, her tone serious. "Someone's in the forest." Despite her curiosity, Lily decided it was best to avoid trouble. "Let's head back quickly," she said, and Dane nodded in agreement. They made their way home, the unsettling noise lingering in their minds. The scene shifted to the Sogers County Annex Tower, where a violent coughing fit echoed from one of the rooms. Inside, an older man tossed and turned, his body drenched in sweat as he groaned and screamed in his sleep. Finally, he jolted awake, gasping for air. The man looked around, dazed and disoriented. He didn't recognize his surroundings and struggled to piece together his last memory, eating mushrooms in the forest. He pressed his hand to his forehead, trying to make sense of the situation. The door to the room opened, and a boy entered, carrying a tray with water. It was Dane, calm and composed. He approached the man, informing him that he was still undergoing detoxification. "You shouldn't move too much," Dane advised, setting the tray on a nearby table. The old man blinked, staring at Dane in confusion. "Who are you?" he rasped, his voice weak. "Did you save me in the forest?" Dane began by calmly explaining to the old man that he did, in fact, save his life. He revealed that the man had unknowingly consumed a deadly red-nosed mushroom. Normally, this would have been fatal, but thanks to Dane and his mother's timely intervention, they were able to save him. The old man's eyes widened in shock as he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. He hadn't realized what he had eaten and now started to panic, fully understanding just how dangerous the mushroom was. Dane reassured him, but didn't sugarcoat the truth, pointing out that the old man would have been a corpse if they had been even slightly late in rescuing him. To help further cleanse his system, Dane offered the man a cup of water. The old man, still visibly shaken, gratefully accepted the water, drinking slowly as he began to calm down. As the old man drank, Dane's sharp eyes caught an intriguing detail. On the man's belt was the insignia of the Nixian magic tower. This revelation startled Dane, making him realize that this stranger wasn't just an ordinary traveler. The emblem was unmistakable, and it meant that this man had ties to a prestigious magical institution. Dane's mind briefly wandered back to the harrowing rescue in the forest. He remembered how pivotal the Night Horn dagger had been in saving this man's life. After finishing his water, the old man returned the cup and expressed his gratitude. His next question was simple but heavy with curiosity. Where exactly was he? Dane responded with a small smile, explaining that they were in the Sogur's County Annex Tower. The answer seemed to surprise the old man, who placed a hand on his forehead in visible frustration. He muttered about how far he had strayed, realizing he had not only gotten lost in the southern region, but also managed to stumble this far, while under the influence of the toxic mushroom. Sensing the man's exasperation, Dane gently suggested that he rest for now. He added that his father, Count Arkensogers, had already been informed and would soon come to meet him. The old man looked momentarily perplexed, likely wondering why the boy's father needed to be involved in this matter. So, he asked who Dane was. This prompted Dane to introduce himself formally as the youngest son of Count Sogers. For a moment, the old man looked stunned, his expression betraying both recognition and disbelief. Then it dawned on him. This boy standing before him was the younger brother of Arabella, the prodigious magician whose reputation had already reached the ears of many, including those in the magic towers. Now that he knew Dane's identity, the old man's curiosity grew. He asked how the boy had managed to find him in such a perilous place. Dane explained that he had been training in the forest of the last days with his mother when they came across him. Hearing this, the old man's shock deepened. Even as an experienced mage, he had barely survived the dangers of that ancient forest. He had faced relentless attacks from giant rat-like monsters, the Rousald, and nearly perished due to traps and unstable mana flow. The old man shared his harrowing experience in the forest, including how the reverse flow of mana cores during his spellcasting had severely weakened him. Coupled with the red-nosed mushroom's poison, his situation had been dire. However, he now felt noticeably better after Dane's efforts to detoxify him. As their conversation shifted, the old man asked about the forest, particularly if it was true that the entire area was infused with ancient mana. He admitted he wasn't familiar with the region and hoped Dane could provide more clarity. Dane nodded and confirmed the man's suspicions. He explained that the Forest of the Last Days was indeed filled with ancient mana, unlike the mana flows modern mages were accustomed to. Dane didn't hesitate to share his thoughts, pointing out that the Forest of the Last Days was the worst possible place for a mage to be. He reminded the old man that his situation had been even more precarious due to the mushroom poisoning. Hearing this, the old man was left speechless, the weight of Dane's words settling over him. The realization of how close he'd come to death sent a shiver down his spine. Gratitude filled him as he truly grasped how much Dane's intervention had saved him from certain doom. Lost in thought, the old man suddenly had an epiphany that left him even more baffled. His eyes widened as it hit him. Dane had been training in the forest. This was remarkable for someone his age. The old man was sure that Dane was still very young, and yet, the boy had not only survived the forest but thrived in it. The mystery surrounding the boy deepened, and he found himself intrigued. Wanting to confirm just how extraordinary this young man was, he asked Dane if he had also made the antidote. Without hesitation, Dane confirmed that he had. This answer stunned the old man once again. It was clear to him that Dane couldn't be older than his early teens, and yet he possessed the knowledge and skill to formulate a complex antidote. The gears in his mind turned as he tried to reconcile what he knew about the boy. It seemed impossible until he remembered who Dane's siblings were. Arabella, the genius magician, and Claire, the summoner prodigy, were already well known across the empire. Perhaps it was in their bloodline. Still, the sheer concentration of talent in one family left him in awe. He chuckled inwardly, wondering how such a remarkable family could even exist. His thoughts took a more serious turn as he mused about the Sogers family's power. If the continent were still at war, he realized Sogers County could very well have become the strongest noble house in Altheon. The combination of their unmatched skill and knowledge would be unstoppable. This realization made him laugh out loud, partly in amazement and partly in relief that the family was on his side. Turning to Dane, he expressed his gratitude openly, acknowledging how much he owed the boy for saving his life. Dane, however, responded with unexpected boldness, saying that he indeed was owed a debt. The old man blinked, startled by the boy's confidence. Most people, especially someone so young, would have downplayed such a statement, but Dane said it with certainty. It was both amusing and slightly irritating to the older man, who wasn't accustomed to such forthrightness from a teenager. After an awkward silence, the old man cleared his throat, promising to repay the debt during his stay at the Annex Tower. With that, he decided it was time to introduce himself. He revealed his name as Sidrain Gauss and explained that he was the former head of the Nixian Magic Tower. This revelation carried weight, but Sidrain's expression was tinged with humility. He assured Dane that he was deeply grateful for his help and extended an offer to repay him in any way he could. He claimed to have everything, except, of course, what he didn't. Dane immediately caught on to the underlying humor in Sidrain's words. A small smile played on his lips as he interpreted the comment to mean Sidrain was referring to a subspace. It was common for mages, especially those without a permanent home, to store their belongings in magical subspaces. Dane's calm reaction was far from what Sidrain had expected. Instead of awe or excitement, Dane seemed amused, his response measured and unflustered. Sidrain, on the other hand, was surprised. Normally, people were awestruck upon hearing someone was the head of a magic tower, even a former one. They might even grovel or express overwhelming admiration. But Dane's composed demeanor threw him off. He had expected the boy to react with wide-eyed amazement, yet Dane's steady confidence made Sidrain feel as though he were the one being evaluated, not the other way around. Baffled by Dane's indifferent attitude, Sidrain Gauss leaned forward, his voice tinged with insistence. He told Dane that opportunities like this were rare and urged him to speak his mind. Surely, the boy must be shy, Sidrain thought, so he encouraged Dane not to hold back. He even emphasized his willingness to fulfill any request, hoping to see some spark of excitement in the prodigy's expression. Dane's gaze shifted, and he seemed to ponder the offer for a moment. This brief pause brought a glimmer of hope to Sidrain's face, as he believed the boy might finally take his proposal seriously. But after a few moments of contemplation, Dane replied casually that he'd need more time to think about it. The response hit Sidrain like a bolt of lightning. To him, it came off as both arrogant and dismissive, especially considering that people would normally go to extreme lengths to gain favor from someone of his stature. Yet here was this 14-year-old, completely unfazed by the magnitude of his offer. A vein visibly throbbed on Sidrain's forehead as frustration and disbelief set in. Still, Dane maintained his calm and composed demeanor, further bewildering the old mage. Without another word, Dane took back the empty cup, placed it on the tray, and prepared to leave. Before stepping out, he advised Sidrain to get some rest. Then, without waiting for a response, he walked out of the room and shut the door behind him. Sidrain sat there in stunned silence, his pride in tatters. He had never been so thoroughly dismissed in his life. Most people would have been desperate to seize the chance he'd offered, yet Dane had brushed it off with ease. As the shock subsided, Sidrain rubbed his head, trying to process what had just happened. This encounter had been a humbling experience, one he had never anticipated. The more he thought about it, the more curious he became about Dane. He couldn't leave Sogers County after only a day or two. He had to stay longer to unravel the mystery behind this young genius. The boy was too intriguing to ignore, and Sidrain resolved to find out what made him so extraordinary. Meanwhile, Dane was entirely unaware of Sidrain's growing interest. He walked down the castle's hallways, his thoughts already shifting back to his daily activities. Outside the castle, however, word of the encounter spread quickly. It wasn't long before the townsfolk of Sogres County were buzzing about how their young prodigy had saved the former head of the Nixian magic tower. Back in the castle, Dane was approached by his loyal butler, Herman. Curious about the old mage, Herman expressed his amazement. He noted that Sidrain Gauss was an 8-chain mage, a level of mastery beyond anything Herman had encountered, even surpassing Lady Arabella's accomplishments. Dane confirmed this, acknowledging Sidrain's vast experience, which impressed Herman even further. Herman went on to explain the importance of magic towers, likening them to independent territories that function almost like small nations. Hearing this, Dane admitted his surprise. He hadn't imagined that the dying man he saved could wield such influence. Herman agreed, but shared his curiosity about why a figure as important as Sidrain had been wandering through the dangerous forest in the first place. As the two continued their conversation, Dane focused on his training, but paused when something caught his attention. He scrutinized the sword he was using, clearly displeased. Staring at his reflection on the blade, he suddenly turned to Herman and demanded a new sword, his voice firm. He explained that the swords available to him were all lightweight and too short for his training needs. Herman panicked slightly, knowing that all the swords in the training hall were spoils of war brought back by the Count. There were no other weapons to offer. However, he promised Dane that he would prepare a long sword for training by the following day. Dane accepted this with a nod, thanking Herman before deciding to wrap up his session with the current sword for the day. As Dane wrapped up his training session, a long-forgotten memory surfaced in his mind, a gift from years ago. He recalled the day Duke Balthermion, the Hexaclass knight who had once ended his previous life, gave him a special crest. It had been 7 years since that day, and the crest held extraordinary significance. It granted Dane access to acquire any weapon of his choice from the greatest forge in the entire Althean Empire. A small smile tugged at his lips as he realized he had been sitting on this valuable opportunity for so long. Now he decided it might be time to pay the Duke a visit when he traveled to the capital. As Dane made his way out of the training grounds, he was greeted by his father, Count Arkin Sogers. Surprised by the sudden appearance, Dane remarked that he hadn't expected his father back so soon, believing he was still attending to issues outside the castle. Arkin chuckled, explaining that things had wrapped up earlier than planned, and he had hurried home for an important reason. Before he could elaborate, Dane guessed that his return must have been spurred by news of the mage Dane had rescued. The Count nodded, confirming the guess, and admitted that he found the old mage's presence intriguing, especially as a potential mentor for Arabella. Dane wasn't shocked by his father's interest in Sidrain Gauss. It made sense for the Count to see an opportunity for his eldest daughter to learn from someone as skilled as the former head of the Nixian magic tower. Still, Dane couldn't help but question whether the old mage could handle Arabella's fiery temperament, recalling how she had punched a senior at the academy once. Shifting his attention back to Dane, Arkin patted his son on the shoulder and expressed his pride in him. Saving Sidrain Gauss was no small feat, and Arkin didn't hold back in praising his youngest son. Dane humbly brushed off the compliment, stating he had only done what was necessary. But his father gently disagreed, pointing out that such bravery and capability were not traits found in just anyone. Hearing this, Dane smiled, feeling a sense of honor from his father's words. As they walked back to the castle together, Dane asked about his sisters, wondering if they might return home soon. Arkin sighed, expressing his frustration at how difficult it had become to see his daughters. Arabella was busy seeking a magic tower to join after completing her extended semester, while Claire had been requested to take up a role as an assistant professor by her professor. Dane felt immense pride in his sisters, marveling at their accomplishments. Arkin shared the sentiment, but reminded Dane that he had equally high expectations for him. The Count teased that the world might not be ready for a young man with Dane's talents, causing both father and son to laugh. At the mention of Duke Thermion, a flicker of emotion crossed Dane's face. Though he no longer burned with desperation for revenge, the thought of crossing blades with the veteran knight who had once killed him filled him with anticipation. He also wondered how Layla, the Duke's daughter, was faring. It had been a year since her last letter, and Dane realized he could check on her when he visited the capital. With his decision made, the next few days flew by in preparation for the journey. Back at the Annex Tower, Sidrain Gauss was growing restless. Frustrated by his confinement, He argued with a servant who insisted that he wasn't fully recovered. Sidrain complained about feeling like he was going mad from staying cooped up in the room for so long. The servant, however, stood firm and laid down strict rules. Sidrain was not to venture far and, most importantly, was forbidden from using magic within the tower. This new restriction left Sidrain fuming. He was further disheartened when the servant explained that his magic reflux had not been fully purified. The poison from the red-nosed mushroom still lingered in his system, and any use of magic could worsen his condition. Sidrain grumbled, but eventually conceded, realizing he had no choice but to comply. His stay in the Annex Tower would be longer than he had anticipated, leaving him with ample time to observe the young prodigy who had saved his life. Sidrain Gauss had finally reached his breaking point. Staying in his room without access to magic was bad enough, but he absolutely couldn't tolerate being confined any longer. Ignoring the protests of the servant stationed outside, he stormed out of the room. The servant, helpless to stop him, muttered a reminder that Sidrain didn't even know his way around the castle. Despite this, he let the old mage go, knowing full well he'd be the one in trouble if Sidrain caused any disturbances. As Sidrain wandered through the castle, his peculiar behavior quickly drew the attention of the staff. The maids, busy with their cleaning, gossiped about the strange guest. They noted how the old mage seemed to pace aimlessly through every floor of the tower, muttering to himself or stopping to examine seemingly mundane objects. To them, his eccentricity only reinforced the belief that mages were either brilliant geniuses or complete lunatics. Currently, Sidrain had found his way to the castle's backyard garden. There, he sat among the vibrant flowers, seemingly entranced by their beauty. This struck the maids as especially odd. How could someone reputed to be so powerful behave so strangely? His actions led some of them to speculate that he might not be a suitable teacher for Lady Arabella. After all, their lady needed stability in her life, and Sidrain seemed far from stable. Meanwhile, Sidrain was marveling at the garden, his fingers lightly brushing the petals of an exotic bloom. He admired the subtle magical energy infused within the plants, speculating about who might have crafted such a place. His musings were interrupted by the arrival of Dane, who approached with his usual calm demeanor. Dane raised an eyebrow upon finding Sidrain in the garden, clearly surprised. The old mage, noticing Dane's expression, chuckled and remarked that everyone must have assumed he'd run away. He immediately launched into a complaint about how he was being kept in the castle against his will, unable to leave until his recovery was complete. Dane found this amusing and laughed, wishing Sidrain a speedy recovery. Despite his grumbling, the mage admitted that the manor was a fine place to recuperate. He now understood why nobles flocked to the south during vacation seasons. Dane nodded in agreement, but mentioned that he wouldn't be staying much longer. This caught Sidrain off guard, and he asked where Dane was heading. When the boy revealed that he was traveling to the capital soon, Sidrain assumed he was finally enrolling in the academy. Given that Dane's sisters were already there, Sidrain thought it was a smart decision, believing Dane's life would be relatively easy in the capital thanks to his siblings' reputations. However, Sidrain's curiosity about Dane's own abilities got the better of him. Rather than rely on speculation, he decided to see for himself. Activating his mage senses, Sidrain peeked at Dane's mana. What he found left him completely stunned. The density of Dane's mana was extraordinary, far beyond anything he had ever seen in someone so young. If the mana of most geniuses could be likened to a stream, Dane's was a raging torrent. Sidrain struggled to make sense of it. Such dense mana would typically be wildly unstable, yet Dane's body contained it effortlessly, as if it were second nature. The old man's must have been obvious because Dane tilted his head, clearly noticing his odd behavior. Breaking the silence, Dane firmly warned Sidrain against assessing another person's magic without permission, calling it rude. Sidrain flinched, realizing his mistake. He apologized profusely, embarrassed by his lapse in judgment. His curiosity, however, was far from sated. Internally, he was still reeling. How could such dense mana exist within a 14-year-old? And more importantly, how was Dane able to control it so perfectly? Sidrain's thoughts raced as he tried to puzzle out this anomaly. He thought he should have seen a mana circle, a common marker of such power, but there was no trace of one. This only deepened the mystery. Despite his apology, it was clear Sidrain couldn't resist continuing his assessment, albeit more discreetly. Dane, meanwhile, began to suspect that the mage was still prying. Observing Sidrain's intense focus, Dane couldn't help but wonder what had the old man so fixated. As the boy stood there pondering Sidrain's behavior, the mage's mind churned with questions. As Sidrain continued his invasive analysis of Dane's magic, he suddenly saw something that utterly shocked him, leaving him frozen in place. Using his magical senses, he realized that Dane's heart was surrounded by magic, and what's more, the boy had not one but two mana cores. For a moment, the old mage just stared in disbelief, horrified and jealous all at once. Most people struggled to form even a single mana core in their lifetime, yet here stood a 14-year-old prodigy with two. His shock quickly turned into frustration. Sidrain started grumbling under his breath, and then, unable to hold back, angrily demanded to know how Dane had managed to form two mana cores. The sudden outburst left Dane completely baffled. To him, having two cores didn't seem like a big deal. If anything, he thought it was natural for someone like him. Confused by Sidrain's reaction, Dane hesitated before asking if having two mana cores was a problem. The old mage's response was swift and sharp. He explained that it was indeed a problem and questioned how Dane intended to wield a spear with such dense mana. The boy blinked, still unsure of why this was such a major issue. Seeing his confusion, Sidrain sighed heavily, clearly exasperated, and decided to explain further. Sidrain began by stating that Dane was squandering a talent most could only dream of. He elaborated that the dense magic contained within his cores, without accompanying mana circles for refinement, would go to waste. Sidrain emphasized that this wasn't just a minor issue. It was akin to turning his back on greatness. At first, Dane didn't fully grasp the magnitude of Sidrain's frustration. But as the old man laid out the consequences, his eyes widened. Sidrain explained that mana cores and circles couldn't easily coexist because they tended to interfere with one another. This interference often led to disastrous results, as the compressed mana from the cores would overwhelm the circle, causing it to collapse or burst. Such a phenomenon, Sidrain stated, was the primary reason why magic swordsmen, those who attempted to balance both, often had tragically short lifespans. Dane listened intently, his mind racing. He had already noticed some inconsistencies in his own mana flow and suspected a conflict, but hearing Sidrain confirm it with such detail was overwhelming. Still, despite the grim explanation, Dane wasn't entirely discouraged. He posed a question that surprised Sidrain. Was it truly impossible to use magic without relying on circles? Sidrain, shaking his head in disappointment, admitted that while it wasn't impossible, it was exceedingly rare and came with significant limitations. Without mana circles, a mage wouldn't be able to refine their magic properly, making certain advanced spells impossible to cast. He added that many magicians had attempted such feats in the past, but their efforts had almost always ended in failure. Despite the discouraging odds, Dane remained undeterred. After a brief pause, he calmly suggested trying it for himself. This bold declaration left Sidrain utterly speechless. He stared at the boy, his jaw slack with disbelief. When he finally found his voice, he scolded Dane for his audacity, reminding him that countless others had failed at what he was now casually proposing. Dane, noticing Sidrain's incredulous expression, quickly explained that he had never attempted to use magic without circles before, but believed it was worth exploring. Sidrain's face twisted in frustration. His teeth clenched as he tried to process the sheer overconfidence, or perhaps arrogance, of this boy. After everything he had just explained, Dane was still willing to risk it. The old man's temper flared again as he scolded Dane, calling his idea reckless and absurd. Dane could tell that his words were stirring up Sidrain Gauss, so he quickly clarified his plan. He calmly explained that he intended to rearrange the magic code, confident that this approach would help him overcome the obstacle Sidrain had described. With that, Dane focused his mana, releasing it into the air around him. The energy swirled like a living current, and he began methodically restructuring the magic code. It didn't take long, just a few seconds of focused effort, and then, with a sudden burst, flames erupted in Dane's hands. Both the young prodigy and the old mage were left stunned. Dane hadn't entirely expected his experiment to succeed, but here it was, a spell cast without the refinement of a magic circle. The flames flickered and danced in his hands, undeniable proof of his breakthrough. The boy, however, remained composed. Even as he marveled at his success, he reminded himself that this was only a basic level, one-chain spell. There was still much more for him to learn and achieve. While Dane kept his cool, Sidrain was anything but. The old man stared at the flames in horror and disbelief, realizing he had drastically underestimated Dane. Every other mage who had attempted something similar had failed miserably. Yet, here was a 14-year-old, effortlessly bending the laws of magic to his will. Sidrain muttered incredulously, struggling to accept what he was witnessing. "This isn't supposed to be possible," he exclaimed, his voice trembling. "Without a magic circle, you should only be able to use raw magic, unstable and chaotic. But you've just rewritten the rules." Unbothered by Sidrain's shock, Dane decided to test his new abilities further. Drawing inspiration from his older sister Arabella, who had once told him he had an extraordinary affinity for magic, Dane created a shimmering sphere of energy around himself. The force field pulsed with power, another testament to his unique gifts. For a moment, Dane reflected on Arabella's words, thinking they might explain why he was so naturally talented in magic despite not being destined for it in the traditional sense. Sidrain, meanwhile, was spiraling into disbelief. He tried, and failed, to come up with a logical explanation for what he was seeing. High mana affinity might make Dane gifted, but it couldn't possibly account for the boy's ability to wield spells with such authority and precision. As Sidrain wrestled with his doubts, he realized he was facing something entirely beyond his understanding. Dane's talents were what the common folk might call innate gifts, abilities so extraordinary they defied imitation or replication. For Sidrain, this was a deeply unsettling revelation. Everything he knew about magic was being upended by this boy's existence. The idea that someone could wield such dense, pure mana and break the fundamental rules of magic was terrifying. He could no longer cling to his preconceived notions. He had to accept that Dane was something entirely unprecedented. While Sidrain trembled, his hands resting shakily on his knees, Dane continued experimenting with his newfound skills. The boy's calm demeanor contrasted sharply with the mage's visible distress. Even Dane was surprised by his success, having begun to believe the old man's claim that magic without circles was impossible. But now, his experiment had proven otherwise, marking a significant breakthrough in his understanding of magic. Sidrain, however, couldn't celebrate this achievement. Fear outweighed his admiration. As he watched Dane manipulate his mana with ease, Sidrain felt as though he were staring at a being far beyond human. A demigod, perhaps. The boy's dense, pure mana, combined with his ability to rewrite the rules of magic, was simply too much for the old man to process. As far as Sidrain Gauss was concerned, Dane was the real deal, a once-in-a-lifetime genius who didn't even seem to realize just how extraordinary he was. While Dane continued testing his newly discovered abilities, the old mage made a bold move. Approaching the boy, Sidrain asked if he would consider becoming his disciple. But this proposition wasn't even close to Dane's plans. Without missing a beat, Dane turned and began walking away, hoping to ignore Sidrain long enough for the old mage to drop the idea. Unfortunately for Dane, Sidrain wasn't the type to give up so easily. Seeing the boy storming off, Sidrain hurried after him, pleading for him to wait and hear him out. His words fell on deaf ears, though, as Dane continued his brisk pace, leaving the old man trailing behind. Sidrain's frustration mounted. He firmly believed that ignoring Dane's potential was akin to letting the brightest star fade unnoticed, and he wasn't about to let that happen. Determined to make Dane listen, he dashed ahead and blocked the boy's path. Dane stopped reluctantly, clearly exasperated, his expression suggesting he'd rather be anywhere but here. Ignoring the boy's obvious disinterest, Sidrain took a new approach. He asked Dane if he knew how to use two-chain magic. Dane hesitated for a moment before admitting, with a trace of embarrassment, that he couldn't. He explained that he didn't know the magic code necessary to cast such spells. Sidrain's frustration vanished in an instant, replaced by a wide grin. To him, this was a golden opportunity. If Dane needed help mastering two-chain magic, Sidrain was the perfect teacher. He enthusiastically claimed that with his guidance, Dane would be able to perform two-chain magic immediately, provided he agreed to become his disciple. Sidrain was sure this offer was irresistible. But before he could even finish speaking, Dane firmly declined. He politely thanked the old mage for the offer, but made it clear that he wasn't interested. The rejection hit Sidrain like a thunderclap. It was the third time the boy had turned him down, and Sidrain's temper boiled over. He growled in rage, feeling humiliated. Here he was, a mage of legendary stature, practically begging a 14-year-old to become his student, and yet Dane had rejected him without hesitation. Sidrain clenched his fists, but he couldn't do anything about the situation. He simply stood there, his pride wounded, his face burning with embarrassment and frustration. Before the silence could stretch too long, it was broken by the sound of laughter. Both Dane and Sidrain turned to see Count Arkansogers approaching, amused by the scene unfolding before him. The veteran spearman greeted Sidrain warmly and remarked that he hadn't realized the old mage had grown so close to his son. Dane, his mood immediately lifting, greeted his father enthusiastically. When Arkan asked what they had been discussing, Dane revealed that Sidrain had been trying to make him his disciple. He added, almost nonchalantly, that he had refused the offer. Arkan blinked in surprise, clearly caught off guard. The idea of someone from outside the Sogers family taking over his son's training was unexpected. Both he and Lily still had plenty they wanted to teach Dane before sending him out into the wider world. The idea of Sidrain swooping in and claiming Dane as his disciple felt abrupt and, frankly, presumptuous. Sidrain, noticing the Count's reaction, immediately grew nervous. He scrambled to explain himself, praising Dane's immense talent and insisting that the boy was destined to become a mage of unparalleled greatness. Arkan listened to Sidrain's impassioned speech with a twinkle in his eye, his amusement growing. He already knew Dane was gifted. He had seen it firsthand. The idea of his son being destined for magic wasn't exactly news to him. Still, he humored the mage and asked him to elaborate. Encouraged by this glimmer of interest, Sidrain eagerly continued. He declared that Dane's potential was unlike anything he had ever seen, boldly claiming that the boy might one day surpass even the greatest mages in history. Sidrain leaned in closer to Dane as he made his bold declaration. He revealed to Count Arkan that Dane had not only succeeded in using chain-level magic without a mana circle, but had achieved something considered impossible. Arkan, skeptical of the claim, furrowed his brow and turned to his son for confirmation. Dane, calm as ever, nodded confidently, verifying Sidrain's account. Hearing this, Arkan burst into hearty laughter. While impressed, he wasn't entirely surprised. After all, he had come to expect the extraordinary from his son. The Count acknowledged that Dane had achieved this breakthrough without any formal knowledge of magic, a fact Sidrain also recognized. It was precisely this lack of foundational knowledge that made Dane's natural talent so remarkable. For the first time, Sidrain and Arkan seemed to share the same perspective. Both men laughed, marveling at the boy's brilliance. Arkan took a moment to compliment Sidrain's sharp eye, admitting that he expected no less from the former head of a magic tower. Sidrain, grinning, responded by saying it wasn't just about talent. Dane was a bona fide genius, a rare prodigy unlike anyone he'd seen before. He then made a bold suggestion. Dane could grow up to become a magic swordsman, a rare and formidable combination of swordsmanship and magic. Hearing this, Dane's mind wandered briefly. He imagined himself in gleaming armor, wielding a massive sword, his magical aura radiating power. The vision made him curious about such a future. However, when Arkan heard Sidrain's suggestion, his imagination painted a very different picture, his son choosing the sword over the spear. A scowl immediately darkened the Count's face. He didn't like that idea. Not one bit. Dane noticed the sudden shift in his father's mood. He quickly realized that Sidrain had unintentionally said one of the few things that should never be mentioned in front of Count Sogers. Sidrain, oblivious to the brewing storm, continued enthusiastically, praising the potential of Dane becoming a magic swordsman. The old mage was convinced he'd said enough to win the Count over, but little did he know, his words had achieved the opposite effect. Sidrain then made his most daring offer yet. He promised to take full responsibility for Dane's training and vowed to shape him into the Empire's top magic swordsman. To most parents, such an offer would have been irresistible, but Sidrain had miscalculated. He hadn't noticed the thunderous expression on Arkan's face. When Sidrain finally turned to face the Count, he froze. The scowl on Arkan's face sent chills down his spine. The tension in the air was palpable, and Sidrain, now terrified, realized he had stepped into dangerous territory. Before the Count even spoke, the mage knew he'd made a grave mistake. In a voice laced with barely contained anger, Arkan made his position clear. Dane would not become a magic swordsman. Sidrain, though intimidated, was still determined to plead his case. He asked why, pointing out that combining magic with swordsmanship was a dream for many. He argued that Dane was uniquely suited for such a path and couldn't understand why Arkan was so opposed to the idea. Arkan's glare sharpened, and his tone grew even firmer. He spelled it out for Sidrain in no uncertain terms. Dane would not be a magic swordsman because he was destined to become a magic spearman. The realization hit Sidrain like a bolt of lightning. He hadn't known that Arkan's attachment to spearmanship ran so deep. Now that he did, he wisely chose to drop the subject. It was clear that any further insistence would only worsen the Count's already foul mood. Meanwhile, Dane, who had been sweating nervously through the entire exchange, let out a quiet sigh of relief. Though the tension hadn't entirely dissipated, at least the misunderstanding had been cleared up. His father, however, still looked visibly upset, and Dane couldn't help but wonder if Sidrain would ever learn to tread more carefully around the fiery Count Sogers. Sidrain silently vowed to read the room more carefully in the future. Still, he couldn't help but wonder why the Sogers family approached things the way they did. For mages, becoming a disciple wasn't a simple mentorship. It carried the profound tradition of inheritance. This practice, rooted in ancient magical customs, remained a cornerstone even in modern times, despite the widespread availability of universal magic education. Sidrain wasn't just looking for a disciple. He sought a successor, someone to carry his legacy forward. And from what he had seen so far, Dane possessed the innate talent to be that person. Dane, meanwhile, reflected on everything Sidrain and others had said about his talent. The constant compliments and awestruck reactions made him pause and focus inward. After a moment, he admitted to himself that he could feel something swirling within his body, though he wasn't entirely sure what it was. Then, a sudden realization struck him. He had that thing. What thing he was referring to became clear as a flashback scene played. In it, Arabella handed him a crystal ball when he was younger, explaining that he could use it to contact her whenever he needed advice. Dane had almost forgotten about the ball, but now it seemed like the perfect time to use it. Returning to his room, he rummaged through his belongings and retrieved the crystal ball. Pouring mana into the crystal, he activated the spell that would allow him to communicate with his sister. The connection sparked to life, and Arabella, who was studying in the library at the academy, heard his voice. Her head shot up in surprise, her golden hair shimmering in the light. A wide grin spread across her face as she recognized Dane's voice. Arabella's excitement was immediate and uncontainable. Forgetting she was in the library, she quickly left the library to take Dane's call somewhere private. Once outside, she greeted him enthusiastically, her happiness evident in her voice. The first thing Arabella noticed was that Dane had used a one-chain spell to activate the crystal ball. This surprised her. He hadn't even possessed a magic circle the last time they spoke. Amazed, she asked how he had done it. Dane explained that he still didn't have a circle, but he didn't see it as a big deal since the spell had worked anyway. Arabella's eyes lit up with pride as she smiled at her brother. She had always known his mana affinity was exceptional, but seeing it in action exceeded her expectations. Overwhelmed with excitement, she urged Dane to explain further. Dane, ever the logical one, calmly broke it down. He told her that a magic circle's primary functions were circulation and purification. His mana might already be naturally pure, which could explain why he didn't need a circle. However, he admitted he wasn't entirely certain and wanted to learn more. Arabella, intrigued, decided they should test his theory. She told Dane she would send a mana stone through the transmission machine in his room. Her request was simple. Once the stone arrived, Dane should try pouring some mana into it. Dane readily agreed, expressing gratitude for her help. Having a genius like Arabella as an older sister was something he genuinely appreciated, especially since she always seemed willing to guide him. As their conversation continued, Arabella shifted topics. She remarked that Dane would undoubtedly draw attention at the academy if he was already using chain-level magic at his age. Dane's eyes widened in horror. Drawing attention was the last thing he wanted. Without hesitation, he protested, saying he'd prefer to remain unnoticed. Arabella laughed at his reaction, but dropped another truth bomb. She explained that avoiding attention would be impossible because talent always draws eyes. Dane groaned, clearly uncomfortable with the idea, but Arabella reassured him in her own way. Settling onto a bench outside, she promised that if anyone dared to bully him at the academy, he should tell her immediately. She vowed to utterly destroy any bullies who came near her little brother. As Dane spoke with Arabella, a thought crossed his mind that made him pause. He remembered the story about her breaking the nose of a male student at the academy, the second son of the Dwell Duchy, who had apparently been too friendly with her. With a mischievous grin, Dane brought up the incident, but the moment he did, Arabella's mood shifted drastically. She snapped at him, warning her younger brother not to mention that bastard. Arabella's anger quickly escalated, and she unintentionally raised her voice, earning strange looks from passing students. Realizing she was causing a scene, she calmed herself. After taking a moment to regain her composure, she steered the conversation back on track, asking Dane if he thought his mana's purity would continue to increase naturally over time, even without a magic circle. Dane admitted he wasn't sure. The uncertainty in his voice made Arabella more curious, and she decided it would be worth exploring the question further. However, just as she began brainstorming ideas, someone interrupted to inform her that the professor was looking for her. Arabella sighed, but told Dane she had to leave. She promised to send him the mana stone they'd discussed and assured him she'd contact him soon. After exchanging goodbyes, their conversation ended, leaving Dane alone with his thoughts. As silence filled the room, Dane stared at the glowing crystal ball. The conversation with his sister had left him reflective. Thinking about everything he'd learned and achieved recently, he felt a sense of pride. The realization that his mana was naturally pure was exhilarating, and for a moment, he even joked to himself about having a dragon's heart hidden in his chest. Meanwhile, back at the Annex Tower, Sidrain Gauss was in a much darker state of mind. The stubborn mage, who had ignored warnings to avoid using magic, was now suffering the consequences. His condition had worsened, and he was gripped with the fear that he might actually die. Sidrain's frustration festered as he ruminated over his situation. He had hoped to recover quickly and leave the Annex Tower, but now all those hopes were dashed. Instead of taking responsibility for his own actions, he directed his blame squarely at Dane. In his mind, none of this would have happened if the boy had simply accepted his offer to become his disciple. Sidrain's memories of Dane's blunt rejection gnawed at him, haunting him like a bad dream. He was desperate to convince the young prodigy to change his mind, and his thoughts spiraled as he brainstormed ways to sway Dane. Several ideas surfaced. The first was to offer Dane a grand artifact, something rare and powerful. But Sidrain wasn't sure if that would work. Another idea was to promise Dane the inheritance magic passed down through generations of mages, a priceless treasure that only a successor could receive. However, Sidrain quickly dismissed this as too risky. If Dane rejected him again or failed to live up to expectations, Sidrain would lose everything. Unable to settle on a viable plan, Sidrain bowed his head in frustration, wallowing in self-pity. He was already burdened by his worsening health, and now he had the added pressure of dealing with Dane's elusive brilliance. His thoughts were interrupted by a sudden knock on the door. "Are you in there?" A voice called from outside. The person revealed themselves as Sogers, and Sidrain immediately knew it was Dane. Panic gripped the old mage. He wasn't prepared to face the boy. He hadn't yet devised the perfect offer to persuade him, and now Dane was standing right outside his door. For a fleeting moment, Sidrain wondered if Dane might have come to apologize or, by some miracle, changed his mind about becoming his disciple. There was only one way to find out. Swallowing his unease, Sidrain called out, inviting Dane to come inside. Dane walks into the room. Sidrain, the once proud head of the Nixian Magic Tower, had been waiting, his expression a mix of curiosity and anticipation. It seems the young master had something important to share, and the air between them felt charged. Sidrain's sharp eyes studied Dane, whose face carried a gentle smile. That smile caught the old mage off guard, almost disarming him. It wasn't what he expected. He'd grown used to bracing himself for frustrating rejections or Dane's usual defiance. But this time, the boy's big, welcoming green eyes gave Sidrain hope. He couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh, convinced that good news was finally coming his way. Before Dane could even open his mouth, Sidrain boldly declared that the boy must have decided to accept him as a master. His excitement bubbled over, the thought of training such a prodigy filling him with pride. But, just as quickly, Dane crushed his hopes with a blunt and unwavering no. The rejection hit Sidrain like a thunderclap. His face fell as the reality sank in. Yet again, the annoyingly talented young man had refused him. Sidrain couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Had he known this constant rejection was coming, maybe he wouldn't have let Dane save him back in the forest of the last days. At least then his dignity would have remained intact. Now, here he was, stuck in the Sogur's Palace Annex, forced to endure the presence of the boy who kept turning him down. With a resigned sigh, Sidrain asked Dane to explain himself. He was growing tired of the mixed signals. Why had Dane sought him out if he had no intention of becoming his disciple? The two sat down over tea for a serious conversation, and Sidrain's frustration began to show in his tone. Dane could sense it and decided it was time to clear the air. The boy admitted that he did have an interest in magic, which immediately piqued Sidrain's curiosity. If that were true, why wouldn't Dane accept him as a mentor? Sidrain's confusion deepened, and his mind raced to find an explanation. Was Dane already learning from someone else? When he posed the question, Dane quickly denied having another master. Instead of calming the old mage, the answer only irritated him further. Sidrain couldn't understand why Dane would reject an offer to study under someone as experienced as himself, a formidable 8-chain mage. It was a rare opportunity, and in Sidrain's mind, any aspiring magician should leap at the chance. Yet Dane remained firm in his refusal, leaving the mage exasperated. He angrily demanded to know the real reason Dane had come to see him. Finally, Dane revealed the truth, though reluctantly. He admitted that he wanted to learn 2-chain magic, but didn't know the rearrangement codes required to master it. With his sister Arabella currently far away, he had no one else to teach him. Dane hated to admit it, but Sidrain was his best option. Hearing this, Sidrain's expression shifted. Despite the rejection, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed his face. The boy might not want to call him master, but it seemed Sidrain's expertise would still be needed. Dane knew he held the upper hand. After all, he had saved Sidrain's life back in the forest of the last days, leaving the mage indebted to him. Sidrain had already sworn to repay the favor, so Dane was confident that his request wouldn't be easily denied. With that assurance, Dane finally revealed the purpose of his visit. The young master began by admitting that he didn't want to walk the singular path of a mage. This revelation left Sidrain stunned. He assumed that Dane wanted to follow in his father's footsteps and become a magic spearman. But Dane quickly corrected him, stating that his ambitions went far beyond that. He intended to master not only magic and spearmanship, but also assassination and summoning, the skills his family had imparted to him over the years. And if that wasn't enough, Dane casually added swordsmanship to the mix, sipping his tea with a quiet confidence that left Sidrain flabbergasted. The old mage was overwhelmed by the boy's ambition. He couldn't fathom someone trying to excel in so many disciplines at once. To him, it seemed impossible. While he struggled to process Dane's bold declaration, Sidrain, however, was deeply frustrated. This was the same boy who had rejected him repeatedly, and now he was claiming he wanted to pursue something Sidrain could barely wrap his head around. The old mage tried once more, asking if Dane was absolutely sure about refusing his offer of mentorship. This would be Sidrain's final plea, a last-ditch effort to persuade the stubborn prodigy. But Dane's response was swift and cutting. With a tone sharper than any blade, he confirmed his refusal, delivering yet another blow to Sidrain's bruised ego. Defeated, Sidrain slumped in his chair. He had tried every argument, every incentive he could muster, and still, Dane would not budge. Just as the mage was ready to give up, an idea struck him. Perhaps, he thought, the boy's stubbornness could be used to his advantage. A sly grin spread across Sidrain's face as he stood abruptly and posed an unexpected question. Would Dane be interested in a letter of recommendation for the Imperial Academy? The offer caught Dane completely off guard. He froze mid-sip, his mind racing to decipher Sidrain's angle. Sensing the boy's confusion, Sidrain explained his proposition. He had heard of Dane's plans to enter the academy and suggested that a recommendation from someone as renowned as himself would ensure a strong start for the young master. But, of course, there was a catch. The letter would only be given if Dane agreed to become Sidrain's disciple. The offer was enticing, and Dane couldn't dismiss it outright. After considering it briefly, he agreed to accept the letter, though notably, he did not agree to become Sidrain's disciple. Still, this small concession was a victory for the old mage. For once, he hadn't been rejected outright, and that alone brought him a sense of satisfaction. Sidrain leaned back in his chair, a contented smile on his face, as he declared that they could now have a proper conversation. But Dane wasn't done yet. He had another request. This made Sidrain laugh, amused by the boy's sudden shift in tone. The mage couldn't help but grin, feeling that the tides were beginning to turn. Though Dane still hadn't agreed to be his disciple, this back and forth left Sidrain with a renewed sense of hope. For now, he'd take the small wins. Sidrain was riding high on his plan to secure Dane's loyalty. He felt confident that by granting favors, he could morally obligate the boy to become his disciple. Rising from his chair with renewed energy, the old mage assured Dane he was willing to fulfill any request. The boy, smiling faintly, was pleased to hear this and made his ask. He wanted to learn the rearrangement codes for 2-chain magic. Sidrain's response was immediate and self-assured. He declared that he could teach Dane not just one, but all rearrangement codes for 2-chain magic. Dane was slightly surprised by this revelation, but deeply grateful, expressing his thanks to the mage. Sidrain laughed with satisfaction, brushing off the gratitude as unnecessary. To him, this was just the beginning of a relationship that would eventually solidify Dane as a student. The mage was certain he had laid the groundwork for a lasting mentorship. Sidrain even offered to start their first lesson immediately. However, he admitted he wasn't in the best condition to teach at the moment. Dane, ever composed, agreed it might be better to delay. This little exchange left Sidrain feeling victorious. He believed he had finally reeled in his most prized catch, but Dane was already one step ahead. With a calm but pointed tone, Dane suggested that Sidrain had now repaid his debt for saving his life in the forest. The mage froze, the realization hitting him like a bolt of lightning. While Sidrain had thought he was cleverly indebting the boy, Dane had been using the situation to settle their score. The young master reminded Sidrain of his own words. He had said Dane could ask for anything because he owed him. As the implication sank in, Sidrain's face contorted with disbelief. The boy clarified further. With his request for the rearrangement codes and the letter of recommendation granted, their debt was square. Dane, unfazed by Sidrain's reaction, bluntly stated that this meant their unofficial master-disciple agreement was null and void. Sidrain's hope crumbled. He had been tricked, and by a 14-year-old at that. Desperate to salvage the situation, Sidrain protested. He argued that Dane had asked for 2 favors, magic instruction and a letter, while he owed only one. Surely this was unfair? But Dane, as always, was ready. Calmly, he laid out his reasoning. First, he reminded Sidrain that he had saved his life in the forest. Second, he had cured Sidrain of the poison from the red-nosed mushroom. That made 2 favors owed, and Sidrain had just repaid them both. Sidrain was stunned into silence, his mouth agape as he tried to process the boy's airtight logic. And as if to twist the dagger, Dane added that he could have counted the fact that he carried Sidrain on his back as a 3rd favor, but chose to let that slide as a bonus. The old mage's face turned red as he realized he had been thoroughly outwitted. He was horrified, not just by the loss of leverage, but by the sheer boldness of this child. The thought of being played so expertly by a teenager left Sidrain overwhelmed and confused. His back ached just remembering the events Dane had so casually used against him. The time finally comes for Sidrain to fulfill the favors Dane had asked of him. Begrudgingly, but with a sliver of hope, the old mage follows the young master to the training ground. Though Sidrain doesn't feel like he has much of a choice, he convinces himself that continuing to curry favor with Dane might one day win him over. Sidrain refuses to give up on Dane's extraordinary talent and magic potential. For now, he resigns himself to granting the boy's requests, keeping alive the faint possibility of becoming his mentor. At the training ground, Sidrain begins by addressing one of Dane's unique traits, his creation of a manicore instead of a magic circle. He reassures the boy that it isn't a problem, emphasizing that the most remarkable feat is Dane's ability to use chain-level magic without a circle at all. Still, he doesn't hold back in explaining that the rearrangement code for 2-chain magic is notoriously difficult. Many have tried and failed to master it. But Sidrain, recognizing Dane's brilliance, believes the boy can grasp it if he focuses. Dane listens intently, smiling with confidence. Sidrain, pleased to see this enthusiasm, nonetheless decides not to make it too easy for the boy. After all, Dane already shows him little respect. This could be a way to keep the young prodigy grounded. When Sidrain starts his explanation of 2-chain magic, he emphasizes its complexity. It requires calculating not only the mage's mana reserves, but also the ambient mana in the atmosphere and the state of their own body, all at once. For most people, it's overwhelming, and many give up magic altogether at this stage. As Sidrain talks, he notices Dane quietly jotting notes, and it catches him off guard. The old mage doubts the boy is following his explanation and figures it's only a matter of time before Dane asks him to simplify things. To Sidrain's astonishment, when he finally asks Dane if he understands, the boy confidently confirms that he does. Not only did Dane grasp the rearrangement code, but he also picked up additional insights from the lecture. Sidrain, skeptical, challenges Dane to explain the laws of magic. Without hesitation, Dane begins. He outlines the first law, coexistence, explaining that magical power coexists with the physical world and ambient mana. Through this coexistence, mages can combine their own magic with external mana to activate spells. Sidrain listens gobsmacked. Before he can respond, Dane moves on to the second law, conservation. Dane elaborates, stating that magic power can gather elemental attributes from the material world. Through conservation, These attributes can be harnessed to manifest elemental magic. Sidrain's face pales as the boy continues, adding his interpretations to the laws with clarity and precision. What others find dull, Dane finds fascinating, and Sidrain is left wondering how such a prodigy could even exist. Sweat forms on the old mage's brow as he realizes Dane's understanding is deeper than he could have imagined. Shifting gears, Sidrain explains that the complexity of magic increases exponentially with each additional chain. To illustrate, he activates his magical powers for a demonstration. First, he shows one-chain magic, where the energy forms simple, straight lines flowing with relatively basic rules. However, as he transitions to two-chain magic, the single lines thicken, weaving into a complex network of glowing energy. The intricate display leaves no doubt as to why so many struggle with this level of magic. Sidrain watched intently as Dane observed the two-chain magic demonstration, specifically the fire arrow spell. The old mage explained how the rearrangement codes for this spell were incredibly intricate, requiring multiple iterations of the same code to summon more arrows. He mentioned that most mages took at least a year after mastering one-chain magic to even attempt two-chain techniques. Confident in his assumptions, Sidrain believed that no matter how talented Dane was, he would only grasp a fraction of the code's complexity at best. Sidrain decided to take a patient approach, planning to guide Dane through the technique over the course of a week. To his surprise, Dane boldly announced that he wanted to try it right away. Taken aback by the boy's confidence, Sidrain hesitated but ultimately allowed him to proceed, certain it would be a struggle. Dane prepared himself, taking a focused stance as he began to channel his mana. Sidrain's initial doubt was replaced with astonishment as he watched the young master seamlessly set up the magical framework. The old mage, though still skeptical, confirmed that what Dane had just performed was indeed one-chain magic. But he was impressed by how effortlessly the boy could manipulate the mana lines with precision in both width and length. Sidrain considered this mastery of one-chain magic impressive for Dane's age, though not groundbreaking. However, Sidrain's world flipped when Dane attempted the two-chain rearrangement code he had just demonstrated. With focus and confidence, Dane flawlessly replicated the patterns, creating the complex network of mana lines needed for two-chain magic. Sidrain couldn't believe his eyes. Dane had memorized and executed the technique after a single demonstration. Flabbergasted, he demanded to know how Dane had managed such a feat. Dane calmly explained that he had carefully observed the rules and patterns Sidrain showed him. By visualizing the magic in his mind, he was able to form the technique with precision. For Dane, once the concept clicked, the execution was straightforward. Sidrain was stunned. It had taken him years to master two-chain magic, and here was a boy who had just accomplished it effortlessly, and without the use of a magic circle. As Sidrain was processing this, Dane announced that he would now try the fire arrow spell itself. Before Sidrain could protest, Dane activated the magic, manipulating the energy around him. The air shimmered as flames materialized into precise, glowing arrows. Sidrain's jaw dropped as he watched the fiery projectiles hover midair. Not only had Dane mastered the rearrangement code, but he had also successfully executed the spell on his first attempt. Dane turned to Sidrain with a satisfied smile and casually asked if he was performing the technique correctly. Sidrain, still in shock, confirmed that the boy's execution was flawless. Dane admitted that even he was surprised at how quickly he picked it up. Sidrain, on the other hand, was left grappling with the implications of this display of raw talent. A boy using two-chain magic without a circle? The world would turn upside down if anyone discovered this. Determined to keep Dane's abilities under wraps until he could secure him as a disciple, Sidrain masked his awe and suggested they move on to another code. Dane, ever eager, agreed with a smile. That evening, Sidrain sat in his quarters pondering how he would draft Dane's recommendation letter for the Imperial Academy. He marveled at everything the boy had accomplished in just one day, realizing the enormity of the young master's potential. Meanwhile, Dane lay in bed, reflecting on the magic lessons with Sidrain. They had been far more enjoyable than he anticipated, and he concluded that he would need to balance theory with practice to truly excel. As he stared at the ceiling, Dane's thoughts drifted to his past life. In that life, magic was a luxury he could never afford to learn, as every moment was spent swinging a sword to survive. Back then, the constant threat of death left no time for theoretical study or developing magical skills. Now, with the freedom to delve into magic alongside his natural talent, Dane looked forward to this second chance with a renewed sense of purpose. He was confident that combining the knowledge he had learned from his sister with Sidrain's guidance would lead to explosive growth. His excitement for the days ahead grew as he began wondering what new magic he might learn next. Half a month later, Dane and Sidrain approached Count Arkensogers with a request. They wanted to create a magic reagent but lacked the necessary materials, which would need to be sourced from outside the territory. The Count found this request excessive and hesitated. However, Sidrain assured him there was no need to worry, revealing that Dane had already mastered 4 rearrangement codes, a feat that left Arkan stunned. Most mages needed at least a month to learn just one code. Surprised and curious, Arkan asked Dane how he knew about magic reagents in the first place. Dane replied that he had read about them in the library, explaining that they had piqued his interest. Sidrain chuckled with delight, remarking that geniuses always have peculiar interests, as most people find magic reagents dull. The mage added that Dane would likely enjoy collecting the reagent materials, given his curiosity about them. Arkan, after a moment of thought, decided that the expedition could be a valuable experience for his son. He granted permission, encouraging Dane to explore the territory while gathering the materials. Dane agreed enthusiastically, a wide smile lighting up his face. The scene shifted to the bustling streets of Sogers County. From above, the vibrant town was alive with activity. Children played in the streets, elderly citizens strolled along the paths, and merchants called out their wares. The young master, Dane, rode his horse through the city alongside Sidrain and his loyal butler, Herman. The sight of the silver-haired prodigy caused a stir among the townsfolk. Children waved excitedly, offering him snacks they hoped to promote as new products. Merchants called out, advertising their goods, while others simply stood in awe, mesmerized by the handsome young master. His silver hair glinted in the sunlight, a striking feature shared by the noble Sogers family. As the people crowded around him, Dane decided to address them. He greeted everyone warmly, expressing his hopes that they were all doing well. Turning to the children, he promised to return later to try their snacks, bringing smiles to their faces. Sidrain, observing from the sidelines, noted the joyous atmosphere. The people's admiration for Dane was palpable, and it was clear to Sidrain that the young master was deeply loved. From the cheerful crowd and their affection for Dane, Sidrain deduced that Count Arkan was a fair and well-loved lord. The vibrant streets and smiling faces were a testament to the harmony within Sogers County. As Sidrain continued to admire Sogers County, his observations spilled out without him realizing he was thinking aloud. The old mage marveled at how peaceful, prosperous, and vibrant the county was, a rarity on the continent. From the delectable snacks to the warm southern weather and friendly people, Sidrain couldn't help but compare it favorably to the capital city. It was a sight he admitted was impossible to find elsewhere. Hearing this, Dane replied with a proud smile, agreeing with Sidrain's sentiments. The young master affirmed how comfortable and warm life was in the south, clearly delighted to see his home appreciated. However, the pair wasn't just out strolling for leisure. They were on their way to the magic supply shop. Sidrain, curious about how much longer it would take, asked Dane, who admitted with a sheepish laugh that he had never been there before. The old mage raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. He had assumed Dane would lead the way. Turning to his ever-reliable butler, Dane asked Herman to guide them. Without hesitation, Herman stepped forward, assuring them that the shop wasn't far and taking the lead. The trio quickened their pace, making their way through the lively streets. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the magic supply shop. As they stepped inside, the shopkeeper's eyes widened in surprise. She instantly recognized Dane, her gaze lingering on his stunning silver hair and emerald green eyes, which shimmered even more in the shop's ambient light. Flustered but delighted, she quickly welcomed them. Dane returned her greeting with his usual charm, thanking her for the warm reception and inquiring about how business was going. The shopkeeper admitted it had been slow, with most of her customers being foreigners or people with only a passing interest in magic. She lamented the lack of visitors from the nearby regions. However, when she noticed Sidrain, her demeanor shifted. She recognized him immediately as the former head of the Nixian Magic Tower and expressed her honor at having such a distinguished guest. Sidrain couldn't hide his blush, clearly pleased by the acknowledgement. It had been quite some time since anyone had treated him with such reverence. Dane, intrigued, watched the exchange. While he respected Sidrain's abilities, he found it amusing how others seemed to idolize the old mage. After some thought, he realized it made sense. There were only a handful of magic tower heads in the empire, and Sidrain's reputation clearly preceded him. The shopkeeper, eager to accommodate her esteemed visitors, encouraged them to look around, and offered her assistance with anything they needed. Sidrain suggested Dane take his time exploring, since it was his first visit to a magic supply shop, while he himself stayed back to chat with the shopkeeper. Dane began his exploration with enthusiasm. The shop was filled with fascinating artifacts, spell tomes, magical reagents, and trinkets. He spotted a small chest brimming with precious stones and jewelry, each piece glimmering under the magical lighting. Every corner seemed to hold something unique, from ancient books of spells to beautifully crafted artifacts. As he wandered through the aisles, Dane discovered something extraordinary. Each time he touched an item, he could sense the magical reactions emanating from it. Dane's sense of pride grew as he watched the magical reactions sparked by his touch. It reinforced what he already knew. His magic affinity was exceptional. But his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a strange ringing sound that seemed to call out to him. Puzzled, he tried to locate the source, feeling a strong reaction emanating from somewhere else in the shop. Drawn to it, he began walking toward the mysterious pull, his curiosity building with each step. Before he could reach the source, the shopkeeper stopped him, explaining that the items in that section were only for decoration. Her words surprised him, but eased his anxiety slightly. At the same time, Sidrain called him over to inspect some potion ingredients, specifically suggesting moon root as a good basic component. The shopkeeper agreed, quickly bringing out a fresh batch. She proudly mentioned that moon root was a key ingredient in at least 50 different potions, and that she had personally processed the batch to ensure its quality. Though Dane nodded along, he couldn't shake a nagging feeling. Something strange lingered in the air. His thoughts wandered back to the ringing sensation that had momentarily distracted him earlier. Unable to resist, his attention was once again pulled away, this time toward a shiny stone sitting among the decorations. The moment he laid eyes on it, he knew it was the source of the sound. Overwhelmed by the realization, Dane reached out for the stone, drawing the attention of the others. Herman, his loyal butler, rushed over in concern, asking if something was wrong. Dane explained that the stone was emanating a peculiar sensation. Herman looked perplexed, noting that the stone was supposed to be purely decorative. Dane admitted that he wasn't entirely sure what was happening either, but one thing was certain: the stone was anything but ordinary. Unable to resist testing his theory, Dane channeled a small amount of magic into the stone. The reaction was immediate and powerful, confirming his suspicion. The stone's reaction intensified as it responded to his magic, making him wonder if it was attuned specifically to him. While Dane experimented with the stone, Sidrain and the shopkeeper continued their conversation nearby. The shopkeeper complimented Sidrain on his discerning eye as he selected a combination of moonroot and canwell berries, ingredients she agreed would make an excellent base. Their conversation was interrupted when Dane approached, holding the strange stone in his hand. He asked the shopkeeper what it was, his emerald eyes sparkling with curiosity. The shopkeeper seemed taken aback, her face clouding with confusion as she asked where Dane had found it. Sidrain, also intrigued, pressed her for answers. The shopkeeper hesitated before revealing its story. She explained that years ago, a peddler had given her a large package as payment. Inside, she found the stone. At the time, she thought she had been cheated, as the peddler's payment seemed to hold no value. Out of curiosity, she had the stone appraised by a mage, only to be told it was nothing more than an ordinary rock. Frustrated and with no better use for it, she had placed it on a shelf in her shop as a decorative piece. Dane found the shopkeeper's story about the stone strange, but it left him conflicted. On one hand, the mage's earlier appraisal suggested it was just an ordinary rock. On the other, his instincts told him otherwise. The shopkeeper, noticing his interest in her goods, decided to distract him by showing off some special magic artifacts she had in the shop. Excitedly, she led Dane on a mini-tour, starting with a name card scroll. She explained its functionality, demonstrating how it could automatically read and store information, displaying details just by saying someone's name. While she looked thrilled to show it off, Dane was less impressed. His thoughts kept drifting back to the strange stone he had found earlier. When the shopkeeper noticed his fixation on the stone, she was puzzled. She tried to dissuade him, insisting it was just a useless decoration. But Dane ignored her protests. Something about the stone resonated with him, and he couldn't bring himself to leave it behind. He confidently stated that he wanted to purchase both the scroll and the stone. Sidrain, observing the transaction, asked Dane about the stone as they left the shop. He teased the boy, wondering if Dane had suddenly developed a taste for decorative art. Dane laughed, admitting that Sidrain's suspicions weren't entirely off, but then revealed something surprising. The stone wasn't just decorative, it was responding to his magic. Sidrain raised an eyebrow in intrigue. He admitted that he wasn't sure what the stone could be, but suggested returning to the castle to examine it in private. Dane agreed, eager to uncover the truth behind the strange reactions. Back at the castle, Dane placed the stone on the examination table. He turned to Sidrain, asking if the old mage could really figure it out. Sidrain puffed up with pride, scoffing at the question. He declared that his state-of-the-art experimentation tool was unmatched and could analyze any object with precision. Dane, impressed by Sidrain's confidence, encouraged him to begin. Sidrain activated the device, instructing Dane to imbue the stone with his magic. The moment Dane channeled his power, the stone reacted explosively. A massive wave of magical energy radiated from it, filling the training ground with blinding light and raw power. Both Dane and Sidrain were stunned by the overwhelming display. The shopkeeper's story about the stone being useless was clearly wrong. It was anything but ordinary. Sidrain giggled with pride, thrilled that his analysis tool had unearthed the stone's potential. He also felt a sense of accomplishment, hoping Dane would now respect him more. But the situation quickly became unnerving. The stone's energy output increased exponentially, with beams of light shooting out in strange patterns. Dane began to panic slightly as the intensity grew. The orientation of the beams seemed deliberate, almost as if they were forming a specific pattern. Sidrain, equally puzzled, muttered under his breath, trying to make sense of the phenomenon. Dane, narrowing his eyes, realized the arrangement wasn't random. He leaned closer, examining the beams as they intersected and diverged, and came to a startling conclusion. This wasn't just raw magic, it was a code. Sidrain confirmed Dane's observation, stating that the code emanating from the stone was far from ordinary. Its rules, structure, and arrangements were entirely unfamiliar, even to a seasoned mage like him. Dane, marveling at the sight, speculated that it could be as complex as a 6-chain or even 7-chain code. The young master suggested that the magic within the stone was manifesting the intricate code, and Sidrain agreed, adding that Dane's magic seemed to be the key to unlocking it. Sidrain explained that the stone responded solely to Dane's magic, leaving both of them puzzled. Why would the stone react this way? What kind of magic lay dormant within it? The questions hung in the air, as Sidrain admitted that even he had never encountered such energy before. However, with the reputation of a former tower head to uphold, he vowed to uncover the stone's secrets. Encouraged by Sidrain's confidence, Dane hoped they might also discover why his magic was different from others. Both resolved to pursue the mystery further. Meanwhile, in the capital city of Artania, Arabella, Dane's eldest sister, was immersed in her research at the Imperial Academy. Surrounded by stacks of books, scattered notes, and magical artifacts, the Prodigy worked tirelessly in her personal laboratory. On one wall hung a collection of papers filled with observations and theories. Her focus was intense as she reviewed her findings, feeling the pieces of a puzzle slowly falling into place. For weeks, Arabella had been investigating her brother's magic. She had long suspected that Dane's magic was unique, and now, with the evidence before her, she was certain. The magic code she had analyzed from Dane was extraordinary, so rare that even someone as gifted as she couldn't replicate it. Her results confirmed that Dane's magic didn't align with any known magical fields, including common practices like magic reagents, gates, or engineering. Frustration mounted as Arabella pondered the implications. Dane's magic didn't fit into any conventional category. It was as if it existed beyond the boundaries of known magical disciplines. Her sharp mind raced to make sense of it. Then, an idea struck her, a memory of an ancient, lost magic field. Arabella recalled a magical code from the past that had vanished from common knowledge. Excited by the possibility, she rummaged through her belongings, searching for her notes on the topic. Her diligence paid off when she unearthed a box containing references to rare and forgotten magical disciplines: alchemy, divination, spiritualism, necromancy, and even primitive magic codes. As she reviewed these ancient practices, a sudden noise startled her, causing her to drop a nearby artifact. Turning quickly, she found a book of ancient magic lying open on the floor. The sight of it jogged another memory, an era long past, the legendary magic kingdom of Archana that had existed over 2,000 years ago. Its magical knowledge, including the ancient codes inherited from that era, had been lost to time. Arabella froze, realization dawning on her. Could her brother's magic be tied to these ancient practices? Could Dane's unique magic affinity be a remnant of Archana's forgotten magic? Arabella's lab buzzed with energy as her experiment began. Blue magical beams swirled around her and the room, filling the space with an almost overwhelming power. Despite her earlier doubts, she pushed forward, willing to see if her wild theory about ancient magic held any truth. As she delved deeper into the magical energy, it began to interact with one of the papers in her lab, the same one she had analyzed earlier. Curious, she picked up the paper, her heart racing. Could it be alchemy, divination, or something entirely new? She silently hoped it wasn't necromancy. As she read through the data, a chilling realization dawned on her. The magic's properties and unique resonance aligned with something she couldn't quite grasp at first, but when it clicked, a wave of horror swept over her. The implications were shocking and beyond anything she had ever encountered. Meanwhile, back at the Soger's training ground, the air was thick with magical energy from the mysterious stone. Sidrain couldn't contain his excitement as his experimentation tool finally broke the seal, revealing the object hidden within. Dane, however, felt a mix of nervous anticipation, knowing the stone's response to his magic was no coincidence. The old mage, brimming with confidence in his tools and expertise, reached for the item. With care, he extracted it and handed it to Dane. It was a silver bracelet. The sight left them both puzzled. To Sidrain, it looked like an ordinary accessory, something anyone could buy from a street vendor. Disappointment flickered across his face as he remarked on its plainness. Dane stared at the bracelet, trying to process the situation. Why would such a mundane-looking object require a seal, or react so strongly to his magic? Sidrain suggested Dane try it on, reasoning that wearing the bracelet might reveal its purpose. Dane hesitated only briefly before slipping it onto his wrist. At first, nothing happened, but moments later, the bracelet began to glow with an intense light. Dane gasped as glowing symbols emerged, etched into the silver surface. Sidrain, astonished, leaned in closer, declaring that the bracelet was already reacting as expected. The glowing characters caught Dane's attention, filling him with unease. The boy asked Sidrain if he recognized them, his voice laced with concern. Sidrain examined the bracelet carefully, his expression shifting from curiosity to stunned realization. These are ancient runes, he muttered, his voice almost trembling. No one in this world can read them anymore. Dane was puzzled when Sidrain mentioned ancient runes and asked for clarification. Sidrain explained that the characters inscribed on the bracelet were used during the time of the ancient magic kingdom of Archana. Hearing this, Dane was astounded. He remembered hearing stories about Archana from his sister Arabella when he was much younger. Back then, Arabella had told him about an era where everything revolved around magic, from daily life to warfare and beyond. But one day, that magical age abruptly ended, and no one knew why. All that remained were a handful of relics and legends passed down through generations. To now encounter a relic bearing those ancient symbols was nothing short of incredible. Dane marveled at how the bracelet might represent a link to that long-lost era, one that had suddenly come alive before him. Later, the duo returned to Sidrain's room in the Annex Tower. The old mage laughed, a mix of relief and excitement. His suspicions about Dane's unique magic were finally confirmed. It was connected to Archana. While Dane had never thought much about it before, he now understood why he had always felt so attuned to the Forest of Last Days. That mysterious forest, with its ancient and powerful magical aura, likely originated from Archana as well. Sidrain agreed with Dane's deduction. It made perfect sense, given the forest's history. The mage was deeply impressed, not just by Dane's magical prowess, but also by his sharp intellect. Dane was the exact kind of student Sidrain had always dreamed of taking under his wing. Yet the boy continued to refuse him, leaving Sidrain both desperate and determined. Dane interrupted Sidrain's thoughts, stating that he couldn't discern anything else about the bracelet for now. Sidrain advised him to be patient, suggesting that such relics often revealed their secrets over time. He also cautioned Dane to keep this discovery a secret, emphasizing its potential significance. Dane promised to stay silent, respecting the old mage's request. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed through the tower, startling both of them. Sidrain's eyes widened in alarm, immediately fearing the worst. Could it be a monster attack? Such an event was unthinkable in Sogers County, renowned as the most peaceful region on the continent. Still, if there were monsters, Sidrain resolved to protect the county, eager to repay its hospitality now that he was nearly fully healed. His excitement bubbled over, and he began charging up his magical energy. Dane, however, remained calm, standing motionless as Sidrain prepared for battle. Annoyed by the boy's inaction, Sidrain barked at him to grab a weapon or do something. Instead of panicking, Dane quietly reached into his robe and pulled out a small necklace. Sidrain, now fully charged with magical energy, paused in confusion. The old mage's frustration turned to embarrassment as he realized the noise was coming from the necklace. Dane calmly explained that it was a magical communication device, and the sound indicated that Arabella was trying to contact him. Sidrain, deflating, looked visibly disappointed. He had been hyped up for a climactic battle, only to discover that it was a harmless call. As he powered down, he grumbled that Dane should have clarified earlier instead of letting him get so worked up. Dane, amused by Sidrain's reaction, chuckled confidently. He reassured the old mage, stating there was no reason for monsters to appear in Sogur's County. Sidrain sighed in exasperation, unable to argue with the boy's logic. After teasing Sidrain once again, Dane asked the old man to excuse him so he could answer Arabella's call. Sidrain, still grumpy and disappointed, stood by himself, forcing his magical energy to settle after unnecessarily powering up. Meanwhile, Dane activated the communication device and greeted his sister, asking her what was going on. Arabella, wasting no time, demanded to know why Dane took so long to answer. After a brief apology, he asked why she was contacting him. She revealed that she had been analyzing his magic code and discovered something important. But just as she was about to explain, she paused, sensing someone nearby. Before she could voice her concern, Dane guessed what she was about to say, that his magic was connected to ancient magic. Her sharp gasp on the other end made it clear that she was stunned. How on earth had her little brother figured that out? Dane chuckled and explained everything that had happened with Sidrain and the strange stone. As Arabella pieced the story together, she realized that the stone and Dane's magic likely shared the same source, the long-lost magic kingdom of Archana. It all made perfect sense now. Arabella was impressed, but also cautious. She asked Dane if anyone else knew about this discovery. He assured her that only he and Sidrain were aware of it. Relieved, she instructed Dane to listen carefully to her next words. She emphasized that they needed to keep this information a closely guarded secret. If news of his ancient magic leaked, the consequences could be catastrophic, not just for Dane but for the entire Sogur's family. At this point, Sidrain decided it was a good time to formally introduce himself to Arabella. He mentioned how he'd heard much about her from Dane and expressed admiration for her reputation as a genius mage. Arabella, realizing she had skipped pleasantries entirely in her rush to share her findings, quickly apologized for her oversight. Sidrain brushed it off, assuring her that it wasn't an issue. He then pledged his support to keeping their discovery under wraps, understanding the potential fallout if it were revealed. As a former tower head, he recognized the gravity of the situation and promised to do everything in his power to protect Dane and the Sogur's family. Arabella, relieved, thanked him for his understanding. Sidrain also asked if their conversation was being recorded, to which Arabella replied that it would be erased as soon as they finished. Satisfied, Sidrain agreed that it was for the best to leave no evidence behind. Their conversation took a turn when Sidrain brought up Arabella's future plans. He had heard that she was looking to join a magic tower and was eager to know if she had made a decision. Flattered by his interest, Arabella admitted she hadn't chosen yet, but quickly clarified that she wasn't considering the Nixian magic tower because it didn't align with her field of study. The moment she said it, she realized she might have touched a nerve. Sidrain couldn't hide his disappointment at Arabella's blunt rejection of the Nixian magic tower. He began to piece together the source of Dane's resolute personality, concluding that it must have come from his strong-willed elder sister. Though the rejection stung, Sidrain masked his hurt with laughter, pretending he didn't mind. He assured Arabella that it was fine if she didn't join the Nixian tower, framing it as though he wasn't desperate for her to consider it. Dane quietly observed the exchange, surprised by how straightforward his sister was with the old mage. Arabella, however, smoothly shifted the focus back to her reason for calling. She assured Sidrain that his tower would still attract plenty of talented people and wrapped up the conversation, telling Dane they would discuss things further at another time. Dane agreed, wishing her well and ending the call. Afterward, Sidrain couldn't help but remark on Arabella's brilliance. He admitted that she had grown into an exceptional mage, which Dane readily agreed with. Proudly, Dane pointed out that the communication device they had just used was actually one of Arabella's creations. It was a compact crystal pendant, a sleek and trendy alternative to traditional crystal balls, and it had become popular among younger mages. Sidrain's face twisted with a mix of genuine admiration and thinly veiled jealousy. Though he begrudgingly acknowledged the ingenuity of the device, he dismissed it, stating that he had no need for such trinkets. At his level of magic mastery, people who truly needed to contact him would simply come to him directly. Dane smiled at the response, privately wondering if Sidrain's disinterest stemmed more from a lack of friends than a lack of need. Later, Dane met with his parents and shared everything that had happened with Arabella and Sidrain. Their reactions were a mix of surprise and concern. Lily, unfamiliar with ancient magic, expressed her worry, but Arkan laughed and reassured her that there was no need to fear. He vowed to personally deal with anyone who dared to target Dane. Lily, though slightly relieved by Arkan's confidence, added with a calm but chilling tone that she would handle any threats to her son in her own way. Dane smiled nervously at their protective words, feeling reassured yet slightly uneasy about how murderous his parents sounded at times. As the family discussed the implications of the discovery, Arkan pondered aloud whether their lineage might have connections to ancient magic. Lily agreed it was a good question, but neither parent could recall any indication of this from their ancestors. She suggested investigating both sides of their family history to uncover the truth, though they acknowledged that finding definitive answers might be unlikely. Despite the uncertainties, the possibility intrigued them all. Eventually, the conversation turned to Dane's future. Lily pointed out that staying in the county might soon hinder his growth. She suggested that he consider heading to the capital, where he could begin his formal training at the Imperial Academy. Dane felt a wave of nervousness at the idea, but Lily was firm. She reminded him that the minimum age for enrollment was 14, his exact age now. Arkan admitted that he had hoped Dane would stay in the county for another year or two, but he conceded that there was little left for Dane to learn there. The boy had already surpassed what the county could offer. Though both parents wanted what was best for him, they made it clear that the decision was ultimately his to make. Dane was taken aback by his parents' encouragement to leave for the capital, realizing they had been considering his next steps for some time. Count Arkan, confident in his son's abilities, urged Dane to fully explore his talents in the broader world. Moved by their support and proud of their faith in him, Dane informed them he would begin preparing to enter the Imperial Academy. Their proud expressions filled him with a deep sense of fulfillment. His father praised him for making the right decision, while his mother reminded him to be cautious but determined. With this phase of his journey now set, Dane began to focus on the next level of his path. Later, Dane returned to the Annex Tower to share his decision with Sidrain. The old mage was surprised but acknowledged it as the right choice. Though it was sooner than he had anticipated, Sidrain agreed that Dane's talent shouldn't be confined to the county. He encouraged Dane to move forward, but offered a critical piece of advice: to be careful not to reveal too much of his abilities at once. Sidrain explained that while the Academy welcomed talent, not everyone would celebrate his brilliance. Dane nodded in agreement, recalling Arabella's earlier warnings about the envy and hostility she had faced due to her exceptional abilities. Sidrain, ever the realist, pointed out that while most students wouldn't be able to match Dane, there would be significant rivals, namely, the children of House Duke Thermion. The mention of the Thermions made Dane think of his red-haired friend, Layla. He remembered his promise to visit her if he ever made it to the capital. Determined not to disappoint her, Dane decided he would see her as soon as he arrived. While reflecting on this, he also recalled the crest Duke Thermion had given him, which could be used to commission a custom weapon. It was a task he planned to handle once he reached the capital. Sidrain suggested that Dane should leave for the capital in 2 months, giving him time to prepare while arriving early enough to settle before the Academy's term started in 3 months. Dane agreed, then asked Sidrain about his plans. The old mage revealed that he intended to return to the Magic Tower to pursue some ideas sparked by their recent discoveries. He promised to keep Dane informed of any progress he made regarding ancient magic or anything related. Dane, thrilled by this, expressed his gratitude and promised to stay in touch. With Dane's departure looming, Sidrain noted that their remaining time together was short. He proposed accelerating Dane's training, even tackling the much harder 3-chain magic. Dane, understanding the difficulty but eager to improve, promised to give it his all. Before leaving, Dane revealed he had prepared a gift for Sidrain. Handing over a small box, he explained that it contained something special he had received from Arabella through teleport magic. Intrigued, Sidrain opened the box and found the new compact crystal ball a cutting-edge communication device Arabella had developed that hadn't even hit the market yet. Sidrain was genuinely excited despite his earlier protests about not needing such items. He marveled at the device's sleek and elegant design. Though he insisted he didn't need it, he graciously accepted the thoughtful gift. Dane, with a grin, asked Sidrain to register his code in the crystal ball so they could stay connected even after he left the county. Dane couldn't help but notice how excited Sidrain was, despite the old mage's insistence that he didn't need the compact crystal ball. Teaching him how to use it didn't take long, as the device was designed to be user-friendly. Once Sidrain realized how simple it was, his enthusiasm was impossible to miss. Dane quietly hoped the nosy mage wouldn't use it to contact him too frequently once he left for the capital. Later that night, Dane stood alone in his room, reflecting on the journey ahead. With only 2 months left to spend in Sogur's County, he knew he needed to make the most of his remaining time. His thoughts drifted to the academy and the goals he wanted to pursue there. While magic and spearmanship were important to him, he realized he felt a growing pull towards summoning. Dane decided that one of his first goals at the academy would be to take formal classes in summoning and earn a summon sign, the mark of a qualified summoner. He even contemplated taking the qualification exam to solidify his skills. For the first time, he considered the possibility that summoning might become his primary focus, even over magic or spearmanship. The idea made sense, given his second sister, Claire, was already an assistant professor of summoning at the academy. Dane looked forward to the chance of seeing her frequently during his classes. As he mused over his plans, his attention was drawn to a large, spotted egg sitting in the corner of his room. The sight of it sparked a sudden realization. He had forgotten to imbue it with mana that evening. Dane immediately walked over and began channeling magic into the egg. While doing so, he marveled at how long he had cared for the egg. 7 years. Twice a day, every morning and evening, he had dedicated himself to feeding it mana. Yet despite all this effort, the egg had shown no signs of hatching. However, Dane didn't feel discouraged. He believed deeply in the process, knowing that as long as the mana was being absorbed, the creature inside the egg was growing stronger. With 7 years' worth of mana infused into it, Dane felt confident that whatever emerged from the egg would be incredibly powerful. It was simply a matter of time. For now, he was content to keep nurturing it, trusting that one day, the egg would finally hatch and reveal the familiar waiting within. As Dane finished his nightly routine, his thoughts shifted to the fast-approaching enrollment at the academy. He knew it would be a new chapter, filled with challenges, opportunities, and discoveries. Arabella was in her usual space at the academy, using her compact communication device to explain the enrollment exam system to Dane. The news surprised him. He hadn't expected to take 2 separate exams. She clarified that the system consisted of a common exam and a specialization exam. The common exam, she explained, was a test of general knowledge, covering subjects like culture and history. Arabella reassured Dane that this should be an easy task for him and noted that performing well would positively influence his admission score. Her confidence in his abilities made him feel slightly more at ease. Moving on to the specialization exam, Arabella explained that this test required candidates to choose a major and then face an exam tailored to that field. The contents were at the discretion of the professor in charge, but Arabella believed it wouldn't pose much difficulty for Dane, especially since he already had a recommendation from Sidrain. Dane chuckled as he recalled how Arabella had breezed through her specialization exam in the past. She confirmed his memory with a smug tone, describing it as a piece of cake. However, she warned him that the choice of a major was permanent. Once selected, it couldn't be changed. While students could take introductory classes in other fields, by the 3rd year, higher-level courses were strictly limited to students majoring in that field. This revelation left Dane thoughtful as he continued his sword training, effortlessly incorporating magic into his moves. Arabella, not missing an opportunity, suggested that he choose magic as his major. Dane smiled slyly, recognizing her persistent campaign to make him a full-time mage. He assured her that he would consider it, but shifted the conversation back to his questions about the academy. Dane inquired whether there was truly no way to change a major after enrollment. Arabella confirmed that for most students, there wasn't. However, she added that exceptionally talented individuals, those deemed prodigies, could qualify for the autonomous major system. This system allowed a student to craft their own curriculum across multiple disciplines, essentially creating a customized major. Dane was shocked by this revelation, as he'd never heard of such a system before. However, he expressed concern about whether it would be a good fit for him. Arabella, ever blunt, told him not to bother applying for it unless he was prepared to fail. Curious, Dane pressed her for details. Arabella explained that the autonomous major exam was notoriously challenging, so much so that no one had ever passed it. Her warning seemed to intrigue Dane rather than discourage him. His interest was unmistakable, and Arabella began to panic, knowing her brother's competitive nature. She quickly tried to dissuade him, but Dane brushed off her worries, assuring her he had no intention of trying something reckless. Just then, Sidrain entered the training ground, and Dane told Arabella he needed to end the call. He promised to reach out again soon, leaving Arabella still uneasy. After the call ended, she reflected on their conversation. Had she pushed too hard for him to choose magic? She quickly dismissed the thought, still convinced that magic was the best field for her talented brother. Before she could dwell on it further, someone called out to her, informing her that a professor was looking for her. Back at the Soger's Manor, the scene opens with Sidrain handing Dane a sealed envelope. The old mage revealed that it contained the recommendation letter he had promised. Dane's eyes lit up with excitement as he accepted it, genuinely surprised that Sidrain had actually gone through with writing it. Sidrain, noticing the boy's reaction, smirked and explained that he had been deliberate not only with the content, but also with the letter's appearance. He admitted he had written plenty of recommendations before, but confessed that this was the first time he had ever been truly sincere in what he wrote. With a playful tone, he told Dane he should feel honored. Dane, both grateful and thrilled, thanked Sidrain earnestly and promised to live up to the old man's expectations. Sidrain sighed dramatically, lamenting that it would have been much better for him if Dane had just agreed to become his disciple. Then, with a sly grin, he quipped that even if Dane had become his disciple, the boy wouldn't have treated him with proper respect. Dane laughed nervously, knowing Sidrain was right. He wondered how the old mage had figured him out so easily. Sidrain, clearly enjoying the moment, abruptly changed the subject and asked if Dane had finished preparing for his journey to the academy. Dane confirmed that he had, explaining that there wasn't much to take since the academy's dormitories were fully equipped. Sidrain nodded, acknowledging the quality of the academy's facilities, but warning that only a select group of nobles had a monopoly on them. However, he expressed confidence in Dane's ability to hold his own. "You're smart and talented enough to make the best of any situation," Sidrain said with a grin. Dane, still pondering Sidrain's words, recalled hearing rumors that the academy had become a hub for the ambitious and sometimes ruthless noble children. As if reading his mind, Sidrain gave Dane a final piece of advice, blunt but practical. "At the academy, there are plenty of kids who'll show their fangs the moment they think they're being looked down on," he warned. Dane wasn't fazed. He found the dynamic similar to what he had already experienced on the battlefield and assured Sidrain that he understood. Sidrain nodded approvingly and reminded Dane that he could always reach out if he needed help. With a wry smile, he mentioned the compact crystal Dane had given him, admitting that it was more useful than he had initially let on. As their conversation progressed, Dane began to sense that Sidrain's words carried a tone of finality. Calling the mage out, he asked if Sidrain was planning to leave soon. Sidrain, surprised by Dane's perceptiveness, admitted that he was indeed leaving the following day. The news shocked Dane, and he voiced his feelings, prompting Sidrain to explain. "It would be strange if I kept hanging around here, especially after you leave for the academy," the old mage said. He added that Count Sogers had offered him a position as a mage advisor, but he wasn't ready to take up such a sedentary role just yet. "Maybe I'll consider it when I truly have nothing else to do," he remarked with a chuckle. Sidrain then revealed that his return to the Magic Tower was prompted by new ideas he wanted to explore, undoubtedly related to ancient magic. Hearing this, Dane realized that Sidrain's departure was necessary and refrained from protesting further. After all, Sidrain's work often proved helpful in unexpected ways. The two exchanged heartfelt thanks, with Sidrain expressing excitement to see how much stronger Dane would become by their next meeting. They smiled warmly at each other before Sidrain turned to leave. As he walked away, he called out one last playful remark. "Don't follow me out. It would just be awkward." Dane stood quietly, watching Sidrain walk away, a bittersweet feeling settling over him. Though he had often found the old mage frustrating, he realized they had grown close, and Sidrain's departure left him feeling unexpectedly sad. The next day, Dane prepared for his own departure, leaving his parents behind in Soger's Manor. He had finished all his preparations and was ready to leave for the capital. His parents, Count Arkin and Lily, were both visibly emotional about seeing their youngest leave. The castle would feel emptier without him, and Lily especially struggled with the thought of letting him go. Arkin, trying to stay composed, reassured her. He reminded her that Dane would be traveling safely via the teleport gate Arabella had prepared. Nothing could go wrong with that arrangement. Lily reluctantly agreed, admitting that her worries were unfounded. In her heart, she felt they had done a wonderful job raising their children. Arkin echoed her sentiment, proud of how independent and capable their 3 kids had become. Unlike other noble families, whose children were often locked in vicious succession disputes, the Soger siblings were united. Though the Count knew they would eventually have to choose an heir, he was confident any of them would do well. Their conversation was interrupted by Dane, who entered the room dressed and ready for his journey. His parents couldn't hide their pride as they looked at him. Lily asked if he had packed Nighthorn, the dagger she had given him, and the mark she entrusted to him. Dane confirmed with a bright smile, assuring her he hadn't forgotten. Lily reminded him to take the mark to the place she had mentioned and show it if he ever needed help. When Dane asked if the people there were truly her colleagues, she confirmed it, explaining that they were trusted allies who would gladly assist him, even though it had been a while since she had seen them. The moment felt warm and heartfelt, but Arkin's face darkened as he listened. He realized Lily's advice was nudging Dane closer to the path of an assassin, something he didn't want for his son. Though frustrated, the Count maintained his composure. Redirecting the conversation, he told Dane to seek out Duke Thermine upon arriving in the capital. As a Hexaclass knight, Thermine would help Dane secure his admission to the academy. With the moment of departure upon them, Lily burst into tears, overwhelmed by the sight of her son, all grown up. Even Arkin started to feel uneasy, but he urged his wife to send Dane off with a smile. He reassured both her and Dane that they would never be far away, no matter the distance. Seeing his parents so heartbroken, Dane hesitated to leave, but he finally mustered the courage to say goodbye. As he walked away, both parents silently took steps to ensure his safety. Arkin summoned a hooded figure named Gilad, a trusted warrior, and instructed him to discreetly follow Dane to the teleport gate, confirming his safe departure before returning with a report. Gilad accepted the task without question and quietly set off after Dane. Not to be outdone, Lily secretly assigned Shadow, a skilled operative, to keep an eye on Dane as well. She instructed Shadow to ensure nothing unusual happened after Dane teleported to the capital. Like Gilad, Shadow understood his mission and set out to tail the young master from a distance. The scene shifted to Dane, who had arrived at the teleport gate with his butler, Herman, at his side. The massive structure loomed before them, its intricate details and grand size leaving Herman completely awestruck. The butler couldn't contain his amazement, marveling at how incredible the gate was. Dane, in contrast, remained calm. He confirmed that the device had been prepared by Arabella, explaining that it had taken her an entire year to set up. Herman, still in awe, praised Lady Arabella, calling her an amazing person. Dane smiled and agreed, finally appreciating the monumental effort it must have taken to create such a sophisticated teleportation system. As they approached the gate, Herman asked Dane if the device would be activated soon. Dane stepped into the teleport gate with a calm smile, reflecting on the incredible effort Arabella must have put into creating such a device. Teleportation, like any advanced magic, required precise code arrangement and constant mana infusion. Arabella's gate was a marvel of magic engineering, seamlessly fulfilling every condition for successful teleportation. As Dane admired the device, Herman, his loyal butler, began bidding him farewell. The emotions overwhelmed Herman, and he looked on the verge of tears as he urged Dane to take care of himself. Dane, touched by the sentiment, placed a reassuring hand on Herman's shoulder and returned the wish, telling him to take care as well. With their parting words exchanged, Dane turned and stepped into the center of the teleport gate. Recalling Arabella's instructions, he poured magic into the device. The moment his mana flowed into the gate, it began to glow brightly, signaling activation. A surge of magical energy enveloped Dane, and as his surroundings lit up, he closed his eyes. In an instant, the teleportation began. When Dane opened his eyes again, he was surrounded by a dazzling light, standing in the midst of a forest clearing. The teleportation had worked perfectly. Shortly afterward, the light faded, and the scene shifted dramatically. Dane now found himself at the entrance to a bustling city. Mounted on a horse, he gazed around in awe, taking in the energy of the vibrant streets. This was it, the capital city of Artania. Excitement coursed through him as he approached the city gates, eager to explore the heart of the Althean Empire. But just as he was about to enter, an unknown knight stepped into his path. The man, clad in imposing armor and sporting a scar across his face, addressed Dane directly, introducing himself as Lou Asmar, captain of the First Corps of Knights for House Duke Thermine. Dane quickly pieced together what was happening. The Duke had sent Asmar to greet him personally. While Dane appreciated the gesture, he couldn't help but feel the weight of the situation. Having the captain of the Thermine Knights as an escort was both flattering and intimidating. Captain Asmar informed Dane that they would escort him into the city from this point onward. At his command, the knights sprang into action, securing the route with military precision. Their seriousness left Dane a little overwhelmed. He had looked forward to exploring the capital freely, but this grand escort made the experience feel formal and constraining. As they traveled through the bustling streets, while taking in the sights, Dane couldn't ignore the strangeness of the moment. In his past life, he had harbored deep hatred for the Althean Empire, yet here he was, entering its capital as one of its most promising young talents. The irony wasn't lost on him, and it added to the surreal nature of his journey. As they neared the Thermine estate, Captain Asmar pointed out the towering castle in the distance. Dane's jaw dropped at the sight of the grand structure. Its scale and elegance were breathtaking, far surpassing anything he had imagined. However, a sense of unease crept over him. Dane felt as though someone was watching him, though he couldn't pinpoint the source. Shaking off the feeling, he focused on the task at hand, determined to stay alert but not distracted. Soon, the escort reached the gates of the Thermine estate, marking the next chapter of Dane's journey into the heart of Artania. As soon as Dane stepped into the Thermine estate, he was greeted by a grand lineup of servants. Their seamless coordination, impeccable etiquette, and polished demeanor left him thoroughly impressed. The sight was a stark contrast to the more relaxed atmosphere he was accustomed to in the southern region. He graciously thanked them for their warm welcome, still a little overwhelmed by the flawless display. It wasn't long before Duke Thermine, the Hexaclass Knight, emerged to personally greet him. Dane, excited to see the veteran knight again after so many years, knelt respectfully. The Duke smiled warmly and returned the greeting, acknowledging that it had been a long time since they last met. He asked after Dane's well-being and suggested they head inside, knowing the journey must have been tiring. As they walked together, the Duke observed how much Dane had changed over the years. It had been 7 years since their last meeting, and the boy standing before him was no longer the child he remembered. Thermine noted Dane's remarkable growth, both in physical stature and demeanor, and couldn't help but express his admiration. Children even a year or two older than you couldn't compare, he remarked with pride, confident that Count Sogers must be equally proud of his son. Dane waved off the compliments with humility, but the Duke reassured him they were well-deserved. Modestly, Thermine encouraged Dane to make himself at home during his stay, admitting that while the Thermine estate might not rival the Sogers family castle, it would be a comfortable place for him to prepare for the entrance exams. He added that a servant would be stationed to attend to Dane's needs and urged the boy to let him know if there was anything he required. Dane thanked the Duke for his hospitality, but quickly asked after Layla. Anxious to reunite with his old friend, he wanted to know how she was doing. The mention of his daughter made Thermine pause, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He assured Dane that Layla was fine but asked, almost teasingly, if the two of them had been in a fight. Confused, Dane assured him they hadn't, expressing genuine puzzlement at the question. The Duke chuckled, then explained that Layla had been acting unusually somber whenever Dane's name came up. Of course, this only deepened Dane's confusion. What could have caused such behavior? Thermine suggested that the stress of the upcoming entrance exams might be affecting her mood. He brushed it off as nothing serious, confident in Layla's ability to pass with ease. Still, Dane kindly offered to speak with her and find out what was wrong. He smiled warmly, trying to reassure the Duke, though internally he felt nervous. Could this be due to puberty, he wondered, or was there something more to it? The Duke agreed with Dane's idea, suggesting they have an in-depth conversation when the opportunity arose. As they talked, Thermine dropped an unexpected remark, warning Dane to be gentle with Layla. The cryptic comment left Dane puzzled, and he asked for clarification. The Duke simply smiled and assured him, "You'll understand soon enough." The conversation left Dane curious and slightly uneasy as a servant arrived to lead him to his quarters. The servant guided him through the estate and eventually showed him to his room. Inside, the servant encouraged him to rest and recuperate from his journey. Dane thanked him, but before he could say more, the servant abruptly slammed the door behind him, as though trying to keep him locked inside. The action was so sudden and forceful that Dane couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in suspicion. Dane glanced around his luxurious room and accepted that this would be his home for the next week until the entrance examinations. It was more than comfortable, but he couldn't shake the feeling that it was a bit too extravagant for a guest room. Deciding not to dwell on it, he dropped his backpack on the floor and made up his mind to explore the training grounds. Just as he prepared to leave, his plans were abruptly interrupted. The door swung open, and someone entered unannounced. Startled, Dane spun around, only to hear a familiar voice offering to take him to the training grounds. His shock turned to bewilderment, not just because his privacy had been violated, but because he recognized the voice immediately. It was Layla Thermion. Layla, just as her father had warned, was clearly upset. She didn't even give Dane a chance to speak before she launched into a tirade, scolding him for taking so long to come to the capital. Her frustration poured out as she accused him of making her wait endlessly, wondering when he'd finally show up. Dane turned fully to face her, surprised but delighted to see his old friend again. He greeted her excitedly and asked how she'd been, but her response was coyly at best. "Super well," she said, her tone dripping with sarcasm as she closed the distance between them. She reminded him that there was something he was supposed to say to her. Dane, completely clueless, blinked in confusion. "What are you talking about?" he asked earnestly. Her frustration flared as she snapped at him again. "The letter. You promised to write to me." Her words struck him like a thunderbolt, but he still couldn't recall what she was talking about. The confusion on his face only made Layla angrier. She continued, yelling about how he hadn't kept his promise to write back, hadn't informed her that he was coming, and had left her waiting without a clue. Finally understanding the depth of his blunder, Dane apologized sincerely, admitting that he'd completely forgotten to reply. Unfortunately, his apology wasn't enough to calm Layla down. "That's it? That's all you've got to say?" she demanded. Dane grew nervous, realizing how upset she truly was. Smiling sheepishly, he tried to explain himself. "I was really busy preparing for the capital," he said, hoping it would soften her anger. "But look, I'm here now. Can't we let this one slide?" Layla wasn't convinced. She huffed and turned her head in frustration, clearly unimpressed. "Not good enough," she retorted, leaving Dane scrambling to salvage the situation. Desperate to make amends, Dane asked what he could do to make it up to her. He apologized again, this time adding that he'd do anything to earn her forgiveness. Layla, surprised by the offer, paused for a moment. The gears in her mind turned as she considered what to ask for. Meanwhile, Dane, still nervous, watched her carefully, wondering what kind of punishment she might come up with. Finally, Layla's face lit up with a mischievous smile. "I've got it," she said, her tone triumphant. "Let's have a sparring match." Dane blinked, completely taken aback. Of all the things she could have asked for, this was the last thing he had expected. A sparring match? He echoed, his shock evident. But as he looked at Layla, he saw the gleam of excitement in her eyes. Despite his hesitation, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. "Sure, that sounds great," he said, trying to sound enthusiastic. Layla's grin widened. "Are you sure about that?" she teased. "I'm not the same whiny little kid you used to know. I've grown stronger, much stronger." Her confidence unsettled Dane. She wasn't bragging. There was something different about her now, and he could feel it. He recalled one of her letters where she'd mentioned winning a competition. The Dante Cup, he murmured aloud, piecing it together. Layla nodded proudly. "That's right. Hosted by the royal family. I won it, you know." The Dante Cup was a prestigious tournament for boys and girls under the age of 15. The competition was known for being fiercely challenging, and Layla had emerged victorious. Dane couldn't help but feel a mix of admiration and nervousness as she reminded him of her accomplishment. "You would have made it to the finals for sure if you'd entered," she said. "It's a shame you weren't there." Dane felt it was a perfect chance to make up for lost time with Layla. While she was eager for their sparring match, she wanted to ensure he was comfortable with it too. After all, he had come to the Thermion estate to prepare for his entrance exams, and she didn't want to risk him getting hurt. Dane laughed at her concern, wondering who had given her the impression she could hurt him in the first place. With a confident grin, he assured her there was nothing to worry about. Layla's eyes lit up with excitement, her hunger for a good fight evident. Despite her enthusiasm, she suggested waiting until the next morning for their duel, as it was already late. Dane agreed without hesitation, and the plan was set. The next day, the two met on the training grounds, ready to spar. Layla asked if Dane had brought a practice weapon, half expecting him to still be using the bladeless weapon he used in the past. Dane replied calmly that practice weapons were standard for light matches. However, he took a moment to remind her that, as a warrior, she should always be prepared for any situation, no matter how much she trained. "What would you do if you got hurt during sparring?" he asked, a touch of seriousness in his voice. Layla, as confident as ever, waved off his concerns. She assured him that the estate housed the best healer in the empire, so there was nothing to fear. Dane pressed further. "But what if something happens before the healer can step in?" Layla faltered, unable to respond. Seeing his point, Dane explained that she needed to be mentally prepared for sparring with real weapons. Layla, a bit exasperated, asked why he was making such a big deal out of a light sparring match. Eventually, the story begins in the heart of a desolate desert, where a small Layla called for servants to fetch the practice weapons, and Dane found himself thinking about the rumors he had heard about her. People said it wouldn't be long before she reached the level of her two older brothers, both of whom were active knights. There was even talk of Layla potentially becoming the first female head of House Thermine, if she continued on her current path. Dane couldn't help but feel proud, knowing that teaching her how to release mana had been a turning point in her life. For her part, Layla also thought back to the day Dane had taught her to channel mana. It had given her a significant edge over others her age, allowing her to master the basics of magic at an incredible pace. Now, with two mana cores formed, she was a force to be reckoned with. Yet as she waited for the weapons to arrive, she found herself wondering how Dane would feel if she managed to win. Should she go easy on him? Her thoughts were interrupted when the servant returned, handing over the practice weapons. Layla thanked him and took her bladeless sword, while Dane was given a spear. Testing its weight, he found it light, likely due to it being a training tool. Still, Dane believed that in a real fight, a warrior should make use of whatever was available. Gripping the spear firmly, he pointed it at Layla. "Ready?" he asked. Layla smirked. "Let's do this." The sparring session began. Layla's strategy was simple. Close the distance immediately. She recalled facing a spear wielder during the Danteer Cup and beating him with ease by exploiting the spear's weakness at close range. Confident that Dane would be no different, she charged at him with full force, her bladeless sword poised for a decisive strike. But just as she thought she had him cornered, Dane vanished. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from her sight. Layla froze, stunned and frantically searching for him. Before she could react, she felt the touch of his spear against her back. Spinning around, she found Dane standing right behind her, his spear poised and his expression calm. "How did you?" Layla stammered, utterly bewildered. Dane smiled and replied coolly, "You're lucky, we're only using practice weapons. If this were a real duel, you'd already be in serious trouble." Layla, reeling from her unexpected loss, was in denial. She insisted that her sword had landed on Dane, refusing to believe she had been defeated so decisively. Sensing her frustration, Dane offered her a chance to redeem herself. "Let's go again," he suggested, adding with a smirk, "but be careful. The same method won't work twice." Layla growled in annoyance, her pride stung. Here was Dane, practically giving her a lesson in her own home. She couldn't stand the thought of him being better than her. Convincing herself that she was just nervous because they hadn't seen each other in so long, she resolved not to hold back in the second round. Just as they were about to resume, Layla suddenly spotted her father watching from the sidelines. Her eyes widened in shock, and Dane stiffened, feeling the weight of Duke Thermine's presence. It was clear to him that the Duke had come to observe his daughter firsthand, likely out of concern for her. Ever since she won the Danteer Cup, Dane suspected that the Duke had been worried about her pushing herself too hard. Determined to ease the Duke's worries, Dane prepared to resume the sparring match. Across from him, Layla vowed to give it her all this time, especially with her father watching. Dane smiled, urging her to show him her best. Layla didn't hold back, starting with a wind-based magical attack that Dane expertly countered by deflecting it with his spear. Undeterred, Layla pressed forward with a relentless barrage of strikes, determined to show she wasn't easily beaten. Dane, on the other hand, was holding back, casually parrying her moves and waiting for her to unleash something truly challenging. "Come on, Layla," he teased. "Show me your full strength." From the sidelines, Duke Thermine watched the duel with a mix of amusement and curiosity. The two young fighters had always been evenly matched in the past, and he was eager to see who would emerge victorious today. But as the sparring progressed, something shifted. The Duke's amusement turned to unease when he noticed the change in Dane's demeanor. The boy's playful smile was gone, replaced by the steely focus of a seasoned warrior. To the Duke, Dane no longer looked like a young man engaged in friendly sparring. He looked like a battle-hardened fighter in the midst of a war. The intensity of the duel escalated, with both combatants pushing themselves to the limit. Layla fought with every ounce of skill and determination she possessed, hoping to impress her father. Dane, meanwhile, continued to counter her moves effortlessly, doing his best to keep her at bay without causing harm. Then, it happened. Layla spotted what she believed was an opening in Dane's defense. This was her chance. Seizing the moment, she charged forward, driving her wooden sword with all the force she could muster. But Dane, ever vigilant, saw through her intentions. With incredible speed, he sidestepped her attack, causing her to overextend and lose her balance. As she stumbled forward, Dane swiftly disarmed her, sending her sword clattering to the ground. Before she could recover, she fell, her defeat now undeniable. Layla sat on the ground, stunned and humiliated, while Dane stood nearby, looking uncharacteristically solemn. The silence from the training grounds was echoed by Duke Thermion's concern. Watching his daughter lose for the second time, the Duke's worry deepened. Turning to Captain Asmar, he asked, "What do you think, Asmar? Will this help curb her arrogance?" The scar-faced knight was taken aback, surprised that the Duke had already noticed his daughter's attitude. "You knew, my lord?" he asked hesitantly. Thermion nodded knowingly. "Of course. I know my daughter better than anyone." He explained that the signs of her arrogance had been apparent even before the Danteer Cup. "But after she won, it got worse," he said with a sigh. "She's changed completely since then." As Layla's relentless attacks continued, Duke Thermion and Captain Asmar observed the sparring session with growing intrigue. The Duke admitted that he had considered having a stern talk with Layla to address her overconfidence, but ultimately decided it was better for her to learn these lessons on her own. Asmar nodded in agreement, praising the Duke's approach. "A wise decision," he said, "and it looks like Dane is already teaching her a thing or two." Curious about Dane's abilities, Asmar asked the Duke how many mana cores he thought the boy had. The question hung in the air as the sparring match intensified. Layla fought with desperation, pouring every ounce of skill and determination into her attacks. She moved with deadly precision, trying to force Dane into a corner, but he deflected her strikes effortlessly, each block further fueling her frustration. The conversation between the two men resumed as they watched Dane's remarkable performance. Asmar speculated that Dane might have 3 mana cores. However, the Duke, drawing from his vast experience, disagreed. "At most 2 or 3, Thermion said, though he seemed skeptical even of his own estimate. Perplexed, Asmar pressed him further. "If you believe he has 2 or 3 cores, how do you explain what we're seeing now?" The Duke gestured toward the sparring session. "Take a closer look," he said. "It's not his speed or power that's overwhelming Layla. It's his tactics." Thermion's sharp eyes had been studying Dane's movements carefully. Layla isn't losing because she's weaker. She's losing because she doesn't know how to handle his movements. They're too calculated, too unpredictable. It's like nothing she's ever encountered before. Meanwhile, Layla's frustration boiled over as Dane effortlessly blocked yet another strike. Gritting her teeth, she demanded, "How are you doing this? What's going on?" Dane, calm as ever, responded with a slight smirk. "Your moves are too obvious," he said. Layla's eyes widened at the blunt assessment, her frustration mounting as she realized he wasn't even trying his hardest. Back on the sidelines, Thermion and Asmar continued their discussion. Both men agreed that Dane fought with the precision and intelligence of a seasoned warrior, which baffled them given his young age. Asmar, in particular, couldn't wrap his head around it. "This level of mastery is unheard of for someone his age," he said. "It's as if he's been through years of real combat." Thermion narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, reflecting on Dane's past. He recalled their last visit to Sogers County 7 years ago after their southern inspection tour. It was during that visit that Layla had begun to grow rapidly in skill, especially after meeting Dane for the first time. The Duke now believed that Dane's presence had been a catalyst for his daughter's improvement back then, and might be again now. Asmar, watching the sparring match unfold, couldn't help but admire Dane's skill. "Layla may be the winner of the Danteer Cup," he remarked, "but in this fight, she's no match for him." It's like he was trained harshly by Count Sogers himself. But Thermion shook his head. "No, I know Arkin too well. He's strict, but he's not the type to train someone harshly, not even his own son. Dane doesn't need harsh training." The captain looked puzzled. "Then how do you explain it, my lord?" Thermion smiled faintly, his admiration for the boy evident. Dane isn't someone ordinary people dare to look down on. He's a genius, someone with overwhelming talent. I've come to accept this fact. But Layla, she hasn't realized it yet. On the training grounds, Layla made one last desperate move, only for Dane to disarm her with precision. Her wooden sword flew from her grasp and clattered to the ground, marking her second decisive loss. As Dane disarmed Layla with ease, Duke Thermine continued his silent observation, analyzing the boy's incredible skills. The Duke mused that Dane had likely chosen not to participate in the Danteer Cup because he simply wasn't interested. This bold statement puzzled Captain Asmar, who found it difficult to believe. The Danteer Cup was one of the most prestigious competitions in the Empire, coveted by every eligible boy and girl. How could anyone not want to take part in such a grand event? Asmar couldn't wrap his head around it. Watching the match, the captain grew even more perplexed. No one of Dane's age could rival such skill, yet here he was, casually dominating the reigning champion of the Danteer Cup. Meanwhile, Layla, the aforementioned champion, was gasping for breath, visibly exhausted. Despite giving it her all, she had been unable to make a dent in Dane's defenses. The Duke observed his daughter's repeated defeats with a mix of concern and hope. He recognized her potential and believed she could one day surpass her older brothers if she let go of her arrogance and refined her skills. In his eyes, this sparring session might be the turning point she needed. Back on the training ground, Layla slumped to the ground, her breaths coming in ragged gasps. After her string of humiliating losses, she finally admitted, albeit grudgingly, that she was no match for Dane. She had always known that their talents were different, but she had never realized just how vast the gap between them was. Dane, noticing her exhaustion, suggested they call it a day. "You're worn out," he said simply. Layla, still frustrated but too tired to argue, begrudgingly agreed. Deep down, she knew he was right. There was no point in continuing when she could barely stand. Dane felt relieved that things had unfolded as the Duke likely hoped. Layla had finally experienced a humbling defeat and was beginning to confront the fact that she wasn't the best. It was a hard pill to swallow, but one that she needed to grow stronger. She couldn't help but complain, asking him how on earth he had trained to become so skilled. In his usual calm and composed manner, Dane responded, "I trained diligently." The answer irritated her further. "Everyone trains diligently," she snapped, clearly frustrated. She was on the verge of throwing a tantrum when Dane abruptly shut her down. "You just need to train harder," he said bluntly, his words cutting through her like a bolt of lightning. Stunned, Layla stared at him in silence, her eyes wide with shock. Satisfied that the message had sunk in, Dane announced, "I'm heading in," and began walking away. As he left, Layla vowed, "Next time, I won't lose." Without turning back, Dane replied, "I'm looking forward to it." Layla was stunned by his nonchalant response. Dane's composure, even after dominating her in the sparring session, left her both awestruck and frustrated. He was the only person her age she truly admired, but now he was also the one she was determined to surpass. Her mind drifted to a flashback of their first meeting years ago. She remembered the day Dane had helped her correct her swordsmanship technique. After watching her demonstrate, he had praised her progress but pointed out flaws in her form, particularly her third movement. He'd advised her to fix her overstepping issue, offering guidance with a patience and precision that impressed her even then. Layla had diligently followed his instructions, and the improvement had been immediate. She had been so excited after mastering the technique that she hadn't even realized that day marked the beginning of her admiration for him. Now, however, things were different. Layla no longer viewed Dane simply as someone to look up to. He had become her rival, a challenge she was determined to overcome. She wanted to prove that she wasn't just a child waiting to be taught. She wanted to stand as his equal, or better yet, his superior. But the reality was clear. Dane was still far out of her reach, more so than ever before. It was frustrating, almost maddening, but Layla's resolve only hardened. No matter how difficult the road ahead, she vowed once more to beat him. Determination burned in her eyes as she whispered to herself, "Next time, Dane Sogers. Next time I'll win." Time flew by, and the long-awaited exam day finally arrived. Gifted individuals from every corner of the empire poured into the capital, bringing their families and attendants along. The city was overflowing with people, all eager to witness the Royal Academy's entrance exam. This year, around 600 candidates were aiming to earn their place at the academy. But simply paying the exam fee wasn't enough. In fact, nearly two-thirds of the hopefuls didn't even make it past the first round. Now, With the preliminary stage behind them, just over 2,000 candidates remained, ready to face the second and far more specialized exam. Inside one of the Royal Academy's offices, a group of professors had gathered for a meeting. The room buzzed with quiet anticipation until a voice broke the silence. More than 2,000 passed the first round. That's higher than usual. Looks like things are going to get interesting. A professor clad in purple leaned forward, posing a question to the others. So, how many do you think will make it through this next phase? A blonde-haired female professor responded with a thoughtful shrug. Maybe 200 at most. Another voice from across the room followed up. Any standout candidates this year? Hasn't the first exam report been finalized yet? Someone asked. Professor DeNavo, head of the magic department, spoke up. We're still compiling the details. But I'm curious, who'll come out on top this time? Ingrid, head of the spearmanship department, leaned in, intrigued. Yes, who's going to take the lead? The other professors quietly considered their own predictions. The top swordsmanship student has to be Duke Thermion's daughter, one of them suggested. She won the Dontier Cup, didn't she? The finals were something else. Duke Thermion really trained her well, another agreed. She's definitely the one to watch. Professor Deplaniso, head of the summoning department, looked on with excitement. She's practically guaranteed to dominate the swordsmanship rankings. Professor Esterand, who led the swordsmanship department, nodded with pride. There's no doubt about it. No one else even comes close. Another professor let out a sigh of envy. The swordsmanship department really struck gold this year. The room buzzed with quiet admiration and a tinge of jealousy. Yet amid the lively discussion, Professor DeNavo sat silently, lost in thought. He reached into his robes, pulled out a letter, and placed it gently on the table. Then, with a measured tone, he said, I see things a little differently. Ingrid leaned forward, curiosity piqued. What's this? Professor DeNavo calmly replied. A recommendation letter. From Sidrain himself, sealed with the Nixian Magic Tower's mark. Ingrid's eyes widened. Wait, Sidrain? He actually recommended someone. Even the swordsmanship department's head, still holding on to confidence in his champion, faltered slightly. Well, even so, no one surpassing the Dontier Cup winner. But the sweat forming on his brow hinted that he wasn't as sure as he sounded. The room buzzed with murmurs as the professors processed the shocking revelation. Professor DeNavo, someone asked, are you saying Sidrain, the one who never trains anyone, actually sent a recommendation? Yes, DeNavo confirmed. And not just for anyone. A 14-year-old with 3-chain magic. 3-chain magic? Deplaniso sat up straight, interest clearly piqued. Who is this student? His name is Dane Sogers. DeNavo answered without hesitation. The room fell silent. Another Sogers? The family already had 2 prodigies, one in magic, another in summoning. And now, even a youngest son had caught Sidrain's attention. Back in the meeting room, the professors exchanged glances. The Sogers weren't just another noble house. They were a family of legends. Now, with both the continent's most elite families sending their best to the academy this year, things were bound to get intense. Suddenly, Esterand, the swordsmanship department head, scratched his chin thoughtfully. Wait, aren't the Sogers known for their excellence in education? But if a top magician is backing him, maybe their reputation is shifting toward magic now. Ingrid, from a spearmanship department, let out a quiet sigh. I really thought he'd end up in my department. DeNavo chuckled. If he joins mine, he and Arabella would make an impressive pair. A smug smile crept onto his face as he added to himself. After all, magic is the academy's crown jewel. At that moment, the door burst open and an assistant rushed in, clearly out of breath. Apologies for the interruption. The first round exam results are in. Every professor turned toward the screen, eager to see the outcome. Let's see the numbers, someone urged. The display lit up. Swordsmanship, 1,367. Magic, 227. Summoning, 152. The sheer number of swordsmanship applicants stunned them all. Over 1,300 for swordsmanship, and only 227 for magic, one muttered. No doubt which field's dominating. Esterand reviewed the list with satisfaction. Just as I expected. The top scorer, straight from the Thermion family. Professor DeNavo squinted at the screen, scanning the list carefully. Wait, where's Dane Sogers? I don't see his name anywhere. The room fell silent. The professors exchanged confused looks. Wasn't he the one Sidrain personally recommended? Someone asked, puzzled. Professor Ingrid quickly pulled out her own version of the list and double-checked. He's not on mine either. completely missing. A wave of uncertainty swept over the room. Panicked, one of the professors turned to the assistant still standing near the door. Are you sure this list is complete? Could someone be missing? The assistant blinked, startled, then hurriedly reviewed the data again. Actually, yes. There is one candidate who didn't fall under the usual categories. He applied under the open field specialization. He hesitated for a second, then continued. Among all 6,000 candidates, Dane Sobers had the highest score in the first round. What did you just say? Esterin practically shouted, eyes wide. Dane Sobers came first. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Dane sat quietly, lost in thought. Has it really been a month already? Feels like just yesterday I was sparring with Layla. And now, the first round is already over. Time flies. He let out a soft breath of relief. Good thing the exam wasn't all that difficult. Just then, Layla, the renowned swordsmanship prodigy, ran up to him, excitement all over her face. Dane, did you get your results yet? What rank did you get? Dane calmly raised his arm and held it out in front of her with a proud grin. I got first place. Layla, who had been nearby, let out a groan. Of course it's you. I missed the top spot again. She turned to him, curious. How on earth did you manage to study for all that? Mostly just went over the questions my sister sent me, Dane said with a shrug. Still flustered, Layla pouted. I saw those questions too. They weren't easy, especially the military studies stuff. I mean, come on. How's a 14-year-old supposed to know anything about strategy or military leadership? Dane blinked. Huh, I thought that part was the easiest. Didn't you find it kind of fun? He said it casually, but it stemmed from all the experience he carried over from his previous life. Layla stared at him like he'd just spoken another language. Are you human? Military studies, fine arts, music, and the full history of the Draenic Empire. Dane only smirked, clearly enjoying himself. That's my thing, he said smugly. Memories from his past life surfaced again, years of real battles and strategy unfolding in his mind, knowledge he hadn't even realized he'd absorbed. Try to move the conversation forward, Layla asked. So, where are you taking the second round? 3 places, actually, Dane replied. The moment Dane mentioned 3 places, Layla's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, 3 departments? Don't tell me. You're going for the open field specialization? Her voice was filled with surprise as she stared at him, waiting for confirmation. Come on, just be honest. Besides education and summoning, what else are you applying for? But Dane only gave her a sly smile, clearly enjoying keeping her in suspense. I'll tell you later. Layla, still confused, jumped in with her own frustration. Why would you even choose autonomous as a specialization? It makes no sense. I just want to study it, Dane replied simply. That only seemed to confuse Layla even more. You do know that field has one of the lowest acceptance rates, right? Dane shrugged. I heard that with the autonomous specialization, you can attend any class you want. You don't have to declare a major until graduation. You get to learn across all departments from top-tier instructors. Layla crossed her arms and interrupted. Yeah, everyone knows that. Don't tell me, are you just doing this to avoid taking classes with me? Of course not, Dane replied quickly. Her tone sharpened. Then do you really think you can pass? What can you do besides spears and summoning? That jab made Dane hesitate. For a brief second, he considered revealing everything, but chose not to. Elsewhere, Professors Denevo, Ingrid, and Deplaniso were now gathered for a meeting, reviewing Dane's exam data. Everyone's here, Denevo began. For the autonomous track, candidates need to pass 3 different exams. Looks like he's going to take all of them. Deplaniso glanced at the reports with concern. Spearmanship and core summoning magic are polar opposites. Trying to pass both? That's nearly impossible. She shook her head. Sure, some candidates have cleared 2 sections before, but almost no one makes it through all 3. What was he thinking? Denevo agreed. Exactly. He should have just picked one, either spears or summoning. You only need to pass a single track. Both female professors sighed. The autonomous department was founded 200 years ago, one said, but barely anyone has passed in decades. It used to be easier, the other added. Back in the conquest era, all kinds of talents were needed. Standards weren't so high. Ingrid, still curious, leaned forward slightly. If no one applies and no one passes, then why not just shut it down? Denevo shook his head. It's symbolic. It stands for the highest level of excellence in the Empire. Deplaniso nodded in agreement. Exactly. It may not be as prominent now, but its value still matters. Denevo laid out a stack of documents and said, I did some digging, Only 2 people have passed in the last 100 years. One quit halfway, and the other went on to become an emperor. That hit hard. Ingrid's face lost all color, her mind immediately racing with concern for Dane. So basically, she said, unless you're some kind of genius, there's no chance? Deplaniso gave a silent nod, then added, if he's really from the Sogur's family, I'm curious to see what he brings to the table. That bloodline isn't ordinary. Ingrid shrugged, tried to remain detached. If it were up to us, we could push him through. But we got responsibilities. Can't afford to mess this up. Let's see if he's got the guts to follow through. The room fell into a low buzz as everyone speculated on how things would unfold. Time flew by, and before long, the scene shifted to the second examination hall. All 3 professors were already in position, waiting to begin Dane's assessment. Standing calmly before them, Dane spoke with clarity. I'm Dane Sogers, here to apply for the General Studies major at the Royal Academy. Professor Denevo gave a slight nod and asked, do you understand what this major entails? Dane gave a respectful bow and replied, yes. I've heard you must pass all 3 stages of the exam to be accepted. That's when Professor Ingrid chimed in, almost as if offering a final out. You said your name's Dane, right? It's not too late to back out. I have great admiration for Count Sogers. He's one of the finest men in the Empire. I'd hate to see his son fail. Before she could finish, Dane cut in, his voice calm but unwavering. Thank you for the concern, but I came here fully prepared to give it everything I've got. That steady conviction brought silence to the room. It was clear this wasn't someone who'd back down from challenge. Professor Denevo let out a quiet sigh before continuing. Very well. If that's your choice, then there's no turning back. This exam has 3 parts, each specific to your major. Fail even one, and you're out. Simple as that. The rules couldn't have been more straightforward. Dane gave a firm nod. Understood. Satisfied, Denevo looked to Deplaniso and said, let's start with the summoning trial, just as we discussed. At that, Professor Deplaniso, with her unmistakable violet hair, stood up smoothly and made her way over to Dane. From Dane's perspective, he already knew who she was. Professor Deplaniso of the Summoning Department, the top-ranked summoner in the entire Althean Empire. Rumor had it she once maintained control over 3 second-tier or higher summons at the same time. So that's her, he thought as she approached. His mind sharpened, preparing for whatever came next. She's the real deal when it comes to summoning. When she posed her question, Dane didn't flinch. He had anticipated this. After all, the challenge had no fixed format or rigid criteria. After a brief pause, he made his request. Could you summon a creature for me? Deplaniso blinked, almost confused. You want me to summon something? Yes, he confirmed. Any kind will do. The other professors nearly fell out of their seats. Did he just ask her to summon a creature? Ingrid gasped. Denevo wiped his forehead, clearly rattled. What's he thinking? He quickly ran through the possibilities in his mind. Well, the format is open-ended. Maybe he just wants to observe one up close. After a moment of consideration, Deplaniso gave a small nod. All right then. That's bold, but intriguing. I'll play along. She muttered to herself. This is anything but ordinary. I better keep a close eye on how this unfolds. With that, she began chanting. Energy started crackling in the air, swirling rapidly as a summoning gate formed high above. A sudden blast of wind erupted as the gate opened, knocking over a few startled bystanders. But Dane stood firm, unfazed. Then it appeared. A massive wolf's head emerged from the portal, except the creature's body was eerily humanoid. As it stepped through, it let out a deafening howl, sending shockwaves across the hall. This was Eterarch, the frenzied summon, a savage, level 4 beast known to attack anything in sight. Dane stared up at it calmly. No fear. In fact, he was almost entertained. What a roar, he mused. Of all the level 4 summons, this one's the most aggressive. I didn't think much of the entrance exam, but now this is getting interesting. Dane couldn't help but grin, the thrill of the moment surging through him. Across from him, Professor Deplaniso met his gaze with a mix of curiosity and challenge. Well, I've summoned the creature I chose, she said. Now, what's your move? The surrounding assistant professors exchanged anxious glances. Eterarch, that's the most aggressive level 4 summon out there. Even seasoned knights would struggle to take it head-on. What now? Ingrid whispered, tension clear in her voice. With every eye fixed on him, Dane calmly began to walk toward the towering beast. Even Deplaniso, who had summoned Eterarch, was taken aback. What are you doing? Stop, if you provoke it. But before she could finish, the wolf growled, baring its teeth in warning. Still, Dane pressed forward, unshaken. As long as I can prove it any way I choose, right? He asked evenly. Yes, but if your method puts you in danger, Deplaniso began again. It won't. Dane cut her off, voice steady. Don't worry. He raised his hands slightly, approaching with measured calm. Eterarch snarled louder, madness gleaming in its eyes. But the longer it locked eyes with Dane, the more its fury started to fade. Bit by bit, its body relaxed, until finally it lowered its massive head. Dane reached out, giving the beast a gentle pat. Good boy, he said with a satisfied nod. Denevo and Ingrid could only stare, stunned. What just happened? Denevo muttered. Dane gave the creature another pat. You're even bigger than Jinpu, he remarked. Deplaniso, still frozen in disbelief, struggled to make sense of it. Eterarch submitting like that? She knew the beast inside and out, and what she saw now defied everything she thought possible. Then she noticed it, a faint blue thread of energy, barely visible, linking Dane to the creature. A magical tether? She thought, but it didn't look like a command or force control. It was something subtler, deeper, not submission, but his hostility was completely neutralized. She whispered, This might be something extraordinary. The other professors noticed it too. Even witnessing it firsthand, they were in disbelief. Could it be an innate empathy? One of them said in awe, still reeling from what they'd just seen. Deplaniso stood silently for a moment, her mind racing as she tried to piece it all together. Did he analyze Eterarch's magic tether on the spot, then replicate it to forge his own connection? She wondered. With no standard approach required, it made sense. For a creature like Eterarch, this method might have been the only way to calm it. His control, his instinct, it's beyond my own. No wonder his master spoke so highly of him. With talent like this, his future is promising. She stepped forward and gave her official verdict. Dane Sogers, your abilities are recognized. Strong will, steady judgment, and a solid foundation. You've passed. Denevo and Ingrid both nodded in agreement. Dane gave a small, appreciative smile. Thank you. Evening came quickly, and Dane found himself recounting the events of the exam to Layla. It ended in just 30 minutes? She asked, shocked. You're really the valedictorian. That caught Dane off guard. What? I thought you were the top in swordsmanship. No, Layla shook her head. You're the valedictorian. Trying to lift the mood, she added. Come on, don't be so serious. They've already thrown a party for us passing, right? Dane gave her a small smile in return. But Layla couldn't hold it in any longer. Tears welled up as she muttered. I'm not hungry. You should eat more. She looked away, overwhelmed by the gap between their achievements. It's like trying to catch up to a storm, a force of nature. With her thoughts spiraling, she wandered off, lost in the weight of her emotions. Dane, seeing how broken she looked, wanted to say something, anything. But before he could step forward, Uncle Thermion gently stopped him. She wants to be alone, he said. Let her be. Don't worry. Layla will be okay. Then he paused, turned to Dane. Have you spoken to your father yet? I'm sure Count Sogers must be proud. Of course, Dane replied with a nod. I've already contacted him. Everyone's happy. Thermion looked around at the celebratory crowd, then added, in a field like free specialization, your ranking is well earned. The nearby guests were clearly surprised by the outcome. Now that the exam's done, get some rest, Thermion advised. School will start soon. Dane gave a polite bow. Thank you, Duke. I really appreciate everything. As if remembering something, Thermion turned back and asked, Oh, and have you decided what item you'll be commissioning from the blacksmith? When Dane was asked about his weapon of choice, he answered honestly, I'm leaning toward a sword, but I haven't really decided yet. My body's still growing, so I'm not sure what kind would suit me. I'll think it over some more. This is a good chance to figure it out. Thermion nodded, understanding. No need to rush. Take your time. Just then, a nearby servant stepped in and said, Duke, it's time to visit the Duchess. Thermion's demeanor instantly shifted. I know, I'm on my way now. With that, he turned and left in a hurry. As Dane watched Thermion walk away, he figured the Duchess's illness was still lingering. Beside him, Layla offered more clarity. Fortunately, her condition hasn't worsened, but there's been no improvement either. It's been like this for years now. Dane looked at Layla and let out a quiet sigh. He'd never dealt with illness in his own family, so he couldn't relate. Should I say something to comfort him? He wondered. Time flew by, and 2 mornings later, the Royal Academy held its entrance ceremony. All the students who passed the entrance exams had gathered. An older man took the stage to address the crowd. It's an honor to welcome you all to the Royal Academy. I am Arkwald Homet, the principal. This year, we've seen an incredible number of talented students overcome intense competition to be here. I believe our empire's future is in capable hands. He continued, among you, there are many gifted individuals, but one in particular stands out. This student has been accepted into the free specialization program, a program so elite that only 2 students have made it in over the past century. This individual was approved by the deans of the divine arts, magic, and summoning faculties. Gasps rippled through the crowd. The students turned to one another in disbelief. Did he say free specialization? Only 2 in 100 years. Who could it be? Unreal. That's some serious talent. Without letting the tension build any further, Principal Helmet announced, now then, please welcome our top student, Dane Sogers, to represent the incoming class. Dane stepped forward with composed confidence as whispers buzzed around him. Is that him? He's the one who made it into free specialization. The Sogers family must be truly blessed. Meanwhile, among the audience stood Dane's parents, proud to witness the moment. Thermione pointed and said, look at Dane, he's grown a lot. Looks sharp too. First place, huh? Arkin added with a grin. Arkin smiled, clearly pleased, and replied humbly, he's still got a long way to go compared to you. Thermione's expression shifted, tinged with frustration. I've got 2 sons, and neither turn out right. One snuck into school without anyone noticing, the other got kicked out, then the younger one ran off. Meanwhile, you've got 2 daughters. I can't help but feel a bit jealous. Arkin gave a strained smile. But you still have Layla, don't you? Thermione glanced at his daughter, eyes clouded with regret. I just wish my wife could be here. Elsewhere, Professor Deplaniso was in conversation with Claire, Dane's older sister. You've always had a strong bond with your summoned creatures, haven't you? Deplaniso asked. Claire nodded. Yes, Professor. Deplaniso studied her closely. It seems that harmony runs in the family. She then shifted her attention toward Dane, examining him as though he were some rare anomaly. No summoner's mark, no signs, yet he outpaces them all. Incomprehensible. Claire, unaware of the professor's scrutiny, asked, if Dane's affinity is that strong, could he possibly summon beings from beyond the horizon? Deplaniso raised an eyebrow. Beyond the horizon? That realm vanished a century ago. It used to be connected to this world. She paused before continuing. As for your question, who knows? Those beings choose their own summoners. Claire murmured that it might be possible. Back at the stage, Principal Arkwald Homet looked at Dane with a satisfied nod. So you're Dane Sogers. Feel free to show everything you've got at this academy. He handed Dane a sheet of paper. Dane took it without hesitation. I'll keep that in mind, Principal. Just then, an announcement echoed through the hall. Would the representatives of the exam passers please come forward and take the oath? As time passed, the ceremony drew to a close. Dane glanced at the paper in his hand and muttered to himself, I've finally made it into the academy. It took everything to get here, but now I have a new beginning. I won't let it go to waste. The scene shifted to the academy's main lecture hall, where assistant professors were giving final instructions. That's the end of the orientation. Feel free to take a break and enjoy the refreshments before the next session. The crowd of students broke into excited chatter. Off to the side, Layla leaned in close to Dane and spoke seriously. From now on, you're going to attract a lot of attention. Some people will come with good intentions, others not so much. Be cautious. Don't accept anything without thinking it through. She paused briefly, lowering her voice. I've heard that this place is filled with all kinds of strange people, especially those who weren't raised properly. Watching Layla fuss over him like a nervous mom on the first day of school, Dane looked mildly uninterested. Yeah, I got it already. Noticing he wasn't taking her seriously, Layla frowned and pressed again. Don't brush me off. Listen closely. Just then, a loud commotion erupted nearby. A bunch of upperclassmen came barreling into the area, laughing and calling out as they try to recruit new students into their clubs. We've got fresh recruits. Grab that red-haired guy. He's the talent we've been waiting for. They were acting like over-enthusiastic salespeople at Shady Fair. Layla sighed, watching the madness unfold. They're already out recruiting during break. To Dane, the whole thing was a little entertaining. So this is what my sister meant. These clubs do look interesting. But before he could enjoy the show too long, the upperclassman suddenly remembered him. Where's the Sogers kid? The one who ranked first. We have to recruit him. Dozens of eyes turned to Dane all at once. Layla's face turned pale. Dane, they're all coming for you. What now? Let's run, she shouted, grabbing his wrist and pulling him through the crowd. But their pursuers weren't backing down so easily. Dane Sogers, join our fitness club. We'll sculpt your perfect body. Hey newbie, our map research club just unlocked a new dungeon. Come check it out. Don't forget the astrology club. We gather only the top elites. Then someone shouted, that's the heir of the Thermion family. Don't let her get away. They swarmed like hungry zombies, full of bizarre energy and unstoppable drive. I said I'm not joining. Layla yelled, struggling to shake them off. Dane, meanwhile, couldn't help but feel a weird sense of déjà vu. I've been chased plenty of times, but never by club recruiters. Being number one really comes with a price, he thought, mildly exasperated. Time passed, and the scene moved to a quiet hallway. A man in formal robes walked calmly through, drawing attention with every step. His presence alone caused the assistants nearby to start whispering. Isn't that Kelthas Redfield? Yeah, he used to lead the Royal Knights, but now he's a professor. Amazing, but it's a bit of a problem, too, one of them muttered. There's a new student in the free system after all these years. We used to get by just assigning some essays. Life was easy. Looks like that peaceful routine is over. Guess we'll need to start planning real lessons again. Another side. Complaints buzzed in hushed tones among the staff as the reality of change slowly settled in. Meanwhile, Professor Kelthas was already feeling the stress building. The orientation was wrapping up, and yet things were spiraling into the unexpected. Why'd it have to be the top student? He thought, pressing his fingers to his temple. Spotting Dane nearby, he called out, You must be Dane Sogers, right? You're a bit early. Dane turned at the sound of his name and gave a polite nod. Hello, Professor. It's a pleasure to meet you. All right, come in, Kelthas said, waving him into the office. As soon as the door closed behind them, Kelthas couldn't hold back a groan. I worked hard to land this post thinking I could finally relax. Teaching wasn't supposed to be part of the deal. I'm already burned out from years of guiding nights. After venting a bit, Kelthas glanced at Dane with growing curiosity. So, why did you apply to the free system? I want the freedom to do what I want, Dane replied coolly. Kelthas raised an eyebrow. Ever consider transferring into the special system instead? Dane shook his head. Not at all. Kelthas frowned slightly at that answer. If that's how it is, I guess I have no choice but to handle him myself. He thought, clearly not thrilled. Out loud, he asked, Do you know any swordsmanship? Don't take it the wrong way, but since you're in the free system and I'm your professor, I'd like to know what you can do. Dane narrowed his eyes. Something about this felt off. Swordsmanship? That came out of nowhere. He's not trying to welcome me. He's testing me. Still, he answered evenly. It's not that I'm uninterested in swordsmanship. Kelthas stood from his seat almost immediately, a spark of interest flashing in his eyes. Then let's put it to the test, right now. Dane gave a casual nod. Sure. Kelthas smiled, clearly satisfied. Got him, he thought smugly. Great. We'll head to my training field. As a professor, Kelthas had the authority to conduct evaluations, and he had a plan. If he could prove Dane was weak with a blade, he could justify failing him out of the free system. That would lighten his own burden considerably. The scene shifted to the academy's training grounds. Kelthas gestured toward the weapon rack. Pick any sword you like. They're all here. Yes, Professor, Dane replied, walking toward the collection. But the moment he saw the weapons, he hesitated slightly. They were carelessly tossed around, mixed in with debris and dust. This is supposed to be a training field. Even without elite swordsmen here, this is just sloppy, he thought, a bit disappointed. Still, he scanned the weapons and selected one that looked decent enough. That one okay? Kelthas asked. It'll do, Dane answered simply. Dane answered with unwavering confidence. Kelthas then laid out the rules. If you can land just one hit on me with that sword, you pass. It's simple. I won't move more than 2 steps. He sounded sure of himself, but what he didn't realize was that standing before him was someone with elite swordsmanship. Got it, Dane replied calmly. Then let's begin, Kelthas said, his tone icy. At the same time, he was silently wondering. He accepted the challenge so casually. Is he that sure of himself? Before he could dwell on it, Dane lunged forward. His sword slashed straight for Kelthas' waist. Fast, but not fast enough. Kelthas sidestepped with ease. Still, the speed caught him off guard. He's quick. Is that why they put him in the free system? Kelthas mused. But there was no time to reflect. Dane's blade came again, this time even faster. It moved like a machine, and Kelthas had to parry it with his own sword, barely pushing it away. His breath hitched. That was close. His sword style was unusual, nothing like a noble or a knight. Is he just a reckless kid who happens to know how to swing a sword? Kelthas wondered. But his moves, they remind me more of a battle-hardened soldier. He didn't have time to analyze further. Dane was already on him again. His body moved like a blur, his sword striking from all angles. Kelthas found himself struggling to block each attack. The pressure was relentless. Forced to retreat, Kelthas realized this duel wasn't going as he'd expected. Every strike from Dane pushed him back. The longer it went on, the harder it was to hold his ground. I'm level 6, and I can barely keep up. And this kid's only 14? Dane didn't need any handicap. But there was something in the way he moved that tugged at Kelthas' memory. Something oddly familiar. It reminded him of a time during the war. A moment when he saw a mysterious enemy soldier with overwhelming sword skills. That man didn't wear a knight's emblem or bear any official titles. But his technique was unforgettable. Who was he? Kelthas wondered. Lost in thought for just a moment, Kelthas dropped his guard. Dane's sword slipped through his defense, heading straight for his side. But just as it made contact, Dane froze his blade in place. The test was over. Kelthas stared at the sword that had touched him. Why did I let that happen? He cursed inwardly. Dane let a small, satisfied smile cross his face as he slid his sword back into its sheath. Professor, I believe that meets the requirement, he said calmly. Despite his reluctance, Kelthas had no choice but to admit it. You've passed. He eyed Dane carefully, thoughts spinning. This kid's a prodigy. Even with the restriction, he kept up with someone of my level. That shouldn't be possible. His curiosity now fully piqued. Kelthas asked, with sword skills like that, why didn't you apply to the swordsmanship department? Dane responded without hesitation. I think my family would be disappointed. The answer caught Kelthas off guard. But as he recalled Dane's background, it began to make sense. His father was a renowned teacher. His 2 sisters were top-tier magic and summoning specialists. Of course, Dane would feel pressure to follow their path. So that's it. He doesn't lack talent. He just lacks confidence in this area. Kelthas thought, completely misreading Dane's intention. Meanwhile, unaware of the professor's assumptions, Dane asked, Have you confirmed everything, sir? Snapping out of his thoughts, Kelthas quickly nodded. Ah, yes. You're good to go. I'll send the official notice soon. Thank you, Professor, Dane said with a quick bow before turning and leaving. As he watched the boy walk away, Kelthas sighed heavily. What a mess. I bet the department heads who evaluated him are regretting their decisions now. There go my plans to quietly remove him and live in peace. Outside, Dane reunited with his older sister, Claire, who looked at him with surprise. You already passed the test? She asked, visibly shocked. That's surprising. Professor Kelthas doesn't hand out passes lightly. He only attends 1 meeting a year, and he hates being bothered. Dane frowned slightly. Yeah, I got that feeling. He really doesn't seem like someone who plays by the book. Exactly, Claire said. That's why I'm so surprised nothing went wrong. Her light laugh made Dane feel a bit warm inside. She doesn't usually praise me, but just knowing she's relieved, that's one of the reasons I like my second sister. Just then, their younger sister Arabella came running over, calling out, Oh, Dane, I've been looking all over for you. So you were with Claire. She beamed as she reached them. You passed, didn't you? As the 3 siblings stood together, whispers began to ripple through the nearby students. Look, it's the Soger's sisters. Claire and Arabella are already amazing, but now the youngest one's even more impressive. What kind of family are they from? Amid the quiet excitement, Dane moved on to the dormitory tour, led by a student guide. My name is Max Hoer, the guide introduced. I handle all the dormitory operations. The dorms are split into 3 tiers, based on entry rank. The top level is called Dontier Hall, named after the first emperor. Dane, since you're the top-ranked student in the free major, you'll be placed in this wing, Max explained as they entered the dormitory section. Dining hall, training grounds, library, they're all high quality. You'll also have access to rest areas and magic viewing rooms. There are even a few secret facilities, though those might depend on your academic performance. He glanced over. Arabella and Claire were here too, but only until graduation. Max then pulled out a key and handed it to him. This is your room key. You'll get 2 spares. If you lose one, come see me. And just a heads up, there are some peculiar students in this section. They're not dangerous, but weird things do happen now and then. He gave a short nod. Take a look around. If you need anything, reach out to the logistics office. With that, Max turned and left. Dane let out a breath. Phew, should I check the room first? Instead, his curiosity led him to explore a bit. As he wandered, he mumbled to himself, this place is really high-end, but why is it so quiet? Something feels off. There's no one around. It's like the whole place is abandoned. He paused, frowning. What exactly is going on? Driven by a gut instinct, Dane shut his eyes. Slowly, he released his internal energy, spreading it outward like a web, letting his aura scan the area. As it expanded through the building, faint images began to form in his mind. He could smell a hint of oil and hear the faint click of gears. There's a trap here, he realized. A faint smile crept across his face. So that's what this is, an initiation. Just as he suspected, elsewhere in the dorm, a group of students was watching him through a simulated screen. When they saw Dane standing perfectly still, one of them, a red-haired student, asked, why is he not moving? Could he really have noticed something? Beside him, a blue-haired student frowned. Hey, Arnold, you don't think he actually figured out all the traps already, do you? Arnold, a confident third year with neatly combed hair and sharp glasses, simply smirked. No chance. My traps are flawless. The colored family's been mastering hunting techniques for generations. I know what I'm doing. This was Arnold Colored, Baron Colored's eldest son, and a top student in the marksmanship department. Despite Arnold's certainty, another student looked uncertain. Are you sure this won't go too far? Arnold chuckled. Don't worry. I already removed anything that could seriously hurt him. It's just enough to mess with him a little. Once the students realized there was no real danger, their nervous tension quickly turned into eager anticipation. Haha, this is going to be great, one of them chuckled. By the time he gets through all that, he's going to be a mess. Arnold wore a smug grin, his tone dripping with mockery. This is just the beginning. He'll probably be so rattled he might faint. Their laughter echoed, none of them concerned about consequences. In noble circles, playful hazing like this was nothing unusual and rarely led to any serious fallout. But not everyone was amused. A voice of concern broke through the chatter. Are you sure this is a good idea? That's the Sogers family we're dealing with. And let's not forget, all of us had to go through our own initiation too. Arnold shrugged it off, clearly unconcerned. Just wait, he'll be scared out of his mind. Then a girl stepped forward, arms crossed and brows furrowed. Did you forget he's the valedictorian of the liberal arts division? She asked sharply. This time might not go the way you think. His sisters are both geniuses, and if he's ranked higher than them, he's probably more talented. The speaker was Priscilla Nerial, a fourth-year student from the highly respected Nerial family, and a top name in the neurology department. Her words clearly hit a nerve. Arnold's eyes widened in irritation. What are you trying to say? That he'll see through everything? Before she could respond, another student with brown hair smirked. Sounds like even you don't believe in your own traps anymore. Shut it. That's ridiculous. Arnold snapped, but despite his bluster, a flicker of doubt had crept into his thoughts. He adjusted his glasses and tried to reassure himself. There's no way he could detect them. I used stealth setups, suppressed all sounds with oil. He won't notice a thing. But just as that thought crossed his mind, Dane suddenly moved. He's moving, someone shouted. Everyone scrambled to the front, crowding to get the best view. Back on Dane's end, he calmly surveyed the corridor. Compared to the traps he'd encountered under Lady Lily's harsh training, these were laughably simple. His eyes landed on a brown sack, suspended by a tensioned rope, clearly a trigger trap. Touch the rope and it snaps. Too predictable. Raising one hand, Dane formed a concentrated ball of mana. With a flick, he fired a magic bullet straight at the sack. The impact burst it open instantly. Water came crashing down in a massive wave, splashing the floor below like a waterfall. Seeing the stream of water pour down, Dane raised an eyebrow. That's it. I expected more, he thought, slightly underwhelmed. But before the thought fully settled, the floor beneath him shifted. A stone tile slid open, and a foul brownish gas erupted into the air. The stench was so revolting it nearly made Dane gag on the spot. What the hell is that smell? He muttered, covering his nose in disgust. Seriously, this is just childish. Back in the observation room, the mood had flipped entirely. The excitement of watching Dane fall into a trap had turned into boiling frustration, and all of it was now aimed squarely at Arnold. Hey Arnold, what happened to all that talk about him not noticing the traps? One of them snapped. He saw through it from the beginning, another added. It was a coincidence. Arnold stammered. Pure luck, that's all. Priscilla narrowed her eyes. A fluke? Really? Arnold nodded rapidly, desperate to save face. Yeah, I was too soft at first, that's it. Just wait. He'll fall for one of them. You'll see. Though still skeptical, the other two guys exchanged unsure looks and gave a half-hearted nod. Maybe it was just one bad setup. Let's see how the next one goes. Priscilla let out a soft sigh, but unease tugged at her gut. Why do I feel like this won't go any better? Meanwhile, Dane continued calmly down the hall. Soon, he spotted the second trap. One glance was all it took. Just as sloppy as the last one, he muttered, sounding more disappointed than concerned. Should I just destroy it now? Suddenly, a series of boxing gloves launched out from hidden walls, shooting at him from all directions. But Dane didn't even flinch. With swift, calculated steps, he danced between the strikes, dodging every glove without so much as a scratch. Even the hidden spike traps, painstakingly arranged for maximum surprise, were rendered completely useless. Inside the observation room, the group fell silent. So that's the Sogers family, someone whispered in awe. Arnold stared at the screen, dumbfounded. Every single trap, disarmed, dodged, or destroyed. His confidence had vanished, replaced by a blank stare. Even his two friends looked defeated. Dane, it's like he already knew where everything was, one of them murmured. Arnold went all out trying to hide those traps. But Arnold clenched his fists, refusing to admit defeat. Damn it, it's not over yet. He won't get past the final trap. Priscilla could feel the tension rising in Arnold and hesitated for a moment before asking, "What's the last trap?" Arnold didn't give a straight answer. Instead, he simply flashed a sly grin. He'll find out soon enough. It didn't take long. Back on Dane's end, two massive creatures appear before him. A towering red dragon, and a hulking beast with a goat's head standing right behind it. At first glance, Dane raised an eyebrow. Summoned beasts? These are no joke, he thought, quietly impressed. But something didn't sit right. He narrowed his eyes and studied them carefully. Hold on, something's off. As he focused, the illusion began to waver. Flickers in the image, slight distortions. That's when it clicked. They're not real. Just illusions designed to scare me. No wonder they look too powerful to be normal summons. A regular student might have bolted in terror, but Dane stayed rooted, calm, and steady. No need to dodge. I just need to disrupt the mana flow. That'll be enough to make them vanish. Channeling energy into his palm, he began preparing to strike. In the observation room, the mood shifted fast. He's not running, one student asked in disbelief. He looks calm. Wait, is he focusing mana? Another gasped. That hit Arnold like a punch to the gut. Beads of sweat formed on his brow. Panic was setting in. He figured out. Already? No way. That's impossible. The more he watched, the more frantic his thoughts became. Behind him, Priscilla sighed and muttered, "It's over." Back with Dane, he released the energy he'd gathered, and in a flash, the illusion shattered into fragments of light, fading away as if they'd never been there. Smirking, he glanced around. What a joke. Now, then, where's the mastermind hiding? Cut to Arnold's group. Suddenly, they bolted from the observation room, full-blown panic written across their faces. What's that thing? That's an Etherac run, one student shrieked. Arnold stumbled, frozen with fear as a massive wolf-like creature with glowing eyes chased after them. Arnold, do something, someone yelled. I don't even know what that is. Arnold screamed. Wait, isn't that the thing you summoned? The red-haired student shouted, eyes wide. The monstrous wolf opened its jaws and let out a thunderous roar, causing the red-haired student to scream in terror. Just then, Dane's calm voice echoed through the hallway. So this is where you've been hiding. Hearing him, the group turned toward the sound, desperation in their eyes. New guy, if this is your doing, please handle it. We're sorry, all right? Just get rid of that thing. Back on Dane's side, he allowed the moment to linger just long enough before lifting his hand. With a silent command, the Etherac wolf disappeared into a glowing portal, vanishing completely. Only when the beast was gone did the group finally let out the breath they'd been holding. The long-haired student adjusted his outfit, then awkwardly turned to Dane. Looks like your initiation didn't go so well, he said with a smirk. Welcome to the club. Name's Droyan Valentine, 5th year from the alchemy department, and heir to the Valentine Marquis family. He had a strong frame and was undeniably good-looking, which probably explained the small crowd of girls hanging nearby. As he spoke, he held out his hand. Dane took it without hesitation. Nice to meet you, he replied. But in his mind, Dane was thinking, what is this guy even talking about? Unaware of Dane's internal confusion, Droyan kept going. You've got serious trap evading skills. Let me guess, your major something like free studies? That would explain why the ceremony didn't work out. Arnold's not too happy about it either. He's the heir to the Colored Hunter family. He designed all those traps, by the way. Hearing this, Arnold turned red. Why are you bringing me into this? Dane simply smirked. So he's the one behind those traps, huh? Then Droyan waved the others over. Hey, everyone, come say hi. They quickly approached. Droyan motioned to a girl beside him. This is Priscilla. She's a fourth year in the Holy Magic department. You probably don't want to get on her bad side. She's aiming to become a priest, and she's real. Before he could finish, Priscilla stepped forward and shoved him aside. Kind and beautiful, right? Yeah, I know the script. Nice to meet you. I'm Priscilla Nerial. My family cut me off. Holy Magic's my path, which means marriage is pretty much off the table. Dane nodded. Looking forward to working with you. They exchanged a handshake. The moment their hands met, Priscilla's eyes flew open in shock. It was like she just touched a lightning bolt. What is this? His mana. It's unbelievably thick. There's no way someone our age should have this much power. Droyan tilted his head. Is it really that serious? It is, the red-haired guy replied firmly, while Arnold mumbled under his breath, clearly annoyed. It's just a bit of mana. No need to overreact. But no one was listening to him. The red-haired student stepped up and gave a friendly nod. Nice to meet you, Dane. I'm Scal Hespero, second year in the martial arts department. Just so, I'm not like the usual muscleheads around here. Strength matters, sure, but martial arts is more than just brute force. If you're ever curious, I can show you what real training looks like. Dane's eyes then shifted to the last student, Arnold, who turned his head away with a smug expression, clearly uninterested in the introductions. His cold attitude sparked a bit of irritation in the group. Come on, Arnold, someone called out. What's your problem? Don't tell me you're sulking because all your traps got dismantled. That's pretty childish. The group's comments made a vain twitch on Arnold's forehead. Annoyed but unable to ignore them, he finally gave in, though it was clear he wasn't happy about it. Arnold colored, he muttered flatly. That was it. No follow-up, no courtesy. But Dane didn't let it bother him. He smiled and responded calmly. I'm Dane Sogers. Nice to meet you. Arnold remained stiff and bitter, clearly still upset that someone had breezed through all his carefully crafted traps. Watching him sulk, Dane considered whether or not to say something encouraging. After a short pause, he decided to speak up. Honestly, those traps were pretty impressive. The mechanisms were solid, and the activation timing was spot on. But the paint, you used F6 black, right? It stands out too much in this lighting. If you blend F3 silver with D6 black in a 4:6 ratio, it'll be much harder to detect. He ended with a sincere nod. Other than that, anyone would have fallen for them. The group stood frozen, surprised at how casually Dane gave practical advice on trap making. Wait, is he giving Arnold pointers? Someone whispered. He's seriously something else. With introductions done, the group escorted Dane to his dorm room. As he walked with them, Dane thought to himself, these people are something quirky but kind. I think I'm going to like it here. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to a quiet spot in the schoolyard, where Dane was chatting with his close friend, Layla. But as soon as Dane finished talking, Layla's reaction was explosive. What? You're taking 6 specialty classes this semester? She shouted in disbelief. Dane calmly responded, there are only 3 specialties and each one takes up 2 classes. That's 6 total. Layla blinked at him in disbelief. Yeah, but you've got general education classes too. When are you planning to sleep? She crossed her arms. Most first years only take 4 classes. You're already overloaded. Dane just shrugged. Guess I'll skip the first one. His relaxed attitude made Layla scowl. That's exactly why they added military studies to general edition. You're too laid back. I seriously hate that subject. Totally tanked my grades last semester because of it. Dane gave a quiet nod. Yeah, military studies is no joke. Layla glanced at the time. Knew it. You're still the top student. I'll see you in swordsmanship later. I've got a general ed lecture to catch. Which one? Dane asked, a little curious. Understanding cosmetics and skincare, Layla said with a beaming smile. Dane held back a laugh. Of course, he thought. Got it. See you later. Time slipped by, and the scene shifted to the military studies classroom. Here, Dane said as he walked in. As expected, his arrival didn't go unnoticed. Whispers broke out almost instantly. Is that Dane Sogers? What's he doing in this class? He's actually attending the lecture? Isn't he accounts son? He gives off that distant vibe, doesn't he? Dane could hear every word. You guys know I'm right here. He grumbled silently and sat down, opening his textbook. Some of this matched what I read yesterday, he thought. But a lot of it was totally different from what I expected. I guess that makes sense. If theory always lined up with reality, no one would ever lose a war. Still, understanding the basics is important. Right then, a stern-faced, middle-aged man entered the room. The buzz immediately died down. I'm Francisco Gavious. I'll be teaching military theory. You can call me Professor Gavious. Let's start after roll call. Looking at the professor's sharp features and firm presence, Dane felt a newfound respect. This guy, he's definitely seen combat. I'm actually looking forward to this. As roll call wrapped up, Professor Gavious launched straight into the lecture, his voice firm and commanding. To truly understand military theory, he began, you need to understand how it plays out on the battlefield. Soldiers might act carelessly, but commanders can't afford that luxury. They have to constantly weigh the cost of victory against the lives of their troops. He paced slowly as he continued. That's why theory matters. It gives us the tools to interpret real-world chaos. When we recognize where theory and reality don't line up, that's when we start to understand its true purpose. Pausing, he scanned the room. I'm curious, how many of you will actually go on to become elite soldiers? So let me ask you this. What's the most important factor in war? The room fell silent. Students shifted in their seats, unsure how to answer. Then, without hesitation, Dane raised his hand. Professor Gavious's eyes narrowed slightly. All right, let's hear what the confident one has to say. With a steady voice, Dane answered supply lines. The professor's eyes lit up with approval. Correct. Victory, sustainability, even improvement, all of it relies on stable supply lines. Very interesting. We're just getting started, and already someone's nailed it. Then, turning toward Dane again, he asked, and what are the three most important aspects of supply? Dane didn't miss a beat. First, strict military management. The chain from command center to front line is more than just distance. It's a full-scale system. If even one person in the process is acting selfishly, corruption sneaks in, and the supplies start disappearing. He wasn't quoting a book. He was speaking from personal battlefield experience. It wasn't arrogance. It was clarity. Most supply breakdowns, he continued, don't happen at the source. They happen in the middle, where no one's watching. Professor Gavious nodded. Exactly. And Dane spoke again. Standardization. If everything, weight, quantity, packaging, is standardized, then mass production becomes efficient. That speed keeps the front line moving. Troops don't lose ground waiting for essentials. The classroom buzzed with low whispers. Where is he getting this from? This isn't in any of the textbooks. Even Professor Gavious looked visibly impressed, but moved on to the third and final point. And the last one, Dane answered, local production. In long-term warfare, the first two principles start slipping. Supplies get worse in both quantity and quality. That's when it's crucial for soldiers to develop the ability to sustain themselves, even at a basic level. Emergency rations, makeshift tools, anything to survive the critical moments. The room went silent again, not out of boredom, but because everyone was stunned. Dane spoke with a faint smile. Everything I said comes from what I've seen and lived through on the battlefield. The room fell into complete silence. His words left the students stunned. No one could respond. Then, Professor Gavious suddenly broke the quiet with loud applause. That was a brilliant answer. What year are you in? First year, Dane replied. Gavious blinked, clearly thrown off. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Wait, you're a freshman? How can a first year possibly know all of this? He leaned in, pressing further. Military discipline, standardized logistics, field-based production systems. These are things only those in active service would know. How could you, a student, understand them? Dane paused for a moment, then quickly came up with a response. He couldn't exactly say he'd lived it himself. My father used to talk about all this, he said casually. Your father? Gavious asked, suddenly more curious. What's his name? Dane Sogers, he answered with pride. The moment Gavious heard that name, realization struck. The So family. You're the son of the Blue Tempest. He nodded in recognition. That makes sense. You must be the one who passed the liberal arts exam. No wonder your insight is far beyond what we expect from first year. With everything making sense now, Gavious turned to the rest of the class and raised his voice. Did you all catch that? The military theory we're about to study. Dane Sogers just laid it out perfectly. Bridging textbook knowledge with real-world application. That's what military science is all about. He turned back to Dane, visibly impressed. It's been a long time since someone from the Sogers family showed this kind of promise. As the lesson wrapped up, time seemed to fly. Once class ended, Dane rushed out of the room, muttering under his breath. I almost got dragged into the Imperial University. Right after class, Professor Gavius had pulled him aside, eagerly urging him to consider transferring to the Imperial University. That's when Dane remembered Claire's warning. If anyone brings up Imperial University, don't even think about it. Refuse immediately and walk away. It turned out her advice was spot on. But clearly, the professor wasn't planning to give up so easily. Dane sighed as he studied the academy's map. Still not used to this place. It's huge. He scanned the layout, eyes narrowing. Layla said to meet at the central fountain square. After a moment of squinting, he finally spotted the location. There it is. If I cut through the mist garden, I'll get there faster. The mist garden, always covered in thick fog, even on cloudy days. Visibility was so poor people often wandered in circles. Most students avoided it completely. Some even whispered about ghosts showing up at night. But as Dane stepped in, he looked around and mumbled, "This isn't as creepy as Claire made it sound." The weather was decent, and he had already made it halfway through without trouble. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a scream suddenly rang out from behind. "Help! Anyone! Please!" Dane froze and turned toward the sound. "Huh, someone's there." His mother's voice echoed in his memory. If someone's in danger, never ignore it. He checked the time. He had a little room before his next class. "I'll help and still make it on time." Without hesitating, he ran toward the voice. Not long after, he came across a student who had clearly been wandering aimlessly. After helping him out, the boy let out a breath of relief. "Thank you. I thought I was going to be stuck in there forever." Dane waved it off. "You okay? Any injuries?" The student adjusted his glasses and nodded. "Just tired. I'm all right." Then he introduced himself. "I'm Ernest. Ernest Dillon. First year, Exploration Department." Dane blinked at him in disbelief. "Wait, you're in Exploration and got lost." Ernest flushed slightly. I got a little too excited and ended up walking around without thinking." Dane sighed, but let it go. "Fine, forget that. Your name, Dillon. So your family must be from the western regions, right? Your family crest's probably a ship or something." Ernest's face lit up. "Yeah, exactly. My family's been exploring seas and foreign lands for generations." To Dane, it all sounded a bit overwhelming. "That life sounds exhausting," he thought silently. Ernest scratched his head and asked, "How do you even know all that about my family? What's your name?" With a calm smile, Dane replied, "Dane Sogers." The moment Gavius heard Dane's last name, his expression shifted completely. "So, you're the one who passed the free major exam. The first in 100 years?" he exclaimed. Yeah, that's me," Dane said, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly. Suddenly, Gavius was looking at him like he'd just met a legend. "I can't believe it. I've always wanted to meet you in person." Dane, now clearly uncomfortable with all the attention, tried to stay composed. But then something caught his eye. "Wait," he said he wasn't hurt, but those bruises and scars. They don't look like the kind you'd get from just exploring. His suspicions quietly building, Dane decided to probe. "Were you exploring this garden earlier?" Gavius nodded with a chuckle. "Exploring? I'd call it excitement. To me, everything unfamiliar is worth diving into. Gardens, people, strange objects, you name it." He opened his backpack and revealed an overwhelming collection of gear and items. "Check this out." Dane stared at the pile. "These are all exploration tools. That's a lot. My mission is to uncover every secret this academy holds," Gavius said proudly. Then, lowering his voice slightly, he continued, "And of course, the mist garden is no exception. Don't you think there's something weird about the constant fog and clouds here?" That caught Dane's attention. His expression turned more serious. "Yeah, something definitely feels off." "So, have you found anything?" he asked. Gavius sighed. "Not yet, but I'm convinced there's some kind of hidden force here." "But hasn't no one ever gotten to the bottom of it?" Dane asked. Gavius nodded. "Exactly. But what if the reason it's never been solved isn't because it's impossible, but because we've been looking at it the wrong way? Or maybe someone did try and still couldn't crack it." Dane frowned. "A reason why it can't be uncovered." Gavius pushed his glasses up and leaned in a little, lowering his tone. "Think about it. What if the mist is the result of something unknown, some force or relic we've never seen? Maybe something left behind by a forgotten civilization, or something brought in from another realm entirely." Dane's curiosity kicked in. If it really is tied to an ancient kingdom's legacy, that would be incredible. He gave a nod. That would explain a lot. Seeing Dane's interest, Ernest lit up. "You think so too? Then I gotta find out the truth. I have to uncover the secret of this place." Just as the conversation deepened, Dane suddenly remembered something important. "All right, I've got class. Ernest blinked, caught off guard. Ah, you're right. We should get going immediately. But before they could take a single step, dark clouds rolled in and heavy rain began to pour down. Ernest's expression dropped. This is bad, he said quickly. I've heard the mist gets even worse when it rains. Dane looked around, frowning. If that's true, we won't be able to find our way out, right? Exactly, Ernest muttered. We'll lose all sense of direction. Sure enough, the fog around them grew denser by the second. Visibility was almost zero. Ernest reached into his bag and pulled out a compass, but the needle spun wildly, refusing to settle. Just as I feared, he said bitterly. The compass is useless. We can't move forward like this. Dane quickly asked, what about our exploration skills? Can't we use those? Ernest shook his head, putting the compass away. There's another path nearby, but the mist is too thick. There's definitely something unnatural interfering here. Hearing that, Dane felt a cold sweat run down his back. An unknown force? Don't tell me we walked right into a trap. Ernest, unaware of what was running through Dane's mind, groaned and clutched his chest. My body feels heavier. What do we do now? He turned to Dane, his voice cracking. I'm sorry. This is all my fault. Seeing how distressed he was, Dane responded calmly. Don't panic. Let's wait and see before doing anything rash. But inside, Dane was starting to notice something strange. This mist, there's something familiar about it. His senses were sharpening, not dulling. Why do I feel stronger? Is this just in my head? Or is something activating inside me? Meanwhile, Ernest looked ready to cry. His voice trembled as he wiped at his eyes. This is bad. If this keeps up, Dane could be in danger. Just then, a sudden flash of radiant light flared beside them. Ernest froze and turned to see Dane surrounded by an intense, glowing aura, so powerful it forced him to step back. What the? That magic energy, it's insane, he yelled. As the magic surged from Dane's body, the heavy mist around him began to break apart and clear. The fog, it's fading. Dane, what's happening? Ernest shouted. But Dane's expression had completely shifted, now steady and assured. Let's move, Ernest. I can see the way out now. You can? But how? How do you know that? Ernest asked, completely stunned. Dane didn't say much aloud, but in his mind he was thinking, maybe I can figure out the mystery of this place. Without wasting time, the two of them started moving quickly. Ernest, trailing behind, could barely contain his curiosity. What's going on here? He thought. This is the same mist that stumped countless mages, and Dane's walking through it like it's nothing. Everywhere he steps, the fog parts. You can actually see clearly now. This guy's unreal. Before long, Dane picked up his pace. We're almost there, he told Ernest. You actually found the path? Ernest asked, clearly excited. But where Dane led him wasn't what Ernest expected. They had arrived at the heart of the misty garden. Ernest froze, eyes wide, staring at a fountain in front of them. Turning toward Dane, he noticed Ernest looking completely stunned. Dane caught it too and immediately asked, What is it? Is there something important about this place? Ernest's eyes grew even wider. Of course there is. This is why most people come to the Misty Garden in the first place. Then, as if something had just clicked, he gasped and added, Wait, don't tell me. You've never heard the legend? Dane could only shake his head. He barely knew anything about the school, let alone its myths. There's a legend? Seeing Dane's confusion, Ernest took a breath and began explaining. Yeah, the story goes that if someone reaches this exact spot before the mist fully lifts, they'll be reunited with the person they want to see most. The second he heard that, Dane visibly lost interest. Ugh, just another sappy legend, he muttered under his breath, letting out a sigh. But seriously, if this place is so hard to get to, how does that even make sense? Ernest paused, now looking curious himself. That is kind of strange, now that you mention it. Dane turned back to the fountain, eyes locked on it. Unless someone's feeding it mana constantly, how is it still running? Could there be some other power source strong enough to keep it going forever? The moment he said that, Ernest's eyes lit up with realization. Wait, what if the entire garden is actually some kind of massive magical structure? Dane nodded. Makes sense. The layout's way too complicated to just be decorative. Ernest, now caught up in the idea, added, then if that's true, this fountain, it might actually be a real artifact. Something ancient. Meanwhile, Dane was lost in his own thoughts. What if the mist itself is part of it? That strange sensation, it was stronger now. Something within the fountain felt like it was reaching out to him, like reuniting with something long forgotten. This This is ancient magic, he realized, stepping forward and carefully placing his hand on the fountain surface. Power pulsed beneath his fingers, subtle yet undeniable. Suddenly, Ernest noticed something etched into the fountain. His eyes went wide. Hold on. These markings. These are from the ancient secret language. The ancient secret language? Dane repeated, his interest immediately spiking. Ernest adjusted his glasses and nodded with certainty. Yeah, at first I wasn't sure because of the mist. But now that I'm touching it, I'm positive. This is the language of the long-lost secret kingdom. Dane looked genuinely surprised. Wait, you actually know about this stuff? Of course, Ernest said proudly. I'm from the Dillon family. Explorers like us have to study ancient languages. Imagine discovering some long-lost ruin and not being able to understand a single word written on it. Total nightmare. He paused and smiled. I haven't learned them all yet, but I studied this one with my father when I was a kid. Without waiting for permission, Ernest pulled out a notebook and pen, practically bursting with energy. He bent down by the fountain and started scribbling furiously, his excitement practically glowing off him. Dane couldn't help but chuckle. His explorer instincts just kicked in full force. Time slipped by as Ernest focused all his attention on the ancient carvings. He mumbled as he worked, translating piece by piece. This one means worthiness, and this wait, okay, got it. Then he froze, eyes wide. Dane, I figured it out. Dane turned immediately. What does it say? Grinning with pride, Ernest handed over his notebook. It reads, those who are worthy shall prove their strength. Dane stared at the words, trying to make sense of them. Worthy, prove. Could that be referring to ancient magic? The deeper he moved into this place, the more strangely familiar it all felt. Ernest was pondering the same thing. If worthiness is about ancient power, then realistically, who could even qualify? Dane didn't answer directly. He just gave a faint smile. Thanks, Ernest. Then, without another word, he turned his focus inward, channeling his energy into the bracelet he, an old man, had found. From Ernest's point of view, watching Dane suddenly pour his energy into something so deliberately made him call out, Hey, Dane, what are you doing? But Dane didn't answer. His focus remained locked inward. If runes hold power just through their structure, maybe this bracelet can trigger something. He was right. The ancient markings on the bracelet lit up, glowing faintly at first. There's something happening to the bracelet, Ernest shouted. Those markings, they're changing. Without hesitation, Dane extended his hand. As if reacting to his will, the bracelet slipped off his wrist, floated in the air, and slowly drifted toward the fountain, then began resonating with it. Suddenly, the ground began to rumble beneath them. What the? It's shaking like crazy. Dane, what did you just activate? Ernest yelled in alarm. The fountain, it's sinking. But Dane didn't panic. Inside, he was exhilarated. Yes, this was it all along. By now, it was obvious to anyone something had awakened. The mist around them was dissolving fast. This wasn't just an activation. It was recognition. The fountain's words, those who are worthy, hadn't been metaphorical after all. Was Dane the one it had been waiting for? Ernest looked at him, trying to understand who his friend truly was. But before he could process it, a massive burst of blue light erupted from the crystal in front of them. Ernest, look, Dane called out. The center, it's glowing. Snapping out of his daze, Ernest looked forward and froze. Whoa, it's beautiful, he breathed. That crystal, it must be the fountain's power source. Dane nodded, and maybe the reason for everything strange in this garden. He stepped forward calmly. Whatever comes next, we're about to face the force of ancient magic. Then, a complex magic circle formed beneath Dane's feet, pulsing with energy. He reached his hand toward it, feeling the intense force rise up. This power, it's just like mine. It's the same kind of magic. His gaze locked onto the ancient script etched into the crystal. And suddenly it all clicked. Arcana, a civilization that once lived and was destroyed. This is what they left behind. Dane's eyes widened. I can read it now. I understand it. The language I couldn't make sense of before. Now it's clear. This is the true legacy of the Arcana Magic Kingdom. I've already absorbed its power, Dane said, his voice brimming with awe. But just a second later, a sharp pain stabbed through Dane's chest. He clutched it instinctively. What is this? My heart, it hurts. Before he could even process what was happening, he felt something stirring inside him. A formation. Is that a magic circle? Inside my heart. His mind raced. The core and the circle. Those two functions aren't supposed to coexist. They're supposed to be opposites. Having both in one body is unstable. He knew the implications. That's why magic swordsmen suffer from heart issues. I never wanted this kind of circle. I trained to avoid it, but now it had been forcibly embedded within him. A deep sigh escaped him, and the unease on his face was impossible to hide. Ernest noticed right away. He turned toward Dane, his voice filled with concern. Are you sure you're okay? You've looked pale this whole time. Dane quickly forced a weak smile and waved him off. It's nothing. Just overthinking. Ernest didn't seem convinced. He hesitated, studying Dane for a moment, but eventually gave a small nod. Yeah, I'm still kind of overwhelmed too. But everything that just happened, the mist, the ancient text, the power, you were clearly connected to it all. Dane wasn't surprised. Of course, Ernest would be full of questions. After everything he'd witnessed, how could he not be? But right now, I need to understand this myself, Dane thought. So he took the easy way out. I was just following my sister's guidance. Honestly, I don't know much beyond that. Oh, well, if you ever figure it out, let me know, Ernest said with a smile. Definitely, Dane replied with a nod. As they exited the strange garden, Ernest couldn't hide his excitement. He looked back on everything that had happened with a grin. Man, my blood's still pumping. This is the kind of adventure I live for. Hey, Dane, what do you say we explore the Academy's secrets together? We can share whatever odd places or phenomena we find. Dane smiled brightly. That actually sounds fun. A flicker of anticipation lit up in his chest. Maybe there were more places out there like this, filled with hidden magic, waiting to be uncovered. Then, just as Ernest was about to say something else, he suddenly stopped and shouted, Wait, Dane, didn't you say you had a class coming up? The reminder hit Dane like lightning. Class. I completely forgot. He slapped a hand on Ernest's shoulder and bolted off. You're right. Thanks, I've got to run. Catch you later. Ernest let out a quiet chuckle as he watched Dane's figure shrink in the distance. A thoughtful look crept onto his face. That guy, he's something else. If I keep tagging along with him, something wild is bound to happen. I'm actually looking forward to it. Meanwhile, Dane was racing across the academy grounds like a sudden breeze. But as he ran, a strange feeling began to surface. Why does this feel so effortless? It didn't make sense. With both a core and a magic circle, normally a clashing combo, his energy flow should have been all over the place. Yet there was no discomfort. Usually, the magic circle interferes with the core's mana, making everything inefficient, he thought. But now, no matter how much mana I release, everything feels stable. Smooth, even. In fact, it felt like the energy passed through the circle and somehow flowed right back into the core, stronger, cleaner. His mana felt purer than ever. This is unreal. I gotta tell my sister. Time slipped by, and soon, the scene shifted to a remote region nestled in the desert, the Hangston district. Right now, Dane stood among a massive crowd of Royal Academy students, all gathered for reasons still unclear. At his side, his close friend, Layla, scanned the surroundings with excitement. So this is the legendary Hangston district, huh? Finally seeing it with my own eyes, she said, brimming with energy. Oh, look over there. The entrance. A towering gate stood before them, exuding presence. Layla gasped in amazement. That must be the famous magic barrier. Magic barrier? Dane repeated, intrigued. The moment he said it, Layla realized. He had no idea what he was looking at. Smiling brightly, she jumped right into an explanation. It was built by Saul Hangston, one of the Academy's most powerful mages. This barrier activates once a year, but only for first years with magical ability. When someone walks through it, it reveals a color based on their magic strength and purity. She continued, originally, it was made to spot and eliminate dark mages trying to sneak into the Academy. But after those guys vanished, they repurposed it for talent evaluation. Dane's eyes lit up with interest. So what do the colors mean? Without missing a beat, Layla responded, if nothing shows up, it means the person has no talent. A yellow glow signals average ability. Blue means high potential. And red's the best of the best. It means their talent is off the charts. Her quick and confident response caught Dane's attention. Impressed, he looked over and said, you really know your stuff. Layla gave a playful wink and replied proudly, of course I do. I want to know everything about the Academy. Then, as if something just clicked in her mind, she added, oh, and by the way, all your sisters got red. With a confident grin, she turned toward the gate. Anyway, I'm going first. Without hesitation, the young swordswoman stepped through. As expected, a brilliant red light flared around her, proof of her exceptional talent. It's red. Layla cheered, clearly thrilled. That's amazing. Dane nodded, genuinely impressed. Well, at least I've got this much going for me. Layla laughed and threw a fist in the air, triumphant. Watching her, Dane felt the itch of curiosity rise. He couldn't hold back any longer. All right, my turn, he said, stepping forward. Even before crossing the threshold, he had a few guesses. It's got to be red. I mean, I absorbed ancient magic. Maybe I'll even top that. But the result defied every expectation. The light that emerged wasn't red. Not blue. Not even yellow. It was green. Dane froze. So did Layla. Green? What the? There's no green ranking. Layla blurted, eyes wide. Dane could only laugh awkwardly. Yeah, I've got no idea what's going on. Time moved on again, shifting the setting to a lecture hall. Inside, a hum of chatter filled the air as the new students noticed someone unfamiliar. Did you see his badge? Finance department. What's he doing in a magic building? One student whispered. Beats me, another replied. Maybe he's just here for orientation and then he'll bounce. Magic classes are always packed. Up front stood a tall, broad-shouldered man with golden hair and a smug expression. A red-haired student approached him. Senior Arthur, what brings you here? Without missing a beat, the man answered, just tying up some business after class. But the person I'm looking for isn't here yet. He was referring to Dane Sogers, an interdisciplinary student. The speaker? Arthur Diamet, a fifth year and one of the magic department's elite representatives. A few students glanced at each other in confusion. He said he'd be here, Arthur muttered, scanning the room. Guess he's taking his time. When he shows up, bring him to me. After all, he's Arabella's little brother. I'll be keeping a close watch. Got it. A first year nodded quickly. Just as Arthur turned to leave, a stir of whispers spread through the class. Wow, he's ridiculously handsome. His eyes, they look like emeralds. Must be nice being the top student. Wherever he goes, all eyes follow. Whispers swirled through the hall. Hey, isn't that Layla Thermine standing next to him? Admiring voices filled the room. Dane, who hated being in the spotlight, felt a migraine creeping in. The nonstop attention was more exhausting than anything else. Layla, standing beside him, grinned and nudged him. Isn't this great? Top students always become the center of attention no matter where they show up. Across the room, Arthur spotted Dane and smirked. There he is, finally showed up. He walked over, stopping right in front of Dane. Nice to meet you, Dane Sogers. I saw you clearly during the entrance ceremony. You definitely stood out. His sudden greeting left both Dane and Layla blinking in confusion. Who is this guy? They thought at the same time. He seems like a senior, but why is he talking like we know each other? Unable to hold back, Dane spoke up. And you are? Doesn't the magic department teach basic etiquette? If you want to talk to me, shouldn't you start by introducing yourself? His tone was calm, but the underlying annoyance was hard to miss. Arthur's face twitched. A vein pulsed on his forehead, his eyes flaring with restrained anger, teeth grinding together. This arrogant brat, he fumed silently. The nearby first years felt the tension instantly. It was like someone had just pulled the pin on a grenade. Did he really just talk to Senior Arthur like that? Someone whispered. He's done for. You cross a senior at this academy, your life becomes hell. Arthur exhaled slowly. Try to maintain composure. I came here out of respect, because you're the younger brother of a senior I admire. And this is how you act? So oblivious to your position. He narrowed his eyes. Have you ever considered that your attitude might drag your family's name through the mud? Dane let out a short, dry laugh. Never thought about that. But looking at how you're behaving, aren't you the one being disrespectful? Arthur's jaw tightened again, the sound of his teeth grinding loud enough to hear. You really don't get the situation, do you? He said, voice low and cold. If I back down now, my reputation's ruined. Arabella will understand, Arthur told himself. With that, he made up his mind. Dane needed to be put in his place. You clearly need a little discipline, he said as mana began to gather in his palm. But just as the air started to shift, slam, a thick book crashed down onto a desk, breaking the tension like glass. What is going on over there? Is there a problem? A sharp voice barked across the room. Arthur froze in place, his body going rigid. Professor, I was just welcoming the new students, he said quickly. The man standing at the front, Professor Drenevo, head of the magic department, wasn't easily fooled. He could see straight through Arthur's weak excuse. But since nothing had escalated yet, he chose not to press the issue. Oh, is that so? The professor said calmly, his tone hinting at warning. Then save the small talk for after class. Arthur had no choice but to back down. But before turning away, he shot Dane a quiet, threatening remark. I'll let this one slide. As he walked off, Layla leaned closer and whispered, "You'd better be careful. That guy doesn't seem like someone who forgets stuff easily." Her instinct was spot on. Arthur had no plans of letting anything go. His expression turned cold as he approached one of his lackeys and gave a chilling command. "Take him there." The lackey flinched. "What? But that's Arabella's little brother." "Are you sure?" Arthur's eyes narrowed, voice sharp as ice. "I'll explain it to Senior Arabella later. Just do it." Back in the classroom, the tension had died down. Professor Drenevo finally began the day's lecture. Since today is orientation, we'll keep things straightforward. But because this is a combat magic course, we'll start by measuring everyone's mana. He placed a strange-looking device on the desk, a flat plate with a transparent dome on top. Across the room, the students leaned forward, excited murmurs passing between them. "Whoa, that's a mana measuring device, right?" "Yeah, I saw one once during a tournament." Not one to waste time, Professor Drenevo began the demonstration. "Place your hand on the surface and channel your mana. Like this." As he did, several glowing rings appeared behind him. The students gasped. 8 circles? No way, that's insane. He's definitely on another level. Drenevo ignored the chatter and continued. Even within the same tier, the depth and brightness of the circles show the mage's proficiency. And if your circles don't show up at all, don't panic. Another student added, "Yeah, some people just haven't fully formed their circles yet. It's totally normal." Professor Drenevo nodded. "Exactly. That's why we don't rely only on circle count. Since you're in this class, you should at least be able to perform basic magic. To get a clearer read, we'll be using these instead." He held up a small, glowing orb. "For this test, you'll use telekinesis, one of the most basic spells, to control the orb. Like this." Without saying a word, he raised his hand. Instantly, dozens of orbs around the room lifted into the air, gliding and spinning with effortless precision. The entire class let out a collective gasp. "Incredible! Look at those runes, they're forming perfectly." "He's controlling all of that with just telekinesis." Layla, clearly unimpressed by the reactions, sighed loudly. "Seriously? You're all acting like it's some grand miracle." Up front, Professor Drenevo continued his lesson unfazed. Even the simplest spells can vary wildly in power and accuracy, depending on who's casting them. To move an orb, you'll need to channel your mana into it. At your current level, managing 3 would already be an achievement. Layla, the swordswoman, glanced toward Dane with curiosity in her eyes. "You think he could handle more than that?" Dane just gave a quiet nod. At that moment, Professor Drenevo turned to another student. "Arthur, I know you're only sitting in on this class, but would you mind giving a little demonstration for your juniors?" Arthur, who had been waiting for the perfect chance to show off in front of Dane, smirked to himself. "Time to teach this kid the gap between us." He stepped forward confidently. "Of course, Professor. I'd be glad to." Even Dane's attention sharpened a bit. "Let's see what all that cockiness is really worth," he thought. Arthur approached the podium and placed his hand on the mana meter. For brilliant magic circles lit up behind him. The classroom exploded in whispers. "For circles already? That's insane. And look at the color. So rich, so powerful." Even Professor Drenevo looked impressed. "Looks like you've grown stronger again, Arthur." Arthur responded with a smug grin. "Just following your teachings, Professor." Professor Drenevo turned to the rest of the class. "Normally, reaching 4 mana circles doesn't happen until after graduation. Yet your senior has already done it. That's what exceptional talent looks like. Pay attention. You might learn something valuable from him." The students buzzed with excitement, while Arthur cast a smug look Dane's way. "Enjoy the view while you can, Dane. I'll make sure you understand the gap between us." With that, he reached out and released his mana. The blue orb shot through the air like streaks of light, moving faster and sharper than ever. The first years were stunned. He's not even breaking a sweat. How many is he controlling right now? But behind the flawless display, Arthur was pushing himself to the brink. Sweat soaked his back, and every muscle was straining. Still, he refused to show it. Arthur turned to Dane with a smug grin, his voice laced with provocation. "I went all out. So tell me, what do you think now, kid?" Across the room, the younger students, clearly impressed by Arthur's flashy display, broke into applause. "That was incredible. No wonder he's a top student. I bet every major magic tower wants him." Curious chatter rippled through the room. Professor Drenevo gave Arthur an approving nod. "Good work. You may return to your seat." Arthur responded with a bright, confident smile. "Thank you, Professor." But before walking away, He turned slightly toward Dane, smirking once again. Looking forward to seeing your mana output. Completely unaware of the subtle tension, Professor Dranevo addressed the rest of the class. Now, don't worry. If you don't have mana, nothing will happen. If anyone's concerned, you may opt out now. A tense silence fell over the room. No one moved. No one spoke. After all, anyone accepted into the Royal Academy was expected to have mana. Opting out would be a public admission of failure. Satisfied, the head of the department gave a firm nod. Good. Then we'll begin. Please come forward row by row, starting from the front. Excited murmurs filled the classroom. Students eagerly whispered to each other as they waited. Layla, having seen this spectacle too many times before, let out a sigh. They call it orientation, but really, it's just a chance to parade everyone's skills in front of the class. Dane gave a slight nod. Yeah, seems like the academy planned it that way. One by one, students approached the mana device. Some lit up a single circle. Others got no response at all. As for the orb control, it didn't go much better. Most orbs dropped as soon as they were lifted, if they moved at all. Off to the side, Arthur watched it all with barely concealed contempt. Pathetic, he muttered under his breath. Just then, a blonde girl beside him nudged his arm. Hey, look, it's his turn. Arthur's eyes snapped back toward the center. Finally. So let's see, Dane. Just how far does your arrogance go? He murmured, though no one caught it. Meanwhile, Dane stepped forward. Even he wasn't sure what would happen. Honestly, I have no clue what to expect either. But after absorbing that ancient dark magic, something must have changed. With that, he placed his hand on the device and let his energy flow into it. Professor Dranevo was just as eager as the students to see what would happen next. Back during the entrance exam, he solved my test without a hitch. I'm dying to know how many mana circles he has, he thought, eyes locked on Dane, watching every second with intense focus. And then, it happened. The mana measuring device suddenly lit up in red. Unable to measure. The classroom instantly descended into chaos. What? What does that even mean? Is it broken or something? If he didn't have any mana, that's one thing. But why can't it get a reading at all? Students rushed forward, trying to catch a glimpse of the screen, crowding around Dane in confusion. Meanwhile, Dane had a hunch. Could it be the ancient dark magic I absorbed? Professor Dranevo, however, was more stunned than anyone. He trusted the measuring device completely. It had never failed, not once. It was designed to detect and reject even the most subtle forgeries. Impossible. I've never seen it react like this, he muttered. Still, without a clear explanation, he quickly improvised. Maybe it's temporarily overloaded. Let's move on to Dane's orb test. Dane simply nodded. Understood, Professor. Across the room, Arthur couldn't hold back a scoff. Knew it. Just some cheap trick. Nothing special after all, rookie. But Dane ignored him. He quietly stepped toward the floating orbs, his thoughts elsewhere. So it really couldn't measure me. That's disappointing. But maybe this will show something. He took a breath, focused, and let his mana flow outward. And then, every orb in the test area lifted into the air. Not one, not five, all of them. The room went silent for a moment. Then, he lifted all of them, someone shouted. No way. The previous record was only 5. Even a more seasoned students stared in disbelief. All of them. What kind of freak is he? A black-haired student standing next to Arthur gasped. What the hell did we just see? Arthur stood frozen, his face pale and eyes wide. How? He couldn't even form a proper sentence. Beside him, Layla stared at Dane, stunned but oddly calm. He actually did it again, she whispered. I guess I shouldn't be surprised anymore. But still, all of them? That's on a whole other level. Her mind raced. After absorbing that ancient magic, he's not just different, he's way beyond what I imagined. From Dane's point of view, the test was turning into more than just a demonstration. It was actually fun. Let's make this a bit more interesting, he thought, eyes glinting. He began shifting the orbs, not just moving them, but carefully arranging them into a precise pattern. The moment the orbs started aligning, Professor Dranevo felt a chill run down his spine. What? What am I witnessing? He's forming something with perfect symmetry. The shapes slowly began to take form. All eyes locked on the scene as 2 distinct figures emerged in midair. A lion and a serpent. Someone shouted. That's the Soger's family crest. The classroom exploded into stunned chaos. Layla, watching from the side, let out a tired sigh. Seriously? It's my turn next. Keep it down, Dane. Only then did Dane withdraw his energy, allowing the orbs to float back down gently. Professor Dranevo didn't even try to hide his amazement anymore. Absolutely remarkable, Dane Sogers. Even Sidrain, a man who's never accepted a disciple, claims you as a student. The room froze. Silence. And then, wait, did he just say Sidrain? As in the Sidrain, the former Grand Tower Master? No wonder he's in the advanced program. The news dropped like a bomb. Back with Arthur's group, tension was already sky high. The black-haired student beside him was visibly sweating. Arthur, what are we supposed to do? That guy, he might even be stronger than you. Arthur snapped. Shut up. I'm thinking. His fists clenched tight. His jaw locked. Rage and frustration twisted inside him. Damn it. The So family really is full of monsters. His thoughts raced. If I challenge him and lose, I'll be the one humiliated. If I can't beat him outright, I'll just take another route. His cocky grin returned, but this time there was something colder behind it. Calculating. I've got it, Arthur said, turning to his two followers. We're going to bring him into the student council. The two lackeys looked like they'd just been slapped. The student council? They both shouted. Arthur nodded, the plan forming clearly in his mind. Yeah, once I've secured a spot there, it'll be easier to keep him in check. If he's under my command. His underlings still looked unsure. But he's just a first year, the brown-haired one muttered. Exactly, added the orange-haired girl. Even we wouldn't dare to aim that high. But Arthur had already made up his mind. Sure, it would be unheard of bringing a first year into the student council, but he didn't care. Rules are made to be bent, he thought, brushing off any doubt. With someone like him on our side, the magic department's image will soar. Then a sly grin tugged at his lips. And so will mine. While Arthur plotted, Professor Dranevo was still reeling from what he had witnessed. Dane Sogers, absolutely extraordinary. If I had known your true potential earlier, I would have gone head-to-head with the other faculty just to bring you into the magic department. Dane remained calm and composed. No matter the department, I'll give it my all. The professor nodded in appreciation, then turned to the rest of the class. Did you all hear that? Magic department students, consider this your wake-up call. He gave Dane a solid pat on the shoulder. If you ever find yourself with free time, drop by and see me. For Dane, a direct connection to the head of the magic division was no small offer. Of course, Professor, he answered without hesitation. As the lecture ended, Dane and Layla exited the hall together. Not long after, Layla let out a long sigh. Seriously, how do you keep doing this stuff? You pull off these ridiculous feats like it's no big deal. Dane just gave a relaxed shrug. Honestly, I'm not sure myself. His tone carried a hint of smugness, which didn't go unnoticed. Oh, so now you think you're special, huh? Layla grumbled, narrowing her eyes. Realizing she was getting irritated, Dane quickly tried to change the tone. But hey, you managed to lift 5 orbs. That's no small thing. Layla puffed her cheeks and muttered. That doesn't make me feel any better, before turning away, clearly still annoyed. Dane glanced at her with a small, awkward smile. Is she sulking, he wondered. But before he could say anything more, a familiar voice cut in. Arthur, flanked by his 2 usual lackeys, approached with an uncharacteristically calm demeanor. I saw your abilities firsthand, Arthur said smoothly. I might have been a little too blunt during our first meeting. He paused, then added, Would you mind having a word with me, in private? Dane blinked. Arthur, being polite? All because of what he just saw? Dane narrowed his eyes slightly, already piecing things together. He could tell Arthur wasn't just being friendly. There was an angle. Without wasting time, Arthur got straight to the point. He wanted Dane to join the student council. The student council wasn't just any club. It was one of the most powerful groups within the academy. They made key decisions, managed funding, oversaw department activities, and even had the authority to hand out disciplinary actions. Dane had heard about them before, from his older sister, Arabella. She said only a select few ever get in. It's powerful, exclusive, and highly respected. While Dane was still considering the implications, Arthur kept up his pitch. So what do you think? I want to nominate you. You've already blown past every requirement. No exams, no hoops to jump through. And once you're in the council, you'll automatically become a full member of the Dante Society. Dane raised an eyebrow. I'm already in it. Arthur chuckled, brushing it off like it didn't matter. Yes, for now. But who knows how long that'll last, right? The student council has even more exclusive benefits. Things you can't get anywhere else. But the more Arthur spoke, the more suspicious Dane became. Is this group really that powerful? Or are they just hiding behind all these privileges to manipulate others? Arthur leaned in now, eyes wide with eagerness. sounding like a merchant pushing a shady deal. So what do you say? You interested? Dane didn't hesitate. No, I'm not. Arthur blinked. What? Even if I did want to join, Dane continued calmly, I'd do it on my own terms. Besides, power that's handed out freely usually comes at a cost. Arthur's two sidekicks exchanged stunned glances. Arthur, meanwhile, was fuming. Do you even know what you're walking away from? The student council is a dream for most students. You'll see, once you've spent more time here, you'll realize how valuable this opportunity really is. Think it over, Dane. Offers like this don't come twice. Layla, standing beside them the whole time, finally had enough. What's this guy's problem? Why won't he just let it go? Annoyed, she grabbed Dane's arm and started pulling him away. If we stand here any longer, we're gonna miss the tards. Dane immediately picked up on the cue. All right, I almost forgot. As they walked off together, Arthur stood frozen, watching them go. Hey, where you going? I'm not done talking, he shouted after them. But neither of them looked back. Dane gave a sly grin and said, I've got more important things to handle, then turned and walked away. As he left, he silently thanked his best friend. Perfect timing, Layla. But Arthur wasn't ready to let it end there. Watching Dane walk off, he called out, Dane, I'm not giving up. I'll make you see it my way, just wait. Time passed quickly after that. Layla was still grumbling, clearly annoyed. Ugh, Arthur again. That guy just can't take a hint. He's desperate to rope you into the student council. And if you'd said yes, you know he'd just use it to manipulate you later. Dane let a short laugh. Appreciate you pulling me out of that mess. But Layla didn't look satisfied. In fact, she looked even more annoyed. That's not even what's really bugging me, she snapped. He ignored me completely, like I didn't exist. Not a single word. Not even one question. Dane raised an eyebrow, trying not to laugh. So that's what's bothering you? She sighed, exasperated. Honestly, it's probably just because your talent is so over the top. Today's exam proved it beyond a doubt. Dane gave her a smug look. Oh, so you're admitting it now. Layla threw her hands up. Do I have a choice? Then, as if something just clicked, Dane perked up. Wait, do they sell tarts here? Layla rolled her eyes like he'd asked the dumbest question in the Empire. Duh, this is the Royal Academy. If a dessert exists anywhere in the Empire, it's probably on the menu here. With that, the two of them headed off, ready to treat themselves. Elsewhere, Professor Dranevo was in conversation with Arthur. A knowing smirk played on the professor's face. So, you've seen it now, haven't you? Dane's talent. Arthur nodded, eyes serious. Yeah, he's unbelievable. Dranevo laughed heartily. He might even surpass Arabella. Arthur froze. Wait, are you seriously comparing him to her? The professor just smiled and tilted his head slightly. Magic is an elusive force. Hard to define, but real, raw talent? That's something you can recognize. Arthur stood there, stunned. No way. Is he really saying Dane could be stronger than the one I've always looked up to? The thought made his gut twist. Noticing the tension, Professor Dranevo leaned in slightly and said, Arthur, put aside your feelings. Support him. Help him get into the magic division. Arthur clenched his fist on his thigh, trying to contain the frustration bubbling inside him. Damn it. Everyone's the same. All they see is his talent. And they're all in awe. Arthur admitted, Actually, I spoke with him after class. I offered him a position on the student council, but he turned me down. That caught the head of the magic division off guard. Did he just hear that right? Is Arabella feeding him nonsense? Losing someone with Dane's kind of talent wasn't an option. A heavy silence lingered, but then Arthur hesitated before bringing something up. About my recommendation letter. Before he could finish, Professor Dranevo cut in with a grin. Things have been a bit rocky, but don't stress. You've still got 2 years left. With your skills, it's only a matter of time before the Magic Tower recommends you. Arthur forced a smile, but inside he was fuming. Same speech. Every damn year. Does he think I'm that clueless? If I secure a tower position now, that's one less pawn for him to toy with. He's stalling on purpose. And I know it was him who slashed the 2 spots I aimed for back in my 3rd year. Realizing there was no winning this argument, Arthur swallowed his pride. Fine. I'll do what I can to bring Dane around. That finally earned him a nod of approval. Good. I'm counting on you, Arthur. That one sentence made Arthur's jaw tighten. Damn it. My whole future is chained to this guy. Like it or not, I've got no choice but to play along. That bastard. Meanwhile, on Dane's side, he was hauling a large bag over his shoulder, chatting casually with Layla. Hey, Layla, is the road to the cafeteria always this packed? What's with all these club booths? Layla, ever the sword woman, explained, Clubs that don't meet member requirements or prove their activity get shut down. Dane nodded, adjusting the bag. Didn't think I'd end up in so many of these events. Layla glanced at the stuffed bag and chuckled. Well, we did walk away with a mountain of loot. She started listing it off. 20 Mona stones, 15 lunch vouchers, 5 full meal tickets, 8 convenience store discounts, and this. She stopped, pulling out a crumpled piece of parchment. Wait, what's this? She held it up, staring at it. A treasure map? Dane replied. The senior running that booth said it was from an auction in Arkinder. The second Layla heard that, her eyes lit up like spotlights. From Arkinder? Then it's got to be valuable. Seeing her practically drooling over the idea, Dane let out a quiet laugh. Yeah, my dad once told me. The Arkinder auction's known for showcasing the rarest artifacts in the Empire. Every item gets inspected by the top appraisers before it even hits the floor. Layla suddenly pointed at the wax seal, still affixed to the rolled-up parchment. The seal's untouched. Is this a treasure map from the Academy? Dane gave a guess. Seems like it. Layla nodded, clearly fired up. I've heard this academy is full of hidden rooms and secret passageways. Without hesitation, she tossed the map to Dane. As he caught it, a thought struck him. Ernest is going to love this. Later, at the Grand Lecture Hall, an enormous building mainly used for general studies, Dane stood just outside, eyeing the massive structure. So this is where they teach the history of the Empire? He murmured, glancing over the detailed stonework. Not that I need to worry much. The head butler already covered most of this back at home. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind. Hey, Dane. Looks like we're classmates again. Dane, turn around. Ernest? You're in this class too. Ernest, as upbeat as ever, nodded. Yeah, it's a required course for all first years. I figure we'd cross paths eventually. Dane smiled. Guess so. How have you been? Holding up okay? Ernest paused for a beat, then gave a vague answer. Not much has changed. It's complicated. I'll tell you later. Before Dane could ask more, he remembered something. All right, there's something I wanted to show you. He grinned, about to bring up the treasure map. But before he could go on, a small group of students approached them. Leading the pack was a red-haired student who carried himself with undeniable confidence. Hey, you're Ernest, right? The moment he heard that voice, Ernest froze. Dane immediately noticed the change. His friend's shoulders went stiff, and his hands trembled. What was that? His whole vibe just shifted. He's shaking. Across from them, the red-haired student gave a bright, almost mocking smile. Wow, Ernest. Didn't expect to see you here. Been a while, hasn't it? Suddenly, sweat beaded on Ernest's forehead. His breathing turned shallow. He looks exactly like a soldier reliving a nightmare. Dane realized, his eyes narrowing. What the hell happened between them? Ernest hesitated, then muttered, Bron. Bron scoffed, shaking his head. You got into the academy and didn't tell me? I was here first, you know. Standing beside them, Dane narrowed his eyes. They know each other? But this doesn't feel like friendship. Something's off. Ernest dipped his head. Sorry, I didn't know. Bron stepped in, ruffling Ernest's hair with a mocking sigh. Unbelievable. You actually made it in? I thought you'd choke at the gate. Still stammering like a scared kid. Huh. Then, flashing a grin, he added casually, Anyway, perfect timing. I was too lazy to grab lunch. Go get me a sandwich. Ernest's face went pale. All right now, he asked, voice cracking. The light in Bron's eyes dimmed. His smile dropped, voice cold. What's wrong? You don't want to do it, Ernest? Ernest forced a nervous smile. It's just, I'm with a friend right now. So maybe later. Bron turned to Dane, sizing him up with a smirk. A friend, huh? He looks sturdier than you. I'll give him that. What apartment are you in, buddy? Actually, never mind. If you're hanging around Ernest, I think I've already got a read on your skill level. His words dripped with mockery, and something in Dane's chest flared. I don't know what noble family he's from, but that smug attitude, it's the same as the thugs I used to deal with on the battlefield. Dane's expression darkened, but Bron, too full of himself to notice, kept going. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue. He let out a laugh, completely unaware he was pushing the wrong person. Just then, a teacher nearby shouted at them. Hey, what are you all doing? Class is starting. Get a move on. Clicking his tongue, Bron turned lazily. Yeah, we're going. Before heading off, he glanced at Ernest with a smirk. We'll talk later. I've got a lot more to say. Things are about to get real fun. With that, the red-haired nuisance and his followers disappeared into the academy building. Ernest stayed frozen, his body trembling. Dane stepped forward. Ernest, you okay? Who are they? Ernest took a shaky breath and tried to steady himself. They're from another noble family back home. Used to bully me all the time. I knew they got accepted here too. But this academy's huge, with so many departments. I thought I'd never run into them. Sorry for dragging you into this, Ernest said quietly, guilt thick in his voice. Dane paused, then gave a simple nod. I'm fine. Come on, let's just get to class. But as they walked, Dane couldn't help but glance at him. He looked so pale. Just how badly did those guys mess with him? Noticing Ernest still visibly shaken, Dane added, Don't worry. I'll go with you. Ernest blinked, clearly surprised. Go with me? He quickly shook his head. No, that's not necessary. I can handle it. Dane looked at his thin frame and already guessed what handling it meant. Letting Braun and his gang walk all over you again? You really planning to just walk up to them and do whatever they tell you? Dane asked flatly. If you keep giving in, they'll never stop. You saw what I did at the fountain, didn't you? So what exactly are you afraid of? Ernest's mind flashed back to that moment, the surge of power Dane unleashed. Back then, it had felt impossible to process. But now, standing beside him, that terrifying strength didn't seem so distant. It actually made Ernest feel safer. Dane gave him a laid-back smile. It's settled then. We're going together. Time moved quickly. History class ended, and like fate had planned it, they ran into Braun again, this time just outside. Braun stretched lazily and said with mock ease, Man, it's quiet here. Kind of peaceful, huh? Then, turning to Ernest, he smirked. Hey, doesn't this bring back memories? Before Ernest could even open his mouth, Dane stepped forward. You really call yourself his friend? Then why bring him out here just to stir up trouble? Braun's expression turned sharp. His voice dropped to a menacing growl. And who the hell are you supposed to be? You trying to butt in? Got a death wish. But Dane's voice was ice-cold and calm. Shouldn't I be asking you that? That simple response hit Braun harder than any punch. He wasn't used to being challenged, especially not by someone who looked so unfazed. His face twisted, veins bulging with rage. You cocky little bastard. You think you're something just cause you made it into the academy, he barked. You must have heard of the Sauer family. I'm the heir to the most powerful, noble house in the West. Dane just stuck a finger in his ear, casually cleaning it out. Sauer family? Nope. Doesn't ring a bell. That was the final spark. Braun's face contorted like he was about to explode. His lackey jumped in, fanning the flames. Did he just say that? Braun, you gonna let him get away with that? Feeding off the energy, Braun snapped. All right, that's it. Go beat the crap out of him. Braun's lackeys grinned wide, eager to show off in front of their leader. Too bad they had no idea what kind of storm they were walking into. Still, they strutted forward confidently. Ernest, you really picked the worst possible friend, one sneered. Now you're both getting double the beating. Ernest's face went white. He took a shaky step back and whispered urgently to Dane, We should just go. Please, no matter how strong you are, these guys, they're dangerous. Especially Braun. People call him a sword prodigy. But Dane's eyes lit up with amusement. Oh, now I'm interested. Without even looking fazed, he turned to Ernest. I'll leave one of them to you. Take him down yourself. Ernest nearly choked. And me. Dane's voice remained steady. You can't keep running from this forever, right? Ernest stared at him, stunned and confused, trying to make sense of his words. But before he could say anything, one of Braun's lackeys charged forward, shouting, What's with that calm face, huh? You're dead, you little punk. The thug's fist smashed into Dane's cheek, snapping his head to the side. Ernest gasped in horror. The attacker let out a laugh. How's that feel? Welcome to reality. I'm just getting started. He raised his fist to strike again, but he didn't get the chance. Dane raised one hand and effortlessly caught the incoming punch midair. Then, with a casual grin, he said, You threw the first punch. So everything from here on? That's just self-defense. The thug growled, confused and angry. What the hell are you even talking about, you bastard? He swung again, but to Dane, the punch might as well have been in slow motion. Dane ducked with ease, then drove his fist into the thug's ribs. The force made the man's eyes roll back. As the brute stumbled forward in pain, Dane sidestepped, swept his foot under the thug's heel, and sent him crashing face first into the dirt. Another thug, this one with scruffy brown hair, lunged forward and threw a punch. Dane slipped past the attack like it was nothing. Before the second thug could find his footing, Dane slammed a punch into his chin, followed by a brutal shoulder hit that sent him flying back like a sack of potatoes. He nearly collided with one of his own teammates. And Dane, he was just getting started. He wasn't about to give any of them room to recover. Without a second's pause, Dane unleashed his magic. Glowing energy spheres crackled to life around him before shooting toward the last two thugs. The blast landed with a boom, hurling both into the air before slamming them to the ground, knocked out cold. Though it may have felt drawn out in words, the entire fight barely lasted more than a few seconds. Even Dane was slightly taken aback. Huh, why do I feel so much stronger all of a sudden? Is it the ancient magic in the air? Across from him, both Ernest and Braun stood frozen, stunned. What? What the hell just happened? Braun mumbled, eyes wide in disbelief. Nearby, Arthur had been watching too. His eyes flickered with hesitation, but he quickly masked it by yelling at his own crew. Useless. All of you. One of Braun's goons began to stir, coughing and groaning. Braun, that guy's not normal. Before he could finish, Braun exploded. Shut up. All of you are pathetic. Beaten that easily. Hearing that, Dane turned toward him with a smirk full of bite. So, you planning to keep going? Or are you only good at talking big? The jab hit its mark. Braun's eyes turned bloodshot with fury. What? What did you just say to me? Behind him, one of his few remaining lackeys stepped up nervously. Boss, seriously stop. Didn't you see what he just did? The guy's not normal. Those magic bullets. He could have taken any of us out. But Braun's pride had already snapped. There was no stopping him now. Coward. You expect me to back down? And get humiliated in front of everyone, he snarled. Move. I'll deal with this myself. As he spoke, he summoned a rift beside him with a surge of mana. Reaching into the distortion, he pulled out a gleaming longsword, its blade shimmering with danger. His voice dropped low, cold, threatening. This spot's pretty secluded, you know? Not a soul around. So whatever happens here, doesn't matter. You just made the mistake of forcing me to draw my sword. Dane, unimpressed, let out a dry chuckle. Nice blade. Looks decent. Meanwhile, Ernest was already spiraling. This is bad. He actually drew his sword. Things are going to get out of hand. Watching Braun unsheath the weapon like he was preparing for war, Dane couldn't decide if he was amazed or just baffled. Is this guy seriously that dumb? Or just drowning in his own ego? Reckless doesn't even begin to describe it. Does he even care about the Academy's rules? But Braun wasn't finished. With a twisted smile, he added, you know, when the sky turns gray and fog rolls into this area, it gets real easy for people to vanish without a trace. One of Braun's lackeys, apparently the only one with even a sliver of reason, hesitated and leaned in, whispering, Bro, are you sure about this? What if you get expelled? Braun shot him a wild-eyed glare, the kind that promised violence. Then he snapped, shut the hell up, go grab that idiot Ernest and drag him over here. The lackey saw the fury in Braun's eyes and knew better than to argue. He sighed under his breath, damn it, fine. And with that, both thugs charged forward. Meanwhile, Ernest was paralyzed. His body trembled so badly, he thought his knees might give out. What am I supposed to do? Dane, if you're taking on Braun, then what the hell am I supposed to do? But Dane, calm as ever, turned to him and spoke in a low, steady voice. Relax. Those guys, they're nothing special. One-on-one, you can take them. He looked Ernest dead in the eye. You've been on plenty of expeditions, right? Your lower body strength's solid. Just getting close and throw a clean hit. Ernest blinked in disbelief. Was he serious? But before he could think too much, Braun and his lackey were already right in front of them. You're dead meat, Braun sneered. Just as he lunged, Dane suddenly pivoted and dashed to the side, throwing Braun off. That move hit Braun's pride like a slap. Huh, running away? So you got actual combat instincts now. Dane didn't respond. As he took off, he gave Ernest one last look, confident, unwavering. Just do what I told you. With that, Dane led Braun away, leaving Ernest alone with the remaining thug. Ernest stood there, fists clenched tighter than ever. Somehow, Dane's words had lit a spark inside him. He's right. Dane's right. I can't keep living like this. The brown-haired thug stepped forward with a smirk, scratching his head lazily. Well, look at you, clenching those fists. Got a little fire in your eyes now. He chuckled. Guess being around a real friend gave you a bit of backbone. Huh? He cracked his knuckles, stretching out his fingers. Come on, just take a couple punches and get out of here. I'll go easy on you. Sweat poured down Ernest's face. His thoughts raced. Don't panic. Just think, what would Dane do right now? Then it hit him. He remembered Dane earlier, effortlessly dodging that thug's punch. Calm, controlled, precise. Before Ernest could come up with a plan, the brown-haired thug suddenly burst out laughing. Well, I guess I'll kick things off then, he said, throwing a punch right at Ernest's face. But in a flash, Ernest dropped low, instinct taking over. He dipped his stance and let the blow land on the crown of his head, absorbing the impact. Then he sprang forward, channeling everything into one explosive punch. The old me? He's long gone, Ernest shouted as his fist smashed into the thug's face. The hit landed hard. Spit flew, pain erupted, and the guy crumpled to the ground. Looking at him, writhing in agony, Ernest stood frozen, panting heavily. It took a second to sink in. He'd actually done it. I did it, he roared. Not far away. Dane heard the yell and smirked. Hey, Braun, he called out. Your buddy's already down. Braun snapped his head around, panic setting in. What? No way he lost to that weakling. He turned to see for himself, and there was his teammate, knocked out cold on the ground. While Braun was distracted, Dane's gaze wandered to a pair of brooms nearby. Huh, what do we have here, he muttered. He calmly picked one up, broke off the brush, and held the shaft like a makeshift spear. Braun glared at him, furious. You think that thing's gonna help you against me? Dane just smirked. It's all I need. His laid-back tone only fueled Braun's rage. You cocky little punk. I'm gonna mess you up. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll just leave a nice scar on that smug face, so every time you look in the mirror, you remember this moment. With that, he charged in, swinging his sword over and over, the blade slicing the air with sharp whooshes. But to Dane, it was almost too easy. He sidestepped the attacks with casual precision, each dodge smoother than the last. Braun's frustration boiled over as he gritted his teeth. T-Sit, you're better than I thought. Dane smirked and fired back. That's because your sword swings are way too easy to read. Braun snapped. You think you know swordsmanship? Who do you think you are? The Duke of Thermion's brat. Even while yelling, Braun was analyzing the fight. He's channeling mana into that stick to stay in the game, but it won't hold out forever, he thought. Trying to mess with Dane's concentration, Braun sneered. You're just a rat in a trap. What do you think you can pull off with that broken twig? But Dane didn't bite. He just kept his gaze locked on Braun, silently channeling more mana into the wooden shaft. Then, in an instant, he lunged forward. The tip of the rod slammed straight into Braun's chest. The impact was brutal. Braun doubled over with a choked gasp, crumpling to the ground in agony. How the hell does a wooden stick hit that hard? He thought, stunned. From the sidelines, Ernest was frozen. That was insane. He dropped Braun in one move. I knew Dane was strong, but not that strong. Oblivious to Ernest's amazement, Dane calmly walked up to Braun, who was still curled up and clutching his gut. In a cold voice, he said, Get up. Once you draw a weapon, you fight until it's over. Then, almost like repeating an old lesson, he added, My father always said, if you unsheath a weapon outside of a formal duel, you accept the consequences, whatever they are. Even someone as stubborn as Braun had to admit it now. Dane wasn't some pushover. This guy's on another level, Braun thought, panic creeping in. Gritting his teeth, he growled, Who the hell are you? Dane's voice turned ice cold. Dane Sogers, firstborn of Count Sogers, first-year student, Faculty of Liberty. The words hit Braun like a sledgehammer. His eyes widened in disbelief. Count Sogers, the youngest prodigy from that family? The first student accepted into the Faculty of Liberty in 50 years. Dane muttered to himself, almost casually. Probably should have mentioned that earlier. Meanwhile, Braun was spiraling. No wonder he was so damn confident. But why would someone like that hang around with a fool like Ernest? Back with Dane, he stood silently, eyes fixed on Braun. For a moment, it looked like he was weighing something in his mind. Then he started to speak, almost to himself. So, what should I do with you? You drew your sword and lost. Should I kill you for that? His voice was quiet, but each word carried weight. From where I stand, this wasn't even close to a real fight. But you did unsheath your weapon. As he spoke, the air around him began to shift. It grew heavy, chilling. His gaze turned sharp, his presence overwhelming. The killing intent poured out like a storm. Braun's face went pale. He's serious. He's actually considering killing me. The realization hit hard. In a panic, Braun scrambled to his feet, then immediately dropped to his knees in front of Dane. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't know you were from House Sogers. I swear I'll never do something this stupid again. But before he could say another word, Dane cut in coldly, shaking his head. You still don't get it. His voice was icy as he pointed to Ernest, still standing quietly off to the side. You're apologizing to the wrong person. Only then did Braun finally get it. The fear of death pushed his brain into action. He spun toward Ernest, grabbed his arm, and broke down. I'm sorry, Ernest. I really mean it. I regret everything. I was completely out of line. Please, just give me one more chance. Tears streamed down his face as he begged, voice trembling with desperation. Watching him like this, pathetic, sniveling, Ernest felt a rush of memories. This guy used to scare the life out of me. And now look at him. Dane stepped in beside him and said calmly, "Your call, Ernest. Do whatever feels right. Punch him if you need to, let go if you want. In it your way." Ernest's jaw tightened, caught between emotion and hesitation. Braun could sense that his fate now rested on whatever Ernest decided. He clung tighter to his arm and choked out, "You're right. Hit me. As much as you want. I deserve it." Back in Ernest's mind, watching Braun grovel like that, something in him just cooled. "Yeah, I still kind of want to deck him," he admitted to himself. At least once. But instead, he let out a slow breath and spoke calmly. "Braun, next time let's fight fair. Just you and me. Do that, and I'll forgive you." The words hit Braun like a slap. He froze mid-sob, staring up in shock. Ernest didn't even look back. He turned around and added, "So for now, I'm letting you off the hook." Beside him, Dane gave a quiet smile and nodded. "Well done, Ernest." And with that, the two walked away, leaving Braun speechless, still kneeling there in the dirt. That's when the sword woman, Layla, appeared. "Dane, I waited forever for you. You never showed, so I came to find you," she called out. Her eyes shifted to the scene around her, the thugs lying around in a heap, and she raised an eyebrow. "What's this?" "You get into a fight," Dane replied casually. "Someone decided to start something." As he said it, he glanced briefly back at Braun. Layla caught the look and tilted her head, curious. Who'd be dumb enough to mess with Dane of all people? Not far away, Braun recognized her and instantly went pale. "No way. That's Layla, daughter of Duke Thermion." "She's here too." Dane turned to her and asked, "He says he's in the swordsmanship department with you. Do you know him?" Layla rested her hands on her hips and replied bluntly, "Nope, never seen him. Not really interested either." Then her eyes shifted to Ernest, giving him a once-over. "And who's this?" Dane answered smoothly, "This is Ernest Dillon, first-year student in the exploration department." Feeling a bit awkward, Ernest scratched his head and said politely, "Nice to meet you, Lady Layla." She waved it off quickly. "Oh, come on, drop the formal stuff. Just treat me like a friend." Then, curious, she tilted her head. "So what do you study in the exploration department?" Ernest replied, "Things like ancient ruins, hidden places, general exploration." Dane stepped between them and added, "His family's actually pretty well known for their expeditions." That got Layla's attention. Her eyes lit up. "Then we have to show him that map we found. He might actually know something about it." Dane shot a playful wink and said, "That was the plan from the start when I came looking." Ernest blinked, clearly still catching up. "Wait, map? What map?" With a grin, Dane turned to him. "We joined the last club event and ended up with a treasure map." Ernest's eyes widened. "Oh, I heard someone found one. But that was you guys?" As he spoke, his whole vibe shifted. He suddenly looked fired up, and even I couldn't help but notice. "Wow, he's like a different person now," she murmured, clearly surprised. Dane chuckled. "That's what happens when you mention ancient relics around him." Layla chimed in, "Why don't we go somewhere quiet and take a closer look at it?" They found a quieter spot, and Ernest carefully unfolded the map, eyebrows furrowing as he focused. "This is more complex than I expected. You can't just glance at it and get it. It only highlights a specific part of the academy, not the whole place." Layla pointed to a section. "What's this? There are all these weird symbols here." Dane leaned over for a closer look, then shook his head. "I can read the characters, but they don't seem to fit together logically. Maybe there's a code or a hidden pattern." The group paused, none of them making further headway. Layla looked around. "So what now?" Ernest replied without hesitation. "We need to figure out who made this map. There's no standard way to design something like this. But once we know who created it, we can start guessing how they might have hidden or protected the treasure." Dane rubbed his chin, nodding. "So, it's not something we can crack right away, huh?" Before he could continue, Ernest added, "But there's one thing I'm sure of. This spot marked on the map? It's not on current academy grounds. These structures only existed during the original construction." That revelation lit up both Layla and Dane's faces. "In that case, it's got to be somewhere close by," they said in unison. From Ernest's point of view, watching the two of them all fired up like they were already on the verge of unearthing some legendary treasure, he let out a sigh and brought them back to Earth. "The catch is this architectural style is tied to a specific kind of ancient magic. It was developed by Saul Hangston." That name hit Layla instantly. She'd heard it so many times before. She turned to Ernest, eyes wide. "Wait, Saul Hangston? Wasn't he the one who founded the academy, and also a legendary archmage?" Unlike her, Dane put it together quickly. "And that kind of magic isn't usable anymore, right? Because Saul never passed it down to anyone." Ernest gave an approving nod. "Exactly. Nice work, Dane. You really know your stuff." Back with Layla, she finally realized why Ernest had seemed so discouraged earlier. I figured this wasn't going to be simple, but I didn't think it'd be this deep, she admitted. Ernest just shrugged, keeping it casual. In the end, it still comes down to figuring out who made the map. Once we know that, we can dig into their history to understand the symbols and unlock the real message. Dane, standing nearby with a grin, threw out an idea. Once we break the code, let's all go treasure hunting together. That got an instant reaction. I'm in. That sounds awesome, Layla said with a big smile. Before I got here, all I did was help out at home. This will be my first real adventure. Watching them light up like kids about to head off on a field trip made Dane chuckle. You two are really into this. But yeah, it might take some time, so let's go step by step. Ernest nodded. Yeah, I'll start digging into it. Oh, here, let me give the map back. He started rolling it up, handing it to Dane. But Dane held up a hand. Nah, you hang on to it. It'll be easier for you to figure things out if it's with you. Ernest shook his head. No need. I've already memorized the whole thing. That left Dane stunned. What? Seriously? How sharp is your memory? Even Ernest didn't seem fully sure. I don't know why, but I've always been good at remembering codes and written stuff. Both Dane and Layla let out impressed sounds. So you got a weirdly good memory for specific stuff? That must make exams a breeze. Dane gave him a nod. Got it. If you need help, just say the word. He reached out to take the rolled-up map, and Ernest, with a small grin, added, Thanks. This is actually the first time I'm going on a quest without my usual crew from back home. I'm really looking forward to it. To mark the beginning of their newly formed team, Layla suggested cheerfully, Let's go get something to eat. Call it a celebration for starting our group. Sounds good. The others agreed without hesitation. And just like that, the trio headed off together to share their first meal as a team. Time flew by, and before long, the scene shifted to Dane's dorm, his private room, quiet and finally still. Now alone, he started sifting through his things. Man, today was packed, he muttered. I should take a minute to sort this stuff out. He glanced around, thinking about where to put the sentimental items his family had given him. Maybe somewhere visible, but then his eyes locked onto something specific. What about this summoning egg? Where am I even supposed to keep it? He paused, remembering the rule. Living creatures weren't allowed in dimensional storage. So he scanned the room for a good spot to place the large egg, until it suddenly began to shake violently. What the? He gasped, completely caught off guard. It's been 7 years, and it's never done this. Is it reacting because I moved to the academy? No, the mana here isn't that different from home. His thoughts raced. It's the ancient mana from the garden. That's the only thing that's changed. I didn't expect it to trigger something so fast. A realization hit him. All right then, no more waiting. Maybe this is finally it. Dane hurriedly placed the egg on the table and started channeling his mana into it. But before he could even focus properly, the egg unleashed a powerful force, pulling mana directly from his body. His eyes went wide. It's draining me. After 7 years of feeding it mana, it still wants more? The pressure in the room spiked. This won't hold. I've got to get out of here before everything blows. Despite the panic rising, he knew this might be the one shot to finally hatch it. No hesitation. He grabbed the egg and made a beeline straight to Claire's lab. When he burst in, Claire's jaw nearly hit the floor. The egg now glowed with intense energy, pulsing wildly. It's going nuts. What's happening? She shouted. Dane quickly explained, I stopped feeding it mana, but it's still going berserk. Claire's face shifted as something clicked in her memory. Wait, Dane, isn't tonight the dorm check-in? Skipping it could seriously mess up your ranking. But Dane had already thought ahead. He gave a calm laugh. Relax, I got it handled. No need to worry. The scene cut back to the student dorms, just like Claire had warned. A tall young man strode confidently down the hallway, flanked by 2 companions. I'm Albert, chairman of the dormitory council, he bellowed. Roll call at Dontier Hall starts now. Inside their rooms, students scrambled out the moment they heard his voice. At the Imperial Academy, roll call was no joke. Every dorm followed strict procedures. Arnold scanned the crowd nervously. Where are Priscilla and Dane? Do they even know this is happening right now? He muttered. The rules were clear. Late once. That's a 1-point deduction. Miss it entirely? 2 points gone. 3 late marks in 1 semester meant service duty. More than 2 absences? Automatic demotion from a dorm. Meanwhile, Albert noticed the murmuring and immediately snapped. No moving around. No talking. This is floor 9 of Dontier Hall. We take things seriously here. His intensity made Arnold break into a sweat. Why is this guy acting like it's life or death all of a sudden? Curious, Arnold asked. What do you mean? Albert answered by swiping his hand in the air, conjuring a glowing blue screen. Thanks to the new mana surveillance system we've installed. Look at this. He pointed at the display. We tracked someone sneaking out 5 minutes ago. Name, Priscilla. But here's the kicker. Her mana signature still shows she's in her room. Without another word, Albert stormed over and threw open her door. Sure enough, the room was completely empty. Staring into the vacant space, a wicked grin spread across his face. Normally, we're not this harsh about roll call, he growled. But maybe it's time we tighten things up. The cold edge in his voice sent shivers down everyone's spine. Arnold and the others screamed internally, crap. A penalty storm is coming. After a few more inspections, Albert seemed to calm down, if only slightly. The rest of you are fine. Rooms are passable. Then he turned to Arnold. Arnold will lose 2 points for being absent without permission. Make sure that's on record. A weak chorus of yes, understood, came from the group. Albert continued. Last one, Dane Sogers, right? A freshman. Don't tell me. He already missed his first roll call. Before Dane could step in, Duan quickly stood up. No way. He's in his room. I saw him earlier, still unpacking. Albert didn't let him get another word in. With a swift motion of his hand, he cut him off. Save it. We'll know soon enough. He turned on his heel and headed straight for Dane's room. Sure enough, Dane was there, appearing occupied with something. Albert paused, clearly taken aback. So you were here, Dane. Didn't you hear? Roll call's underway. Dane scratched the back of his head and gave a sheepish smile. Sorry. I got a little too into organizing my stuff and lost track of time. That laid-back grin of his took some of the tension out of the air. Even Albert had to let it slide. Well, fair enough, he said with a nod. It is your first day, after all. Cut to Claire's lab, where the real Dane was actually holed up. The one Albert saw? Just a fake. Claire's voice shot out. Wait a minute. Isn't that the one Malawian Quacha illusion projector? Dane grinned, lifting his hand to show a small, round device. You once said people wouldn't be able to tell the difference if I used this to project a copy of myself. Claire stared at it, lips pressed tightly together. After a long pause, she sighed. I've heard that thing's tough to manage. The signal's remote, so any instability could expose you. Even a small glitch is enough. But Dane looked completely unfazed. I thought about that. That's why I ran a ton of tests beforehand. As long as no one gets too close, it'll be fine. His calm confidence made Claire stop for a second. This kid's got some nerve, she thought. Then she shifted focus. Anyway, the egg. It's responding to your mana, Dane. That might mean it's ready to hatch. Not all eggs do, though, even if they react. Dane's expression grew serious. So what now? Just keep channeling mana into it. Claire, the brilliant and often intense summoning expert, crossed her arms, thinking it over. There's still a lot we don't understand about summoning bonds. If we put it into the stabilizer now, we're taking a gamble. But I don't think we should stop either. She glanced around the lab. This place is probably the safest option. Don't forget, Big Sis always keeps a mana barrier up here. Nothing slips out. Dane nodded. Exactly. If we leave it be, it might hatch anywhere, anytime. Claire puffed her cheeks as she thought it through. Finally, she made the call. All right then, let's go for it. Your mana is unusually pure, Dane. But just to be safe, I'm attaching a filter too. Once again, Dane focused his mana into the egg, but this time, the pull was even more intense. Sweat started rolling down his face. Damn, it's still not enough? This thing's draining mana like crazy. What even is this thing? Claire, watching closely from nearby, couldn't hide the worry creeping into her expression. Her thoughts raced. It's just a contract beast egg. Anyone with enough coin can buy one. But getting it to hatch, that's the hard part. No one fully understands how it works. The only solid rule is the mana from the caretaker has to resonate with the creature inside. But this one, whatever's in that egg, how in the world is it sinking this well? I always knew Dane was talented, but seeing it like this, he's on another level. Just then, tiny cracks began forming across the egg's surface. It's cracking, sis. Do you see that? Dane shouted. Claire's voice was breathless. I see it. It's hatching. Just a bit more. You're doing great. Let's find out what kind of beast you've bonded with. The egg began glowing brighter and brighter until a blinding flash erupted. A sudden blast shook the entire lab. The shell exploded outward, sending fragments flying everywhere. The shockwave hit hard. Dane was thrown back, slamming into the floor. Claire stumbled, shielding her face from the debris, then quickly regained her footing and rushed over. Hey, are you okay? Dane let out a groan, shaking off the daze. Yeah, I'm all right. Just dizzy. But sis, look over there. He pointed to the spot where the egg had been. Standing there, right in the middle of the lab, was a tiny, awkward-looking dragon. Its scales were soft, shimmering purple, and it looked around the room with wide, curious eyes. A dragon? Claire gasped. The little creature suddenly let out tiny bursts of fire in random directions. Whoa, it can already breathe fire? Dane yelped. Before he could react, Claire shoved him forward. Don't just stand there. Get over to it now. Sometimes contract beasts imprint on the first person they see. That's your partner, Dane. Go. Taking her advice, Dane cautiously approached. Up close, you're actually kind of cute, huh? He smiled and reached out his hand. Hey there, little guy. I'm Dane. Moments later, Claire's voice rang out, filled with excitement. You did it. It bonded with you. A wide grin spread across Dane's face. Yeah, this little guy's adorable. He gently held out his arms and carefully picked up the baby dragon. Claire, just as thrilled as Dane, rushed over and leaned in. How did you pull that off so easily? Let me take a look. She studied the little purple dragon closely. Then suddenly, her eyes widened. This looks like a summon from the other side. Dane's head snapped up. Wait, are you serious? Claire gave a firm nod. Yeah, only a handful of summoning geniuses can do this. Even I can barely summon fragments of a creature's soul. I never thought our youngest brother would be capable of something like this. Dane could tell by her tone that this wasn't just impressive, it was rare. So, it's not a familiar summon? He asked, a bit uneasy. Claire crossed her arms, thinking aloud. I know every typical summon, even the obscure ones, larvae and all. But this? I've never seen a creature with traits like this one. It resembles a dragon, but the details are different. Dane gave a soft chuckle. Doesn't seem all that special to me. So, no one really knows what this little guy is, huh? Claire frowned slightly. Looks like we'll be figuring that out from scratch. No records, no references, nothing on this kind of creature. Dane's mind began to wander. Could this be a new species? Why did it choose me? Does this have something to do with ancient summoning arts? While he was lost in thought, Claire had already started scanning the wreckage in the lab. Right, make sure you keep the eggshell. Some creatures feed on it after hatching for extra nutrients. Got it. So what now? Dane asked. Claire snapped, right in lecture mode. First, observe it closely. Record everything. What it eats, what it hates, how long it sleeps, if it gets aggressive, its daily growth, you get the idea. The more she listed, the more Dane's brain spun. So much to keep track of. But it's worth it, he mumbled. I'm not sure what it's thinking, but I've got this urge to protect it. Claire noticed his thoughtful gaze and tilted her head. Thinking of keeping it with you? You know, people might lose their minds if they find out. Why not just leave it here in the lab? Dane nodded slowly. Maybe, but we can't keep it hidden forever. His answer made Claire pause. She wasn't sure what the right move was. But before she could say more, Dane waved a hand. It's fine. Even if someone finds out, I've got you backing me up, right? Besides, keeping it locked in the lab would feel like caging it. Claire let out a long sigh and gave in. All right, fair enough. Then let's make it official. Time to register you with a summoner's title. Dane looked at her and asked, So I really get a title now? Claire smiled. Yep, you're still green, sure, but your talent speaks for itself. It's going to be a lot to handle, but now that you've got a summon, this is your moment. Dane took a second to think, scratching his chin. Sound about right. Let's do it. Claire nodded. You already signed up for the summoning course, didn't you? Orientation's tomorrow, and Professor Tamarick is in charge. If you show what you can do, I'm betting someone will bring up special enrollment. Usually, it's really hard to qualify, she continued, but you're a different case. You'll still need approval, but I'm confident you'll meet every benchmark. She gave him a solid pat on the shoulder, and Dane couldn't help but crack a smile. Special enrollment, huh? Has a nice ring to it. Wonder what I should name the title. Time flew by after that, and before long, Dane was back at the dorm. The second he walked in, his friend rushed up to him, looking worried. Dane, where were you? You missed roll call. I had something urgent to handle, Dane replied casually. That only made Dane more suspicious. During roll call, Priscilla got caught right away. So how did you pull off? Dane shrugged. There's always a way. She let out a sigh. The Sogers family never stops pulling surprises. That line caught Dane's attention. What? My sisters ever do something like that? She nodded. Oh yeah, your sisters are basically legends in this dorm. Ask anyone. But hey, don't worry. I'm the only one who knows you slipped out. You're in the clear. With that, she waved goodbye and went off. Back in his room, Dane dropped onto the bed with a sigh. Phew, at least we got back without getting caught. But seriously, what was Priscilla thinking, going out in the open like that? As he said that, he glanced up to see the little dragon flitting around the room, occasionally spitting tiny flames into the air. So full of energy, Dane muttered. But man, it really is incredible. As he watched, his mind wandered back to how he'd snuck in without being seen. Here, it is the hidden path Sis told me about. The entrance is shut now, but this was my first route back. They got a mana barrier around the whole dorm. How am I supposed to get through that? He stepped closer and pressed his fingers gently against the invisible wall. Let's see if I can find a weak point in the mana flow. I might be able to slip through. With that, Dane closed his eyes and slowly began sensing the energy running through the barrier. Just as Dane was about to break through the barrier, the dragon beside him suddenly unleashed a burst of fire. Instantly, a large gap tore open in the mana shield. Thanks to that, Dane slipped back to the dorm undetected by the campus security team. The power of the little dragon left Dane buzzing with excitement. Was that a temporary mana-nullifying flame? Incredible. He couldn't believe such a creature had responded to his summon. The next day, Dane eagerly shared the news with Ernest. But when he mentioned the name he'd chosen for the dragon, Ernest looked completely thrown off. You name it Happy? Seriously? Who names a dragon Happy? Dane shrugged, grinning. I think it sounds friendly, and it's easy to remember. Got a better idea? Ernest blinked at the little dragon. Well, it is kind of cute, but maybe it needs something a little more impressive. Dane couldn't help but laugh. You're putting way too much thought into this. After a moment of silence, Ernest offered, What about Karnas? Dane stopped walking and turned around, nodding in approval. That's solid. What does it mean? Mystery, Ernest replied simply. Dane looked back at the dragon with satisfaction. Then it's decided. From now on, your name is Karnas. Time flew by, and the scene shifted to Bermudez's Hall, named after the scholar Bermudez and home to the summoning department's classes. Students quickly filled the space, taking their seats and chatting. In one corner, Digron, who had once clashed with Dane as a child, stood silently. His eyes immediately locked onto Dane. That's Dane Sogers. I'd recognize him anywhere, Digron muttered. He stole my summoning contract, and after that disaster at the banquet, our family's reputation crumbled. Now we're barely clinging to noble status. As he watched Dane, disbelief settled over him. Of all the classes, why this one? What are the chances? His palms were slick with sweat. I need to stay far away from him, no matter what. Just then, a loud voice called out from behind. Hey, Digron. First time retaking a class. Startled, Digron turned around. Ah, yes, senior. The towering upperclassman grinned and slung an arm around Digron's shoulders. Relax, it's nothing to be ashamed of. Everyone has to repeat a class at some point. This is my second round with this one. Actually, he laughed, clearly unfazed. Just think of it as a warm-up. Breeze through it and outshine the newcomers. As the senior bragged about his so-called accomplishments, Digron nodded along awkwardly, careful not to say anything that might upset him. Before long, the classroom door opened and the room immediately fell silent. At the front stood Professor Tamarick, young, refined, and sharp in appearance. We'll begin today's lesson with the fundamentals of summoning, he announced. This is critical knowledge, especially for those just starting down this path. And yes, it will appear on the summoner certification exam, so take it seriously. The moment he finished, quiet murmurs rippled through the room. He seems pretty intense. I heard the summoner exam is insanely hard. Hearing this, the professor gave a slight nod and added, if you think you can skip ahead by passing the special admissions exam, think again. It's no walk in the park. A hand shot up. Professor, what are the requirements for the special admissions exam? With a grin, Tamarick said, I thought someone might ask. Here, take a look. He raised his hand, and a glowing blue screen appeared midair. First, he explained, you'll need to summon a creature of level 5 or higher using Sigil. Second, you must keep it active for at least 30 minutes. Gasps and uneasy whispers broke out among the students at the back. A level 5 creature? That's already a challenge with a Sigil. Level 7 beasts are hard enough, and now we have to hold it for 30 minutes? Professor Tamarick raised his voice before the chatter could spread. And finally, the third condition, you must prove that you have something unique to offer. Even if you nail the first 2 steps, you'll fail if you don't stand out. His tone sharpened as he concluded, you must leave an impression. That's the only way you'll be seen as someone special. The classroom fell into stunned silence. That's ridiculous, someone muttered. The first 2 conditions are already too much, and now we need some vague, Unique quality, too? Has anyone ever passed this thing? Even Dane couldn't help but scoff at the criteria. So, basically, if the professor's like you pass. If not, you're out. Great. Tamarick watched their reactions calmly, as if he'd seen the same response 100 times. Now you see why it's called the special admissions exam, he said. Oh, and one more thing. You'll need at least 2 expert-level recommendations just to apply. That was the final blow. The students went quiet, totally deflated. Tamarick glanced around the room and smiled faintly to himself. Just as expected, stunned into silence. No one's going to dare attempt it now. His gaze drifted to Dane. Dane Sogers, huh? If he's that interdisciplinary student, this could get interesting. He recalled what Professor Deplaniso had told him, how Dane had supposedly formed a secondary link with the level 4 Etherax she summoned during the entrance exam. But he wasn't buying it. Sounds like favoritism. Could be the Sogers' name pulling strings. I need to see the truth with my own eyes. Returning to his lecture, Tamarick spoke firmly. Focus on passing the regular exams first. If you're capable of summoning, it'll help. But honestly, I doubt any of the first years will manage that. The class was still dead silent. Even Digron swallowed nervously, realizing the gap between his current ability and what was being demanded. Meanwhile, Dane sat quietly skeptical. Of course, the new students are confused. Most of them have only done compatibility and theory work so far. Up at the front, Tamarick continued to smile as he scanned the room. Not a single first year who can summon, he said, almost mockingly. What a disappointing batch. Then his eyes landed squarely on Dane, and Dane felt it. An unmistakable chill crawling up his neck. He's watching me. Is he testing me on purpose? If that was the case, Dane decided he wouldn't sit back and take it. He stood up. I can give a shot, he said aloud. That drew everyone's attention instantly, including the professors. Oh, is that so? Tamarick said, raising a brow. Name and major? I'm a first-year interdisciplinary student, Dane replied. Name's Dane Sogers. Ah, Tamarick nodded, clearly intrigued. So you're the one the department head spoke so highly of. Said you showed remarkable promise. Dane gave a small, modest wave of dismissal. Well, that's the department head's opinion. Tamarick's posture shifted slightly. Something in his tone tightened as he sized Dane up with more care. Tamarick observed Dane with growing curiosity. Most people either downplay themselves or come off way too cocky. But this kid, he's just smooth. After a pause, Tamarick addressed him directly. There's been plenty of talk about your abilities. Honestly, some of it sounds too good to be true. So, how about you show everyone what you can really do? Dane caught the meaning instantly. Wow, he just said it flat out. Without hesitation, he replied, if that's what you want, I've got no problem showing you. Then, he added casually, but if I prove myself, I want a recommendation letter for the special admissions exam. The entire lecture hall froze. Students stared wide-eyed, stunned into silence. Even Tamarick paused for a moment before speaking again. You want my recommendation? For that exam? Do you even know what that entails? Dane nodded confidently. Of course. It means I have to prove I've got exceptional talent. Right here, right now. Tamarick's expression hardened. And if you fail? Dane simply shook his head. Haven't really thought about that. A vein pulsed on Tamarick's forehead. He tried to stay composed, but it was clear Dane's boldness was starting to get under his skin. Even Claire Sogers wouldn't be this bold, he thought. This kid needs a dose of reality. With a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes, Tamarick said, all right then. Come up here. If you meet the conditions, I'll write the letter myself. But don't forget, talk is cheap. The classroom erupted. Is he serious? He's not even in the summoning department. I guess being Claire Sogers' little brother really does mean something. Tamarick ignored the commotion and added one final warning. If you fail, you'll face whatever consequences follow. No exceptions. Are you still going through with it? After a brief pause, Dane answered firmly, yes. I'll do it. Tamarick didn't say another word. He simply gestured him forward. Good. Come on down. As luck would have it, the professor added, there's already a summoning mark prepared. Dane stepped up to the podium, calm and collected. This wasn't how I planned to start the term, he thought, but whatever, might as well take advantage of the moment. He reached for the white summoning card, gently placed his hand on it, and channeled his energy through it. Answer my call, he whispered. In an instant, a glowing summoning circle took shape in midair. Moments later, a massive wolf emerged from the light. Its presence was chilling, raw, and dangerous. The classroom went dead quiet. Is that a rank 5 summoning beast? No way. He used a blank summoning mark. The awe and disbelief were palpable. One look from the beast, and it felt like the entire class was frozen in place, like prey caught in the eyes of a predator. In a far corner of the room, Digron instantly recognized the creature, Jinpu. That was his summoned beast, the very one Dane had taken from him earlier. That's my Jinpu, he thought, eyes locked on the wolf. Oblivious to Digron's inner turmoil, Dane turned confidently to the professor. Professor, I've summoned Jinpu, he declared. Meanwhile, Tamarick stood frozen in disbelief. Sweat dripped down his face as he screamed inwardly. How did this kid do it with just a blank summoning mark? Is he forming a full contract? Or is something else going on? Still, even if he summoned it, there's no way he can sustain it for 30 minutes. Taking a breath, Tamarick managed to calm himself. Impressive, just like the record said. But the second condition, that's no small hurdle. Without hesitation, Dane stepped forward, eager to move things along. You're right, Professor. I won't waste any more of the class's time. How about I show you something else instead? Tamarick raised a brow. Something else? His question stirred a wave of whispers across the classroom. What's he planning now? Seriously, what else can he do? The Soger's family really is something else. Back in his seat, Digron felt a knot forming in his gut. Wait, the third condition is to show something truly special. It all comes down to the professor's judgment. If the professor's this serious about it, what's Dane about to do? Everyone's eyes locked on Dane, not daring to blink. Tamarick gave a small nod. All right, show us. Without delay, Dane began channeling his mana. Streams of blue energy spiraled around Jinpu, wrapping the wolf in a glowing vortex. Dane muttered a chant under his breath, words no one could make out. Before their stunned eyes, Jinpu rose slowly into the air, suspended by the shimmering streams of energy. The wolf's body expanded in size, its claws sharpening, more fearsome than ever. Even Dane, though a skilled magic user, stared in awe. So this is ancient magic, he murmured to himself. The students, however, were on the verge of losing it. Wait, did he just enhance his summoned beast? One of them blurted. Isn't that something only fifth years can pull off? And he's not even in the summoning department. The massive wolf, Jinpu, let out a thunderous roar that instantly silenced the entire classroom. Dane grinned and turned to Tamarick. Is this enough to show I'm different, Professor? Tamarick stood frozen, completely stunned. He even strengthened the bond between them. Everything they said, it's all true. This level of talent, it's unreal. The more he tried to process it, the more his jaw hung open, speechless. Dane nearly burst out laughing. Even the professor's in shock. Not gonna lie, I feel the same. He gave Jinpu a light pat, the beast now calm. After a few awkward moments, Tamarick cleared his throat, finally snapping out of it. Ahem. Yes, well, this is certainly something. We'll talk more about your recommendation later. Understood, Professor, Dane replied, smiling. From the back, Digron nervously swallowed. He's really grown. This kid's terrifying. With the excitement finally settling, class resumed like normal. But Dane could still feel Tamarick's gaze now and then, sometimes thoughtful, sometimes confused. So the rumors are true. He's a serious one. Big Sis is going to be interested in this for sure. This is all for the recommendation. Should I talk to Professor Deplaniso next? Before he could think further, Tamarick's voice echoed. That's all for today. The students gathered their things and started heading out in small groups. Just as Dane was about to leave, a voice called out. Dane Sogers. He stopped and turned. The moment he saw the red hair, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh, you're Digron Tyrant, right? The one who used to own Jinpu. So you're studying here too. Digron looked flustered. You still remember me? Yeah, Dane replied. I had to retake the course after failing. Digron's uneasy expression caught Dane off guard. Wait, isn't he supposed to be here for revenge or something? Why is he acting so calm? Scratching his cheek awkwardly, Digron muttered. Actually, I saw you before but figured I'd stay out of your way. It's been a while, but I've been thinking about what happened. I treated you unfairly back then. I'm really sorry. Please forgive me. He bowed deeply, his tone honest and humble. Seeing this, Dane gave a small, sincere smile and nodded. It was years ago. Don't worry. I'm good. Digron's face lit up. Really? So, does that mean I can keep studying here? I promise I won't cause trouble or get in your way. Just then, something clicked in Dane's mind. Wait, he thought I was going to report him and get him kicked out? He stepped forward, gave Digron a firm pat on the back, and said, No need to stress. Everything's fine now. Digron's face lit up with relief. Thanks, Dane. Seriously, if you ever need anything, I've got your back. Right at that moment, the back of Dane's jacket started to bulge, something moving around inside. Karnas must be waking up, Dane guessed. Probably hungry. He turned casually to Digron. You're in the summoning department, right? Perfect. I need to pick up some supplies. Can you show me where to go? Digron immediately perked up. Of course. There's a shop called EU's in Bowden. I go there all the time. 2 alumni started it after they graduated, and it's been around for over 30 years. They got everything. Lately, the popular stuff is... He launched into a stream of enthusiastic chatter. As Dane listened, he thought, he really does seem sincere. Maybe I don't need to keep my guard up so much. Just then, a small head popped out of his shirt. Karnas, peeking around curiously. Calm down, Karnas, Dane whispered under his breath. And with that, the two of them set off together. The warm glow of late afternoon filtered through the trees as they walked, golden light dappling the path. On the way, Digron glanced over. So, what exactly are you looking for? Maybe I can help. Just tell me your summons tier, and I'll handle it. All I need is food, Dane replied. Digron rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his eyes gleaming. Nice. That's right up my alley. I used to do compatibility training. This'll be easy. So, what kind of summon do you have? Dane hesitated, then said, it's a wyvern. Karnas kind of looks like one, he told himself. Hopefully their diets aren't too different. Digron nearly exploded. A wyvern? You mean a tier 3 beast that size? Dane quickly raised a hand, voice low. Yeah, but it's still young, keep it down. Digron blinked and backed off, startled. Meanwhile, Karnas wriggled inside Dane's jacket, letting out a few soft sounds. If this gets out, Dane thought dryly, I'll know exactly who to blame, and it'll be Digron. Still fired up, Digron went on, a wyvern, huh? Then soft food's the way to go. Even the little ones eat like beasts. Give it a week, and it'll be tearing through raw meat no problem. Dane nodded slightly, a bit surprised. Wow, he actually knows his stuff. So how did this guy fail the course? When they arrived at the shop, it was buzzing with energy. The shelves were crammed with gleaming magical items of every kind. Digron scanned the aisles, then grabbed 2 small bags and turned to Dane with a proud smile. Here, this one's got 17 ingredients, and this soft one's mixed with milk. Perfect combo. Dane took them with a grateful smile. Thanks. I wouldn't have known where to start. Seeing how polite he was, Digron gave a small nod, but seemed a little surprised. That's all you need? Nothing else. This should be enough for now, Dane replied. Well, since we're already here, want to look around a bit? They've got a ton of good stuff. Sure, let's take another lap. The two of them strolled casually through the store, passing racks of glowing robes, potion vials that sparkled in every color, and flashy triple-cast wands. Suddenly, Dane came to a halt. His eyes lit up as he spotted a sleek, ornate staff resting on a velvet stand. Whoa, this one looks awesome, he said, unable to hide his interest. But before he could take another step, a sharp voice called out. Hold it, that's not for beginners. You haven't even mastered your summon, and you're already eyeing weapons? Touch that, and you'll get cursed. Right beside the staff, a polished sign read, Do not touch unless authorized. Not for beginners. We're not responsible for what happens. Digron nodded quickly. He's right, Dane. That staff's meant for 4th years. Even touching it can suck your mana dry. But Dane didn't even flinch. Please, the more they tell me not to touch it, the more tempting it is. Ignoring every warning, he reached out and grabbed the staff. Hey, newbie, don't touch that. It's dangerous, the shopkeeper yelled. But it was too late. Dane's hand was already gripping the shaft, and the orb at the top began to glow, a radiant light swirling from deep within, shining like a rare gemstone. Dane smirked to himself. So it's craving mana. Without hesitation, he funneled his energy into the staff. Power surged through him like a tide. The shopkeeper froze, eyes wide. Wait, did it just stabilize? He sputtered. No way. Plenty of people have mana, but no one's ever managed to get that staff under control. Unbothered, Dane stood there with a subtle smile, calm as ever. Not too shabby, he said under his breath. Digron, who had been watching nearby, was stunned. Dane, I knew you were talented, but this is on a whole different level. The shopkeeper stormed over, arms crossed, clearly frustrated. You're a 1st year? Seriously? I've never seen anything like that. Dane let out a soft laugh. Name's Dane Sogers, Claire's younger brother. That stopped the shopkeeper cold. His tone flipped instantly. Wait, Claire, top of the class in interdisciplinary magic? Even she couldn't tame that staff her 1st year. He looked Dane over again, now with a hint of awe. I really messed up. Should have offered you some premium gear from the start. Dane kept his polite smile, but in his head, he was thinking that attitude change was faster than flipping a pancake. The shopkeeper asked, "So, are you buying it?" Dane shook his head, gently placing the staff back on its stand. "Nah, too picky, and it can't store enough mana anyway." The shopkeeper blinked. "What? That staff can handle enough for a fifth, maybe even sixth-year student." Dane glanced at the staff once more, trying to pour a whole well into a teacup. "Just not worth it. I'll stick with the food bags. That's all I came for," he said simply. As he rang up the items, the shopkeeper mumbled under his breath, "Is it just me? Or are all noble kids weird like this? His sister's a total oddball too. Wonder how she's doing now." Dane gave a quiet frown and nodded. "That's definitely my sister, all right." With their purchase complete, Dane and Digron stepped out of the shop. Behind them, the shopkeeper watched and muttered, "Why are all the prodigies so strange?" Outside, Dane found a quiet, shady corner and carefully pulled out the 2 food bags he'd bought. From inside his coat, a little creature stirred, the tiny wyvern, Carnass, already wriggling in anticipation. With a chuckle, Dane set the food down. "Go ahead, just take it slow, don't choke." But Carnass wasn't about to wait. She dove straight into the food, humming with delight as she devoured the soft, fluffy morsels. Her eyes sparkled, and her tail wagged furiously with every bite. Watching her go wild, Dane shook his head with a faint smile. "Next up, basic magic class." Layla called out, "We've got 5 minutes. Gotta hustle back to the dorms." Just then, a loud crash shattered the calm. The sound of metal and glass clanging echoed from a nearby alley, shards scattering across the cobblestone street. Dane came to a sudden stop, brows knitting together. "What the hell was that?" he muttered. Then came the shouting, sharp, furious, and laced with venom. "Drop the damn shield already and beat the crap out of him." Another voice snapped right back, just as vicious. "Tisich, clown can't even talk after a few punches?" Dane peered toward the alley, a cold sensation creeping down his spine. The insults kept flying. "No one around to help you this time. Today's your unlucky day." Then, through the chaos, a shaky voice broke through, trembling but defiant. "I'm not scared of you anymore." Dane froze, his heartbeat stuttering. That voice. He whipped around, eyes narrowing in on the alley. There, cornered by 3 thugs, was Ernest. The kid looked wrecked. Hair a mess, glasses barely hanging on, body trembling. But in his eyes, fire. The red-haired leader smirked like he was enjoying a show. "Did you hear that? Says he's not scared." One of the others snorted. "Tough talk," but the kid's shaking like a leaf. Ernest's jaw tightened, his fists clenched. "These bastards waited until I was alone to jump me." The cockiest of the 3 raised his voice. "So who's first? No one's around to stop us." Another thug licked his lips. "My turn," still feeling the bruises from last time. They started closing in, all swagger and menace. Ernest didn't back down. Despite the fear, he raised his fists. His voice trembled, but he still shouted, "Stay back." The thugs burst out laughing. He's actually trying to fight. Guy gets lucky once and thinks he's invincible. Just as Ernest's confidence began to falter, a new sound cut through the tension. Calm, measured footsteps. Then a voice, cool and dripping with sarcasm. "Still playing the tough guys, huh?" The blonde thug whipped around, eyes going wide. "Dane Sogers?" he blurted, voice cracking. Dane didn't break stride. He walked in, casual and unbothered, a faint smirk on his face. With a slight wave, he called out, "Hey." Ernest's eyes lit up instantly, his breath catching in sheer relief. "Dane," he whispered, voice shaking again, but this time from hope. The thugs panicked. "What the hell? You said no one was coming. Just shut up and grab something." Dane shot them a side glance and sighed. "Perfect. This is going to be a pain." He quickly scanned the alley. No one else around. Good. Time to teach them a lesson. Without warning, a wave of mana surged from his body, rippling through the alley like a shockwave. The bullies instinctively backed away as, in a flash, dozens of glowing spears appeared overhead, each one perfectly aimed right at them. One of them shouted, panicked, "What the hell? He can use magic too." The buzzcut thug stammered. "Wait, isn't the Sogers family famous for spear magic?" The redhead snapped, face twisted in fury. "You idiot. Did you forget who his sister is? That's Arabella Sogers." Even Ernest, still catching his breath, could only stare in awe as the shimmering spears spun in the air above Dane. Hovering midair, surrounded by the lethal magic, Dane looked down at the thugs. His voice was like ice. "Last chance. Walk away, or get crushed. Their expressions drained of all color. Suddenly, the wall beside them split with a loud crack, as if something massive had slammed into it. The ground buckled next, breaking apart under unseen force. The bullies were already down, groaning and cursing, completely overwhelmed. Still unsteady, Ernest stepped forward. Thanks, Dane, my hands are still shaking like mad. Dane smiled gently. You're okay. That's what matters. Then he added, Hey, Ernest, let's start training together. Ernest blinked in surprise. Huh? Wait, seriously. You told me before you wanted to beat Braun, right? Ernest rubbed his bruised arm, chuckling awkwardly. Yeah, I did say that. Dane grinned. Then I'll help you get there. Ernest smiled back, a little sheepish. Guess I really am always leaning on you. The two of them walked side by side through the school courtyard, the tension of the alley left behind. Oh, by the way, Dane said casually, have you joined any clubs yet? Ernest shook his head. Nope. Been looking, but there's no adventure or archaeology club. Kind of weird. Seriously? Dane looked surprised. I figured this school would have at least one. Well, Ernest explained, there's a map research society, but that's a required class, not a real club. I checked out the cartography analysis club too, but they're just using it as a front to slack off. Man, what a letdown, Dane muttered, rubbing his chin. Guess most people here just want to take it easy, right? Ernest agreed. Then he glanced at Dane. Why are you asking? Planning to join one? Not really, Dane replied. It's just, people are really pushy about recruiting freshmen. Made me wonder if clubs actually matter. They kind of do, Ernest said. Once you sign up, you're locked in for 2 whole years. Dane let a half laugh. That's stricter than I thought. Pick the wrong one, and you're stuck wasting 2 years. The school courtyard was buzzing with activity. Colorful banners waved overhead, while dozens of booths competed for attention. Clubs were promoting everything from dessert tastings to intense book debates. Dane came to a stop, then turned to Ernest. Hey, how about we just start our own club? Ernest blinked. Wait, what kind of club? One where we do whatever we want, Dane said simply. Ernest tilted his head. Do whatever, like what? Train, explore ruins, grab food, hang out. No rules, no pressure, just a place that's ours. Ernest's face lit up. I'm in. Anything with you sounds like a blast. Then he paused. Wait, would something like that even get approved? Dane grinned. Don't worry about it. I've got it covered. If you say so, Ernest said, smiling. I believe you. But what made you think of this? Honestly, Dane shrugged. I'm tired of being hounded by all these clubs. None of them felt right. So why not start our own? Ernest perked up. If I join, can I train in spear and sword techniques too? Obviously, Dane replied. That's part of the deal. Who knows? You might even unlock a hidden talent. Awesome, Ernest said, fired up. I bet we'll learn a ton from each other. Then he paused again. Wait, don't we need at least 3 people to register? Already thought of that, Dane said with a grin. We've got Layla. Let's go ask her right now. Scene change, the club registration office. The 3 of them strolled down the hall, chatting as they went. So, we just hand this form in, and that's it, right? Ernest asked. Sounds easy enough, Layla said, practically bouncing with excitement. Hurry up and fill out already. Dane glanced at her, amused. Classic Layla. She really ditched the Dessert Exploration Club just to join us. Layla turned with a bright smile. That club was fun, don't get me wrong. We meet weekly to sample desserts. Totally my vibe. We can still do something like that, Dane said. I'm obsessed with tarts, Ernest added. Count me in for any dessert tasting. Dane smirked. And if you want to chat up upperclassmen, go ahead. Just stick close to Ernest while you do it. That earned a laugh from Layla, clearly pleased with how things were going. Together, they filled out the club application form and headed to the next office for final approval. But just as they were about to hand it in, Layla suddenly shouted, Wait, what do you mean the rules changed? A blonde girl behind the desk calmly adjusted her glasses and said, The Academy currently has over 3,000 clubs, most of them inactive. It's a management mess. So starting this year, clubs need formal approval, not just registration. Dane's brows tightened. Approval? What exactly do we have to do? Layla groaned. Ugh, talk about bad timing. The staff member continued. You'll need a recommendation letter from a faculty member. Want the request form? Dane nodded. Yes, please. A few minutes later, they stepped out of the office, looking a little discouraged. Layla sighed. How are a bunch of freshmen supposed to get a letter like that? Ernest added seriously. We haven't even met most of the professors yet. Layla chimed in. And we can't just walk up to one and ask for a signature. But Dane smiled, confident. Actually, I know someone. Layla and Ernest burst out. What? We're first years. No one's going to take us seriously. Dane just grinned, mysterious as ever. Trust me, the other two could only stare in disbelief. Scene shift. Inside Professor Kelfa's office, Dane sat across the desk, doing his best to pitch the club idea. But as the conversation dragged on, he started thinking. He said he'd listen. So why is it suddenly so hard to read him? At last, Professor Kelthas leaned forward, his voice calm but curious. So what brings you here? Dane responded with a respectful tone. We're hoping to start a club, Professor. Kelthas raised an eyebrow. Oh, and what kind of club would that be? Dane smiled. Something fun. Sword training, exploring the academy, a little adventure. But turns out we need official approval, and that means a recommendation letter. Kelthas leaned back, eyes narrowing with interest. A recommendation letter? Huh. Dane nodded. Yes, sir. We're hoping to find the right professor to support us. Something flickered in Kelthas' expression, just for a moment. Looking for a professor? You come to me and still act like you're shopping around? Bold move, kid. Then, with a sudden grin, Kelthas said, Isn't there already a professor sitting in front of you? No need to look any further. I'll be your sponsor. Dane responded quickly. But Professor, you're always so busy. I didn't want to bother you. Before he could finish, Kelthas waved it off. Busy with what? I can at least handle something like this. So what do I need to do? Relieved, Dane smiled and reached into his jacket. In that case, would you mind signing this? He handed over the registration form, and Kelthas took it without hesitation. With a flourish of his pen, he signed it and chuckled. My only student wants to start club? Of course I'm in. Dane bowed slightly, smiling. Thank you so much, Professor. Scene shift. Outside the office, Dane rejoined Ernest and Layla. Layla's eyes went wide as she let out a squeal. I can't believe it. We actually got the recommendation that fast. Are you secretly close with that professor or something? Ernest added, half joking. We couldn't even get a word in. You just marched in and got it done. Holding up the signed letter, Dane grinned. I kind of played it off like I wanted advice on sword techniques. Guess it worked. Ernest nodded. Hey, whatever gets results. Layla clutched her chest like she was in a drama. So that means we're really starting a club? Dane nodded. Only thing left is turning in the paperwork. Ernest's face lit up like a kid at a festival. This is going to be awesome. I'm already pumped. Layla let out a breath. I thought this would be way harder, but Dane made it look easy. Dane pulled out a blank sheet of paper. Now we just need a name. Any ideas? But picking a name was turning out to be tougher than expected. Ernest jumped in first. It has to reflect who we are, something meaningful. Layla nodded. Yeah, nothing silly or random. They both started pacing, muttering ideas like they were solving a riddle. Dane watched them with an amused smile. They're really putting their hearts into this. Suddenly, he felt something shift beneath his shirt. He glanced down and whispered, Karnas, waking up already? The little dragon wriggled under his clothes, making Dane squirm. He muttered, Not now, Karnas. Ernest noticed. Got a name suggestion, Dane? Dane shrugged. I'm fine with whatever, honestly. Layla whipped around. Excuse me? You're the one who wanted to start this club, and you don't even have a name? Then her eyes narrowed. Hold up. Is that a lump in your shirt? Panic flashed across Dane's face. Crap. I haven't introduced her yet. He stammered. Well, that's just... But it was too late. Both Ernest and Layla zeroed in on him. What are you hiding? Layla pressed. Before Dane could react, a button popped off his shirt, and a dark blur zipped into the air. Karnas, the tiny dragon, soared out, fluttering her wings before landing playfully on Dane's shoulder. Ernest and Layla stood frozen, wide-eyed, jaws hanging. Dane let out an awkward chuckle. Well, guess the secret's out. Layla pointed sharply. What is that? A summoned beast? And why did it crawl out of your shirt? She narrowed her eyes, suspicious. Wait a second. Is it the egg you took from Claire's place? Did it hatch? The tiny dragon let out a high-pitched growl, more squeaky toy than scary. Dane nodded. Yeah, she hatched not too long ago. Her name's Karnas. Ernest lit up. Hey, Karnas. Long time no see. Layla blinked, turning to him. Wait, you knew about this. Before she could grill him further, Dane stepped in. Anyway, back to the club name, yeah? Karnas can tag along while we figure that out. Scene shift. Academy registration office. The blonde clerk held up the form and raised an eyebrow. Club of magic exploration, summoning, spear techniques, and swordsmanship. The trio gave sheepish smiles. The name was somehow both boring and way too long. You sure that's the name you want? The clerk asked, unconvinced. Dane replied, completely serious. Yes, please approve it. A few minutes later, outside the office. Layla turned to him, clearly unimpressed. You are never allowed to name anything again. Dane frowned. Why? I thought it sounded fine. Layla shot back. It didn't. Not even close. Ernest laughed nervously, trying to keep the peace. Hey, don't worry. We can always change it later, right? Scene shift. Office of Professor Tamarick, head of summoning department. The quiet was broken by a soft knock and a smooth voice. Hope I'm not interrupting. Tamarick chuckled. Not at all. Department head. It's always a pleasure, Deplaniso. She stepped inside, took a seat with practiced grace. How have things been? She asked. Tamarick sighed. Plenty of promising students this year. But I'm worried the professors might get overwhelmed. Deplaniso smiled knowingly. I've heard there's one student standing out above the rest. Tamarick hesitated for a beat. Ah, yes, that's true. Word travels fast, he thought. Deplaniso sipped her tea, her tone light, but curious. I heard something interesting happen in your class. Don't worry, I'm not meddling. Just curious. Tamarick quickly reassured her. Of course, it's perfectly natural for you to ask. He set his cup down. There is indeed a remarkable student. Far more capable than I'd expected. Honestly, he caught me off guard. Deplaniso smiled, knowingly. That would be Dane Sogers, I presume. I personally approved his admission. She leaned in slightly. I also heard you offered to write him a letter of recommendation. Tamarick nodded. Yes, that's right. Deplaniso continued smoothly. Since special enrollment requires 2 letters, I've decided to write the second one myself. Tamarick's eyes widened. You're writing it yourself? Her smile didn't waver. He's clearly talented. How could I possibly sit on the sidelines? Tamarick's jaw tensed. That snake. She's trying to scoop everything up for herself. Beneath the table, his hand clenched into a tight fist. I underestimated her, again. Deplaniso's voice broke through his spiraling thoughts. Professor? Is something bothering you? Snapping back to focus, Tamarick quickly replied, No, not at all. She met his gaze directly. Really? Well, once your letter is finished, I'd like to read it. We should stay transparent on matters like this. Tamarick forced a tight smile, his brows drawn. Of course. Naturally. Having achieved what she came for, Deplaniso stood with poise. Well then, I'll be taking my leave. As she disappeared beyond the door, Tamarick clenched his jaw, thoughts storming. His hand trembled again, curled into a fist. You think I'll just step aside and let you win? You're trying to reel Dane into your camp, but not this time. I'm not letting this one go. I will earn his loyalty first. Scene shift. Academy courtyard. Dane walked along the breezy stone path, muttering, Only the history of the Empire's founding class left today, right? He sighed. Still got some time. Maybe I'll grab a tart or something. A sharp voice cut through the air. Dane Sogers. Turning, Dane saw a blonde girl he didn't recognize. He raised an eyebrow. Who are you? She stepped forward with a polite, practiced smile. I'm a messenger from the academy. Professor Deplaniso, head of the summoning department, has requested to see you. That smile was a little too perfect. Dane narrowed his eyes. Not Professor Tamarick? May I ask why the department head wants to meet me? The girl replied smoothly. She only mentioned it was about your recommendation letter. She asked for your immediate presence. Shall we go? Dane gave a slight nod. A letter of recommendation. But as they walked, an uneasy feeling crept in. A sudden summons from the department head? Something's not right. The Imperial Academy, home of the brightest minds in the Empire. A place where academic passion burns like wildfire, and where competition runs deeper than ambition itself. Among its many characteristics, few are more infamous than the relentless power struggles between professors. A department's influence dictates its funding, its resources, and its facilities, making prestige not just a goal, but a battleground. At the peak of the Academy's hierarchy stand the 3 most powerful departments: swordsmanship, magic, and summoning, each claiming the largest share of the institution's resources. A professor's reputation and influence directly rise or fall with their department's performance, impacting not just their responsibilities, but their authority and standing across campus. Inside the head of summoning department's office, Professor Deplaniso stood by the window, her voice low as she muttered to herself, I won't stay stuck in 3rd place forever. I refuse to keep losing to them. She paused, eyes narrowing. If that boy joins our department, surpassing the magic faculty wouldn't just be a dream, it'd be guaranteed. But her expression tensed slightly. The issue is, Professor Kelthas belongs to interdisciplinary studies, and his sister, Claire, is already here. That connection could complicate things. No matter. All I need to do is ignite his curiosity in summoning. Once that spark catches, everything changes. A voice called from outside the room. Professor, I brought Dane. Without missing a beat, Deplaniso responded, send him in. As Dane entered, she greeted him warmly. Life at the academy must be keeping you busy, Dane. With your talent, I imagine many are eager to have you on their side. Dane answered modestly, I still have a lot to learn, so I'm just trying to approach everything like a first year should. Deplaniso nodded, clearly pleased. Modesty, a quality I deeply respect. It's that hunger to grow that truly sets students apart. She gave him a thoughtful look. Have any subjects caught your special interest yet? Dane gave a light chuckle. Not really. Right now, I'm just trying to do well across the board. Again, Deplaniso nodded, approving. A balanced start. That's the spirit. Then her tone shifted, a bit more direct. Do you know why I've asked to see you? Dane shook his head. She continued. I heard what happened in Professor Tarek's class. You summoned Gunpoo, and even managed to establish an enhanced link. That kind of ability, how could I possibly ignore it? Her smile widened ever so slightly. With talent like yours, I believe you're ready to take the special admission exam. Dane's eyes widened slightly, now understanding the purpose of the meeting. He replied with polite surprise, Thank you. I'm honored you think so highly of me. Deplaniso leaned in just a bit, her voice smooth. Professor Tamaric and I have agreed to co-author your recommendation letter. This will be my first time writing one for a student outside the summoning department, but someone like you, someone with that gift, can't be overlooked. Then her expression sharpened, her words more focused. Tell me, Dane, have you ever considered pursuing summoning more seriously? Dane blinked, momentarily thrown off. Summoning, ma'am? She nodded, her tone surprisingly genuine. Anyone qualified to take the special admission exam doesn't exactly need more classes. That's why I want to teach you personally. Dane paused, thinking. A department head making a direct offer must mean the summoning division's really struggling to attract talent. He responded politely, Thank you, Professor, but actually I've already started a club with a couple of friends. Deplaniso's eyes widened. You've already formed one, even with the new restrictions? Dane gave a small smile. It wasn't easy, but we managed. We were lucky enough to get Professor Kelthas to write our letter of recommendation. The moment the name left his mouth, Deplaniso's eyes narrowed. She muttered under her breath. That lazy bum Kelthas skips every faculty meeting, dodges all responsibility, and he beat me to it? Her fingers curled slightly, irritation flashing across her face. So he's the one who threw a wrench in my plan to bring Dane into the summoning division. After a moment, she inhaled deeply, regaining her composure. Well, she said smoothly, congratulations on forming your club. Then she added, as if in passing, when you have time, drop by my lab. I've got some very interesting things you might like. Let's start with the bait, she thought. She continued, tone casual. I even have a few rare items, like unhatched spirit beast eggs. Just one of those is worth more than a castle. Dane stiffened slightly, his hand instinctively brushing over his coat. Too late. I'm already raising one. He responded calmly. Spirit beast eggs, huh? I'll definitely stop by and check them out sometime. Deplaniso gave him a pleasant smile. No need to worry about your recommendation letters. Professor Tamaric and I will handle everything. And if you have questions about the exam, feel free to reach out to me anytime. Dane nodded. Thank you, Professor. I really appreciate the support. Deplaniso picked up a cookie, flashing a playful grin. Why don't we have a little dessert while we chat? What you brought looks too good to ignore. As she took a bite, her mind wandered. Tamaric's probably already working on his version. I'll just have to get mine in first. Let's see who really wins this time. The next day, Claire caught up to Dane and walked over briskly. Dane, Professor Deplaniso just contacted me. He raised an eyebrow. She reached out to you? Claire nodded. Yeah. Right after she submitted the recommendation letter, the Summoners Guild got in touch with her. They're sending examiners to the academy immediately. Dane blinked. They're already coming? He muttered, almost to himself. That's fast. They're really trying to lock me in. Claire's eyes widened. Wait, Professor Deplaniso actually likes you? What did you do to catch her eye? She's not exactly the easiest person to impress. Dane gave an awkward smile. Honestly, I have no idea. Maybe it's just because I've been scoring near the top. Claire leaned in slightly. Well, whatever is, get ready. You're about to be called in for the exam. When I took it, they made us summon 3 spirit beasts at once, hold the connection stable, and execute an enhanced link. Dane blinked. 3 at the same time? He muttered. half to himself. This is getting intense. Claire had passed the special admission test when she was only 16. She added, but no one ever knows what the test is going to be. They never reveal it ahead of time. Even with Professor Deplaniso backing you, nothing's guaranteed. The Summoners Guild plays by its own rules. Dane frowned. What do you mean, their own rules? Claire explained. You probably haven't heard, but Professor Deplaniso's turned down the guild's offers more than once. They're not too happy about it. And now that she's pushing for you, they're not going to make it easy. Dane paused, thinking it over. So, the test might actually be harder. Just because of that. Could be, Claire replied. But I'm not worried about you. Still, if you get hurt over some grown-up power struggle, I'll feel awful. Dane gave a confident grin. Relax. I'm not walking into any traps. I've got this. 2 days later, the evaluation team from the Summoners Guild arrived at the academy. Leading them was none other than Guild President Elgard Potent. He was the first to speak. It's been a while, Professor Deplaniso. She replied smoothly. Has it, President Elgard? I hope things have been well on your end. Elgard gave a polite nod, then cut straight to the point. So, just how extraordinary is this student you're endorsing? Deplaniso's tone was even. Apologies, President, but his talent isn't something I can overlook. Elgard raised an eyebrow. If he's that remarkable, maybe you should have accepted the guild seat when we offered. Would have saved us all some time. Deplaniso chuckled lightly. You know, I'm committed to the academy. If I took a leadership role in the guild, I couldn't give my students the attention they deserve. But in her mind, her thoughts were sharper. I know exactly what you're playing at, Elgard. Trying to expand your faction's reach through influence. The guild's ambitions already put my life at risk more than once during your reckless campaigns. With a graceful turn, she said, why don't we walk? I'll take you to him now. Elgard nodded. Very well. But inwardly, he sneered. Fine, the recommendation's been sent, so I'll go along with it. Still, I've got a bad feeling about that boy. As they walked, Elgard asked casually, this boy, he's Dane Sogers, right? Claire's younger brother. Deplaniso nodded. Yes, his talent clearly runs in the Sogers bloodline. Elgard pressed on. I heard he summoned a level 5 Jinpu, pulled off an enhanced link, and even managed simultaneous bonds with several spirit beasts during the interdisciplinary exam. That's correct, Deplaniso confirmed. Elgard gave her a side glance, clearly skeptical. That level of control, it caused quite a stir in the guild. Even for a Sogers, I didn't expect the younger sibling to outshine his predecessor. Are you implying he's already at Galdern's level? Deplaniso offered a calm smile. I'm not saying he's there yet, but once you see him for yourself, you'll understand. Elgard's expression tightened. Our standards for special admissions are strict. We won't be holding back. I wouldn't ask you to. Deplaniso replied evenly. I trust the process. By now, word had spread throughout the academy like wildfire. The Summoners Guild is here. For real? Just for one student. I heard Dane Sogers got a personal recommendation letter. Wait, is that the same kid who stunned everyone in Professor Tamara's class? The one who did that spirit beast enhancement? A frustrated voice shot through the crowd. Ugh, is there anything the guy can't do when it comes to summoning? Eventually, Deplaniso and Elgard reached the summoning department. She gestured toward the large doors with a warm smile. Here we are. The exam will be held inside. Elgard's eyes paused on the guild emblem carved into the wall. Very well, he murmured. Let's go in. Inside, golden light filtered through the high windows, casting long beams across the wide arena floor. In the center stood Dane, calm, focused, and ready. His voice rang out, steady and sure. I am the youngest son of Count Sogers, Lord of the Southern Territories, and head of the prestigious Sogers family. My name is Dane Sogers. It's an honor to meet you, sir. A quiet, confident smile curved on his lips. Elgard narrowed his eyes, silently impressed. 14 years old. And he carries himself like this? No wonder that recommendation was rushed through. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Elgard finally spoke. I am Elgard Potent, chairman of the Summoners Guild. I've heard quite a lot about you, and all of impressive. That said, this exam won't be easy. Dane didn't blink. He met Elgard's gaze head-on. I understand. I'm ready. But inside, he added silently, this guy might be smiling, but there's nothing friendly about this at all. Elgard turned to his assistant nearby and gave a curt order. No more talk. Begin the trial. Everyone prepare. Yes, sir. Both assistants responded in sync, moving swiftly into position. Behind them, Deplaniso narrowed her eyes. Let's see what kind of test the chairman has planned this time. she murmured. Elgard heard her and looked back, his voice suddenly sharp. Pass or fail, I alone will decide. If you have any objections, you're welcome to walk away. Right now. Without hesitation, Dane replied, I accept. Elgard continued. Any attempt to cheat will result in immediate disqualification. If this trial is compromised in any way, it will be declared invalid, and your summoner status revoked. Keep that in mind. I understand, Dane said calmly. Elgard gave a faint smirk. Good. Let's see what makes you so impressive. He raised a hand. Let the trial begin. In an instant, the assistants surrounding Dane activated their summoning circles. Arcane light flared beneath their feet, the magic intensifying rapidly, drawing energy from the air itself. The atmosphere shifted, dense, electric. Feeling the shift, Dane whispered, It's starting. Suddenly, the summoning circles let out a low, otherworldly hum. A surge of mana exploded outward, blanketing the room in a wave of pressure. Both Dane and Deplaniso instinctively steadied themselves, eyes narrowing. Deplaniso's thoughts raced. They're channeling mana directly to Elgard through the circle. He's not just testing, he's making a statement. Then Elgard opened his eyes, his voice thunderous. Answer my call. The summoning circle beneath him erupted with raw power. A heartbeat later, a massive creature burst into existence. Its head shaped like a lion's, only more monstrous and unrelenting. As the beast's presence filled the room, Dane muttered, So, I was right. The chairman's mana is unreal. I didn't think the exam would be this intense. His gaze locked on the summon before him. The creature radiated danger, its form wrapped in volatile lightning, every movement pulsing with lethal energy. Behind him, Deplaniso's voice broke through. Impossible. That's a Tier 3 summon. That's Antares', the Antares. The summoned beast clenched its fists, raised its head, and unleashed a deafening roar. Instantly, the room detonated in a storm of mana. Dust and debris surged across the arena in a violent swirl. Dane dug in, bracing himself against the wave of power. Inside, a single thought echoed. So this is what Claire was warning me about. Elgard stood with arms crossed, eyes fixed on Dane. So, you're Prodigy, are you? He said. Then a challenge like this should be right up your alley. With a slight furrow in his brow, he continued, Use any weapon you like. Your task is straightforward. Subdue Antares by any means necessary. He gestured toward the towering beast, now prowling in front of Dane. This, Elgard announced, is your special admission trial. From the arena's edge, Deplaniso clenched her jaw. That bastard. He's doing this to humiliate me. Try to make a spectacle out of all of this. Elgard added, mockery dripping from his words. But with talent like yours, there's nothing to be afraid of, unless, of course, you want to forfeit now. Without a hint of hesitation, Dane replied, No, I'll take the trial, just as planned. Elgard gave a faint smile. Good, I'll give you a moment to prepare. Without wasting a second, Dane reached into a small dimensional pocket floating in front of him, fingers moving with intent. Perfect, he thought. I've been holding on to this just for a moment like this. He drew out a spear, its surface glinting under the arena lights. Gazing at it for a brief moment, he murmured, Claire gave me this on my 7th birthday. Looks like today's the day it finally sees battle. His eyes snapped back to Antares, now pacing with rising aggression. Dane whispered, It's huge, that means it's got blind spots. I strike fast, then pull back. Elgard watched with faint amusement. A spear, huh? Like a true Soger's. His gaze flicked toward the far end of the arena, where Professor Tamarick had just entered, trailed by a crowd of students eager to witness the trial. The moment Tamarick spotted the summoned beast, his face drained of color. What the hell is this? He blurted out. You're having him fight a Tier 3 creature? That's insane. Deplaniso glanced over and muttered. Looks like Tamarick's here. I figured he'd protest. But Elgard didn't flinch. Without even looking back, he replied coolly, It's fine. The boy's ready. Then, with a shift in tone and a darkening expression, he raised his hand high and gave the command. Antares, eliminate your opponent. The moment the words echoed through the chamber, Antares bared its fangs, eyes glowing with violent crimson. With a deafening snarl, it lunged forward, massive, fast, and brutal. But Dane didn't flinch. He stood his ground, eyes locked on the charging beast. Calm, focused. Under his breath, he whispered, All right then, come at me. As Antares' claws dug into the earth, it lunged forward with a sudden burst of speed. The beast swung its massive limbs, but Dane, calm and ready, deflected the strike with a smooth turn of his spear. The weapon rang with the impact, but he didn't pause. Spinning in a blur, he slipped behind the creature in an instant. The calm in Dane's eyes shifted. His expression hardened, grip firming around the spear. He was done holding back. In a heartbeat, the two clashed and streaked past each other, their movements so fast they blurred like arrows shot from the heavens. But Dane had the edge. In one swift motion, the tip of his spear cut clean across Antares' side, carving a deep gash into the beast's flank. The strike was so precise, so sharp, that the spectators froze. Shocked gasps filled the air. What was that move? But Dane didn't acknowledge them. He was already resetting his stance, spear raised, a slight grin playing on his lips. That extra training's finally paying off, he thought. Across the field, Antares' reaction was cold and fierce. The wound didn't slow it. If anything, it only made it more savage. With a chilling roar, it charged again, faster, more reckless. As it neared, it slammed its massive arm down, smashing the ground into a fractured trench. Had Dane been even a moment slower, he'd have been pulverized. Frustrated by his escape, Antares' eyes flared an even deeper crimson. It lunged again, fists pounding the earth in a thunderous storm. Dane was forced to leap back, over and over, dodging each blow by a hair's breadth. Every punch left a crater, the ground buckling under the sheer force. Dane, even while dodging, couldn't help but admire it. So that's why it's ranked Tier 3. That size with that speed? Then, without warning, Antares shifted its approach. No more reckless charges. It was adapting, reading the fight. A blinding golden flame burst from its body, distorting the air with intense heat. With another roar, it thrust its hand forward, releasing a towering wave of fire straight at Dane. Professor Deplaniso stood frozen on the sidelines, panic creeping into her voice. He took that hit head on. Next to her, Elgard calmly stroked his beard, nodding with a smug grin. Even with enhanced strength, facing off against Antares' fury head-to-head, looks like this test's wrapping up quicker than I expected. But he spoke too soon. Inside the blazing inferno, Dane hadn't fallen. His spear spun like a turbine, slicing through the firestorm. The spinning blade kicked up a fierce gale, whipping through the flames and tearing them apart with bursts of mana-charged wind. The blaze vanished in a swirling spiral of energy. Dane stepped forward, smoke curling around him, murmuring to himself, "Too close. A second slower, and I'd be ashes." His gaze sharpened. All right, time to finish this. Mana surged from within, flooding his limbs with raw power. With a burst of speed, he launched himself forward like a cannon shot. But Antares wasn't done either. The beast slammed its massive fist into the ground just as Dane closed in. The resulting shock split the earth, pulverized stone, but it didn't matter. Dane had already dodged, slipping aside like flowing shadow, eyes locked on Antares' vulnerable side. This technique, Dad showed it to me once. Channel mana to the tip. Compress. Then release. Single point burst. Seeing the brief opening, Dane made his move. The spear now glowed with compressed energy as he dashed in. In one fluid strike, he drove it deep into the creature's flank. The impact sent a shudder through Antares' massive frame. The beast let out a guttural roar, its cry echoing off the chamber walls. But Dane wasn't done. He twisted the spear and shoved it deeper, releasing the charged mana in one violent blast. Glowing blue energy erupted from the strike zone. Then boom. The explosion tore a massive hole straight through Antares' side. A perfect hit. Clean. Devastating. But somehow, Antares was still standing. Muscles tensed. Its arms lifted. Fists clenched. It was preparing to fight back. The watching crowd, students and professors alike, couldn't believe their eyes. He dodged all of that. That attack. It didn't even faze him. And that mana control, what is he? Back on the battlefield, the wounded beast let out a furious roar. Flames erupted from its gaping wound, golden and searing. In mere seconds, the massive hole was gone, its flesh completely restored. Regeneration. Worse, this wasn't recovery. This was rage made flesh. Antares screeched, feral and unhinged. Then boom, a shockwave burst out from its body, tearing through the field. Rocks, dust, and shattered debris blasted in every direction. Dane instinctively raised his spear, bracing against the blast. He clenched his jaw. Great, now it's mad. Right as the words left his lips, the lion-headed beast reared up and let loose an earth-shaking roar, then hurled a blazing wave of fire straight at him. Eyes wide, Dane barely managed to hurl himself to the side, narrowly escaping the inferno. The flames tore through the space he'd just vacated, the heat so intense it warped the air. He landed, breath catching in his throat, until a fresh wave of panic surged through him. His relief vanished in an instant. His spear, still jammed into Antares' side. It hadn't come with him. He froze for a split second, face going pale as the truth sank in. Damn it, my spear. Professor Kelthas dashed toward the testing hall, muttering under his breath for almost arriving too late. He still couldn't wrap his head around why such an important test was being held in such a far-flung location. But the moment he stepped inside, he was stunned. A containment barrier had been erected around the arena. That alone told him something serious was going on. His gaze locked onto the summoned creature, and his breath hitched. It was Antares, a third-rank summon. His mind froze. This was no ordinary test. Inside the barrier, Dane was locked in combat, relentlessly striking Antares with his spear. But no matter how hard he hit, the beast didn't flinch. Dane knew something was off. That attack should have at least staggered it. Yet Antares stood its ground, unmoved. Dane narrowed his eyes and gave a small grin. He'd realized something. The spear wasn't going to cut it. He held out his right hand, pausing for a moment as if speaking to someone unseen. A quiet apology to his father. He knew what had to be done. With a flash, Dane summoned his sword, and a new kind of energy settled over him. The fight was about to change. From the sidelines, the chairman and Professor Delfinso watched closely. The chairman was intrigued that Dane had finally drawn his sword. Delfinso, on the other hand, wasn't surprised. It was, after all, a special kind of test. The chairman nodded in agreement. But what really unsettled them was Dane's composure. He wasn't even trying to evade Antares' attacks. He stood firm, unfazed, like someone who'd survived countless wars. Kelthas leaned forward, eager to witness Dane's swordsmanship firsthand. The clash intensified. Dane's strikes came fast, clean, and relentless. Antares' brute force was losing its edge. Dane was no longer on the defensive. He was in control, and he knew it. Antares began to adapt. After taking several clean hits, it shifted tactics, relying on speed instead of power. Now, it was tracking Dane with sharp precision, responding blow for blow. The tide was shifting again. Dane started to feel the pressure. The beast's movements were faster, and its fire-wrapped arms were blocking his sword aura from making a clean breakthrough. For now, all he could do was keep it at bay. He ached to finish this with a blast of ancient magic, but with so many eyes on him, that wasn't an option. The battle escalated with each passing moment. Watching from the sidelines, Professor Delfinso turned to the chairman with concern. Things had gotten too intense. If Dane got hurt, they'd be the ones to answer for it. Without hesitation, she began casting a reverse summoning spell to bring the fight to an end. Just as Professor Delfinso began to cast the reverse summoning spell, Professor Kelthas stepped in, stopping her mid-chant. "Wait," he said calmly. "Let's give a moment longer. Watch what he does next." Delfinso looked at him, clearly uneasy. "Are you seriously suggesting we stand by while a student risks his life?" Kelthas nodded slowly. "I understand your concern," he replied. "But look closer. Dane isn't acting out of desperation. He's already working a plan." True to Kelthas' words, Dane was already putting his strategy into motion. With sharp, controlled swings of his sword, he began generating precise waves in the air. Each wave took shape, forming glowing mana rings that hovered in the space around him. Using them like platforms, Dane launched himself into the air, fluidly, deliberately, each leap positioning him for the next move in his battle against Antares. Dane soared into the sky, his body wrapped in a glowing blue mana aura. In an instant, he came crashing down, delivering a thunderous strike onto Antares. The force of the blow sent the beast hurtling backward across the field. Still airborne, Dane's smile returned, and this time, he began channeling his magic. Back on the ground, the chairman and the professors watched closely, fully absorbed in the shift the battle had taken. Kelthas turned to the chairman, his tone more serious now. "This has gone too far," he said. Even with his talent, sending a freshman against a third-rank summon was unreasonable. The chairman chuckled awkwardly. "Dangerous, sure, But look at the results. You can't argue with success. Delfinso, still visibly worried, responded, "Success or not, this will go down in the Empire's records." A first-year student handled a third-rank summon alone. And she wasn't exaggerating. Dane had faced Antares head-on, first with his spear, then his sword, and now his magic. But it didn't stop there. What left everyone stunned was what followed next. He initiated a forced summoning link, something rarely even attempted by seasoned summoners. Yet Dane managed it effortlessly, locking the creature into a submissive state mid-fall. Antares couldn't even muster hostility anymore. It was over. From skill to execution, the finish was flawless. If word of today's exam spread, it would surely cause an uproar. People would say the test was rigged to fail, impossible by design. The chairman quickly went on the defensive, insisting they had safety protocols in place. But Delfinso didn't let it slide. "You said nothing when Dane was face to face with that summon," she snapped. The chairman had no comeback. "I won't let this slide," she added firmly. "Not as a professor." The chairman stood in silence, nerves eating away at him as he replayed the entire scene in his mind. Things weren't supposed to unfold like this. His carefully laid plan had completely unraveled. Meanwhile, Kelthas stood quietly, his thoughts elsewhere. He had always sensed something special in Dane, a natural prodigy. But this level of mastery was far beyond what he'd imagined. Watching Dane fight felt less like watching a student and more like witnessing a season knight in action. Kelthas turned slightly. Delfinso met his gaze, and in that brief moment, no words were needed. They both had the same idea. They wanted Dane as their disciple. Once the battle was truly over, the chairman stepped forward, regaining his composure. He officially congratulated Dane on passing the special admission and formally awarded him the status of a certified summoner, handing him his mark. As a final gesture, he presented Dane with a prestigious gold card. "I hope you'll continue to serve the Empire well as a summoner," the chairman added. Dane accepted it with a respectful nod. "Thank you." The gold mark alone spoke volumes. It was a rare honor, reserved only for those who passed the highest level of entrance. Then, without warning, Dane raised his hand. A blue aura surged, and a powerful wave of mana burst forth. In the blink of an eye, a summon appeared. The entire crowd fell into stunned silence. Kelthas, wide-eyed, could barely believe what he was seeing. It was Altamar, a fourth-rank beast. Despite its cute, rabbit-like appearance, it possessed the rare ability to enhance the physical strength of its summoner. Dane looked at the small creature, grinned, and greeted it casually, clearly amused by its fluffy form. Shock rippled through the crowd. Whispers quickly turned into a roar of disbelief. Word about Dane was already beginning to spread like wildfire. Students buzzed with speculation. How did he even pass that exam? What kind of family did he come from? Some were convinced he'd surpass even his legendary sisters in no time. One of Dane's friends looked completely lost. How is any of this possible? Layla sighed, arms crossed. "Don't bother trying to figure it out. Just accept it. Dane's basically an alien from another planet." The friend chuckled. "Fine, but I'm this close to cracking that map." Dane's eyes lit up. "Then we should have our first club meeting as soon as it's fully decoded." His friends nodded eagerly, and excitement built between them. Dane admitted he was curious about it, too. With that, he waved them off. "I'll catch you later. Professor Kelthas asked to see me." And with that, Dane turned and walked away. Dane arrived at Professor Kelthas's office, where the professor was already deep in thought. Kelthas spoke first. "Antares, it truly is a terrifying summon," he said, almost to himself. "I remember a summoner from Draenic once tried to control just 2 of them. We lost 3 knights and dozens of soldiers that day." Dane stood still, his expression unreadable. The memories of that battlefield were still vivid in his mind from his past life. He remembered it all. Kelthas glanced at him. "You were there too, weren't you?" Dane said nothing, but the silence said enough. Kelthas continued, "And yet, you managed to subdue 1 completely without a scratch." Dane gave a modest shrug. "Guess I got lucky." Kelthas narrowed his eyes. "Humility has its place, but sometimes it can be a poison. Tell me, was it your sword strike that turned the tide?" Dane blinked. He hadn't expected anyone to notice that. "You caught that." Kelthas gave a small smile. "You're not dealing with a slacker." There was a pause. Then Kelthas added, "You're only 14, yet your swordsmanship carries the weight of someone who's fought for decades." He stepped closer, his tone shifting. "I'll ask you something important now." With a firm yet encouraging smile, Professor Kelthas looked Dane in the eye. Would you like to learn swordsmanship from me? He sat alone at his desk, the soft scratch of his pen the only sound in the quiet room. As the summer heat slowly crept closer, he wrote to his family with a sincerity that warmed the page, hoping they were safe, hoping they were well. Between lines of affection, he slipped in the truth of his days. Academy life had swallowed his schedule whole. He told them he had finally completed Professor Keltas's swordsmanship course, the same one he had briefly mentioned in earlier letters. Only now, after finishing it, did he truly understand how much he had learned. Countless theories, endless corrections, every lesson shaping him. Thinking back on it, he felt something settle inside his chest, certainty. Coming to the academy had been the right choice. At last, he knew how to wield a sword properly. That small realization curved his lips into a faint smile. And with it came a new decision. It was time to forge his own sword. He would head to the smithy soon. He continued writing, shifting to the other storm that had taken over their days. Ernest had finally cracked the map, the one that had tormented them for so long. And not just that, he had unearthed the name of its creator, Saul Hangstun, a discovery big enough to shake the dust off old legends. According to what they'd pieced together, something unbelievable was hidden far to the east side of the academy, beneath the abandoned St. Amar's Hall. Something sealed away inside the tombs of the saints. He paused as his pen hovered over the paper. That last part felt too heavy, too risky. With a quiet sigh, he crossed the line out. Some things shouldn't be written, even a family. After all, that place beneath the academy wasn't just forgotten, it was forbidden. A massive red warning sign guarded the entrance, shouting its message to anyone foolish enough to approach. And the worst part? Undead creatures had started appearing down there. Even speaking of it made people pale. When he told his friends about the situation, they had stared at him like he'd lost his mind entirely. For a moment, he wondered if he should drop the whole investigation. But fate was kinder than expected. Help arrived in the form of Priscilla, a student from the Holy Studies department. She nearly fainted when he told her about the undead. A restricted zone? Undead sightings? She practically accused him of going insane on the spot. But after enough persuasion, and more than a little pleading, she finally agreed to assist them. Their first official meeting felt tense, but promising. Priscilla explained that undead beings were usually dealt with by destroying their cores. Simple enough, or so they thought. Then she delivered the part none of them were prepared for. Before the cores could be shattered, they had to be baptized by her holy rite. Ernest blinked in confusion. Layla's jaw tightened. The revelation left both of them stunned. And he, pen stilling for a moment, couldn't help but feel that their simple curiosity had just spiraled into something far greater than any of them expected. Not long after that, Priscilla placed her hand over each of them, her holy power flowing like warm light across their skin. The baptism settled into their bodies with a strange, comforting weight, and for the first time, the protagonist felt truly prepared to face whatever lurked beneath the academy. With that blessing, the group descended into the depths, ready to hunt the undead that haunted the sealed corridors below. The moment the fighting began, Priscilla proved just how extraordinary she really was. Her holy aura surged across the battlefield, shrinking the undead's strength with every flicker of light. Just as she'd explained, their cores couldn't simply be smashed. They had to be weakened by her baptism first. Only then could the group destroy them by pouring concentrated mana into the cores simultaneously. They fought side by side, each of them pushing beyond their limits. Layla in particular moved differently, faster, sharper, more controlled. Her blade traced arcs of steel that almost glowed in the darkness. Skeletons shattered around them, bones scattering like dry leaves as they tore their way deeper into the restricted zone. It was brutal, it was exhausting, but it was also the first time they felt themselves moving in perfect unity. And finally, after breaking through wave after wave of undead, they reached it. The underground chamber opened before them like something out of a forgotten legend. Dust drifted through the air, untouched for centuries, and in the center of the room lay the treasure they had chased for so long. Their breath caught as one. Layla couldn't believe it. 300 years untouched, hidden right beneath their feet. Dane confirmed the impossible. This was the very treasure the Emperor had once sought with desperation. Yet even he had failed to claim it. And now, they stood before it. The excitement that erupted from the group was instant and uncontrollable. The treasure itself was a jewel, radiant, crimson, almost alive. Its glow illuminated all their faces with a fiery light. The protagonist stepped forward and lifted it, the honor belonging to him as the leader of their small club. A thrill ran through them all. Their first great success, and it was something even the emperor had never laid hands on. They celebrated right there in the underground chamber, laughing, overwhelmed, unable to calm their racing hearts. That night, not one of them managed to sleep. The memory of blazing red light lingered behind their eyes long after they returned. By morning, the story had spread like wildfire. The academy roared with excitement, with rumors, with awe, and he knew instantly that it was time to keep his head down until things cooled off. The jewel's true identity was soon uncovered, an ancient mana core, and though it had granted him an additional mana circle, he didn't write that part in his letter. That wasn't something he wanted to share on paper. That was something he wanted to say face-to-face with his parents one day. For now, he would trust his older sister to help him through the chaos that was coming. His thoughts were abruptly cut short by a sharp knock on the door. Someone called out, breathless, telling him there wasn't enough time to clean the club room, and they needed to leave immediately. He snapped out of his thoughts, grabbed his bag, and stepped out. After that day, Priscilla officially joined their club, bringing their little team to 4 members. The others were already waiting outside his door. Ernest looked like he might burst from impatience. As soon as he stepped out, Priscilla shot him a playful smile, lightly teasing him for making his seniors wait. Layla followed up with a stern reminder that they all had responsibilities and punctuality wasn't optional. He could only sigh and then smile. Another day at the academy had begun. He let out an awkward laugh, rubbing the back of his neck before bowing slightly to apologize. He explained that he had a few loose ends to clean up earlier, but he was ready now, completely ready. To make up for the delay, he offered to take care of all the heavy lifting for the day. The others accepted instantly. After all, none of them were capable of doing the hard labor anyway. Their club had already chosen a name once, but every time someone said it aloud, it sounded so painfully lame that they wanted to erase it from existence. So they scrapped it without hesitation and started over, settling on a new name. Nah, man. It wasn't perfect, but it was far better than the embarrassment they had before. The scene shifted, the murmur of footsteps fading into the distant halls of the magic department. Home to one of the academy's most infamous nightmares. A 24-hour exam. No sleep, no food, no leaving, no assistance. Not unless they brought another person through the door, which was forbidden for those taking it alone. Open books were allowed. Yes, but it hardly mattered. The test was brutal enough to crush even seasoned students. Professor Dranevo was discussing this very exam, shaking his head in disbelief. He explained to his colleague how Dane had walked in and made the impossible look laughably effortless. The professor openly admitted that Dane had grasped his intentions more clearly than any magic student ever had. His ability to read an environment, break down a problem, and find the optimal path, it was beyond anything Dranevo had expected. For the first time in years, he wanted a student from another department so badly it felt like envy. After expressing his admiration, the professor turned to Arthur and asked for an update regarding the assignment he had given him. Arthur's expression froze. He didn't know how to admit it, but he had failed completely. He confessed that Dane had rejected the student council offer yet again. Arthur knew what kind of monster they were dealing with. If Dane joined the council, he wouldn't just earn an officer's badge. He could easily rise to a position powerful enough to influence the academy's future policies. His potential was terrifying in the best possible way. Professor Dranevo listened quietly, then let out a long breath. The reality settled on him like a weight. Bringing Dane into his department would be far harder than he imagined. Even sending a 5th year, one of the best, had done nothing. Dane didn't budge. He didn't care for titles, didn't care for prestige, didn't even flinch at offers that would make most students tremble with excitement. The professor couldn't remember the last time his predictions had failed him one after another. Dane was young, brilliant, terrifyingly calm, and completely immovable. But Dranevo wasn't the type to concede. His eyes hardened with resolve. If Dane refused to come willingly, then he would simply have to tighten his grip, one way or another. He would not let that genius slip through his fingers. The scene shifted again, this time into the quiet, alchemical glow of Arabella's laboratory. Glass vials shimmered under the lamplight, strange concoctions bubbling softly as Dane stepped inside. He had come to update his sister about everything that had happened at the academy. She listened intently, but the moment he mentioned Arthur from the student council still circling around him, her expression hardened. That was what caught her attention the most. Dane admitted with a weary sigh that the situation was starting to become troublesome. Arabella let out a low breath, already piecing the truth together. Professor Dranevo hasn't changed at all, she muttered, her tone edged with old irritation. Dane blinked, startled. He had no idea she'd dealt with the exact same thing. She nodded and revealed more. Back then, the professor had been so desperate to recruit her that he even offered to make her head of the academic society if she joined his department. A title so prestigious that even Dane couldn't hide his astonishment. The offer must have been unbelievably tempting. But Arabella was unmoved. She had seen through him instantly. To her, Dranevo wasn't scouting talent. He was collecting pawns. He wanted gifted students under his thumb so he could shape them exactly how he pleased. And she was convinced that was his true motive, no matter how polished his words sounded. She went on to explain that his tactic worked frighteningly well. Many talented students came from humble families, burdened with uncertain futures. When someone powerful offered them status and stability, they fell into the trap without realizing what they were sacrificing. As he listened, Dane's mind clicked piece by piece into place. Arthur's relentless efforts, his strange devotion to the professor, it all made sense now. A quiet, victorious smile formed on Dane's lips. Rejecting Dranevo had been the right decision after all. Still, he asked her softly, almost seeking reassurance, "Did I make the right choice?" Arabella didn't hesitate. She told him that he absolutely did, and then her voice sharpened with warning. Professor Dranevo was far more dangerous than he appeared. His skill was one thing, but his talent for manipulating people, that was what truly made him terrifying. If Dane ever let his guard down, he could easily end up as one of the professor's control puppets. She grabbed his shoulder gently but firmly, telling him never to accept any offer the professor made. Not now. Not ever. Dane absorbed every word, the gravity of her warning sinking deep. He promised her he understood, that he would be careful, no matter what happened next. And just as the mood settled into a tense silence, the laboratory door slammed open. Both siblings jerked around in shock. Layla, Ernest, and Priscilla stood in the doorway, eyes wide. They hadn't expected to find Dane here any more than he expected them to appear. For a moment, the room froze, three stunned friends staring at two startled siblings. And the story continued from there. Once they finally found him, Layla wasted no time. Her eyes sparkled with urgency as she pulled something from her bag. Something extraordinary. Ernest stood beside her, practically vibrating with excitement. He explained that he had brought it back from the restricted area and that they wanted both siblings to take a look at it. The moment Arabella heard the words restricted area, her entire expression collapsed into horror. Her face drained of color. She stepped forward, voice trembling slightly as she demanded, You actually went down there?" Layla, Ernest, and Priscilla exchanged glances, then offered the weakest, most guilty smiles imaginable. That was all the answer she needed. And with that single reaction, the truth was out, completely exposed. Dane dragged a hand down his face, fighting back a mix of disbelief and frustration. He had told them specifically to keep quiet, to stay low, to avoid drawing attention. So much for that. He lowered his hand and faced his sister, bowing his head apologetically. "Sorry, sis. I tried." Dane exhaled slowly, trying to keep his frustration in check as he asked Ernest why on earth he would do something so reckless. Going back there could have ended horribly, especially now that security around St. Amar's Hall had tightened. For a moment, Ernest just blinked, then straightened his back with almost theatrical confidence. He reassured Dane that there was no need to worry. After all, he was an explorer. Facing danger was part of the job. Dane couldn't exactly argue with that. Exploration was indeed Ernest's specialty. Still, he made it clear just how risky the whole stunt had been. But Ernest remained unfazed, as if danger itself had become a familiar friend. He explained, almost proudly, that after their last trip into the hall, he simply couldn't sit still. The explorer's blood in him had boiled too fiercely to ignore. He needed to go back. Dane fell silent, studying him carefully. Truth be told, Ernest had changed since their last expedition. More daring, more restless, more alive. And in a way, it made sense. Saul Hangstun wasn't just another historical name. He was the only man known to have reached the realm of 9 chains after the Hall of the Magic Kingdom of Arcana. Anyone with an explorer's heart would feel their pulse quicken just being near a place shaped by such a legendary mind. While Dane was lost in thought, Layla and Priscilla brought the mysterious object closer to Arabella, hoping she could make sense of it. Arabella, meanwhile, looked like she was aging a year for every problem these kids handed her. Dane glanced at the girls, then turned back to Ernest, asking what exactly Layla was holding. Had he, perhaps, put something into the mana wave device to make it react? Ernest froze. That alone was enough to confirm Dane's suspicions. After a small, shaky breath, Ernest confessed. He hadn't been able to sleep the night before, so he'd gone on a walk, straight into the restricted area, where he absolutely shouldn't have been. And while wandering deeper, he somehow ended up inside Saul Hangston's laboratory. The place had been unsettling from the moment he stepped in. Strange noises echoed from within. Constant machine-like sounds, gears turning, something being constructed. At first, that alone was eerie enough. But when Ernest listened more carefully, he heard voices. Human voices. Anyone would have been curious at that point. But Dane still didn't think that justified sneaking around. Guards patrolled the restricted zone regularly. Hearing people wasn't strange at all. But Ernest shook his head fiercely. No, these weren't guards. He was absolutely certain of that. Something about the voices felt wrong. Out of place, secretive. And the moment his mana wave device picked up a pulse afterward, everything became even more suspicious. Dane felt his stomach drop. After Saul Hangston's death, every piece of equipment, every scrap of research had been moved to the memorial hall. The laboratory down below should have been completely empty. Nothing inside should have emitted mana waves. But Ernest had sensed some, and if both their conclusions aligned, there was only one explanation. An unknown presence was inside Saul Hangston's laboratory. Ernest's voice trembled slightly as he said it, but his eyes were dead serious. Something, or someone was still down there. Their discussion abruptly stopped when Dane stiffened. A sharp ripple ran through the air, mana waves. He felt them first. Then Arabella's eyes widened in confirmation. Ernest's wild assumption hadn't been wild at all. Something really was inside the laboratory. The others stared in disbelief, but Arabella didn't give them time to doubt. She told them plainly, this wasn't something ordinary. Then she reached for a sheet of paper and spread it out on the table. Dozens of markings and readings filled the page. The moment Dane and the others scanned the data, their expressions froze. The pulse patterns were nearly identical to the ones Ernest had brought back. Not perfect, but close enough to make their hearts race. Dane tapped the mismatched readings. If they removed the ambiguous ones, what remained? He turned to Arabella for the final verdict. A slow, knowing smile curved her lips. Whatever was inside that building, it was big. The word alone made everyone tense. Big was almost never good. Big meant dangerous, unpredictable, possibly lethal. They hoped she was exaggerating, but Arabella shook her head. Waves like this only came from things saturated with immense mana. Dane remembered her earlier comment that she had barely collected the wave. He asked if that was really true. She nodded, though uncertainty flickered in her eyes. Something had been blocking the mana from leaking outside the laboratory. That was why she had struggled. Something, or someone, was deliberately hiding it. Ernest's bravado cracked instantly. The color drained from his face, leaving him quiet and motionless. Arabella continued her explanation calmly. The one concealing the waves could have been Saul Hangston himself, or someone entirely different. There was no way to know, but whatever it was, it had a reason for staying hidden. Something that powerful didn't suppress itself without purpose. And if someone had gone through the effort of masking the waves, then the secret inside must be worth hiding. She added one more detail. Guards never stepped foot inside Saul Hangston's laboratory. She knew that because, back when she was younger, bored, and much less obedient, she had snuck into the restricted zone herself. The group fell silent. The siblings blinked at each other. Layla, Ernest, and Priscilla stared at Arabella as if their role model had just sprouted horns. Dane, meanwhile, was caught between shock and betrayal. How had his straight-laced big sister been a troublemaker? Then again, he wasn't any better. It became painfully obvious that curiosity was a curse shared by all young mages, especially when it involved Saul Hangston. His name alone was enough to stir obsession, ambition, and danger. None of them knew what was hidden inside that abandoned laboratory. But if it truly held something tied to Saul Hangston, it would be extraordinary. It might even contain a fragment of his mana, or something far greater. Just imagining it sent a thrill down Ernest's spine. For an explorer, this wasn't danger, it was destiny. Layla, on the other hand, couldn't stop wondering what kind of secret required so much power to conceal inside an otherwise empty room. And for the first time, all of them understood. Whatever waited beneath the academy. This was only the beginning. They still didn't have real answers, but Arabella, sharp as ever, praised Ernest for trusting his instincts. He thanked her sincerely, admitting that her insight had pushed his hunch into something solid. Arabella didn't linger on the compliment. Her eyes drifted back to the data as she muttered, almost to herself, wondering what on earth they were doing with an object like this. Dane folded his arms, thinking hard. A true mana core? Impossible. If it had been, he would have felt the pressure the moment he stepped into the restricted zone. But he felt nothing. That only made the object even more suspicious and far more dangerous. The strange waves continued to pulse, faint but undeniable, and the students grew tense around him. Layla bit her lip, reminding them that she did warn everyone to stay cautious, even if the object was tempting enough to make ignoring her advice almost natural. Just as Dane was weighing their next move, Priscilla cut in with a bold claim. Ernest would go no matter what. And she was right. The others exchanged determined glances. Whether Dane agreed or not, they were already prepared to step deeper into this mystery. One by one, their resolve aligned, the entire club quietly waiting for the genius at their center to give his answer. Fortunately, Dane didn't back away. He exhaled slowly, admitting that they'd have to slip past surveillance and that they had no idea what might be waiting in that laboratory. But he still asked if they felt confident enough to continue. Every one of them answered without hesitation. Layla looked almost thrilled, claiming their club had enough strength to handle anything thrown at them. Ernest nodded, assured by Karnas' presence. Priscilla stepped forward as well, declaring she wouldn't lose in anything tied to holy power. Dane couldn't help a small sigh. Stopping them now would be harder than the mission itself. Arabella clearly realized the same, so instead of arguing, she supported them. With a resigned breath, she pulled out a small wrapped parcel and handed it over. The kids blinked. "What's this?" "A scroll," Arabella replied. "You all should know how to use one." They did, and that's why their expressions shifted. "This is an escape tool," she continued, tone firm. "If things turn ugly, tear it. No hesitation. The moment you do, it will teleport all of you directly to my lab." A brief silence followed. "There is one drawback," she added. "Forced teleportation shocks the body, and mana, pretty violently. You'll feel it afterward." Her gaze softened. "But that's still better than dying." The group exchanged glances, their nerves and determination intertwining as the weight of her words settled in. And just like that, their dangerous investigation truly began. The kids could hardly contain their excitement as Arabella handed them 3 precious escape scrolls. They thanked her eagerly, gripping the items like rare treasures. Seeing their enthusiasm, Arabella's expression softened, but her voice remained firm. She reminded them of the Academy's rules. Entering a restricted area meant suspension, and 2 suspensions meant expulsion. No second chances. No excuses. Ernest and Priscilla faltered for a moment, the warning sinking in. But Layla? She didn't hesitate for even a heartbeat. Her eyes burned with resolve. Dane, despite not supporting the plan at first, finally met his sister's gaze. He assured her confidently that she didn't need to worry. They would return safely, and nothing would go wrong. Arabella sighed, telling him not to tempt fate, yet she couldn't hide the warmth in her eyes. She had given them every warning, every tool, every piece of advice she could. Now, all she could do was hope they returned to tell her the truth behind the mystery. With that, she sent them off. The 4 left her lab, their steps quickening as the weight of their mission became real. Ernest immediately took out the map, gathering everyone around. He pointed out their infiltration route, a narrow blind spot in the area's surveillance. If they timed it perfectly, they could slip through without being seen by guards or anyone else. The others murmured in admiration. It was simple but brilliant. The mission was set for 2 days later. In that time, they prepared their gear, studied every inch of the map, and rehearsed their timing. While tracing the path, Ernest tapped a marked location on the parchment. After that point, they'd need to scatter anti-tracking powder. And once they reached the inner chamber, Karnas would melt through the thick mana barrier silently, leaving no trace behind. The plan impressed Dane so much that he immediately began organizing the needed supplies with renewed energy. Priscilla then raised a practical concern. Depending solely on the escape scroll was reckless. They needed a plan B. She proposed creating guideline responses for different emergencies. Layla agreed instantly. Dane left that part to them, trusting the two to handle it with precision. He then gathered everyone together to finalize their battle formation. Dane would take the front, using his mana detection to feel out any threats. Layla and Ernest would guard the rear, watching for anything approaching from behind. Priscilla, being the one most vulnerable to sudden ambushes, was placed at the center. She accepted the role without complaint. Finally, Dane turned to Ernest with one last adjustment. Bring a short bow this time, not the staff. Ernest blinked in surprise, then nodded with a confident smile. He had practiced enough. If Dane wanted him to provide cover, he would deliver. Their preparations were complete. Now all that remained was the mission itself. Dane's gaze swept over the group one last time. His voice dropped into a firm, steady tone as he reminded them of the most important rule of the entire operation. They must not be detected. Not once. Not for even a breath. They had no idea what was hidden inside that restricted zone, and getting caught before they even reached it would ruin everything. A faint tension curled through the group. Nerves, anticipation, the thrill of stepping into something forbidden. But curiosity pushed harder than fear ever could. Dane inhaled slowly and asked the question that sealed their fate. Are you ready? Their answers came without hesitation. Every single one of them was ready. And just like that, the so-called romantic club, a name that felt more ironic by the second, set off into the night, prepared to sneak, scheme, and cause just enough trouble to uncover whatever mystery the Academy was hiding. Their mission had officially begun. The night of their mission finally arrived. Cloaked in darkness, Dane and his group moved like shadows, silently approaching the restricted zone. The air was sharp, tense, security had been tightened far beyond anything they expected. Word had spread that troublemakers had previously sneaked into this forbidden sector, and the Academy had responded with overwhelming force. Most of the guards on duty looked irritated and exhausted, their tempers stretched thin from the extended watch hours. They weren't here out of dedication. No, they were waiting for the foolish kids who dared cause all this mess, waiting to catch them and end the nuisance once and for all. Hidden deep within a patch of bushes, the romantic club stayed low, breathing as quietly as possible. Layla's excitement evaporated the moment she saw the sheer number of guards. Her face paled. Why were so many deployed for a restricted zone? Ernest, however, remained calm. He had already suspected this heightened security was because of them. He knew the surveillance had doubled, but even he hadn't expected it to look this intense. Naturally, every eye turned to him, the strategist. Ernest studied the guards' rotations, their stances, their fatigue. Then he whispered that a gap would come soon. It was late at night. Exhaustion would slow them. And according to his research, one particular section was always the weakest around this time. He motioned toward that direction. The plan was set. They began to move. The guards, meanwhile, were preoccupied. One team had just finished their shift and gathered to hand over duties to the next group. They exchanged tired greetings, complaining about lateness before settling into their new positions. And then, a faint, barely perceptible sound sliced through the air. None of them saw anything, but Dane, moving at blistering speed, shot past them like a ghost. One guard stiffened, frowning. Did you hear that? The others shrugged it off. Just the wind. With that, both groups returned to their routine, completely unaware. Moments later, the new shift stood proudly at their posts, boasting that not even a rat could slip past their watch tonight. Ironically, Dane and his entire club were already deep inside the restricted area, undetected, unseen, and one step closer to the mystery waiting within. Once they slipped inside, Dane allowed himself a quiet breath. The infiltration had gone far smoother than he expected. He turned to the group, commending them for their precision. But that was only the first hurdle. Now came the real test, entering Saul Hangston's hall. As they advanced deeper, Ernest reminded them to stay alert, his voice steady but sharp. He assured them they were close. Once they spotted the entrance to the underground chamber, they would have reached their target. A small flame flickered to life, lighting their path, and soon enough, the massive door Ernest had described loomed before them. They stopped. Dane stepped forward first, nodding. This is it. Priscilla exhaled in relief, grateful for Ernest's guidance. Trusting him to lead had been the right decision from the start. But then, Dane's expression shifted. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the door, stunned. A faint shimmer rippled across its surface. A mana barrier. Ernest immediately confirmed it. The nearer one moved toward the center, the heavier the barrier became. Considering Saul Hangston's reputation for guarding his relics, such protection wasn't surprising. But Dane wasn't convinced. The more he focused, the more unsettled he became. Something felt wrong, very wrong. This mana didn't belong to Saul Hangston. Not even close. The ancient mage's aura was old, deep, weathered by time. But this mana, it was fresh, almost newly forged. Layla blinked in confusion. How can you tell? Dane calmly broke it down. Saul Hangston lived ages ago. No lingering mana of his would feel this vibrant, this recent. Someone else had erected this barrier. Understanding dawned on the group. Ernest spoke up, mind racing. Someone had reached this place before them and created a barrier to hide whatever was happening inside. It was only a theory, but it fit perfectly. And Dane felt certain whatever lay beyond this door wasn't just unusual. It was dangerous. Priscilla's voice trembled slightly as she asked whether they should retreat. Layla immediately rejected the idea. They had come too far to turn back now. She argued that maybe an academy official had gotten here first and put up protections. But Ernest shook his head, firm and absolute. If the academy discovered a new relic, they wouldn't hide it like this, he said. This barrier wasn't made by them. Someone else is down there. Someone who doesn't want to be found. The realization settled over them like a cold wind. They weren't just exploring a forgotten relic anymore. They were walking straight into someone else's secret. Layla's eyes widened as the truth finally sank in. Someone else was after the treasure. Her excitement twisted into unease. But before panic could take over, Priscilla gently reminded her that they were here to explore, not plunder graves like thieves. Dane didn't sugarcoat it. He confirmed that intruders were ahead of them, and that these people had erected the barrier to conceal whatever they were doing. He didn't know their intentions, but he knew one thing clearly. Meeting them would be dangerous. Very dangerous. Layla swallowed hard, agreeing that hostile individuals were far beyond what they could reasonably handle. Dane nodded, admitting openly that their little adventure had now turned into a deadly operation. And yet, despite the rising tension, Dane kept a confident smile on his face, almost energized by the challenge. The others couldn't hide their anxiety, but he continued to reassure them, reminding them that they were strongest when they stood together. Deep down, however, even he felt a sharp mix of excitement and unease, wondering what exactly they were walking into. Layla clung to her overblown confidence, practically delusional in her optimism. Ernest trembled visibly, but forced himself to hold steady. In a rare moment of sincerity, Layla admitted she was relieved to have Dane with them. Finding someone who could surpass him was nearly impossible. The pressure thickened around them. Even Dane felt it now. He believed in the group, but he knew leaving them on their own would be reckless. So, he made the decision. He would accompany them all the way. Their reactions were immediate. Faces brightened. Fear loosened its grip. With no objections, Dane declared they would finish this mission together. Even with lingering hesitation, the romantic club pressed on. At that moment, Karnas stepped forward, flames gathering around him. The mana barrier shimmered violently, resisting at first, but it couldn't withstand his fire. The barrier shattered, and with a heavy groan, the enormous door slowly opened. What greeted them was a nightmare of mechanisms. A corridor lined with traps as far as the eye could see. The instant they stepped inside, everything activated at once. Blades, falling tiles, collapsing floors. Ernest nearly died in the first second, but Dane reacted instantly, dragging him back and guiding the others across the breaking ground until they reached solid footing again. After navigating countless death traps, they finally arrived in the next chamber, a vast underground hall, far larger than anything they imagined could exist beneath the academy. Awe washed over them as they stepped inside. They began exploring cautiously. Ernest pointed toward a corner, a pile of food. Not rotten, not old. Someone had been living down here. Dane's expression hardened. This place wasn't abandoned, and whoever had settled here, they'd been here for a long time. Layla hesitated before voicing her guess. Maybe academy researchers have been studying this place? Priscilla shook her head immediately. No, if this were official, the equipment would be uniform, orderly, properly supplied. She gestured at the scattered materials around them. Mismatched crates, illegal-looking tools, random scraps of gear. This is a secret operation, but not the academy's. Her logic was sharp and undeniable. The academy would never hide a sanctioned expedition from its own officials. Dane nodded, fully convinced. Whoever set up this hideout was an outsider, someone with their own agenda. Ernest's nerves tightened as Dane urged them to search quickly. They had no idea when the true owner of this underground lair would return. The group split up to gather clues. Layla rummaged through stacked crates, Priscilla inspected the walls, and Dane crouched low, examining the floor. Even at this depth, Dane suspected there was another level beneath them. Then a pulse. A deep, powerful wave of mana surged from below. Before Dane could fully grasp it, the others shouted. Behind one of the walls, they had found something. A hidden staircase descending even deeper underground. Dane's eyes lit with a mix of shock and excitement. This was it. This was where the mana was coming from. Without hesitation, they descended the long staircase, step after step, until they reached another hidden chamber. The sight stole their breath. At the very center of the room towered a colossal, glowing mana stone, radiant, overwhelming, alive with ancient energy. The second Dane felt its aura, he knew instantly. This was Saul Hangston's mana. Undeniable, unmistakable. Intricate magic circles spread across the floor and walls, forming a masterpiece of ancient sorcery. Dane couldn't begin to imagine what the intruders planned to accomplish using such a force. But whatever it was dangerous beyond reason. He tried to think, to calculate their options, but Ernest suddenly stiffened. His eyes widened. Someone was coming. The warning tore out of him instantly. Dane didn't hesitate. Hide now. All around them, the detection devices in the chamber began to vibrate and flash violently. Whoever the intruders were, they were already close. Outside the silent building, a cluster of hooded figures slipped through the darkness like shadows with purpose. They had already bypassed the guards meant to secure this restricted area, an insult to the Academy's defenses, and now crept toward Saul Hangston's hall with chilling confidence. Their captain lifted a hand, signaling absolute silence. His voice dropped to a low, greedy whisper as he laid out the plan. They were here for one thing only, Saul Hangston's essence. If they secure the mana sealed inside, the glory would be theirs alone. A united murmur answered him, loyal, eager, blind. They slipped inside without triggering so much as a breath of suspicion. Once the door closed behind them, the captain barked new orders. He pointed at the first man. Go upstairs, clean the room, check everything, and report anything strange. The man sprinted off. The others exhaled in relief. Finally, a moment to breathe after their tense journey. One of them wondered aloud why they had to stay hidden here for 2 whole months. Another shrugged, saying it could be even longer. At least they had enough supplies. Food wouldn't be a problem. But the moment they spread out, the house answered. A door slid open. Click. A mechanism snapped. Whir. And then the ceiling came alive. Blades rained down like metallic fangs. Screams tore through the hall as the intruders scrambled in confusion, unable to understand how their perfect infiltration had collapsed in an instant. The captain froze, hearing the chaos, the desperate cries for help, the thuds of bodies hitting the floor. Before he could move, another door burst open, unleashing a thick wave of purple mana that curled into the room like a living storm. The fog swallowed his men one by one. Their silhouettes writhed, reaching toward him, begging him to save them. But he couldn't move. He could only watch as the cloud devoured them whole. And in that final moment, just before darkness dragged him under, he understood. They had walked straight into a trap. Minutes later, the romantic club arrived, stepping over the unconscious bodies as if this were routine. Without hesitation, the kids tied up every hooded intruder they could find. There are more than I expected, Ernest muttered, frowning as he searched the fallen captain. From the man's coat, Ernest pulled out a small notebook filled with coded notes. The girls, meanwhile, dug through pockets and belts, pulling out a couple of crowns and an assortment of odd, suspicious items. They checked every last one of them thoroughly, because nothing these intruders carried could be taken lightly. While the others rummaged through the unconscious intruders, Dane stood slightly apart, watching in silence. Their strange clothing, their coordinated infiltration, none of it made sense. But one thing was painfully clear. These men were after Saul Hangston's Mana Stone. And despite how odd they looked, Dane couldn't shake the feeling that at least some of them might be Academy insiders. He was still piecing the puzzle together when Priscilla's voice cut through his thoughts. Dane, look at this. Her expression alone told him the note mattered. Dane took the small notebook from her, curiosity sharpening in his eyes. The moment he flipped it open, he found page after page filled with instructions, cold, meticulous steps detailing the essence extraction process. 2 extractors must remain active at all times. At a third, once progress reaches 6%. Reinforce immediately if the magic circle suffers damage. Dane blinked, feeling his brain tighten. This wasn't his field, yet he forced himself to keep going. Even after several paragraphs, the phrase, essence extraction, still left him clueless. Priscilla leaned in, voice low. Whatever it is, it sounds dangerous. Dane didn't reply, but the heaviness in his gaze said enough. Then Ernest spoke up, holding something that froze the room. A map of the entire continent. Layla's eyes widened. Maps like that were tightly guarded by the Empire. Ordinary citizens weren't even allowed to see one. If these intruders had one, then Ernest's suspicion suddenly didn't seem far-fetched. Are they rebels? Layla whispered. Possibilities flashed through Dane's mind, but none of them settled into certainty. Something darker tugged at his attention. The captain lying nearby, unconscious and drooling. And then Dane saw it. A faint glow inside the man's mouth. His heartbeat slowed. He lifted the captain's head, reached in carefully, and retrieved exactly what he feared, a suicide pill. Cold recognition rippled down his spine. His mother had taught him about these. Assassin guilds, secret societies, organizations that trained their people to die before they ever spoke. Dane stared at the tiny pill resting in his palm. What kind of group demands loyalty like this? Before he could follow the thought, Priscilla spoke again. There's more. Hidden codes. Dane moved beside her as she flipped deeper into the notebook. Layla and Ernest leaned in as well, their questions multiplying with every line. Priscilla read them softly. Security must always outweigh our lives. We act for the world's change. We never seek a fellow member's identity. We are one, yet individuals. The codes went on, each stranger, each heavier. By the time they finished reading, the four students stood in uneasy silence, realizing they were no longer dealing with simple intruders, but a shadowed force moving with purpose across the continent. Priscilla wasn't done yet. As she flipped through the notebook, her eyes narrowed. There are coordinates here. Dane leaned closer. The markings were rough, hastily scribbled, but unmistakably deliberate. But where is this? Priscilla murmured, tracing the number written at the bottom. 34.58. The moment she read it aloud, the group stiffened. Ernest's expression shifted instantly, recognition flashing across his eyes. You know this place, Dane said, locking onto him. Ernest swallowed and nodded. It's near the academy, the supply transport passage behind the back gate. A heavy silence fell. If these intruders had entered through that passage, then someone inside had helped them. The air around the romantic club tightened, unease settling onto every shoulder. Intruders were troubling enough, but insiders aiding them? That was far worse. With everything they'd uncovered, the truth became unavoidable. A secret group was targeting Saul Hangston's essence. Dane's mind churned. What were they planning to do with it? The decision came quickly. They couldn't stay here any longer. They swept every last item from the intruders into extra space. Notes, coins, scraps, anything that might hold answers, and agreed to report everything to the academy authorities. After cleaning the underground hall, the romantic club prepared to leave. But Dane stopped. His gaze drifted toward the center of the chamber, the massive blue manna stone glowing faintly in the darkness. We're leaving this? He asked quietly. Priscilla, Layla, and Ernest froze. They had found a mystery and a prize. But taking it? Dane didn't argue. He simply spoke the truth, weighing on all of them. If we leave it here, someone else will take it. We're the only ones who know what's going on. And that settled it. Together, they disconnected Saul Hangston's manna stone from its pedestal and carried it out. Better in their hands than in the grasp of a hidden organization with unknown intentions. Not long after they left, the first intruders began to stir. Groans filled the hall as the sleeping gas faded, leaving behind aching heads and confusion. Captain, wake up! Another man jolted upright, panic flaring in his eyes as he looked toward the stone. It's empty. The essence, it's gone. His shout electrified the room. The captain snapped awake, heart pounding. The mission revolved entirely around that stone. When he saw the hollow vessel, his jaw clenched in fury. They took it, he hissed. But before he could process anything further, he lifted his gaze and froze. A full squad of academy guards stood in front of him. Cold dread flooded his veins. This was the worst possible outcome. To make matters even worse, he and the others were still bound tightly to the pillars, completely unable to defend themselves while the guards closed in with relentless determination. The captain thrashed against his chains in desperation, trying not only to break free, but to make sense of how the guards had managed to infiltrate the place so quickly. His efforts were useless. The guards, burning with fury, surged forward and stormed the chamber, charging straight at the immobilized intruders like a pack unleashed. And in that single terrifying moment, the captain finally understood the truth creeping up his spine. Their organization had abandoned them, leaving them to be captured and crushed without a second thought. Outside the sealed and heavily restricted zone, the leader of the guards stood simmering in barely contained frustration. His jaw tightened, his eyes sharp with irritation. The chaos stirred up by the intruders gnawed at him, and he didn't bother hiding just how unbearably aggravating the entire situation felt. For decades, this place had been silent, untouched, undisturbed. And yet this year, suddenly, trouble kept clawing its way in. Why now? What had changed? Desperate for answers, he turned toward the interrogator, hoping for even a sliver of progress. But the scar-faced, bald man could only bow his head in regret. Nothing, absolutely nothing, had been extracted from the hooded invaders. They refused to speak, refused to flinch, enduring every tactic without cracking. Their silence, their stubbornness, only made the leader consider darker, harsher methods to force their tongues loose. The captives themselves trembled with fear, yet still clung fiercely to their vow of silence. Their terror was obvious, but so was their unyielding resolve. If this continued, the guard would have no choice but to take things further. With a grim frown, the head guard finally issued the order: rough them up, but move them into the interrogation chamber the moment the preliminary investigation ended. The chief interrogator nodded at once, already bracing himself for the work ahead. Even after giving orders, the head guard couldn't calm the storm inside him. To him, this whole ordeal was catastrophic in scale. Security had been doubled specifically to prevent incidents like this, and yet 5 intruders had still slipped past their defenses. Their success wasn't just a threat. It was a direct, humiliating reflection of his failure. Punishment loomed over him like a blade, and he feared he might lose his position entirely if the situation continued to spiral out of control. His dark thoughts were abruptly shattered when one of his men rushed in, breathless. The investigation team from the magic department has arrived. The captain's expression froze. This was the worst possible timing. The magic department was never early, never even interested. Yet today, of all days, they appeared before he could even restore order. If they saw the situation as it was, it would expose his incompetence completely. Panic tightened in his chest. This was nothing like what he had anticipated. And to make matters worse, it wasn't just any official. It was the Academy's famously lazy professor himself. Professor Drenevo, who rarely left his comfortable lecture hall, had shown up in person, clearly intrigued or alarmed by the strange disturbance. Forcing himself to steady his breath, the captain stepped outside to greet the professor, still baffled about why someone of Drenevo's reputation had bothered coming at all. The professor's gaze was sharp as he demanded a full explanation. The captain straightened and reported immediately. My men heard strange noises inside the building. When they entered the chamber, they were stunned to discover that not only had the mana barrier vanished, but the 5 captives had disappeared as well. The professor froze, his brows furrowing as he processed this impossible scene. Saul Hangston's mana barrier wasn't some flimsy construct. It was a fortress of arcane mastery, a spell even seasoned mages struggled to decipher. Anyone capable of dissolving it so completely had to possess power far beyond ordinary intruders. Yet if they were that strong, why allow themselves to be captured in the first place? The contradiction gnawed at him, deepening the mystery until it felt like a puzzle with missing pieces. The captain, flustered and sweating through his armor, admitted that he and his men were just as baffled. But now that the professor was present, he finally revealed something else they had found among the intruders' belongings. From inside a secured box, he produced a small blue notebook. Since he couldn't understand its purpose, he handed it over. The moment Professor Drenevo laid eyes on it, his expression shifted, surprise, interest, and something close to recognition flickering across his face. He handled the notebook with unexpected care, flipping through the pages slowly. And then, almost instantly, his gaze hardened. Something was terribly wrong. This notebook had once been sealed with magic, a complicated lock inscribed by someone with high authority. But now, that seal had clearly been forced open. Before the captain could ask anything, The professor abruptly snapped the notebook shut and slipped it inside his coat. I need to examine this more thoroughly, he said, his voice firm. There may still be embedded spells hidden within the pages. The captain let out an awkward laugh and nodded. His guards had skimmed a few lines before handing it over, and from what little they understood, it seemed the intruders might belong to some secret society. He shared this suspicion hesitantly. That single phrase, secret society, instantly rekindled the professor's curiosity. Tell me everything, Drenevo pressed. So the captain revealed the rest. During their investigation, his men had discovered a massive mana stone in the underground chamber. Its towering size left them speechless, and it shocked the professor even more. From his understanding, that chamber had always been completely empty, void of any artifact or resource. The captain confessed that they were confused as well. Why would a mana stone of that magnitude be hidden in the restricted zone? Who placed it there? And for what purpose? The professor, now wholly absorbed in the mystery, straightened with newfound resolve. Take me to the chamber, he demanded. I must see this mana stone myself. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the academy, where students whispered in hushed clusters across hallways and courtyards. Rumors spread like wildfire. News that the restricted area had erupted in trouble again, that the guards were scrambling, that something was terribly wrong this time. Latecomers to the gossip felt confused and uneasy, unable to ignore how many strange incidents had occurred in recent weeks. The atmosphere throughout the academy grew thick with tension. Something was building beneath the surface, and everyone, students and staff alike, could feel the weight of it settling over them like an approaching storm. Naturally, the members of the romantic club felt the same tension rippling through the academy. Whispers floated down every hallway, clusters of students huddled together, gossiping nonstop. Priscilla, usually composed, found herself overwhelmed by the sheer volume of murmurs. Ever since yesterday's fiasco, the entire academy had been buzzing like a disturbed hive, and the senior's discomfort was written plainly across her face. Dane noticed the way her shoulders stiffened and tried to distract her. Did you find anything new about what happened yesterday? He asked quietly. She had, and what she discovered only made the atmosphere heavier. Rumor had it that the magic department's team had captured the intruders and that Professor Drenevo himself had appeared on site. That revelation almost made the group freeze. Ernest, in particular, felt a chill crawl down his spine. If the notoriously lazy professor had personally gone down there, then the situation wasn't just serious. It was unprecedented. Their little adventure in the restricted zone had spiraled into a full-scale incident. The rumors spread with incredible speed, faster than they could process them. It didn't help that the entire event had already made its way into the Academy daily newspaper. When Ernest unfolded the paper and saw the bold headline, his heart nearly stopped. At least now he understood why gossip had exploded throughout the school. The headlines were blunt and alarming. Restricted zone breached again. The article claimed that 5 unidentified intruders had been captured and were undergoing interrogation by the magic department. Unfortunately for the guard captain, he had been forced to give a statement, something that immediately made students assume the entire catastrophe was his fault. While everyone read through the newspaper, the genius of the group stayed silent at the back, deep in thought. If Professor Drenevo had gone personally, then the Academy truly grasped the weight of the situation. Although unease gnawed at all of them, Dane took a slow breath and reassured himself, and the rest, that things would settle down. The magic department was already handling the case, after all. Priscilla nodded firmly. They're thorough, brutally thorough, she said. They'll use every spell they know to squeeze the truth out of those intruders. So we can relax a little. But Layla remained tense, her fingers twisting nervously. That's what worries me, she muttered. The deeper they dig, the more likely they'll uncover something about us. What if everything traces back? Ernest quickly shook his head. We erased all evidence. Every trace. There's nothing left that could expose us, he said with absolute confidence. Priscilla added her own spin, insisting the Academy should actually be grateful to them. Yes, they trespassed into the restricted zone, but they were also the reason the intruders were captured at all. Without their involvement, the infiltrators might have escaped entirely. They should be thanking us, not hunting us, she declared, chin lifted proudly. Layla wasn't convinced. She felt Priscilla was twisting the entire situation just to ease her own conscience. But even she couldn't deny that, in a strange way, the senior wasn't entirely wrong. Despite everyone's efforts to reassure her, Layla couldn't shake the gnawing fear twisting inside her chest. No matter how logically they explained it, she still felt their actions would eventually circle back and haunt them. Dane noticed the way her shoulders tensed, her eyes fixed anxiously on the floor. So he stepped forward, voice gentle. Layla, the intruders fell right into the traps without ever realizing we were there. They didn't see us. They didn't sense us. We're safe. His words softened her panic, even if only slightly. Then, adopting a more serious tone, he advised the entire group, we should stay low profile for now. No unnecessary attention. Turning to Ernest, Dane asked, did you bring our things? Ernest nodded, patting the pouch at his side. I have the analysis results right here. Dane exhaled in relief. Their last adventure had proven something crucial. By tracking certain mana signatures, they might uncover another treasure, perhaps even something comparable to Saul Hangston's essence. The possibilities were too great to ignore. A few days passed, and once again, the Academy erupted into chaos. This time, the uproar came in the form of a massive military presence, the Imperial Investigation Corps. A full formation of armed soldiers descended upon the Academy grounds, their armor polished, their weapons gleaming, their expressions grim and disciplined. The Imperial family rarely visited the Academy, and never with such a heavily armed escort. Their arrival, banners fluttering in the wind, felt less like a visit and more like the prelude to judgment. The parade of troops marched in perfect formation, drawing every student out of the buildings. People whispered, pointed, and watched in awe or dread as the spectacle passed through the main courtyard. When the formation finally halted, a mountain of a man stepped forward, Delphaeon, the 4th Imperial Knight Commander. With his towering frame and thunderous presence, he swept his gaze over the Academy with clear disdain. Everything he had heard so far sounded utterly absurd to him. St. Amar's Hall breached, yet no evidence left behind. Mysterious individuals discovered inside Saul Hangston's laboratory, with no trace of forced entry. His irritation boiled over as he confronted Professor Dranevo. The professor, maintaining his composure, admitted the truth. They had followed countless leads since the incident, but none had revealed anything substantial. Commander Delphaeon's scowl deepened. He asked about the collapse barrier. Dranevo explained that the investigation was still ongoing, but revealed no clues yet. Hearing that, the commander growled under his breath. Troubling, deeply troubling, and it involves one of Hangston's creations no less. He turned abruptly and faced the young prince standing among the escort. Third Prince Edward Dantera flinched the moment spotlight fell on him. His small frame trembled, and he stammered nervously, I don't know yet. I'm still thinking. Seeing the prince so overwhelmed, Delphaeon eased off, choosing not to pressure him further. Meanwhile, Professor Dranevo could hardly believe what he was witnessing. The third prince had come personally? Why? For him to appear here, in the midst of an academy investigation, something far beneath royal attention, meant the situation had escalated to a level far beyond what anyone had imagined. While struggling to make sense of the escalating situation, the young prince drew in a steadying breath and forced himself to focus. His nervous gaze drifted toward the colossal door, toward the place where the legendary barrier had once shimmered. Hoping to spot even the smallest clue, he stepped closer, and that's when he noticed it. A faint, almost invisible melted trace along the edge of the doorframe. The distortion was subtle, but unmistakable to someone trained in mana theory. The surface felt different, as though the barrier had been dissolved and then crudely reattached, leaving behind a nearly imperceptible scar. Yet even with this discovery, Edward hesitated. Something still felt wrong, as if the entire explanation eluded him. After all, breaching Saul Hangston's barrier wasn't merely difficult. It was unthinkable. The barrier had been crafted to last centuries, an unwavering fortress of magical engineering. It had never once been broken, not even during the Empire's darkest eras. Edward voiced this fact aloud. Commander Delphaeon nodded grimly, stating that the barrier had always stood like an iron wall, flawless and eternal. If someone had truly destroyed it, then even Imperial barriers might not be safe. Just as that unsettling thought took root in Edward's mind, a sudden sharp pain shot through his right hand, like needles lancing through bone. His breath hitched violently, and he barely managed to swallow the scream rising in his throat. The commander's reaction was instant. He rushed forward, hardened expression melting into genuine concern. "Your Highness, what's wrong?" Edward quickly shook his head, clutching his hand behind his back. "It's nothing, just the usual ache," he muttered, desperately trying to downplay it. Delphine's worry only deepened. "If you feel even the slightest discomfort, you tell me immediately," he warned, voice firm. "I will escort you back to the capital at once. No investigation is more important than your well-being." But the third prince straightened with surprising resolve. "No, I chose to come," he said softly yet firmly. "I won't be a burden. In my hand, truly it's fine." The commander searched his face for a moment before reluctantly relenting. Meanwhile, Professor Dranevo stood a short distance away, completely thrown off by the gravity of what he was witnessing. The third prince and the Imperial Knight Commander, together in a school investigation that should have been routine, their presence didn't just elevate the situation. It transformed it. This was no longer an internal academy issue. This was a matter of imperial concern. And now, with such high-ranking figures observing their every step, the magic department had no choice but to proceed with absolute precision and extreme caution. The commander's concern deepened. "You should not keep this to yourself, Prince. If you feel any more discomfort, no matter how slight, you need to inform me. I'll escort you back to the capital immediately." The prince tried to reassure him. "I'm fine, Commander. I came here of my own accord. I won't be a burden. My hand is fine." Despite Edward's insistence, Delphine's worry didn't ease. He was clearly torn, not only because of the investigation, but also because of his concern for the prince's well-being. His gaze softened, and he gently placed a hand on Edward's shoulder. "Please, your health must come first. Step outside and rest for a while. Stay nearby, and if your condition worsens, notify us immediately." Though Edward would have preferred to stay and continue with the investigation, he reluctantly agreed, knowing it would put the commander at ease. "Understand. I'll step outside for a while, but I promise I'm not a burden." As Edward stepped away, the narrative shifted focus to Delphine. The Knight Commander couldn't help but feel a deep sense of sympathy for the young prince. Edward had been branded as the talentless prince, often dismissed by others because of his perceived shortcomings. Now, even something as simple as his hand was causing him pain. It felt tragic to Delphine, and he couldn't help but wonder how different Edward's life might have been if he had been born with a healthy body and a stronger constitution. The commander's thoughts lingered on this as he watched the prince leave, feeling a sense of sadness for the young man's fate. The implications of the incident weighed heavily on everyone, but for now, they were left with the troubling reality of what they had uncovered. The magic department would proceed with extreme caution, knowing that the stakes had just been raised to a level they hadn't anticipated. Prince Edward stood on the roof, his gaze fixed on the horizon, but his mind was far from peaceful. The fresh air did little to ease the frustration tightening his chest. His right hand ached again, a constant reminder of his limitations, and a familiar sense of disappointment washed over him. It wasn't the first time something had held him back when he needed to be at his best. The thought gnawed at him, and the weight of his physical weaknesses, the ones that had followed him throughout his life, felt heavier than ever. Edward's frustration grew as he stared at his hand, clenching it into a fist only to feel the sting of the pain flare up again. He had tried so hard to prove himself, yet always felt like something was preventing him from reaching his potential. His body was a constant obstacle, and as much as he wanted to stay strong, it seemed that the effort drained him more and more. But he couldn't afford to sit in misery. The investigation was still unfolding, and time was running out. The commander had made it clear that Edward would be under close watch, but the prince knew he couldn't afford to sit idly by. He needed more clues, more answers, and the thought of waiting around while others worked felt unbearable. So, with a quiet resolve, he decided that he had to move on his own. He wasn't going to let his circumstances hold him back any longer. The guards had been distracted for just a moment, and that would be enough. As he planned his next move, the scene shifted back to the commander, who was still in discussion with Professor Dranevo. The commander had just received more unsettling information. The individual who had disabled Saul Hangston's mana barrier had left absolutely no traces behind, not a single clue to follow. The professor confirmed that the incident had occurred shortly before sunrise, but beyond that, there were no signs or signatures to track. Frustration mounted in the commander's mind as he pressed the professor. "Have you attempted mana detection?" he asked, desperate for any lead. "No mana signatures were detected," Dranevo replied, his tone heavy with the weight of the revelation. The commander's mind spun. How could it be possible? Whoever had breached the barrier had done so with an unsettling level of skill, leaving behind nothing to trace. The situation was becoming more complicated by the minute, and he felt himself slipping further into confusion. He needed answers, but they seemed more elusive than ever. Just then, the commander's thoughts were interrupted by a frantic guard who burst into the room. The messenger's face was pale, his breath heavy as he delivered the alarming news. "Sir, the third prince has vanished." The commander froze, his heart sinking. He couldn't believe it. The prince had been with him only moments ago, but now he was gone. "What do you mean, vanished?" he demanded, his voice sharp with disbelief. The guard explained, breathless. The prince slipped away while the guards were distracted, just for a brief moment. "We didn't notice until it was too late." Anger flared inside the commander, and he cursed under his breath. "Fools!" he bellowed, his frustration boiling over. The reality of the situation hit him hard, and dread filled his chest. The prince, fragile and vulnerable as he was, couldn't be left alone. How could they let this happen? Without wasting another second, the commander ordered all operations to be suspended. "The investigation is on hold. We are finding the prince now." His voice left no room for argument. Every knight present understood the gravity of the situation, their expressions hardening in response. They were already moving at the commander's command, fully aware of how dire the circumstances had become. The commander's heart raced. Edward's frail body made the situation all the more dangerous. He couldn't help but feel responsible, knowing that the prince had been under his direct supervision. The commander had failed to protect him, and now the prince was alone, somewhere out there, vulnerable and at risk. Meanwhile, Prince Edward, determined to make progress in the investigation before being dragged back, sprinted through the woods. His heart pounded in his chest as he pushed himself further into the forest, hoping to get far enough away before the search parties closed in. The woods, with their quiet isolation, felt like the only place where he could think clearly, away from the constant scrutiny. He had no intention of simply following orders. This was his chance, perhaps his only one, to prove himself, to show that he could contribute to the investigation in a meaningful way. He knew that if he stayed with the knights, he would just be a burden, constantly monitored and never allowed to take real action. But out here, on his own, maybe he could finally find something that would earn his father's recognition. His resolve hardened. This was his moment, and he wasn't going to let it slip away. Even if he had no natural talent, he was determined to prove that sheer willpower could take him further. He refused to remain a prince of no worth, trapped by his limitations. The scene shifted, and they found themselves deep within Bonia Forest, where Dane and his companions trained. While Dane honed his mana control, Layla patiently guided Ernest through the basics of archery. Ernest struggled, awkward in his stance, prompting Layla to call for another attempt. His first few tries were shaky, but soon enough he began to show signs of improvement. A faint smile crossed Layla's face as she noticed the change. Dane watched quietly, appreciating how Ernest was adapting, his growth aided by Layla's careful instruction. With her help, Dane could focus solely on refining his own skills, and it was paying off. Through tireless practice, Dane finally completed 2 mana circles, a feat few juniors could boast. But that was just the beginning. He went further, creating a 4-chain spell structure, something even more remarkable. As he focused on the spell, a strange sensation washed over him. When the mana surged through him, he could see it flowing through his body, threading through every fiber of his being. It was a sight he had never witnessed before, and it left him in awe. What other secrets could his magic reveal? The day wore on, and the trio continued their training. It wasn't long before Ernest and Layla both saw it. A massive ball of wind soaring into the sky. They turned to Dane, already suspecting that this display was his doing. Dane's grin confirmed it. He had just unleashed a wind bomb, a compressed air projectile. Ernest's eyes widened in amazement. He had never seen such a massive display of mana before. Layla, too, recognized the power behind it, guessing it was a 4-chain code spell. Proud of his accomplishment, Dane launched a second wind bomb, but this time he did so more gently. The larger, slower orb drifted forward, its path serene yet forceful. But then, everything went wrong. The wind bomb exploded with a force far greater than Dane had anticipated, erupting much too soon. The shockwave sent trees tumbling, branches scattering in all directions. A scream echoed through the forest, sharp and filled with pain. The trio's blood ran cold. It was clear the explosion had struck someone, but none of them had been prepared for this. Dane's heart raced, panic seizing him as they rushed toward the source of the sound. He had assumed the forest was empty, but now, the fear that he had harmed someone gnawed at him. Meanwhile, just before the accident occurred, Prince Edward had found his way to the Bonia forest. Having evaded the knights searching for him, he stumbled upon the vast woodland, his surprise evident. He had no idea such a large forest existed within the academy grounds, and for a moment, he let the serenity of the forest wash over him, unaware that his fate was about to collide with theirs. The sight before him filled Prince Edward with a strange longing. He imagined how different life might have been if he weren't a prince. If he were just an ordinary student, free to train, study, and spend time with friends in this vast, open environment. A wave of jealousy swept over him as he wondered what kind of life he could have lived had fate not sealed him into the rigid, lonely role of royalty. Could he have attended this academy if he came from a regular family? The thought lingered, especially since the academy only admitted those with extraordinary talent. His mind wandered, filled with the image of a carefree life, but he quickly snapped himself back into focus. Edward reminded himself of his purpose. He hadn't run away for idle daydreaming. He had come to track down the intruder. He had to keep moving before the knights found him. With a deep breath, he set his mind on the task at hand and continued his way deeper into the forest. Then, a rustling noise broke through the stillness, catching his attention. His curiosity flared, convinced that someone else was nearby. Quietly, he crept forward, unaware that he was heading directly toward the spot where Dane's wind bomb was about to explode. Moving carefully, the prince tried to remain as silent as possible, not wanting to give away his position. He slipped behind a bush and peeked through the foliage, his gaze falling on Dane and his friends training in the clearing. He hadn't interacted with any academy students since his arrival, and he was surprised to see them, roughly his age, but their skill was evident. Though unsure of the specifics of their training, he watched them quietly. The scene fascinated him. Meanwhile, Layla noticed a problem with her sword stance and called on Dane for help. She felt something was off with her form, and Dane, ever the observant one, studied her movements closely. He quickly pinpointed the issue. It was her foot positioning. With a suggestion to adjust her back foot after each swing, Layla immediately tried his advice. She adjusted her stance and soon found the motion flowing more smoothly, resuming her practice with renewed confidence. As this scene unfolded before him, Edward's mind clicked. The young man Layla had addressed was none other than Dane. The name struck a chord in him. He had heard of this freshman, the one who had caused such a stir at the academy. Edward's memory recalled how Dane's admission into the Autonomous Studies department had been nothing short of extraordinary, a feat that had impressed even the royal family. Dane's talent in 4 distinct fields had earned him recognition across the academy, a level of achievement that hadn't been seen in decades. The realization hit Edward hard. Here was a young man his age excelling in 4 disciplines, while he struggled with even one. The jealousy within him deepened as he watched Dane train with such intensity and focus. Edward felt a sting of inadequacy as he recalled his own frail body, barely able to handle even a single training session. He couldn't help but admire how seriously Dane approached his craft, a stark contrast to his own limitations. The sight of Dane's determination left Edward speechless. He couldn't process the vast gulf between their abilities. A quiet ache settled in his chest, a sense of loss. What could his life have been like if he had been admitted to this academy? Perhaps he could have found friends, learned freely, laughed without restraint, just like Dane and his companions. The thought gnawed at him, jealousy eating away at his resolve. But before he could dwell on it further, something caught his attention. A shadow rushed toward him. Confusion clouded his mind as he tried to make sense of the rapidly approaching figure. Before Edward could react, or even move to avoid the attack, the projectile exploded right in front of him. The blast sent a violent gust of wind tearing through the trees, snapping branches with ease. The force was so immense that it lifted the prince off his feet, hurling him through the air. In an instant, his world turned upside down, and before he could grasp what was happening, he found himself flipping several feet above the ground. Fear surged through him, and all he could do was let out a scream, panic flooding his senses as he tumbled uncontrollably. Dane and his companions rushed to the scene, their hearts pounding with worry. They reached Edward, who lay crumpled on the ground, curled in pain. Layla was the first to kneel beside him, carefully inspecting his injuries while the others stood in silence. unsure of what to do. Dane, clearly overwhelmed with guilt, could barely stop apologizing. He repeatedly explained that he had genuinely thought they were the only ones in the forest, that no one else was nearby to be harmed by the blast. His voice trembled with remorse. After a tense moment, the prince groaned and slowly sat up, his face contorted with pain as he tried to catch his breath. As he steadied himself, Ernest's gaze shifted to the prince's clothes. There was something off about them, something too familiar. His eyes widened in realization. The prince's uniform resembled that of the Imperial Investigation Unit. Layla froze, her face a mix of shock and dread. It dawned on her that they might have just injured someone from the Imperial Investigation Unit, a mistake that could cost them dearly. But before panic could take hold, Dane's calm voice cut through the tension. He assured them that, despite the resemblance, the prince was likely not part of the unit. The bright red hair, so distinct and rare, was unmistakably royal, a symbol of the bloodline. He shared this information with his friends, trying to keep his composure. Ernest gasped, his eyes wide with horror. Realization struck him hard. If this was truly a member of the royal family, the consequences could be catastrophic. The nervous energy was palpable, and even Layla seemed on the verge of losing her composure. But Dane remained calm, already accepting the gravity of the situation. He had likely sealed their fate with this accident. As expected, the prince finally stood, his fury evident as he scolded them without restraint. His voice rang out, furious and loud, but at least it was a relief to know that he had not been gravely injured. However, the tension was far from over. Knowing the trouble they were in, Dane quickly dropped to one knee, offering a respectful apology. He introduced himself as Dane Sogers, the eldest son of Count Sogers, even though the prince likely already knew of him. Still, he remained bowed, waiting for a response, but when none came, he bowed even deeper, his voice laced with regret as he admitted his unforgivable mistake. His friends quickly followed suit, each one apologizing in turn. Ernest introduced himself as Ernest Dillon, the eldest son of Baron Dillon and a first-year exploration student. Layla, the last to speak, introduced herself as the eldest daughter of Duke Termayon, also a first-year swordsmanship student. Together, they earnestly begged for forgiveness, their voices filled with a mix of fear and sincerity, hoping to calm the prince's anger before it spiraled further. Predictably, their groveling and repeated apologies seemed to feed the prince's ego, prompting him to let them off the hook. Prince Edward, brushing the dirt from his clothes, assured them that everything was fine and insisted that he wasn't injured. He explained that his outburst was simply due to being startled, though deep down, he was actually pleased to meet them. After all, these were the very students he had been admiring ever since he arrived in the forest. Edward had already heard of Dane Sogers. The Prodigy's reputation had reached the palace long before their encounter, and the prince knew exactly who he was. In fact, Edward seemed quite familiar with the entire group. He recognized Ernest's family, the renowned House Dillon, famous for producing exceptional explorers, and confidently predicted that Ernest would likely become a great explorer in the future. As for the Termayon family, they too were highly respected within the empire. Seeing Layla before him, Edward didn't hesitate to deduce that she must be the champion of the Dainter Sword Tournament. His knowledge was not a guess. He clearly remembered watching her brilliant performance in the finals. Layla's eyes widened in surprise and honor as the prince mentioned witnessing her victory. It was a rare privilege for someone of royal blood to acknowledge her accomplishments, and she felt a rush of pride. After the exchange of pleasantries, the third prince decided their formal greetings had gone on long enough. He motioned for Dane and his companions to rise, which they did promptly. Ernest, still somewhat in awe of the situation, expressed his relief that the prince had not been harmed. However, his curiosity couldn't be suppressed, and he asked how a royal family member had ended up deep in the Bonia forest. Layla shared his curiosity, pointing out that this remote area was rarely visited by students, which was precisely why they had chosen it as a secluded spot for training. Edward, seemingly unfazed by the questions, explained that he had originally come with the Imperial Investigation Unit for an inspection. But, as he put it, he had wandered off on his own to explore. He presumed that the students were already aware of the strange occurrences inside Saul Hangston's building, and so he shared that he was personally investigating the matter. Unfortunately, he admitted they had not uncovered any clues yet, which frustrated him greatly. Dane and his friends are taken aback. The prince himself was part of the investigation, though no leads had surfaced. Edward was convinced that something unusual was afoot. Dane couldn't help but feel a gnawing unease as he listened. He wondered if the prince might have already discovered something at the academy, something that could potentially tie back to their involvement. After all, an ordinary person wouldn't notice anything strange, which meant that if the prince had, they might be closer to being uncovered than they realized. However, Edward didn't seem entirely certain of his findings, and that provided a small sense of relief. Perhaps there was nothing to worry about just yet. The conversation piqued the curiosity of the group. Ernest, eager to understand more, asked if the prince had noticed the strange phenomenon on his own. Edward hesitated for a moment, his gaze distant. "We can say that for now," he replied vaguely, leaving more questions than answers in his wake. Ernest and Layla's anxiety grew with every word that passed. Ernest was convinced they were involved in the investigation, and Layla felt the weight of the truth pressed down on her, knowing that the prince would be horrified if he ever found out. Dane, however, stayed silent, watching the scene unfold. Unlike the older princes, Edward was the only one close to their age, and many had dismissed him as ordinary, someone with no remarkable traits. But Dane didn't share that opinion. There was something about the youngest prince that felt off. Despite their best efforts to scatter anti-tracking powder throughout the forest, Edward had still managed to find them. On top of that, he had sensed something none of them had noticed. It was this anomaly, this subtle awareness, that made Dane rethink everything. Edward appeared clueless, even talentless, but Dane suspected that beneath his carefree exterior, the prince was hiding something, perhaps a special ability. When Edward explained how he had wandered into the area, getting lost in the academy's sprawling grounds, Dane and his group immediately suggested that he should return to the Imperial Investigation Unit guards. Edward admitted that the guards were likely looking for him, but he chuckled lightly, noting how they were probably wandering aimlessly, having never been in the forest before. Ernest, eager to shift the focus away from their own situation, commented on how vast the academy grounds were. With a sudden spark of curiosity, he asked the group about their daily life at the academy. The question caught both Layla and Ernest off guard, and they struggled to come up with a response. Dane continued to watch carefully, his wariness growing. He couldn't shake the feeling that Edward was still hiding something, though he didn't entirely blame him for asking questions. After all, the prince was still a teenager, one who had been confined to the palace for most of his life. His curiosity was natural, even if it made Dane uneasy. When Edward asked about their training, the question felt lighter, and they quickly confirmed it. They explained that the forest was a rarely visited area, which made it perfect for occasional training without interruption. As they spoke, Dane couldn't shake the strange sensation that lingered around Edward. The prince's presence felt unnervingly stiff, like a pressure in the air that was almost suffocating. It was unlike any magical flow Dane had encountered before, and the feeling puzzled him. It was as if something unnatural was emanating from the prince, and Dane couldn't help but consider whether there was more to Edward than met the eye. He felt an instinct to investigate further, to uncover what was hidden beneath that calm, aloof exterior. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the Imperial Guards, still frantically searching for their missing prince. Every available guard had been enlisted, their efforts causing a stir throughout the academy. Students watched in confusion as the guards scurried through the grounds, searching for someone, though they had no idea who. Some speculated that the investigators had finally apprehended the culprit, while others disagreed, pointing out that if the situation were that dire, the Magic Corps would have been called in. The rumors about intruders belonging to a secret society were circulating, and if that were true, the Empire would mobilize its most powerful forces. To the onlookers, the truth was unknown, and the air of uncertainty thickened as the search continued. The only thing everyone knew for certain was that the situation had escalated into something far beyond the ordinary. The guards, led by the Knight Commander, moved from building to building, kicking down doors and shouting for the prince. But each time, they were met with disappointment. Edward was nowhere to be found. The Knight Commander's frustration mounted with every passing minute, his calm demeanor slipping into panic. Fear painted his face as he wondered where the prince had gone, who might be involved, and what kind of dangerous backers the intruders could have. The stakes were higher than anyone realized. Edward was already in poor health, and the thought of him wandering alone through the academy grounds was terrifying. If anything happened to the prince, the commander knew his career, and perhaps his life, would be forfeit. Failing to protect a royal could result in execution, and the commander understood all too well the gravity of his failure. Just as the tension seemed unbearable, a subordinate rushed up to the commander with a lead. They had found a witness who claimed to have seen someone in a robe with golden embroidery heading toward the outer forest. The commander was startled, but his curiosity quickly overpowered his fear. He ordered that the witness be brought to him immediately. As he waited, he sent his men toward the forest, insisting that finding the prince and ensuring his safety were their top priorities. The knights moved swiftly, but the commander's mind raced. Why would the prince go toward the outer forest? After a moment of reflection, he realized that Edward might have discovered something related to the investigation, something the prince wasn't ready to share. The tension was palpable as the commander and his knights made their way toward the forest, unaware of what awaited them. Meanwhile, in the Bonia forest, Edward remained blissfully unaware of the growing search for him. He continued to enjoy his time with Dane and the others, chatting with them and letting the peacefulness of the forest momentarily distract him from his royal burdens. After some time, he openly confessed to his companions that he envied their lives. If he weren't a prince, if he didn't carry the weight of royal obligations, he might have been free to live like others his age, unburdened by expectations. But reality always caught up with him. Despite his wishes, he was still the third prince, and it often felt like fate itself had condemned him to this life. Dane, who had been observing quietly, decided to ask the prince a question. Edward, still caught in his thoughts, encouraged him to continue. And so Dane carefully asked, "Does your right hand hurt a lot?" The question took Edward by surprise. His face immediately shifted, confusion and fear flashing across his features. How had Dane noticed? How'd he know? Layla and Ernest exchanged bewildered glances. Neither of them had noticed anything unusual. Layla, sensing the discomfort in the prince, asked Dane to explain what was wrong with Edward's hand. Edward, caught off guard and deeply embarrassed, quickly hid his right hand under his clothes, retreating a step away from the group. His defensive posture was evident as he insisted that Dane was wrong. But Dane, ever observant, remained certain that something was wrong. He spoke again, this time with genuine concern, refusing to let the matter go. Layla, still unaware of any visible issue, felt a growing curiosity. She had not noticed anything odd about the prince's hand, but now she too was becoming intrigued by the way he was acting. Edward, however, was growing more uncomfortable by the second, and the tension in the air was thick. What was hidden beneath the prince's calm facade, and why was he so sensitive about his hand? The mystery deepened with every passing moment. Layla, sensing the growing tension, turned to Dane and asked what he meant, but Dane simply chose not to explain. The prince, for his part, remained silent, though his anxiety was palpable. It was clear that whatever was going on with his hand, it was something he didn't want to share. Seeing this, Dane decided not to press the matter further. He reassured Edward that he didn't need to explain anything and that he would forget everything he had observed, hoping that would ease the prince's discomfort. Still, Edward remained uneasy. He couldn't understand how Dane had noticed something so subtle, something he hadn't even been able to fully comprehend himself. The weight of the silence hung heavily between them, and Ernest, noticing the tension, quickly tried to break it. He laughed awkwardly, attempting a light-hearted joke to ease the atmosphere. Even Layla, usually calm and composed, joined in, apologizing on Dane's behalf and explaining that he often said odd things. But the situation had escalated beyond something that could be brushed off so easily. Edward, unable to ignore the matter any longer, finally spoke up. To the shock of everyone, he admitted that Dane had been correct. His right hand was indeed in terrible condition. Ernest and Layla were stunned by the sudden confession. Edward's lips curled into a slight smile, but there was no joy in it, only the quiet resignation of someone finally confronting their own painful truth. He looked directly at Dane and asked, his voice trembling slightly, "How did you see it?" Dane, calm as ever, explained that he hadn't actually seen the injury itself. Instead, what he had observed was the mana flow being blocked before it reached the prince's hand. Edward's confusion deepened, and he asked how anyone could see mana flow with their naked eyes. Dane, feeling the weight of the question, gave a measured response. He explained that he had acquired this ability after an accident involving a mysterious artifact that fused with his body by sheer chance. He omitted the truth that was ancient mana that granted him this power, but this was the explanation he gave. Edward stared at him, stunned. He was beginning to understand that Dane possessed an extraordinary ability, one that could reveal things others couldn't even perceive. Still, he couldn't quite grasp the full implications of what Dane had said. So, are you trying to say that your ability can actually reveal the cause of the issue? The prince asked, his voice tinged with hope. Dane, ever composed, clarified the situation. He admitted that he couldn't immediately determine the root cause of the problem, but he could at least describe what was happening in the present moment. He explained that the mana meant to flow into Edward's hand was reversing at the point of his wrist. This reversal was blocking the flow entirely, causing the prince's hand to slowly deteriorate over time. It was a subtle, gradual process, but it was happening nonetheless. Then, with a quiet sincerity, Dane stepped forward and gently asked, "What exactly happened to your hand?" The prince hesitated, deeply reluctant to speak about his condition, but it was clear now that he had no choice. The situation had been laid bare, and Dane was eager to help. Edward, though still uneasy, began to share his story. "It started when I was about 12 months old," he began, his voice low, almost to himself as he relived the memories. "There was no issue at birth, no sign of anything wrong. But as I grew, something changed. By the time I was 7 years old, I still couldn't hold a spoon properly. My hand was so weak that I struggled, even with simple tasks. It wasn't until I turned 10 that I could finally hold a pen well enough to write." The weight of his words settled over the group. Edward's voice was tinged with bitterness and frustration, as if the years of struggle and pain had been a constant, unspoken burden. He looked at Dane, his face conflicted, as if unsure whether to say more. But in that moment, the prince's vulnerability was clear. He had carried this secret for so long, and now, in the presence of these strangers, it felt like the first time he had ever spoken of it aloud. Dane, still standing quietly, watched him with a mix of empathy and resolve. It was clear that Edward's condition wasn't just physical. It was something much deeper, something that had shaped his entire life. Yet, Dane couldn't help but feel that the prince's strength wasn't just in his bloodline. It was in his ability to endure and continue forward, even with such a crippling affliction. The revelation hit everyone with the force of a storm. Edward's disability, one that had shaped his entire life, had kept him from pursuing the very things expected of a prince. His voice, though steady, trembled with the weight of years of hidden pain. It wasn't just physical weakness. It was a constant reminder of what he couldn't do, of what he wasn't allowed to be. He explained how, growing up, he had been locked away, hidden from the world because his family couldn't bear to present him as the heir they had hoped for. He was kept away from swordsmanship, horsemanship, and all the disciplines that would shape a prince's character, all because his hand refused to cooperate with him. Magic, too, had never even been considered. Dane and the others listened in stunned silence as Edward bared his soul, admitting that his family had been too ashamed of him to let him live in the public eye. It was as if the world had only seen the prince through a narrow, distorted lens, one that could never include his weaknesses. That, in turn, had shaped him into someone disconnected from his true self, a man surrounded by walls built by both his family and his own insecurities. As the prince spoke, Dane remained quiet, deep in thought. Slowly, pieces of the puzzle began to fit together. Edward's lack of popularity, his hidden life, the isolation, it all made sense now. Everything that had made him different from his brothers had started long before he even had a chance to prove himself. The prince's troubles had been rooted in his childhood, something Dane had never fully understood until now. While Dane continued to process the information, Ernest and Layla stood off to the side, still reeling from what they had just learned. The magnitude of the secret they were now privy to made them uneasy. How could they, simple students, have access to something so profound, something so tightly guarded by the royal family? They exchanged nervous glances, wondering if they were now at risk. But Edward, seeing their unease, gave them a reassuring smile. "Don't worry," he said, his voice soft but confident. "You have nothing to fear. I trust you to keep my secret." The calm in his voice, the certainty in his words, eased their worries. They weren't in danger, at least not from him. Edward continued, revealing the painful truth that, despite years of consultations with royal physicians and mages, no one had ever been able to identify the cause of his condition. No one had ever seen the flow of mana blocked like that. No one had ever given him a detailed explanation. Until now, Dane felt a slight surprise stir within him at the prince's words. He didn't expect Edward to trust him this fully, especially after such a brief encounter. "Do you believe me?" Dane asked, his voice tinged with curiosity. Edward didn't hesitate. I do. I don't think anyone from House Sogers would deceive me. Anyone bold enough to lie to a prince would have to be an impressive con artist, he said with a slight, almost smug smile. The expression was both a challenge and a compliment, but it was the way he said it, so casually, that made Dane chuckle inwardly. He returned the prince's smile, amused by how humorously the words struck him. But then, the conversation shifted back to the pressing matter. Edward's tone grew serious again as he confirmed what Dane had observed earlier. His hand was weakening by the second. The strength was draining away, and he knew it was only a matter of time before the condition worsened. The weight of his words hung heavily in the air as he asked the question that had been gnawing at him for so long. Is there any way you could heal my hand? He asked, his voice tinged with desperation. Dane was caught off guard. He hadn't expected such a direct request. His expression remained unreadable, though the tension in the air grew as his friends watched him, waiting for his response. They, too, could sense the gravity of the question. After a long pause, Dane finally spoke, his voice steady but apologetic. I'm sorry, he began, a faint edge of regret in his tone. I'm neither a physician nor a healer. I don't know how to fix this. His answer, though clear, did nothing to alleviate the weight of the situation. It left the prince with a painful reminder of how much he had already suffered and how much he had yet to endure. The prince's shock was evident. He had hoped for a solution, but hearing the gravity of the risk involved sent a shiver through him. The thought that the attempt could cost him his life was not something he had anticipated. His voice wavered slightly as he absorbed Dane's words. It certainly won't be easy, will it? He murmured, the weight of the situation beginning to sink in. Dane, however, remained calm. He reassured the prince that, despite the danger, he would do everything in his power to attempt the healing, if Edward truly wanted it. Without hesitation, the prince's desperation became clear. His expression hardened with resolve as he looked at Dane. Do it, he insisted. Please, if you can heal my hand, I will do anything for you. Anything. Dane nodded, but before he began, he felt it necessary to make the situation even clearer. What I intend to do, he explained, is alter the flow of mana in your hand. If it goes wrong, you could die. The prince was taken aback. The magnitude of what Dane was saying fully hit him. He had known this was risky, but hearing the stark reality in those words made him pause. And if it goes wrong, and something happens to you? Dane continued, his voice steady. I will be executed for attempting to harm a royal. You and your family will have us arrested for regicide, and we'll all pay the price for this mistake. The room grew silent as the tension hung in the air. This was no small matter. It was a gamble on a scale that few could comprehend. Dane needed the prince to understand that, while he was willing to help, this wasn't something to be taken lightly. He spoke again, his words more deliberate. You have a long life ahead of you, Edward. You have many goals, many dreams yet to be fulfilled. But this risk, this attempt to heal you, it comes with consequences. What will you offer me in return if I take on this burden? Ernest and Layla were taken aback by the boldness of Dane's question. They had not expected this kind of directness, especially with someone of royal blood. But Edward, recognizing the seriousness of the situation, met Dane's gaze with equal determination. You want to negotiate a deal? He asked, almost incredulously. Yes, Dane affirmed, his voice unwavering. I never take uncertain risks. I am willing to help, but only if the price reflects the level of danger. If I'm risking my life for this, I expect compensation that matches the risk. If you can offer me something worthwhile, then the situation changes. You understand, don't you? The prince stared at Dane, a mix of disbelief and admiration flickering in his eyes. He was used to people obeying his every command, serving him out of obligation, hoping for recognition. He was the third prince, accustomed to the reverence of those around him. But Dane was different. He wasn't bowing or pleading. He wasn't asking for favor. He was negotiating as though Edward were no different from anyone else, as though he were a person with something to offer in exchange for something of equal value. This was an approach that Edward had rarely encountered, one that, in a strange way, was both refreshing and admirable. With a soft, approving smile, Edward nodded. Very well, he said, his tone serious but no longer clouded by uncertainty. If you succeed in healing my hand, I will grant you any request you desire, in any form you wish. Dane, for a moment, was silent, weighing the words. He needed confirmation. You mean it? Edward nodded again, this time with even more confidence. I mean it. If you succeed, I will give you anything. I have nothing to lose. My hand will fail eventually, and there is hardly anything worse than that. If you fail, it will only speed up what's already inevitable. The prince's words were clear. He had already accepted the risk. There was no reason to hesitate anymore. His life, his future, were already on the line. This was his only chance. Edward placed a hand gently on Dane's shoulder, his expression a mix of determination and trust. Begin, he urged, his voice steady. I'll leave a written will to ensure that you won't be blamed, even if this doesn't work. Dane's gaze softened, the weight of the decision settling over him. He wasn't sure if he could truly succeed, but he had agreed to take on the challenge. The outcome was uncertain, but for the first time in a long while, he felt a strange sense of responsibility toward the prince. He had made a promise, and now there was no turning back. Dane's friends were as tense as he was. Ernest, his usual composure cracking, could barely conceal his anxiety. Layla, trying to force a smile, betrayed her worry with the slightest tremble. Their unease only heightened the pressure Dane already felt. He smiled faintly in response, agreeing to do his best, but Edward's deep gratitude only added to the weight of the moment. Dane's mind raced as the reality of the task before him settled in. This could be the defining moment of his life, for better or worse. The prince's gratitude was clear, but Dane could see the fear lurking beneath. He, too, felt the burden of that fear of failure. Even with Edward's assurance that he would be protected, Dane knew that the consequences of failing were unthinkable. If he harmed a prince, it could shatter more than just one life. The consequences could rip through an entire nation. And yet, as daunting as the task was, his resolve stiffened. He would succeed no matter what. Sit down here, Dane instructed, motioning to a nearby rock. Edward obeyed, settling onto the stone with an air of quiet resignation. Dane took a breath, steadying himself. His friend stood by, but in this moment, he was alone with the task at hand. He had practiced mana control for years. This was his expertise, his craft, and if anyone could succeed here, it was him. The pressure of the moment settled like a weight on his chest, but he forced it aside. He was ready. He had to be. Kneeling before the prince, he reached for Edward's hand. The soft leather of the glove was cool under his fingers as he carefully grasped it. His mind cleared, thoughts narrowing to the task ahead. With a quiet, inner reminder of the ancient magic he carried within him, Dane's confidence returned, bolstered by the strength of that forgotten power. He took one more breath, his eyes closing as he focused on altering the flow of mana through the prince's hand. In an instant, the mana began to flow. Small, bright blue sparks shot out in a zigzag pattern before the energy swirled and grew, pulsing with intensity. As the energy built, the light swelled until it burst into a blinding flash. The world around them turned white, the force of the magic so overwhelming that it washed away all other thoughts. On the other side of the forest, the Imperial Investigation Unit continued its relentless search for the third prince. Divided into teams, the knights combed the vast Bonia forest, but the forest seemed to stretch endlessly, hiding the prince from them at every turn. One team reached a dead end, confronted by a sheer cliff that cut off their path. Another team, running to report, stumbled upon a network of winding paths, each a maze that only deepened their frustration. The commander, torn between options, watched as his men struggled with the growing challenge. With so few knights left, it seemed foolish to separate further. His frustration boiled over, but then a strange sensation washed over him, an unmistakable energy signature. His instincts flared, and he felt the pull of something familiar, yet foreign, deep within the forest. Raising his hand, he signaled for silence. Every knight froze, stifling even their breaths as the commander focused on the energy. It was faint but unmistakable. The tension in the air thickened as he locked his mind onto the source. What was it? And who, or what, had stirred the magic in the depths of Bonia Forest? The commander moved swiftly, his men following him like shadows, each step deliberate and soundless. Their disciplined silence echoed through the forest as they closed in on their target. The commander's senses were sharp, guiding him forward with uncanny precision. His movements so fluid and fast that the distance between him and his quarry seemed to disappear in an instant. Meanwhile, Dane was still focused on the prince's hand, his mind locked onto the task at hand. Every breath he took was measured, every ounce of his energy channeled into the mana flow. He was so absorbed in his work that the slightest rustle behind him went unnoticed at first. But then, a chill swept over him, and he felt the sudden shift in the air. Ernest and Layla had already turned, their faces pale with horror as they saw the threat emerging from the trees. A small group of Imperial Knights, their swords drawn and eyes filled with suspicion, surrounded them. And then, the Knight Commander broke through the brush, his presence commanding and furious. His eyes burned with wrath, his voice thick with accusation as he stepped forward, his anger boiling over. "You've harmed the prince," he bellowed, his voice a sharp knife in the air. Dane's heart dropped. The commander's fury was palpable, and the weight of the situation came crashing down on him. Without hesitation, the commander charged, his massive form moving with terrifying speed. He hurled insults at Dane and his companions, demanding that they step away from the prince immediately. A murderous glare filled his eyes, making it clear that his patience had run dry. Ernest and Layla stood frozen, terror painting their faces as the commander bore down on them, his sword raised in anger. The knights closing and only heightened the feeling of helplessness, leaving the group trapped and cornered. Dane's mind raced. He knew the stakes were high, but he couldn't stop now, not when he was so close to finishing what he had started. The process with the prince was crucial. Time was running out, but the commander's looming presence threatened to cut everything short. As the knight rushed toward him, sword in hand, Dane instinctively tried to speed up the mana flow, willing it to work faster. But the commander was faster. His sword swung through the air with deadly intent, the blade aimed straight for Dane. The speed at which the knight closed the gap left Dane startled, his breath catching in his throat. The blade was so close that he could feel the wind of it cutting through the air, a split second away from striking. Just as Dane braced for the impact, a strong, firm voice rang out, halting the commander's advance. "Stand down," Edward said, his voice unwavering. The commander's fury faltered for a moment, his sword lowering slowly, disbelief written across his face. The prince, standing tall and unshaken, had placed himself directly in the path of the strike. His presence alone was enough to stop the captain in his tracks. The commander, still in shock, lowered his weapon but couldn't hide his concern. "We've been searching for you, your highness," he said, his voice softer now, laced with worry. Edward, unruffled, nodded and spoke calmly. "I know. I expected you to come, but there's no need to worry. I'm fine." His words were reassuring, but there was a tension in the air that even he couldn't fully dispel. Despite his relief, the commander wasn't fully at ease. "How did you end up here? And who are these students with you?" he asked, his suspicion still lingering. Edward paused for a moment before explaining. "I wandered off during the investigation and ended up here," he said simply. As for Dane and his friends, he added, "I'll explain everything on the way back." Just as he spoke, Edward felt the change in his hand. The sensation that had been so painful moments before now felt markedly different. Something was improving, but he couldn't quite place the reason. Still, the subtle shift brought him a sense of relief. His hand was better, and though the tension was far from over, for the first time, Edward believed they might be able to make it through the storm ahead. Edward felt a deep sense of satisfaction as he observed the improvement in his hand. With his guards now arrived and the immediate danger past, he decided not to push the mana alteration process any further. The results were more than satisfactory, and there was no need to risk undoing what had already been achieved. As he prepared to leave, he turned to Dane, his voice filled with genuine appreciation. "Thank you," Edward said, his tone sincere. "I am deeply grateful for your help." Dane, humbled by the prince's words, felt a rush of pride, knowing that he had played a part in the prince's recovery. It was an honor to have been able to assist him. The group made their way back to the academy, Edward walking alongside his commander and the knights. As they walked, the prince spoke casually about Dane. "This is Dane Sogers, the son of Count Sagers," he began, his voice thoughtful. "He is my benefactor." The commander, clearly confused, listened as Edward explained further. The prince spoke of the invaluable service Dane had done for him, something that had greatly impacted him. Edward's words were filled with gratitude, and he pondered the best way to repay Dane for his kindness. "What kind of gift should I prepare for him?" Edward asked, turning to his commander. The commander's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. He couldn't quite understand why the prince was so focused on a gift for someone he had only just met that day. "Your Highness," he said cautiously, "I think you should be careful. It's unusual to think so highly of students you've just encountered." But Edward, undeterred, continued with his thoughts. "No, I must give him something truly worthy. Ordinary presents won't do." It has to be something meaningful, something that reflects how much he has done for me. The prince thought long and hard, finally leaning in to whisper his idea to the commander. The commander's eyes widened in surprise, his face showing signs of concern. Your Highness, that's far too extravagant, he said, shaking his head. Such a gift is not appropriate for academy students. But Edward, brimming with conviction, smiled. It is the only thing that feels right. This is what Dane deserves, and I won't hold back in showing my gratitude. He ordered that word be sent to the palace to prepare everything, eager to honor his new friend. The commander, realizing that Edward's mind was made up, sighed in resignation. As you wish, Your Highness. I'll handle it. With that, they continued down the forest path, Edward walking happily ahead, his thoughts focused on his plan to repay Dane. As the commander watched him, a thought began to take root in his mind. Perhaps this new friendship between the prince and these academy students was not such a bad thing after all. The students came from prestigious families, Dane from the Sobers family, and the others from the Termyon family. Such bonds could strengthen the ties between the royal family and the noble houses. More than that, the commander had a strong feeling that these new alliances could become a powerful support for the prince in the future. A week later, Dane and his friends were invited to the royal palace, escorted to a reception room in the annex. As they entered, Edward was the first to speak, his voice bright with good news. I wanted to update you, he said, looking at Dane. My hand has been improving steadily over the past week. There have been no side effects from the mana alteration. Dane, relieved and honored to hear the news, bowed respectfully. He felt a great sense of pride, knowing that his efforts had truly made a difference. He then joined the prince at the table, eager to hear what else Edward had to say. As they settled in, Edward's tone shifted to one of gratitude. I've prepared something for you, he said, his eyes sincere. Please accept it. It's the only thing I feel is worthy of your help. The prince's gesture spoke volumes, a clear sign of the deep appreciation he felt. Dane and his friends exchanged glances, humbled by the prince's kindness. The three students stared in stunned silence as Prince Edward presented them with the royal token. It gleamed in the light, its significance weighing heavily in the air. The prince looked pleased with himself, explaining that the token was simple to use. If you ever find yourselves in trouble, he said, just show this, and the matter will be resolved instantly. The students exchanged uncertain glances, their hesitation palpable. They couldn't help but feel that such a valuable gift was far beyond what they deserved. The explorer among them, always the most cautious, was particularly reluctant. It's too much, he murmured, clearly uncomfortable with the enormity of the gesture. But the prince, sensing their unease, reassured them. It's fine, he insisted, his expression unwavering. You've done more than enough. Dane, seeing that the young royal was resolute, finally relented. There seemed to be no reason to refuse, especially when Edward was so genuinely eager to show his gratitude. With a bow, Dane accepted the royal token, thanking the prince once again for his generosity. Edward's face lit up with satisfaction as he saw that the prodigy appreciated the gift. The formalities are done, he declared, smiling. Now, enjoy the rest of your day. With that, the evening unfolded into a grand banquet, and the students could do nothing but indulge in the luxury of the occasion. The meeting with the prince had been an unexpected stroke of fortune, and though they were swept up in the festivities, Dane couldn't help but linger on one lingering thought. The identity of the intruders remained unknown. Despite the efforts of the Imperial Investigation Unit, no clues had been uncovered during their search of the Academy. The incident seemed to fade into the past, as if it had never happened at all. Weeks passed in the blink of an eye, and before long, midterms arrived. The exams came and went quickly, leaving the students to discuss nothing else. Afterward, Dane found Layla, eager to know how she had fared. She seemed confident, her major's test having been manageable, and she felt good about her general courses as well. Priscilla, however, was another story. She was furious, her frustration evident as she vented about her struggles. How could it be so difficult? She fumed, unable to understand why she had found the exam so challenging, even though she had memorized the entire sacred text. Dane found her reaction somewhat amusing. The Department of Holy Studies, he realized, was no easy feat. Ernest, on the other hand, didn't seem eager to discuss the exams at all. He was simply relieved they were over, his mind already focused on the free time ahead. Dane, who shared his relief, praised everyone for their hard work. Curious about their plans for the break, he listened intently as Ernest eagerly announced his intention to join the Body Training Fitness Club. I'm tired of being seen as the weak one, Ernest said, determination in his voice. He was ready to improve himself. His friends were shocked by this announcement. They had never expected such resolve from him. Priscilla, always sharp, assumed that the recent simulation battles had made Ernest confront his own shortcomings. I'm sure you know exactly what to focus on, she said knowingly. I do, Ernest replied confidently, and I want you to look forward to the results. Priscilla nodded, but reminded him to be careful not to overdo it. While Ernest was set on bulking up, Layla planned to visit home for a while. My mother misses me, she explained with a soft smile. When she asked Dane about his own plans, he hesitated for a moment. I'll probably study at the library, he said, shrugging slightly. His friends were surprised. They had just finished the exams, and most students would relish a break. But Dane seemed focused, his mind already on his studies. Just as he was about to continue, Layla's earlier words about her mother triggered a memory from his childhood, one he hadn't thought about in years. The thought lingered, unbidden, but for a moment, Dane's gaze seemed distant, lost in the past. The memory hit Dane suddenly, uninvited, as if the past had come rushing back in a wave. He recalled the emblem of the Termion Forge, a gift from Duke Termion himself, given to him on his 7th birthday. At the time, the emblem had been little more than a token of the Termion family's recognition, but now it held a new significance. He had been thinking about commissioning a new sword for some time, and the emblem reminded him of the forge. Maybe now was the perfect time to visit. Still lost in his thoughts, Dane hadn't explained any of this to his friends, leaving them to see him solely as the relentless academic. It wasn't until the thought of visiting the forge took root in his mind that he decided to act on it. Abruptly, he turned to Layla, surprising her. I think I'll come with you to your home, he said, his voice almost hesitant. She blinked, taken aback. You want to come with me? Just like that? She asked, clearly surprised by his sudden change of plans. Dane nodded, his voice tinged with nervousness. I want to take a look around your family's forge. Layla immediately understood his real motive and couldn't help but find the way he phrased it amusing. She smiled softly, her eyes twinkling with recognition. You've been thinking about commissioning a new sword, haven't you? She asked, her tone light. Before Dane could respond, Ernest, the explorer of the group, suddenly perked up. Wait, you're going to forge? Can I join you? He asked eagerly. The idea of visiting the Termion Forge was clearly an exciting prospect for him. Dane smiled, happy to see his friend's enthusiasm. Of course, he said. It'll be fun. Layla, pleased with the idea of bringing her friends along, agreed without hesitation. All right then, let's go. And so, the three of them set off, making their way through the academy grounds. Ernest, who had never visited Layla's estate before, grew more and more excited as they neared the entrance. He was nearly bouncing with anticipation, and his nerves were palpable. Layla, understanding Ernest's excitement, gave him a gentle warning. Remember, don't touch anything. The house is filled with priceless artifacts, and my father's very particular about that. Ernest nodded vigorously, clearly trying to suppress his eagerness to explore every corner. As they walked, Layla found herself thinking about Priscilla, wishing her friend could have joined them. However, she quickly reminded herself that the top students from the Holy Department had no breaks to look forward to, as they were often called back to the temple for additional duties. Dane confirmed her thoughts, explaining that Priscilla had been summoned there and wouldn't be able to join them. The conversation shifted, and Ernest's curiosity about the journey ahead bubbled to the surface. How long does it take to get to your home, Layla? He asked, his voice tinged with the wonder of someone accustomed to longer travels. Layla smiled, amused by his question. Less than an hour by carriage, she said, her tone light. Ernest's eyes widened in surprise. What? Less than an hour? That's insane, he exclaimed. My home is in the west, and it takes nearly a month to reach it by horseback. Layla nodded sympathetically, understanding how difficult the journey must have been for him. That must have been hard, she said quietly, her voice softening with empathy. Curious about Dane's situation, Ernest then asked, What about you, Dane? How long did it take for you to get here? Dane hesitated for a moment, then explained, I arrived within a day. My aunt's teleport gate made it easy. Layla's eyes widened in surprise. A teleport gate? I didn't know you used one, she said, her voice laced with genuine surprise. It makes sense though, doesn't it? Your older sisters probably use it too. Dane nodded, not missing the slight tone of envy in her voice. They do, he said simply. Layla's expression shifted for a moment, her thoughts turning inward. Must be nice, she murmured, almost to herself. I don't even know what my brothers are up to these days. She fell silent, lost in thought. Without realizing it, she had wandered ahead of her friends, and they were no longer walking beside her. Dane noticed a sudden shift in her mood. Her demeanor had darkened, her usual bright energy replaced by a quiet sadness. Concerned, Dane called out to her. Layla. She paused, startled by the sound of her name. Realizing that her friends had fallen behind, she turned back to them, her face softening. Dane caught up to her and, sensing that something was bothering her, decided to ask, "What are your siblings like?" Layla didn't mind sharing, and she began to speak without hesitation, her voice becoming more animated as she spoke about her eldest brother. He's genuinely kind, she said, her expression softening as memories of her childhood surfaced. He used to play with me all the time before he left for the eastern region. He was always so patient with me. Her smile faltered slightly as she continued. And my second brother, she said, her tone taking on a more playful edge. He loves teasing me. He always pulls pranks, and I get so frustrated with him sometimes. Dane smiled, glad to see her opening up. He could sense that there was a lot more beneath the surface, but for now, this was enough. It sounds like you miss them, he said gently. Layla nodded, a wistful look in her eyes. I do, she admitted quietly. I miss them a lot. Layla continued to vent about her troublesome second brother, the frustration clear in her voice as she described him. Despite the complaints, Dane could already tell how deeply loved she was by her siblings. Her tone, though filled with exasperation, was tinged with affection, showing that beneath the annoyance, there was a bond that could not be easily broken. Ernest, ever curious, asked, Is your second brother living at the mansion as well? Layla shook her head. No, he's far too free-spirited for that, she replied with a hint of amusement. She paused for a moment, her eyes clouding with thought. He left home unexpectedly once and never came back. Nobody knows where he is now. Dane was taken aback. He just left like that? He asked, surprised by the sudden departure. Yeah, she confirmed, her expression a mix of concern and confusion. He said he was going off to train or something like that. I never really believed it. Her voice dropped, tinged with bitterness. Since he became a knight, he's been living away from home. I don't know why he does it. I don't like it. Dane felt a pang of sympathy. While he was concerned about how Layla felt about her brother's departure, Ernest seemed more fascinated by the idea of her second brother becoming a knight. A knight, huh? That's pretty impressive, Ernest mused. I've always found knights fascinating. Layla nodded, but continued. It's not all as nice as it seems. My eldest brother is diligent, but the younger one is completely unpredictable. He's always doing things on a whim. She shrugged, clearly frustrated. Dane's mind started to wander. He couldn't help but think about sibling power struggles, something he knew well from the noble households. The Termion family didn't seem like one to have rigid dynamics, but the more he heard, the more he wondered if there was more beneath the surface, something deeper than just sibling rivalry. Before he could dwell on it further, his thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of 3 knights, clad in shining armor. The one in the middle, a scarred man who seemed to be the leader, stepped forward and greeted Layla warmly. Sir Asmar, she said, nodding in recognition. The scarred knight smiled softly, his eyes showing a mix of warmth and respect. It's been a while, Lady Layla. I heard you were coming, so I rushed over as soon as I could. The knights, with Sir Asmar leading them, escorted the group to the main gate, where the famous Duke Termion and his attendants were waiting to receive them. As they reached the gate, Layla's face lit up when she saw her father. Without hesitation, she ran into his arms, the old man's astonished expression softening with pride. You've grown so much since I last saw you, the Duke said, his voice warm and affectionate. How has life at the academy been? It's been great, father, Layla replied confidently. I've been studying diligently, and I'm sure you'll understand everything once you see my report card. Her smile was bright and full of pride. The Duke laughed heartily, clearly pleased with her answer. I look forward to seeing it. After a brief but heartfelt moment with his daughter, the Duke turned to greet the 2 young men who had accompanied her. His eyes immediately landed on Dane, and recognition flickered in his gaze. Ah, Dane Sogers, he said with a nod. It's been quite some time. Dane bowed respectfully. Duke Termion, he greeted, his voice carrying respect. The Duke studied him for a moment, his gaze appraising, before offering a satisfied smile. You've grown sturdier, the Duke commented, his tone impressed. I see that your prodigious talents have only continued to develop. His approval was evident, and Dane felt a swell of pride at the recognition from such an esteemed figure. Ernest stepped forward, his nerves evident as he introduced himself. "I'm Ernest Dillon," he said, his voice a little shaky but still clear. Despite his anxiety, he managed to hold himself with respect, which seemed to leave a good impression on Duke Termyon. The Duke's eyes softened in recognition as he nodded thoughtfully. "Ah, you must be the friend Layla mentioned in her letters," he said, a knowing smile on his face. "I'm familiar with the Dillon family. Your family has quite a few ancient relics that were discovered by your ancestors, I believe." Ernest, taken aback by the Duke's knowledge of his family, stammered slightly, but still managed to express his gratitude. "It's an honor, Duke Termyon. Thank you for your kind words." The Duke's smile widened. Layla has certainly brought home an impressive companion. Feeling that the introductions were complete, the Duke decided it was time to head inside. "Please come with me. I prepared a small banquet to welcome you all," he said, his voice warm and inviting. Layla's eyes brightened at the mention of food. "Thank you, Father. That's very thoughtful." She turned to the group, her tone light. "Let's go, everyone. I'm sure you'll enjoy it." As they walked toward the estate's dining hall, Dane couldn't help but comment, "Last time, your family's tarts were incredible. I'm hoping I can have some again." Layla, who had clearly anticipated this remark, smiled and replied, "I already told them to prepare strawberry tarts for you. You can look forward to it." Dane grinned, his excitement growing at the thought of the delicious treats. The scene shifted to the banquet hall, where a spread of food lay before them. Dane took in the sight of the magnificent spread, realizing it had been a while since he'd tasted anything this delicious. Ernest, whose travels often left him with little time for luxury, looked equally impressed. "I get it now," he said, nodding in appreciation. No wonder Layla was so excited about this. Layla, already enjoying a mouthful of treats, couldn't help but add, "It's too bad our seniors couldn't join us. It would have been nice to have him here." Dane nodded, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "Next time, we'll all visit together," he promised. As they continued enjoying their meal, Dane's attention was drawn to a group of young men standing across the room. They were dressed in matching attire and seemed to be standing together as a unit. His curiosity piqued. He turned to Layla and asked, "Who are they?" Layla glanced over, then smiled. "Those are our knights. My father invited them, and when they heard you were visiting, even more showed up to greet you." Dane felt a little uneasy at the sight of so many knights, their eyes fixed on him. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to happen, something he wasn't quite prepared for. Just as he was beginning to feel nervous, one of the knights approached them. The man was tall, with sharp features and a confident air. "Greetings, young Master Dane Sogers," he said politely, bowing slightly. "I am Qantas Daggerweld." Dane stood and returned the bow, offering a respectful smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Sir Daggerweld. Layla has mentioned you and your fellow knights. I was just wondering if you are, in fact, the Knights of the Ducal House." Qantas smiled and nodded. "Indeed, we are the Knights of the Termyon Ducal House. We've heard plenty about you, young master, and it's an honor to finally meet you in person." The conversation was brief, but cordial. After a moment, Qantas spoke again, his tone polite. "Would you mind if we joined you for a while?" Dane, sensing no reason to decline, smiled and nodded. "Of course, please join us." As the knights moved to sit with them, Layla spoke up, her voice filled with pride. "The Termyon Ducal Knights are considered some of the finest in the entire empire, second only to the royal knights themselves," she explained. "Many knight cadets compete fiercely for the chance to join our ranks." Qantas, who had been quietly listening, added with a hint of respect, "I've also heard that the So family's knights are well known across the land." Dane, now feeling the weight of the conversation, couldn't help but reflect on the noble world he had only recently entered. Surrounded by such esteemed company, he realized just how much he had yet to understand. But for now, the camaraderie of the evening and the warmth of the banquet made him feel like he had found a place among them. Dane nodded in agreement, confirming that their orders specialized in spearmanship, a tradition largely thanks to his father. "It all started when my father began teaching spear techniques to knights on the battlefield," he explained. "Over time, it evolved into a proper knight order, eventually becoming the Empire's only spear knight corps." Qantas, intrigued by the story, nodded thoughtfully. "That's impressive," he said. "The Ducal Knights have always been curious about your training methods. You must be quite skilled with the spear yourself." Dane, nervous at the attention, let out a modest laugh. "I'm not anything special," he said, trying to downplay it. But before he could say anything further, Layla jumped in, eager to defend her friend's abilities. Dane is talented at everything, she declared confidently. He could easily defeat all of you at once, even if you attacked him together. Qantas' interest peaked, and the knights around him shifted uncomfortably. Their pride had been pricked, and they couldn't believe that a single person could take them all on at once. The atmosphere grew tense, and Dane could feel his nerves escalating. He wished, not for the first time, that Layla hadn't said anything, but it was too late. The ducal knights, now challenged, were eager to test this claim for themselves. How about a spar? Qantas suggested, his voice both respectful and competitive. We'll see for ourselves if your friend is really as skilled as you say. Dane, caught off guard by the proposal, felt his stomach churn. Sparring in front of everyone, especially with the knights of the ducal house, was not what he had expected today. He could feel their eyes on him, and they looked determined to prove something. Layla, oblivious to his rising anxiety, gave him an encouraging smile. Don't worry, you've got this. Show them what you can do. Despite his misgivings, Dane couldn't back down now. The knights were waiting expectantly, and with no other option, he nodded reluctantly. All right, he said, his voice steady, though his heart raced. I'll fight. The scene shifted to the training grounds, where the ducal knights, swords drawn, stood ready to face Dane. He gripped his spear, positioning himself as the knights closed in around him. They charged at once, their swords flashing in the sunlight. But as Layla had predicted, Dane countered each strike with ease. Every attack was deflected effortlessly, and the knights quickly found themselves on the defensive. The knights tried again, attacking with renewed determination, but Dane's movements were fluid and precise. He blocked every strike, disarming each of them in turn. With a swift motion, he knocked the swords from their hands, leaving them standing there in stunned disbelief. Dane planted his spear into the ground, a quiet smile playing at his lips as he surveyed the defeated knights. It had been a clear demonstration of his skill, and there was no doubt in anyone's mind who had won. Layla, watching with excitement, couldn't contain her joy. Victory belongs to Dane, she exclaimed, her voice filled with pride. The knights, though humbled, couldn't deny the truth of her words. It had been an impressive spar, and everyone present knew it. Sometime later, Dane and Layla walked together through the grounds, the weight of the sparring session behind them. Dane, still processing the unexpected challenge, glanced at Layla and mentioned, "Your father gave me a gift." Layla raised an eyebrow, surprised. "A gift? What did he give you?" Dane smiled, a bit sheepishly. "He gave me several books written in the ancient language." Layla's expression softened, and she gave him a knowing look. "I told my father that you were interested in old texts," she said, a touch of warmth in her voice. It seems he was paying attention after all. Dane nodded, touched by her thoughtfulness. "It's a great gift. I'm looking forward to reading them." Layla smiled, pleased that her father had taken the time to think about Dane's interests. It was a simple gesture, but one that spoke volumes about the Duke's attentiveness. And as they continued walking, Layla couldn't help but feel a deep sense of pride in both her family and the remarkable friend by her side. Dane thanked Layla with a genuine smile, grateful for the thoughtful gift. "I really appreciate this," he said. "The Academy Library has so many restrictions, so these books will help me a great deal." Layla shrugged modestly. "It's better for the books to be read by someone who appreciates them than to gather dust in the archives," she said with a smile, clearly pleased that her father's gift would be put to good use. As they continued walking, Dane suddenly realized that he hadn't seen Ernest in a while. "I haven't seen Ernest," he mused aloud. "Do you know where he went?" Layla glanced around, then answered casually, "He went to the relic vault with the butler. I think he's been curious about it for a while." Dane nodded, having been curious himself. "I was wondering about that too," he admitted. "But I guess I'll just relax for now." Layla raised an eyebrow, clearly amused. "Relax? You? You've been saying that since we got here. You're always on the go, Dane." He chuckled softly. "I'll relax after I visit the blacksmith tomorrow. I can't help it. I've got things I want to do." Layla smiled at his determination, but decided to change the subject. "Well, I'm happy we're finally on break. Exams are over, and I'm just glad to be back with my family. Even my father seems thrilled after watching your sparring earlier. He joked that people might think you're his own son." She laughed lightly, but Dane noticed a flicker of something else in her eyes. Dane, feeling touched by the Duke's praise, smiled awkwardly. "That's sweet of him, but—" He trailed off, remembering the Duke's sudden change in expression when her second brother's name was mentioned. Layla's smile faded slightly as she picked up on his thoughts. "Yeah," she admitted. "That's exactly what frustrates me. My eldest brother still writes letters occasionally, but my second brother hasn't contacted anyone. My father refuses to tell me why. Dane could tell how much this bothered her. But before he could offer any words of comfort, a strange noise interrupted their conversation. It sounded like something or someone was nearby. Dane's instincts kicked in immediately. He tensed, his hand instinctively gripping his spear. "Someone's watching us," he said, his voice low but firm. "We should warn them to come out." Layla nodded, her expression hardening with concern. "Come out," she called. "We know you're there." Dane, preparing for a potential threat, charged an attack in case things escalated. But just as he was about to take action, a voice called out from the bushes, halting them both. "Hold on, I'm coming out," the voice said, sounding almost apologetic. A figure emerged from the bushes, and Layla's face immediately lit up with recognition. "Delward?" she asked, her voice a mixture of surprise and frustration. The man who stepped into view was none other than Delward Termyon, the second son of Duke Termyon. He smiled at his sister, clearly enjoying the moment. "I saw you walking with someone random, so I decided to spy for a bit," he explained, his tone light. Dane, still processing the situation, turned to Layla with wide eyes. "Is this really your brother?" he asked, confused. Before Layla could answer, she sprang into action. In an instant, she launched herself at Delward, her hands grabbing at his hair. "Why haven't you contacted me?" she yelled, clearly furious. "You've been gone for so long. I've been worried sick." Delward winced, unable to fight back as his sister beat him up. He rubbed his head in pain, clearly regretting his absence. "I'm sorry, Layla," he said sheepishly. "It was my mistake." He winced again as her hands pulled at his hair. Layla was still fuming, her anger not quite subsiding. "How could you leave without a word? Even our big brother writes letters every day, but you couldn't even send one." Her voice trembled with frustration. Delward, despite the pain, grinned. "You've gotten strong," he said, admiring the way she had grown. "I can see you've been training all this time." Layla paused mid-rant, glaring at him with a mixture of anger and amusement. "I've had no choice," she shot back, but the anger in her voice was starting to soften. "I've been worried about you, Delward." Dane, watching the exchange, couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed by the intensity of their sibling relationship. It was clear that despite the years of silence, there was still love and a lot of unresolved tension between them. Layla couldn't help but mock him, her voice laced with both frustration and affection as she told him she'd beat him senseless to show just how much stronger she'd become. Dane stood at the back, trying his best to stop her, but before he could get a word out, Delward appeared and wrapped his arms around his sister. He held her tightly, his voice soft as he apologized again. He reassured her that, despite everything, he hadn't forgotten about the family. His silence wasn't out of choice, but because of his own reasons. He hadn't been able to contact them, but now, he promised, he'd explain it all, just not yet. First, she needed to relax. Layla's eyes welled with small, hidden tears, relief flooding through her as she realized that her brother hadn't intentionally abandoned her. She knew he still remembered them, despite his silence. Delward's voice softened as he told her he loved their family and would never leave anyone behind. His words, simple yet powerful, seemed to calm the storm inside her heart, even if just for a moment. But then the questions came. Where had he been all this time? What could possibly have kept him from visiting, from reaching out? Why the silence? Delward agreed to answer, but asked Dane to give them some space. Layla, however, quickly grabbed Dane's arm and told her brother that he would stay. After all, Dane could be trusted to keep their secrets, couldn't he? Delward glanced at Dane, then turned his attention back to his sister. His curiosity piqued. He asked if Dane was the same Dane Sogress he'd heard so much about, the one who had joined the academy, the one with the silver hair, so different from others. Delward seemed to put the pieces together. A friend of his sister's, trusted as family. Layla's trust in him, in Dane, was something Delward respected. And with that respect, he confided in them both. This wasn't something he could tell just anyone. This was family. Dane, in turn, swore that he would keep the secret, honoring the promise of their family's trust. With a nod, Delward asked them to move to a safer place for privacy before he began his tale. And so they did, as he told them where he'd been, the Draenic Empire. Both Layla and Dane were shocked by the revelation. Layla, unable to mask her worry, demanded to know why he'd gone there. Didn't he realize how dangerous it was? Delward's eyes darkened, but his voice remained steady. He had gone to find a cure for their mother, who had been bedridden for years, fighting a mysterious illness that no one could understand. He was the youngest of them all, and it had fallen to him to search for clues that eventually led him straight into the heart of the Draenic Empire. Layla's frustration flared. How could he have gone into enemy territory on his own? She yelled at him, her heart pounding, that he should have come to them. They could have searched together, could have worked as a family to find answers. Why had he felt the need to go alone? Delward, his face shadowed with the weight of his actions, explained that he had no other choice. He had been presented with a rare chance to enter the Empire, a chance that he couldn't afford to waste. He couldn't risk dragging the family into this, not when the danger was so great. And yet, despite his reasoning, he couldn't help but feel the sting of guilt. Delward looked at them, his expression calm despite the tension in the air. "Look at me," he said softly. "I'm fine. I made it back in one piece." Layla, still fuming with anger, wanted nothing more than to punch him again. But Dane stepped forward, holding her back. "We need to hear the whole story first," he urged. Layla, though still furious, turned her gaze back to Delward, her voice shaking with a mixture of relief and frustration. "Why now? Why have you come back now?" Delward took a deep breath. "I found the answer to the cure," he explained. "But the materials we need aren't in the Draenic Empire. So, I came back to look elsewhere." Layla's brows furrowed in confusion. "Are you sure? You're saying the materials aren't there, but in the Adian Empire?" Delward nodded slowly. "I only have clues, but I'll follow each one, track down what's needed. And there's something else I found in the Draenic Empire, something about our mother's illness." His voice grew quieter, almost hesitant. "It's not a real illness. It's a curse." Dane and Layla were both stunned. Layla's voice caught in her throat. "A curse." She could hardly believe the words as they left her lips. Delward met her gaze, his own filled with the weight of his discovery. "Yes, it's a curse. I couldn't believe it at first, either, but it's the truth." He paused, his eyes darkening. "Curses don't happen by chance. Someone did this to her." Layla's mind raced. "Who would do such a thing?" she asked, a tremor in her voice. Delward shook his head, his expression pained. "I don't know. Our family has many enemies. But right now, that's not what matters. What matters is breaking the curse." Layla's heart pounded in her chest as she asked, "Is there a way to lift the curse?" A faint smile tugged at the corners of Delward's lips. "Yes, I've found the materials and the ritual needed. Most of the items are hard to get, but they're expensive, not impossible. But there's one material." His expression turned serious. "The tears of Roxana. That's the hardest one." Layla blinked, unsure she'd heard him correctly. "Tears of Roxana," she repeated, her voice barely above a whisper. Delward nodded. "It's a legendary material, capable of purifying any curse, no matter how powerful. It's located in the Haverox Mountains between the two empires." Dane and Layla both fell silent, the name of the mountains sinking in like a heavy weight. The Haverox Mountains were notorious, known for their dangerous, almost mythical status. Delward continued, undeterred. "I've heard that the ruins in those mountains are guarded by ancient beings. But I'm ready to go. It's dangerous, I know, but I can't let this curse claim her. I have to get the material. I have to find a way to save her." Layla looked at him, torn between relief and dread. "You're willing to risk everything for this?" "Yes," Delward said, his voice resolute. "I have no other choice." Layla's voice was sharp with concern as she asked, "Why are you going alone? What about the Terminus Knight?" Delward responded with quiet confidence. "I'm stronger now. I'm between levels 4 and 5, so I can handle it on my own." He continued, his voice steady. "If I brought other knights along, it could cause trouble between the two empires. It would be quicker and less complicated if I go alone." Layla shook her head, adamant. "I won't let you go alone." But Delward, unfazed, assured her, "I'm not rushing in without a plan. I'm fully prepared for this." Dane, who had been silently listening, finally spoke up. "If you're talking about ancient ruins, I know someone who knows them very well." Delward raised an eyebrow. "How could that help?" Dane simply replied, "You'll need the help of my team on this adventure." Layla, Dane, and Delward set out to meet Ernest Dillon, explaining the situation to him. As they spoke, Ernest's eyes lit up with excitement. "An ancient being, a ruin? This is incredible. If we're lucky, we can make history by discovering something truly ancient." Dane, ever the pragmatist, asked, "Are you sure about this?" Ernest, grinning, nodded. "Absolutely. I'm ready to go now and see it for myself." Delward, listening to their excitement, smiled, but his expression turned serious. I know you're motivated, but this isn't a child's game. It's dangerous. I understand your bravery, but don't underestimate the risks. Dane, not missing a beat, retorted, if you're saying it's too dangerous for the three of us, wouldn't it be even more dangerous for you to go alone? Sometimes it's better to face things together rather than alone. Layla, standing by her brother, added, Dylan's family is full of adventurers. If you go alone, you could get lost, or worse. Delward, absorbing their concerns, sighed. You're right. I shouldn't have insisted on going alone. His voice softened, acknowledging the wisdom in their words. But you've all got a point. It's better to face this together. In the back of his mind, Dane couldn't help but admire Delward. He understood now why Delward was so stressed. The young man had wandered through enemy territory for so long, all in search of a cure for his mother. Dane admired his courage and resilience, not only for gathering information in enemy lands, but for making it back alive. Delward, now more open to the idea, agreed. All right, we'll go together. But there's one condition. None of you can share any of this information with anyone, not before we leave, and not even after we return. This stays between us. The group nodded in agreement, and Delward, smiling slightly, handed Layla a box. Here, a gift for you. Layla eyed him warily. Is this your way of trying to win me back with a gift? And just one gift? You think that's enough to make up for everything? Ernest and Dane exchanged amused glances as they watched the two siblings. Layla's anger was evident, but there was something almost endearing about how she still held onto her grudge. Dane quietly added, She's even worse outside, a remark that only earned him a sharp look from Layla. Delward, undeterred, simply smiled, content that his gesture, even if small, had gotten a reaction. Layla eyed her brother suspiciously as she carefully opened the box, warning him that the gift inside better not be cheap. But as the lid cracked open, a soft melody began to play, filling the air with a delicate tune. She blinked in surprise and leaned closer. Inside the box, a music box spun slowly, its most striking feature being the two figures dancing inside. As Layla looked on in silent awe, she realized that the figures were wooden dolls of herself and their mother. Delward's voice was soft, almost wistful. This is how our family was, when our mother was healthy, when we were all happy together. His eyes met Layla's. I had it made by a craftsman in the Draenic Empire. I wanted to imagine our mother in the best of health, and this is what he created for me. Layla didn't say a word. Her chest tightened, and before she could stop herself, tears began to fall. She gazed at the music box, her fingers trembling as she traced the delicate shapes of the wooden figures. The scene felt almost too perfect, like a glimpse into a past that no longer existed. Finally, she whispered through her tears, It's like seeing her healthy again. Thank you, Delward. Thank you for such a precious gift. Delward pulled her into a tight hug, his own voice thick with emotion. I'm sorry for everything, Layla. Thank you for forgiving me. As they stood there, Dane and Ernest watched, both silently relieved to see Layla finally smiling again, despite her tears. The room felt lighter, the tension easing as they shared this tender moment. Meanwhile, in another part of the house, Layla's father began to realize that the main guests had disappeared. He assumed that they had left, oblivious to the quiet farewell happening in the background. Now, as Delward prepared to leave, Layla tried to hold on to him for a little longer. Stay for a while. Meet with father, she suggested, but Delward shook his head apologetically. I'm sorry, Layla. I can't. I promise I'll meet him next time. Right now, I have no idea what's ahead on this journey. He paused for a moment, then added, but I left a communication crystal code with you. If you ever need me, don't hesitate to use it. I'll be in the Empire for a while, and I'll come as soon as I can if something comes up. Layla, still fighting back her emotions, nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. Take care of yourself, Delward. Come back safely. He gave her a reassuring smile. I will. I'll be back. Just before he left, Delward handed her a small packet. These are some medicines. They'll help calm Mother's illness, but don't let Father know about it. Keep it a secret. Layla took the packet, her hands shaking slightly. I'll do as you said. Delward turned to Dane and Ernest. Take care of my little sister. And when I come back, we'll go on that adventure together, up the mountains. Both Dane and Ernest nodded in agreement, their expressions serious. They would keep their promise to look after her. Delward then gave Layla one last, lingering look. Take care of yourself, Layla, he said, before turning and leaving quickly. As he walked away, Layla stood still, watching him go. The sadness in her heart was palpable. She had barely gotten her brother back, and now she was saying goodbye again. Dane and Ernest, seeing the depth of her sadness, tried to comfort her. "He'll be safe," Dane assured her gently. "He'll come back." Just as Layla began to collect herself, Dane turned to Ernest. "I need to take care of something. It'll only take a moment." Ernest, puzzled, raised an eyebrow. "What's so urgent?" Dane shrugged casually. "I forgot something in the room. I'll be right back." With that, he left the others behind, heading off to tend to whatever business he had. Ernest didn't press Dane for further explanation, merely nodding as Dane rushed inside, his footsteps echoing against the walls. Meanwhile, Delward was already halfway to the exit, his mind racing. He had a feeling something bad was about to happen, a sense of urgency that prickled the back of his neck. As he darted through the shadows of the mansion, his instinct screamed that someone was behind him. He briefly considered the possibility that he wasn't being pursued, that maybe it was just a coincidence. But deep down, he knew the enemy had finally found him. For a fleeting moment, a wave of relief washed over him. They didn't know he was from the Terminus Duchy. They must have thought he was just another stray, some foreigner wandering through the mansion. They had been looking for him elsewhere, and he'd managed to slip through unnoticed, using the secret path that only a few knew. But that fleeting sense of relief quickly turned to anger. He cursed himself for not keeping a tighter hold on his identity when leaving the Draenic Empire. How could he have let slip that he was from the Adian Empire? It was a mistake that was now coming back to haunt him. If he had kept his true origins a secret, he might have avoided this trouble altogether. As he sprinted through the maze of alleys and back streets, his thoughts were consumed with the one goal that had pushed him this far, breaking the curse on his mother. He couldn't afford to fail. Not now. Not when he had come so close. But his relief was short-lived. As he rounded a corner, he was suddenly hit with a sense of dread. He skidded to a halt, realizing he had run out of options. There was no escape. He was trapped. The sound of footsteps grew louder behind him, and Delward's heart sank. There were too many of them. The enemy had closed in. He was cornered. The weight of his situation hit him like a physical blow. They had been following his trail for a long time. He realized he had led them straight to him. His chances of survival, of escaping this, were slim. As the shadows closed in around him, Delward knew, with chilling certainty, that this was the end. That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.